Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if death sent Harry back to fix the timeline. Here is short summary. Harry, Hermione, and Daphne fall in the final battle against Voldemort, but death isn't the end. Given one final chance, they're sent back in time with all their memories intact to rewrite history before darkness consumes the wizarding world. Can they change fate, outsmart Voldemort, and save everyone they once lost? Watch this epic Harry Potter time travel to find out. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. Harry, together with his two friends, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, were already on the run, and on a mission. They were looking for Riddle's soul anchors. But it was going too slow for the red-headed prat, Ron Weasley. He clearly thought they'd have it wrapped up in a couple of months, easy peasy. It wasn't. They'd only found the locket Horcrux by that time. They'd managed to literally snatch it off the neck of that foul toad, Umbridge within the Ministry, and make their escape. So, Ron up and quit on them late October. Piker. And his problem. Even though he claimed it was because he didn't think they were finding the Horcruxes fast enough, it was really because he was hungry. Oh, boo-hoo. Though disappointed in their so-called friend, Harry and Hermione were somewhat relieved he'd gone. By leaving, he'd allowed them to start properly thinking about the task before them. They started to figure out just what the Horcruxes were, and where they'd probably be found. Both were thinking a lot clearer while the prat was gone. And both became much closer as a couple. However, the prat managed to find them again the day after Christmas, Boxing Day. That was the day Harry found the sword of Gryffindor waiting for them in a deep pond. It was the middle of winter, in the middle of the night, and Harry stripped down to his underwear and went in and got it. Peculiarly, Ron turned up at that exact moment and pulled an almost unconscious Harry, still holding the sword, out of the pond. Very soon after that, Harry and Hermione's relationship seemed to just drift apart again. Harry, again, started thinking of Ron's sister, Ginny, as the love of his life, as Hermione started to think the same about Ron. Slowly, but surely, the trio managed to find the rest of the Horcruxes. The last was only a few hours earlier, the lost diadem of Ravenclaw in the Room of Requirement, which Luna helped them find. By then, of course, Voldemort had managed to breach the wards around Hogwarts, and led his Death Eaters in battle with the remaining populace of the school. Then, Riddle called a ceasefire. He called on Harry, directly. Mere moments later, a sobbing Ron approached him and told him that Hermione was dead, cut down by a killing curse. With the Horcruxes gone, Harry knew immediately what he had to do. He had to go and face Riddle. He had to meet him in the middle of the Forbidden Forest, where the Acromantulans once nested. He walked out the main doors of the castle, moments later. He didn't look back. He should have. He'd have seen a smiling Ron Weasley, if he did. He ped bodies of the fallen, students, staff and Death Eaters alike, and walked into the forest. There, he paused a moment to activate the Resurrection Stone and talk to his perished loved ones. It was then he learned both Remus and Tonks had perished in the battle. He wondered why Hermione did not join them. He forgot to ask. Actually, there were a great many questions he should have asked. That's when he simply walked into the clearing where Riddle had collected his inner core of Death Eaters and awaited him. A few moments later, he was hit with the curse, and felt his life leave him as his body fell to the ground. "Get up, you idiot!" snarled a man's voice. Harry lay there wondering why he wasn't dead. But he wasn't lying on the dirt ground of the Forbidden Forest, either. He was lying on a rug or carpet of some soft weave. Blinking his eyes open, he was looking across the surface of a pale blue plush wool carpet. It actually felt quite comfortable. "Harry James," snapped the voice. "Get on your feet." The voice seemed to come from behind him. Harry rolled over onto his front and rose to his knees. He looked around to where the voice came from and saw a somewhat young Caucasian man with dark hair wearing a plain white robe with silk highlights, scowling back at him. Where am I?" he asked, completely confused. "Aren't I dead?" "Yes, and no," said the man. "Get up and follow me." And the man started to walk away from him. Quickly, Harry rose the rest of the way to his feet. He looked around for his wand and, feeling his face first, his glees. Frowning, he realized he could actually see quite clearly without them. "Harry James, come on," the man called back, waiting in a doorway. Not being able to find either his wand or glees, Harry dusted his hands off and looked down to see he, too, was wearing a white robe. And his feet were bare. "Yes, you look pretty," snarked the man. "Now, come on, we've got work to do, thanks to you." Harry looked up and walked towards the man, following him out the door. Said Harry, "don't I know you from somewhere?" "Yes, and no," said the man, as Harry followed him down a long hallway, with doors evenly spaced down both sides. "I've chosen to look like an American movie and television actor by the name of John Dye, or something. He's played roles such as an angel on American television. It's supposed to make people feel easier about me, calmer." Finally, coming to an almost stop at one of the doors, John opened it and walked in. Harry followed. With a flick of his hand, the man closed the door. "To make it easier for you, you can call me John, if you like." Then, he gestured to one of the 3 white office chairs facing a desk. "Sit there," he said as he walked around to the other side of the desk and sat down in the white office chair, while Harry sat in the middle chair of the 3. In the middle of a desk blotter in front of where John sat, was a large manila folder. John flicked it open with a scowl. "Where am I?" asked Harry. "What's going on?" Looking up, John sighed. "We go through this every time, Harry James. It's become quite annoying having to repeat myself to you over and over again." "Pardon?" asked Harry. "I've never met you before in my life." "No, you've met me in your afterlife," said John. "Now, listen and don't interrupt," he said, before Harry could do exactly that. Making a waving gesture around, John said, "This place is known as Judgment. The closest analogy you could call it is the pearly gates. Except, I'm not the angel Peter." He waited to see the expression of understanding on Harry's face before he continued. "Now, there are far too many souls ping through here for Peter to check each one off in the book. So, he's appointed others to do the background work for him. I'm one of those. I'm your Grim Reaper, and my job is on the line because of you. You keep dying when you're not supposed to." Startled, Harry stuttered and asked, "Am I what?" "Your Grim Reaper," replied John. "It's been my job to make sure you get processed through judgment when the Fates, Clotho, the Spinner, Lachesis, the Allotter, and Atropos, the Unturnable, deem your life at an end. They're also known as the Moirai, the Parsi, Sudis, Sudiki." With an irritable wave off, John said, "Never mind, it isn't important. What it means is that each person has a destiny. Some aren't that big, and for some it could just be to live a few minutes after birth. But, there's a few, of which you're one, who have a huge destiny to face, or meet. Understand?" So far, Harry just nodded, still mainly confused. "Right," said John. "The Fates had big plans for you. You were supposed to be born. Lose your parents when you were 15 months old. That's the sort of thing that happens to those with big destinies. Become known as the boy who lived to the wizarding world. Be raised by your godfather. Be trained by him. Remus John Lupin and Albus Wulfric Dumbledore. Have it discovered you're one of the most powerful wizards, magically, in the wizarding world. Meet one of your soulmates of a pair of girls in your year at Hogwarts. Be emancipated." Wait, said Harry, interrupting. "What do you mean, soulmates?" With a sigh, John muttered, "Every time you ask that. I guess I should expect it, by now." Muttering under his breath something about hormonal teenagers, John flicked through a couple of pages in his file and, in a somewhat clearer voice, said, "A Daphne Anna Grainger and some Granger girl." "Hermione," squeaked Harry. "Yes," said John, "a Hermione Jean Granger." He looked back at Harry and said, "I believe you know them both." Harry just nodded, not knowing what else to say, considering how stunned he was. He remembered Daphne Grainger as being a very attractive platinum-haired Slytherin with runway model looks. "Right," said John. "Now, stop interrupting or I'll gag you." Harry looked both a little sheepish and affronted at the rebuke. John continued, "Be emancipated as a result of your name coming out of the Goblet of Fire. Win the tournament. Be present for the resurrection of one Tom Marvolo Riddle in the graveyard at Little Hangleton. significantly wound him in the process, sending him running away in shock that you'd actually hurt him. Capture Pettigrew. Announce the resurrection of part of the soul of Tom Marvolo. Hunt him down and kill him. Yes, we're advocating for that. Earn and demand your family name being elevated to an inheritable seat on the Wizengamot status. Then go find the Horcruxes and destroy them, with the help of the goblins. Marry your choice of the 2 girls. Have lots of kids together. Run roughshod over the Wizengamot to get the bigoted laws renounced, stripped, whatever, and live until you're old enough to at least meet your great-grandchildren, at which time you would be granted admission into the Celestial Kingdom. Got all that, said Harry, suffering information overload. No, it's confusing. With a wave-off gesture, John said, don't worry about it, you will have the information you need when you go back. Now, said John, before Harry interrupted him again. Go back? Asked Harry, still stunned. What do you mean, go back? In a minute, said John, acting a little exasperated. Let me get through this. He rustled his papers about a bit and said, this is what actually happened, and you'll want to listen to this without interrupting, because there's a lot you don't know. Harry just nodded. With a grunt of acknowledgement, John explained, Themis, the goddess of prophecy, amongst other things, gave Sybil Patricia Trelawney a prophecy to be uttered in front of that idiot, Albus Wulfric. With the prophecy, after your parents were killed, Albus Wulfric was supposed to see you safely to your godfather, Sirius Orion. Then he, Sirius Orion and Remus John, plus others they would eventually bring in, were supposed to work to prepare you to do well in Hogwarts, and give you enough knowledge to hurt Tom Marvolo at the graveyard in Little Hangleton. That would be the first blow that would make that silly Riddle boy fear you. Instead, Albus Wulfric took you to live with the last people you should have ever gone to, the Dursley family. There, because you were poorly nourished and treated, it led to your magic being damaged. Not a lot, but enough to make a difference. He didn't know your magical self would be harmed, but he did know you'd come into the magical world and look up to him as a grandfather figure, instead of the teacher he should have been. Next, his whole, learn to forgive, philosophy stems from his fear that it was he who killed his sister. It wasn't, but his, learn to forgive, philosophy is more him asking others, including his sister, to forgive him for killing her. It's messed him up, and the fates didn't think it would have that big of an effect on the man. And helping you reach your destiny was supposed to UAGE his guilt and let him think he's atoned himself. So, that one's on us. It's that philosophy, John almost snarled, jabbing his index finger down on the papers before him, that's led to the huge rift between Slytherin and the other houses, especially Gryffindor. It's also led to so many joining Tom Marvolo's little army, when they never would have done so if they'd been properly punished for their infractions while at Hogwarts. They'd have learned there were consequences to their actions. With a sigh, John sat back and rubbed his temples for a moment. He said, but, that's not your problem to fix. The thing you have to do, no matter how hard it is let him die when the time comes. You are not to interfere as that is his time. What? Asked Harry shocked. But, aren't I already dead? And so's he. We'll get to that in a minute, said John. Further, if you do interfere and he doesn't die, he will be a thorn in your political side until he'd otherwise pee on about 50 years later. If that happens you'll be facing yet another so-called Dark Lord and, again, die before your time. Now we come to the other problem children that interfered in your destiny. Molly Gillian Weasley, Ronald Bilious Weasley and Ginevra Molly Weasley. But, stuttered Harry. Guineas. Shush, said John. Let me finish. Then you'll have time for questions. Once he saw Harry had calmed down and nodded, he continued. Ginevra Molly grew up listening to her mother read her bedtime stories about Harry Potter. From a very young age, her mother basically indoctrinated the poor girl into believing she would, one day, marry Harry Potter. That was her plan. That termagant, Molly Gillian, was raised a Pruitt. And, the Pruitts had money. It was nothing compared to the Potter fortune, but it was more than enough to leave them wanting nothing. As a student at Hogwarts she set her sights on one Arthur Septimus Weasley, thinking his connections with the Black family through his mother would see her well taken care of. So, she dosed the poor young man with a love potion to ensnare him. Her problem was that Arthur Septimus wasn't as ambitious as she thought he would be. He's quite happy making a modest living as a minor office head within the ministry in their misuse of Muggle artifacts office. Part of that is because of the love potions she keeps dosing him with. So, the Weasleys, while an otherwise loving family, are quite poor in comparison to others even though they're actually considered middle CL. And, for Molly, this just won't do. She had hoped to get the whole family to aid her in seeing young Ginevra Molly ensnare you. However, Arthur Septimus is too honest a man to be involved in something like that. William Arthur loves his little sister, and would do just about anything for her, but believes in working hard and honestly to get what you want. Charles Septimus is only interested in his dragons. Percival Ignatius is too law-abiding for her. And the twins, Frederick George and George Frederick, follow in the footsteps of their big brother, William Arthur, except they're a lot less serious. The only two who would aid her in her quest are her daughter and her youngest son, Ronald Bilius. Ronald Bilius, like her, is jealous of what others have. His problem is, he doesn't hide it anywhere near as well. He's also lazy, a bigot, and expects everything to be handed to him on a silver platter due to him being a pureblood. And you, young man, should have dropped him as a friend when you truly saw it for the first time. That was, if I remember correctly, when your godfather sent you your firebolt broom. On top of that, your true male friend was someone you basically ignored for your whole time at Hogwarts. Neville Francis Longbottom. Harry nodded, dropping his head, sad to have to agree. However, everything started well before that, said John. You just didn't see it. And you should have. Harry looked up again and frowned. Think about it, Harry James, said John. Your first trip on the express, and the Weasleys are outside the barrier. Molly Gillian is practically shouting out, "What's the platform, dear?" 9 3/4. All these Muggles. Harry almost laughed at the impressive impersonation of Molly Weasley, until he saw the expression on John's face. He then thought about what he'd said and frowned. I see you're getting it, now, said John, noticing his client's expression. The woman went to Hogwarts for 7 years, herself. She's then been seeing children off on the express, and picking them up again, thrice a year, for 10 years, the summer holidays, the Christmas holidays, and the Easter holidays. That's 102 previous times she's likely been to the platform. Taking Ronald Bilius for his first trip was her 103rd. Either she's going senile, and we know she's not, or she had an ulterior motive. She did, and that ulterior motive was you. She was waiting for me, baiting me, muttered Harry. And I fell for it. With a nod, John said, she was waiting for you to hear her and seek her out. That then led to a quick introduction to the Weasley family. That led to you meeting Ronald Bilius and Ginevra Molly for the first time. Understand, now, Harry again frowned and dropped his chin. Next, you also knew Molly Gillian admitted to using love potion to first snare Arthur Septimus. Is it so great a stretch to think she'd do the same with you? Asked John, watching the expressions pee over his client's face. What she did was much more than that, though. Potions Queen Molly Gillian did not want to leave anything to chance. She brewed a loyalty potion for you keyed to Ronald Bilius and instructed Ronald Bilius to start dosing you from the very first day. When Ronald Bilius finally reported to her that you had formed a friendship with your Hermione Jean, based on the events of that first Halloween at the castle, she instructed the boy to make sure you wouldn't get close to one another, that way. She was absolutely furious with him that he didn't report it to her immediately, instead of waiting to mention it to her just before Christmas. And, to top it off, he was to make sure you wouldn't get close to any other girl, either. The problem for Ronald Bilius is that, when he tried to drive a wedge between you two, it pretty much backfired on him. He was too late. At that point it looked like you were finally going to get out from under the influence of Weasley potions. We here, in Grim Reaper HQ, were ecstatic. However, Ronald Bilius, again under instructions from his mother, hit you with an extra strong loyalty potion, and you accepted him back as a friend. And, again, we were disappointed. Then, once you started paying a lot of attention to other girls late in your 3rd year, and they were just as obvious in their attentions towards you. Molly Gillian knew she had to pull her cauldron out again. She also used the opportunity to start looking after Ronald Bilius's future, because the boy was doing the right thing by Ginevra Molly, surprising as that is. She started at the burrow the summer between your 3rd and 4th years. That's when she began collecting hairs from you and Hermione Jean, both. She began lightly dosing Hermione with a love potion keyed to Ronald Bilius, dosing Ronald Bilius with a love potion keyed to Hermione, and dosing you with a love potion keyed to Ginevra Molly. She also brewed a generic repulsion potion keyed to you and Hermione both, in case either of you started to receive advances from any others. And Ginevra Molly was then running around dosing the 3 of you with the love potions, and a few others, including Daphne Anna Greenger and Cho Zhe Chong, with repulsion potions. So, by the start of 4th year, she's had you on a loyalty potion keyed to Ronald Bilius for the past 3 years, just started you on a love potion keyed to Ginevra Molly, and a repulsion potion keyed to 2 other girls, of which one is your other soulmate. It's a wonder she hadn't turned you into mush. As it was, the loyalty and love potions were confuzzling your thinking to such a point it's surprising Tom Marvolo didn't manage to kill you the night of the 3rd task, more than once. When you went on the Horcrux hunt, on his mother's direct orders by way of a rune-based compulsion charm, he took along with him potions for the 2 of you. But, he only had enough for just over 2 months. When he ran out, he panicked. He fled, claiming he needed to find food, intent on heading back to the burrow to get more. When he finally tracked down Molly Jillian, she already had the potions waiting for him. But, when he returned to the campsite, you were both already gone. He finally figured out how to use the deluminator left to him by Albus Wulfric to find you just before Christmas. But, holds off so he can enjoy a Christmas feast at William Arthur and Fleur Marie's cottage. The day after Christmas he finds you both, and starts dosing you again. Then there's his last mind alteration of you. When you came upon him, this evening, in the entrance hall at Hogwarts, he told you Hermione Jean had been killed. Harry frowned and sadly nodded. He lied, said John, almost as a snarl. What? Exclaimed Harry. He lied, snarled John. She was very much alive. He suspected she'd want to go after you when you went into the forest. He was right, she would have. So he stunned her, bound her, and stuffed her into the back of a broom closet under a notice me not charm. When he met you in the entrance hall, he told you she was dead and then hit you with a compulsion charm to go out into the forest and attack Tom Marvolo. His idea, not his mother's, was to get you out of the way so he could then play the loving friend and be there for Hermione Jean in her grief for you. Unknowingly, he completely derailed Molly Jillian's plans for you and Ginevra Molly. And Molly Jillian almost completely upset the plans of Albus Wulfric by messing with your thinking. But, worse for them, they completely upset Fate's plan for you, Hermione Jean and Daphne Anna. And Peter's not happy with them, or with me. Tried Harry. Sorry, I don't understand. Who, Peter? Asked John, before waving it off. Of course, Peter, you basically ask the same every time we meet. That I don't get, said Harry. I know I've not met you before. A- at least, I don't think I have. Yeah, well, started John, with a scowl. This is why I'm so upset with you, and Albus Wulfric, and Molly Jillian, and Ginevra Molly, and Ronald Bilius. Leaning forward in his chair, again, John tapped the file open in front of him. You and I have already met before. 5 times, to be exact. And this is the 6th. What? Exclaimed Harry. You, young man, have already had 5 UDEs. This is your 6th, said John. The next one is permanent. There's a reason 7 is considered a magical number. I still don't understand, said Harry, completely confused. I've died 5 times, already. Is that what you're saying? With a nod, John firmly said, that's exactly what I'm saying. When? Asked Harry, trying to puzzle it out. John flipped the file to a different page. Your first Uday, that's an unauthorized death event, by the way, was on the 25th of December 1987 when you were 7 years old. It was Christmas Day. Your cousin tripped you on the stairs as a, sort of, Christmas present for himself. You fell face first down the stairs and broke your neck. At least it was near instant. We only had to backstep you an hour for that one. That's code here for send you back in time and reinsert you. Your second Uday was on the 4th of June 1992, when you went down after the Philosopher's Stone. Ronald Bilius forgot he was playing with real people on that giant chessboard and got you killed by one of the opposing chess pieces. A mace to the head ruined your day, and mine. That was a 3-hour backstep. Your third Uday was on the 29th of May 1993, when you were fighting the basilisk. You looked it in the eye before the phoenix pecked them out. That was a 2-hour backstep. Your fourth Uday was on the 6th of November 1993, when you fell off your broom due to the Dementor attack during your Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. That was a 1-hour backstep. Your fifth Uday was on the 24th of June 1995, when Tom Marvolo did actually manage to kill you at the graveyard in Little Hangleton. That was also a 1-hour backstep. And you already know what you did in this Uday. But, how come I don't remember you? Asked Harry. We wipe your memories before backstepping you. That is, sending you back to an earlier time and fiddling with people's thoughts so things turn out a little differently. Differently enough that what got you killed doesn't get you killed again. And that's what you're going to do this time? Asked Harry, a little worried. With a firm voice, John replied, no. But, that's one of the last things we'll talk about. Do you have any other questions before I get to that? Thinking furiously, Harry asked, back to these soulmates. With a wave-off gesture, John said, that's part of what we're going to do this time. Next, with an irritated sigh, Harry next asked, what about me being rich? That one I can answer right now, replied John. Did it not occur to you to wonder why the vault your funds are in at Gringotts is referred to as your trust vault? No, replied Harry, again a little confused. No, and then it looked like Harry understood. It was referred to as that because it was one of 3, said John. The trust vault was your spending money until you reached your majority, or, you were emancipated earlier. At that time, your trust vault would be merged with one of the other 2 vaults. One is the liquid ETS, money, and business, property and investment deeds. The other is the heirloom vault, jewelry, paintings, weaponry, and stuff like that. When you go back, and you are going back, by the way, as soon as possible after your name comes out of the Goblet of Fire, you are to report yourself to the goblins and have your emancipation declared and documented. Organize it in advance, though. Harry asked, Ron's not my friend and Ginny's not my soulmate. Definitely not on either count, John replied firmly. And, when you go get your emancipation through the goblins, you'll be able to don the head of House ring for House Potter. It'll add to the protections from someone spiking you with potions. Thinking a bit more, Harry asked, I never asked him at the time, but, how did Ron find us with the Deluminator? Ha, said John. Now that your mind's free of those potions, you're starting to think things through again. Very good. As you should remember, Albus Wulfric gave Ronald Bilius the Deluminator as a bequeathment to the boy upon his death. It was one of the little doodads Albus Wulfric was using to keep an eye on you. It had a combined point me charm and distance charm built into it. And Ronald Bilius figured it out, thus showing he isn't the idiot he likes to portray to others. And why do you call Dumbledore Albus Wulfric, when his name's Albus Wulfric Percival Brian Dumbledore? Asked Harry. No, it's Albus Percival Wulfric Bree. John started to correct before he gave an annoyed wave-off gesture. 2 reasons, he replied, holding up 2 fingers of the same hand. Up here, only given names are used, and the names Percival and Brian aren't actually part of his name. Albus Wulfric added them, himself, to make him seem more important. Harry just snorted at hearing that. Figures, he thought. Thinking a bit more, he said, all right, I suppose this is the time you tell me how I'm supposed to fix this mess. That is why you're telling me all this, isn't it? With a smile, John slowly said, very good. You're starting to think things through, now. Giving Harry another look, he said, if you have no other questions. Giving a frown and a headshake, Harry replied, not at this time, no. I suppose I'll have to hear what you're not yet telling me to determine if I have any more. With another smile and slow head nod, John said, yes. Well, as I've already said, we're sending you back. But, he said, holding a finger up to forestall anything Harry might say. Because you've already had 6 UDEs, we're sending you back with your memories intact. And, we're backstepping you a great deal further than just a few hours. To when? Asked Harry, frowning. To the morning of the day you returned to Hogwarts on the Express for your 4th year, the 1st of September 1994, replied John. Harry looked at him in shock. That's one mighty big jump back in time, he said. With a firm nod, John said, it is. However, this has been authorized by the big guy, himself. Plus, we're also making a few other changes, this time. They're important. Like, Harry slowly asked. Like, we're upgrading your soulmate status with Hermione Jean and Daphne Anna to soul bond for them both. We're giving why? Wait, interrupted Harry. Soulmate. Soul bond. What do those mean? With an irritated mutter about teenagers, John replied, there are various levels of relationships for souls. The first relationship is soul acquaintance. This means, if you meet the other, you're on ping terms with one another. But, they'd not be friends, unless pushed to that level. The second relationship is soul friends. Your souls are in tune enough that you and the other can easily form a long-term friendship. You and Neville Francis, you and Luna Celeste, for examples. Then comes soulmate. Soulmates can easily fall in love with one another, marry and have a very happy life together, but they really don't have to, and won't be worse off if they don't. Everyone has quite a few soulmates running around on the planet near their own age. The second from the top is soul bond. These are people who are so in tune with one another they're stronger together than apart. Their souls, effectively, link together. For magicals, when soul bonds form, the people involved become impervious to any sort of spell, potion or other means to break them apart. If it's an attempted spell, it'll just slide right off. If it's a mind-altering potion, the person who consumes it will be violently ill from it. How ill? Asked Harry, jumping in. Ever heard of the term projectile vomiting? Asked John, as he smiled back. Ew. Harry shuddered. Well, said John, that only happens, of course, if the potion is only in your stomach at that time. If it's already ped through your stomach and been absorbed, there's no projectile vomiting, but there is a short period of pain as the potion in your system is neutralized. Of course, that second one can only occur if the potion is in your system when you initiate the soul bond, as it won't reach beyond your stomach once the bond is established. Continuing with a smile, John said, a soul bond can only be interrupted by the death of one of those involved. Once both, or, in this case, more, pee through the pearly gates, the soul bond reforms. The upper relationship is soul bound. Those involved in a soul bound relationship find their souls not linked, but shared between each other. They're even able to communicate telepathically. For magicals, they can even share magic. However, if one of the party dies, they both, or all, die. That way, they pee through the pearly gates together. The terms soul bond and soul bound are often confused with one another. Now, stop interrupting, and I'll probably be answering the rest of your questions as I talk, he said, and waited until he knew Harry would comply. One of the reasons your relationship with both has been elevated from soulmate to soul bond is because of, for a start, those protections from spells, potions and the like. The second is because it allows us the opportunity to send Hermione Jean and Daphne Anna back with you. Hermione and Miss Green, sorry, Daphne are dead, too. Asked a shocked Harry. Yes, now, stop interrupting, said John, before glaring back at the young man sitting before him. Hermione Jean, once Ronald Bilius revived her and told her you died, ran screaming straight at Tom Marvolo, casting curses as she went before Ronald Bilius could stop her. She managed to wound him quite significantly before he killed her. Daphne Anna has her own story to tell. It will be up to her when, and how, she tells you about the manner of her death. Her own Grim Reaper is talking to her about that. Now, they, too, will be returning with their memories intact. They, too, will be bound by the contract I'm soon about to have you sign. Elevating your relationships with them to a soul bond allows us, to do this. And, you're going to need help. Hermione Jean gives you book smarts, and the ability to think outside of the box, and Daphne Anna, as well as being very smart in her own right, gives you knowledge of wizarding law, traditions, etc., and access to people who can be a great help to the three of you. Next, all three of you will be given what you wizards and witches call occlumency shields. Daphne Anna already has them, but her current ones are not anywhere near what we're about to boost them to. Third, the soul fragment that was wedged behind your scar is gone. You lose the bonus life because of it, but it'll now no longer cause you great pain when another part of Tom Marvolo's fractured soul is anywhere near you. That should make what you do in the graveyard a lot easier to accomplish. You no longer need it to check for Horcruxes because you already know what and where they all are. Thank you, said Harry, very grateful for that particular burden to have been lifted. You're welcome, said John. Fourth, part of the contract I'm having you sign a non-disclosure clause. It deals with what you know of what happens in the future. To help you not disclose anything of that nature, you'll simply not be able to tell anyone without us releasing you to do so. So, anyone who tries to force the information from you, whether it be by potions such as Veritaserum, or by spells such as the Imperious Curse, or by magical oath or vow, the knowledge is protected. And that includes from Albus Wulfric and Severus Tobias. So, on to your tasks, said John. You cannot do anything about Ronald Bilius or Ginevra Molly right away. That has to wait until you catch them out. Your opportunity to cut ties with Ronald Bilius occurs, at the latest, after your name comes out of the Goblet of Fire, and he then accuses you of putting your name in the goblet and not telling him. As for Ginevra Molly, just keep treating her as Ron's little sister, and don't let her get close to you. However, said John with a smile, I think your so-called friendship with both will come to a quick and crashing halt if you Daphne Anna right in front of them both. Next, you're not allowed to interfere with what Bartemius Jr., Barty Crouch Jr., is doing while he's at the school. His part must play out so that you end up in the graveyard. I know that's going to be hard for you to do. But, you need to, as they say, it up. However, immediately after his part in the third task is done, out him. Do not leave with him when you return to the school. Third, immediately after your name comes out of the goblet, stand in place and give oath that you did not place your name in the goblet, nor did you ask or require anyone else to do it for you. Do not say you don't know who did it, because, of course, you do. Fourth, the morning after your name comes out, immediately after an early breakfast, go direct to Gringotts to be emancipated. As I've already mentioned, you can even set that up in advance. Use your invisibility cloak and use one of the secret pages out to Hogsmeade. Then flow to the alley. Fifth, find a lawyer to represent Sirius in a trial. The man deserves one, and use that lawyer to go after and litigate against those who libel you, Daphne Anna and Hermione Jean, and, yes, that includes Rita Grace Skeeter. However, you probably won't be able to organize one the morning you go to Gringotts because it will be a Sunday morning. John seemed to think about for a moment before he said, unless, of course, you ask the Potter account keeper at Gringotts to organize you a good one. Or organize one earlier, which is probably a better idea. Sixth, you can do this at any time, but I suggest you do it at different times, and start with Daphne Anna first. You need to initiate the soul bonds with Daphne Anna and Hermione Jean. All it takes is loves first. Sorry, asked Harry, still mainly confused. What, loves first, said John. That's how the bond starts to form. I tried Harry, but Hermione's ed me before. And, no, corrected John, she's given you a to your cheek. That's not loves first. It needs to be lips to lips, with somewhat, at least, open mouths. Harry tried again. But, why? John sighed and said, you know what the Dementors is, right? Harry nodded. In order for the Dementor to draw the soul out of its victim, it needs, pretty much, mouth-to-mouth contact, explained John. The most direct route to the soul is through the mouth. In the same way the Dementor needs to draw your soul out through your mouth, it's how two souls begin the soul bond. So, that's what's meant by loves first, and how the soul bond is initiated. It's why people who are beginning to fall in love usually start with the first intimate touch being they're instinctively looking for loves first. Understand? Harry nodded and said, yeah, when you say it like that, it makes sense, I guess. Seventh, said John, continuing on his list of tasks, go after all the Horcruxes except for the S in the ring. The ring's for Albus Wulfric to find. The S is last. Either Neville will be taking that out, or you can take it out sometime after Tom Marvolo's resurrection. Tell the goblins about Hufflepuff's cup in Bellatrix Druella's vault, and that it's a Horcrux. They'll deal with it. You know where the locket and the diadem are. So, get rid of them as soon as possible, and, before the resurrection. But why can't I? We, just destroy all the Horcruxes before the resurrection. Whined Harry. Can't I just destroy them all and have him pee on the next time he tries to jump bodies? John frowned back and said, Don't whine, Harry James. It's unbecoming. With a sigh he continued, the prophecy states you or he have to die by the other's hand, not pee on because you destroyed his soul anchors. To die he has to be alive. To be alive he has to be resurrected. Cum hoc, ergo propter hoc. John then leaned back over the document file before him and said, That's your first 7 tasks. There'll be more, and I and Hermione Jeans and Daphne Anna's Grim Reapers will be visiting the 3 of you, from time to time, as guardian angels to keep you apprised of what those tasks are. I am not letting you get into another UDE situation. Not on my watch. I will not lose my job, and end up back as baritone in the heavenly choir just because you won't stay alive. I'm almost tone deaf, for Peter's sake. John then lifted a thick document out of his document folder, quickly glanced over it, and placed it in front of Harry, the right way around for Harry to read. Then took a fountain pen off his desk tidy and placed it on the document. You need to sign in each of the highlighted areas, said John. Harry reached forward and picked up the documents, flicking through them. What are all these? He asked. The contract and forms, of course, said John. The contract is what we talked about. Then comes our internal forms. One's your acknowledgement you're on your 6th, and last, Uday. The next is your acknowledgement you're returning with your memories intact, and that you cannot speak about future events with anyone but Daphne Anna and Hermione Jean. The third grants us permission to lock away that future knowledge. The fourth is the application for the occlumency upgrade, complete with the knowledge of how to maintain it and modify it as needed. The fifth is the application for change of soul relationship status between you and Hermione Jean from soulmate to soul bond. The sixth is the same for Daphne Anna. The seventh is the application for special backstep status to the 1st of September 1994. The last one is your customer feedback form, that states I've done a good job in advising you of all this. Harry gave him a funny look, but John just looked back with a bland expression. He began to sign all the forms in the highlighted areas. When he was finished, he dropped the documents back onto the desk, with the pen on top, and asked, What now? John picked the documents up, checked through to make sure all forms were signed, placed them back in the document folder and closed it. Now, we go, and get you prepared for your return. While tucking the folder under his arm, he rose and said, Come with me. John led him out of the office, down a corridor and into various other rooms. In one, Harry had his occlumency shields installed, together with knowledge on how to maintain them. He went into what was called the soul's relationship room and had his soul relationship between he and the 2 girls upgraded. Next, in the memories room, the memories of his previous deaths were returned to him, then all his memories from the 1st of September 1994 until then, and the previous deaths, were locked behind his new occlumency shields. It was his job to push everything that happened from that time until he woke up behind the same shield. It was one he could get behind, but no one else. His memories of the tasks that awaited him were also organized so it was easy for him to recall them. It was also explained to him that, due to his Master Occlumen status, memory charms no longer worked on him. In the Room of Fates he was shown the incredibly large and in-depth tapestry through a window, where he saw Clotho, Lachesis and Atropos working on the Weaves of Lives. Another window showed a very large Hourgle that had about 90% of the sand still in the upper bulb. That's yours, said John, pointing to the Hourgle. Part of what is going to happen, in here, is that almost 4 years' worth of sand, each grain representing a day of your life, by the way, will be returned to the upper bulb. With a wry smile, John said, like sands through the Hourgle, so are the days of your life. When Harry didn't react, John seemed disappointed. Harry thought the man, angel, Grim Reaper, whatever, was just being weird. The reference was lost on him. Pointing to the 3 fates, John said, they're in the process of rejoining the strand of your life, which snapped before its time, back into the weave. They're also adding others back in, including Daphne, Anna, and Hermione Jean. The rest are the people you're going to save with this backstep. Who'll they be? Asked Harry. That would be telling, smiled John. The only one I can tell you about is Sirius Orion. One of your tasks includes saving his life. You do that, in part, by organizing that lawyer. Finally, he was led into the return room. There, he was shown to what looked like a 7-foot-tall inverted GL test tube with wires coming out of the top of it. There was a sliding door in the side of it. I thought I was going back with Hermione and Daphne. Asked Harry. Harry James, sighed John, you only have to arrive at near enough the same time. You don't have to be sent back at the same time. Oh, said Harry, feeling a little silly. Time travel, of course. Neither Hermione Jean, nor Daphne Anna have been sent back yet. However, you'll be arriving after both. John smiled at him and instructed, get in the tube and we can get you on your way. Harry stepped within and John stood holding the GL door open. Remember, he said, 7 main tasks, for now. And, I'll be paying you visits, every now and then, to keep you on the right path. When I do, I'll let you know if there are any changes to the overall plan you need to adopt. Yeah, said Harry, getting quite nervous. Thanks. John slid closed and latched the door. Harry noticed it appeared soundproof, as he couldn't hear what was going on outside of it. All he could do was watch, as the others in the room seemed to do something with a panel. Next thing he knew, John turned to look at him with a grin and waved. Then the bottom floor of the tube he was in seemed to fall and flip out of the way, and he dropped. Not expecting it, he exclaimed, "Oh, eat," Harry exclaimed, startled, and seeming to wake up. Snapping his eyes open with his heart hammering in his, Harry sat almost bolt upright. Harry, exclaimed Hermione, wide-eyed from where she was sitting next to him in the taxi. Harry quickly looked about. He was sitting in the middle in the back of a Muggle taxi weaving its way through London traffic. On his left was Hermione, on his right was Ron. Mrs. Weasley was sitting in the front, and had turned around to look at him, quite curiously. Sorry, he stammered. I think I was having a bit of a scary dream. It's gone now. Merlin, mate, said Ron, a little rattled. You near scared the life out of me. Well, as long as you're all right, dear, said Mrs. Weasley. She took another long look at him before she added, we're almost there. And turned back around in her seat. After a long look at Harry, Ron had turned to look back out the side window on his side, so Harry used the opportunity to lightly grasp Hermione's hand where it was resting on the seat between them. He gave it a light squeeze and turned to look at her. She was looking at him in both surprise and worry. And something else. Making sure neither Weasley was watching him, Harry leaned over and whispered in Hermione's ear. I'm back, he simply and quietly said. Pulling back, he looked for confirmation in Hermione's face. And he saw it, when she looked back at him with surprise and happiness. She gave his left hand a gentle, quick squeeze in return. Turning to look at his so-called best mate, Harry could feel the loyalty potion in his system make him want to tell the boy everything. His occlumency helped him out there. The remainder of the journey was uncomfortable, owing to how they were jammed in the back of the taxi with one of their trunks, the other two sticking out of the boot, and, owing to how both Harry and Hermione were feeling uncomfortable around the two Weasleys. Crookshanks had also taken quite a while to recover from the fireworks that had gone off earlier, as the twins' trunks were being loaded into their taxi. It also took Harry a few minutes to remember the taxi behind them carried Charlie, the twins and Ginny. By the time they entered London, Harry, Ron and Hermione were all severely scratched. They were very relieved to get out at King's Cross, even though the rain was coming down harder than ever, and they got soaked carrying their trunks across the busy road and into the station. Harry was very much used to getting onto platform 9 3/4 by now. It was a simple matter of walking straight through the apparently solid barrier dividing platforms 9 and 10. The only tricky part was doing this in an unobtrusive way, so as to avoid attracting Muggle attention. They did it in groups today. Harry, Hermione and Ron, the most conspicuous, since they were accompanied by Hedwig, Pigwidgeon and Crookshanks, went first. They leaned casually against the barrier, chatting unconcernedly, and slid sideways through it. As they did, Platform 9 3/4 materialized in front of them. The Hogwarts Express, a gleaming steam engine, was already there, clouds of steam billowing from it, through which the many Hogwarts students and parents on the platform appeared like dark ghosts. Pigwidgeon became noisier than ever in response to the hooting of many owls through the mist, while Hedwig remained quiet and aloof. The three then set off to board the train and find seats, and were soon stowing their luggage in a compartment halfway along the train. They then hopped back down onto the platform to say goodbye to Mrs. Weasley, Charlie and Bill. Bill had apparated direct to the platform. "I might be seeing you all sooner than you think," said Charlie, grinning, as he hugged Ginny goodbye. "Why?" Fred keenly asked. Of course, Harry and Hermione already knew but couldn't and wouldn't say anything. "You'll see," replied Charlie. "Just don't tell Percy I mentioned it. It's classified information, until such time as the Ministry sees fit to release it, after all." "Yeah, I sort of wish I were back at Hogwarts this year," said Bill, hands in his pockets, looking almost wistfully at the train. "Why?" George impatiently asked. "You're going to have an interesting year," replied Bill, his eyes twinkling. "I might even get time off to come and watch a bit of it." "A bit of what?" asked a clearly confused Ron. But, at that moment, the whistle blew, and Mrs. Weasley chivied them toward the train doors. "Thanks for having us to stay, Mrs. Weasley," said Hermione as they climbed on board, closed the door, and leaned out of the window to talk to her. "Yeah, thanks for everything, Mrs. Weasley," said Harry, though it grated on his nerves to do so. "Oh, it was my pleasure, dears," said Mrs. Weasley. "I'd invite you for Christmas, but, well, I expect you're all going to want to stay at Hogwarts, what with one thing and another." Of course, both Harry and Hermione knew what they weren't saying: the Triwizard Tournament and the Yule Ball. "Mum," said Ron irritably, "what do you three know that we don't?" "You'll find out this evening, I expect," said Mrs. Weasley, smiling. "It's going to be very exciting. Mind you, I'm very glad they've changed the rules." "What rules?" asked Ron, Fred, and George together. "I'm sure Professor Dumbledore will tell you. Now, behave, won't you? Won't you, Fred? And you, George?" The pistons hissed loudly and the train began to move. "Tell us what's happening at Hogwarts," Fred bellowed out of the window as Mrs. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie appeared to speed away from them. "What rules are they changing?" But Mrs. Weasley only smiled and waved. Before the train had rounded the corner, she, Bill, and Charlie had disapparated. Harry, Hermione and Ron went back to their compartment. The thick rain splattering the windows made it very difficult to see out of them. Ron undid his trunk, pulled out his maroon dress robes, and flung them over Pigwidgeon's cage to muffle his hooting. "Bagman wanted to tell us what's happening at Hogwarts," he said grumpily, sitting down on one of the bench seats. "At the World Cup, remember. But my own mother won't say." "Wonder what?" "Yeah, excuse me," said Harry interrupting. I need to go to the little boy's room, you know." He turned and left the compartment with a very direct look at Hermione, as he did. "Me, too," said Hermione. "The little girl's room, that is." And she quickly rose from where she'd just sat down, followed Harry out, and closed the compartment door behind her, as she did. Harry was just standing a little ways away. "Come on," he softly said, and led the way into the next carriage to the lavatories in that carriage. Hermione followed along. Quickly finding the boys' lavatories, Harry quickly glanced about to make sure they weren't being watched, and pushed Hermione inside, before following her in. As soon as he'd latched the door, Hermione threw her arms around his neck in a Hermy hug and cried, "Oh, God, Harry." With his own arms around her, Harry held her tight for a few moments. "How long have you been back?" he quietly asked. "When I woke up," she said. I also quietly watched under a notice-me-not charm as Mrs. Weasley dosed the both of us and Ron. It was in our teas. I didn't drink mine, but I knew you weren't back yet, and couldn't stop you from drinking yours." "That's all right," said Harry, moving to pull back so they were looking at each other. "My Grim Reaper, John, said that, as soon as I initiate the bond with either you or Daphne, the potions will be neutralized. Do you want to do me first?" she asked, a little bashful and blushing. "John suggested it'd be best if I initiate it with Daphne First, don't you agree? He asked. That way, it won't look so odd when you mouth to mouth, later. Nibbling on her lower lip in thought, which almost made Harry dive in right there in her. Hermione then said, "You're right. As your best friend, it won't look so odd for me to you on the lips after you've already established a soul bond with someone else." The reverse isn't true, though. Harry nodded. "Shall we go find Daphne, then?" She asked. "Do you want to establish the bond with her now?" "I was thinking in the entrance hall after everyone else had already gone in," replied Harry. "That way, it'll be quite public, but not so much. Thought of a way to explain the fact you, basically, snog each other in public." She grinned and asked. "Yeah," said Harry. "I explained to you towards the end of last year that I had feelings for Daphne, but didn't know how to do anything about it. You dared me to just walk up in her. Gryffindor's forward." "Yeah, nope," giggled the girl. "By rights, she should just slap you silly before hexing you into the next century. You leave it to us girls to figure out." Harry nodded and said, "In that case, we'd best go find her." They left Hedwig and Crookshanks in the compartment and prayed Ron wouldn't be stupid. Leaving the lavatory, Harry and Hermione headed towards the front of the train. Hermione led, as she had, at least, a basic acquaintance with Daphne through 4 years of ancient runes and arithmancy. They didn't have to go far. Daphne was sitting in a compartment with Tracy Davis and a couple of others. With Harry holding back and out of sight, Hermione knocked on the compartment door. A moment later, she opened it and asked, "Excuse me, Miss Greenger. Might I have a word in private?" Harry quickly made his way back to the lavatories in that carriage and, after checking they were both vacant, waited just outside. Turning back, he saw Daphne come out of her compartment and turn towards him. Her eyes suddenly widened, but she otherwise didn't allow her expression to change. Quickly, she headed for Harry. Harry quickly looked around and, not seeing anyone else, held the door to the ladies' lavatory, because it was larger, open, and ducked inside. Daphne and Hermione quickly joined him. Daphne didn't even wait for the door to close before she threw herself into Harry's arms and hugged him, similar to a Hermie hug. She was sobbing her heart out. That really surprised both Harry and Hermione. They didn't expect that sort of reaction from someone who didn't really even know Harry. "Wah?" asked Harry. "Miss Grey." Daphne. Are you all right? This is not the Ice Queen of Slytherin I was expecting." Pulling back and wiping her eyes with her blouse sleeve, Daphne replied, "Sorry. Do you know how I died?" "No," replied Harry, before looking at Hermione. Concerned, Hermione replied, "Me neither, I'm afraid." Still sniffling, but looking away, Daphne said, "I was altered. That way, you know." Hermione got it before Harry. "Oh, Daphne," she said, her voice full of compion. "We weren't told." Looking at Harry's expression, she said, "We were only told you died sometime during the battle." I think it was not," she sniffled. "I'm not sure, though. He never took his mask off. When he was done, you know. He just killed me," she tried to explain. "He never said a word. And just growled out the incantation of the killing curse, when he was finished with me." "God, Daphne," said Harry. "I'm so sorry that happened to you." "When did you come back, Daphne?" asked Hermione. "Harry came back during our taxi ride to the station, and I came back as I woke, this morning." "Sometime this morning," the Slytherin girl replied. "I woke up, screaming. My mum and dad came running into my bedroom, soon followed by Story, my little sister. It took a bit, for me, to just explain to them I'd had a nightmare." "While you have memories of that event, Daphne," said Harry, "I promise you, I won't let it happen this time around." The girl just nodded in his arms as she used a small, dainty handkerchief to clean her face. "I'm surprised you agreed with your Grim Reaper to upgrade our relationship, though," said Harry. "You know what it means, don't you?" She nodded and said, "She explained it to me, and I agree with it. It grants me protection. I don't think I would have agreed to come back without it." Looking Harry straight in the eye for the first time, she said, "You're a good man, Harry Potter. I've always known that. I guess that had to do with the soulmates thing." She also explained to me that, if you'd been sorted into Slytherin, as you were meant to be, we'd have been a couple long before now. Surprised, Harry said, I wondered how you were supposed to be one of my two soulmates, when you were in Slytherin and I was in Gryffindor. I didn't think to ask. She shrugged and, changing the subject, said, anyway, I have to get back to Tracy and the others, soon. I left her holding Midnight, my cat. What's so urgent we need to talk about this now? Establishing the bonds, said Harry. I was thinking of doing it, with you, as soon as we arrive at the castle. I had this whole plan in my head, but Hermione shot me down about it. Oh, she asked, curious, what was your plan? So, Harry explained it. With a snort, she said, Miss Grang. Hermione is right, it wouldn't have worked that way. However, I think I have a better idea. All right, said Harry, what's yours? Using a pretty poor excuse to need to talk to me, she said, turning and looking at Hermione with a wry smile, and against her better judgment. Hermione took me to this lavatory to allow you to explain to me how much you believe you're in love with me. Harry looked at her with not a little amusement. Daphne, with a final wipe of her nose, tucked her handkerchief up the sleeve of her blouse, sniffed and said, with that silly Gryffindor courage of leaping into trouble, without thinking, you did this. Suddenly, her two hands came up and grabbed Harry by either side of his head. As his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open a little in surprise, she pulled his head forward and down as she brought hers forward and up, tilted slightly to the side. Before Harry even fully realized what was going on, their lips met. As it dawned on him that Daphne was actually in him, her could see her eyes were closed. He closed his own and allowed the MC, and, to deepen. Oh, my, breathed Hermione. What neither Harry nor Daphne could see, was the bright silver aura that seemed to glow from their very skin and surround them both. As the aura faded away, the two separated and looked at each other in awe. Wow, Harry softly said. Yeah, wow, said Daphne, equally softly. As the two stood looking at each other, Hermione said, that was awesome. Harry suddenly felt like his insides were being ripped apart. He had fire in his veins and the urgent need to dry retch. He suddenly made a sharp little cry in pain, and his face scrunched in a rictus of sudden agony. Doubling over, he turned to the toilet bowl and dry heaved over it. He couldn't even cry out in further pain due to the heaves. His whole body suddenly felt as if he was burning up, and he broke out in an instant sweat. After it finally ped, he still stood there, leaning over the bowl, one hand ching himself against the back wall. He hadn't noticed either girl had come up on either side of him to steady him as his body reacted to the potions unknowingly consumed that morning. Oh, God, he said, when he was finally able to in a large enough lungful of air. What's happening? Asked Daphne, quite worried. Molly Weasley dosed him, this morning, with a love potion keyed to Ginny and a loyalty potion keyed to Ron, said Hermione. I take it your Grim Reaper didn't tell you about Molly Weasley and her potions. Yes, but I didn't hear about this, Daphne replied. What do potions have to do with this? That was his body rejecting the potions she gave him, replied Hermione. With the first soul bond initiated, the soul bond magic just destroyed the potion's effects in his body. Harry took another couple of lungfuls of air as she spoke, before he finally stood up, turned and nodded to Daphne. She's right, he said. My Grim Reaper told me it was going to happen. I just didn't know how bad it was going to be. Shaking herself out of her slightly stunned reaction, Daphne gathered herself and said, all right, Hermione. Your turn. What? Asked Hermione, quite surprised. Daphne said again. It's no one's business but our own as to what led to me ing Harry, and then you. If we stick with that, there's nothing anyone can say about it. Simple and straightforward, said Hermione. With a firm nod, she said, all right, my turn. Daphne stepped back and allowed Hermione to step into Harry's arms. Let's see how successful I was in avoiding the Potion Queen's dosing of me. This time, Harry was better prepared for that, and also made sure Hermione had a straight path to the bowl. Again, Harry felt the contact and the sheer happiness he felt from ing Daphne. And, this time, it was Daphne who was witness to the glowing silver aura. After the aura faded, Hermione stepped a little to the side to allow Daphne to step back in and join them. Harry found himself cuddling a witch with either arm. Still slightly stunned, he softly said, "Double wow." Both girls giggled as they each snuggled in. Hermione said, "It looks like I was able to completely avoid Molly's potions." "Good," said Harry. "At least, it was only one of us who had to go through that." Knowing friends would soon start to come looking them, Daphne cast a minor glamour on herself to hide the fact she'd been crying before she went back to her compartment and told Tracy she was going to join Hermione in another compartment to go over their summer homework for both ancient runes and arithmancy. She then grabbed her robes out of trunk and told Tracy she'd see her at Hogsmeade. Confused, Tracy didn't argue. She just said, "Be safe. Don't let yourself be alone in a compartment with Malfoy." Daphne smiled back and said, "Don't worry, I won't." Harry and Hermione went back to their compartment where Ron and Ginny were getting worried about them and told them both they were going to join a few others and go over ancient runes and arithmancy homework. Ron then tried to invite himself. "Oh, good," he said. "I need someone to go over my homework for me." Hermione immediately cut him off and said, "No, Ron. I'm working on ancient runes and arithmancy only. If you had homework to do, you should have done it." And, with that, she firmly closed the compartment door. For the rest of the trip, Harry and Hermione joined Daphne in another compartment where they immediately cast Notice Me Not wards on the entire compartment, especially the door and the whole inner wall. Then they just talked to one another. "Okay," breathed Harry. "What do we do now?" "We plan," said Daphne. For the rest of the trip, Daphne went through what would happen when they arrived. For example, neither Harry nor Hermione knew that they should expect owls with notices informing them their soul bond would have been picked up by both the Ministries and Gringotts's magical detection nets. "So, we can expect owls to be waiting for us?" asked Harry. With a nod, Daphne said, "Exactly. Hermione and I will have 2, and you'll have 4. Maybe. As a result of the bonding, we're also entitled to a private apartment. Normally, that's a 2-bedroom apartment. One for each of the 2 in the bond. For us, it'll have to be 3 bedrooms." Hermione sighed and said, "For a second, there, I expected you to say we'd be expected to sleep together." Daphne smiled and said, "Though, it is expected, just not yet. The soul bond means we will get married. And, because it's a 3-way soul bond, it's accepted it will be a 3-way marriage. Even the Ministry cannot overturn that. Magic, or, in our case, heaven, has already ruled in our favor. It's also illegal for anyone to attempt to interfere with a soul bond. The ramifications are severe, in the least. I don't think that's going to stop the Potions Queen," said Hermione. "She has her plan she's been working on for 13 years, almost." "Let her try," Daphne firmly said. "If we, or anyone else, can catch her out trying to potion any of us through the 2 red-headed demons, we can bring the law down on her head." Turning to Harry, she said, "So, your name comes out of the Goblet of Fire. And, I've been told, we have to let that happen." Harry nodded. "Nor, can we act against the mongrel that did it." "No," she said, "but, I need to step you through how to make the magical oath that it wasn't you, or that you didn't organize for anyone else to do it for you. We're going to need to be very careful with the wording." "Yeah," nodded Harry. "That's what John, my Grim Reaper, told me." "When do we go after the Horcruxes?" asked Hermione. "As soon as we can and after my name comes out of the goblet," replied Harry. "We can get and destroy the diadem immediately because it's in the room of requirement. When my name comes out, the very next morning, I'm to head to Gringotts to ensure my emancipation goes through, to alert them to the presence of a Horcrux in the Lestrange vault, and see if I can get them to organize a lawyer for me and Sirius if we don't do it earlier. This time, Sirius will not end up being knocked through the veil, and Skeeter will not get away with slandering me, or you, through the Daily Prophet, or Witch Weekly. So, we're not waiting for Professor Dumbledore to get off his duff and get it done, then," said Hermione. "We know he won't, Hermione," sighed Harry. "I know," she sadly said. "Dumbledore is not to be trusted," said Daphne. "Least, that's what both my mum and dad told me. He's too tricky. He always has his little plans and machinations going on. And he rarely, if ever, tells anyone what he's up to." "We know," said Harry. "John told me I have to let him die. For that to happen, Dumbledore has to go after the Ring Horcrux no later than late June next year." Frankly, I don't have a problem with that. Actually, I'd like to convince him to go after it earlier. Giving himself a little bit of shake, Harry went on, by then, though, the only Horcruxes that'll be still out there will be the ring and Nagini. Nagini? Asked Daphne. Riddle's familiar, said Hermione. A big, oversized, venomous, black and green S. He used the murder of a ministry employee, Bertha Jerkins, to turn the S into a living Horcrux. Thinking a bit, Hermione said, that would have happened by now. So, Nagini would now be a Horcrux. Hang on, said Harry. I remember Nagini is sent to the ministry, on her own, to scope out the Department of Mysteries, just before Christmas. She attacks Mr. Weasley. Hermione frowned and did the little biting of the bottom lip she always did when she was furiously thinking. That's next year, Harry, she said. If I remember correctly, it was late at night on the 18th of December. Looking a little startled, she softly exclaimed, how did I remember that? That's the occlumency, Hermione, said Daphne. Your mind is more ordered now. Especially, that part of future knowledge they locked away. So, any other time when we know where Nagini is going to be, and away from Riddle? Asked Harry. No, I don't think so, Hermione sighed. Anything else we can do that's not necessarily one of the primary tasks? Asked Daphne. Yes, Harry firmly said. The bullying of Luna by the majority of her house. She's being bullied? Asked Daphne. Yes, replied Hermione. They pick on her, and they're really horrid to her, because she doesn't fit with what they think is normal. Harry took it up from there. They steal and hide her clothes. What they don't steal they often put things like itching powder within, destroy her homework before she can submit it, lock her out of the Ravenclaw Tower, stuff like that. That's, exclaimed Daphne. That's, no. We fix that, she firmly said. Yes, said Hermione, just as firmly. But, how? Asked Harry. We'll figure it out, said Daphne. We don't have to know the answer to that, right now. After they talked and got to know each other a lot better, Hermione finally said, time to get changed. We'll be there, soon. Harry nodded and stood up. I'll wait outside for you, he said. As he started to head to the door, Daphne and Hermione looked each other, and seemed to come to an agreement. Harry, stay, said Daphne. Confused, Harry turned to look at her and asked, you want me to get changed first? No, Harry, said Hermione. We're bonded. Please, stay. Harry looked confused for a moment or two before his eyes widened in shock. He looked at the pair of them and said, you want me stay while you get changed? And blushed bright red before looking like he wanted nothing more than to run for it. Hermione grinned and said, we're going to be married, Harry. The three of us. But, he tried. If you want, you can turn around, said Daphne, taking some pity on him. So, Harry stood up close and facing the door while the two girls changed. When they were done and said they were ready, he turned back around again. Both girls just grinned at him. Your turn, said Hermione. Harry moved over to his robes and looked like he was waiting. Are you going to turn around? With a smirk, Daphne asked, do you want us to? Blushing crimson again, Harry took a couple of deep breaths before he said, no. Yes, no. Not, if you don't want to. Taking another deep breath he thought, it's all right, Harry. Just pretend they're not there. Turning his back to them, at least, mostly his back, he stripped off, starting with above the waist. He then pulled on his shirt and tie but, as he didn't bring his jumper with him due to the heat, he wasn't wearing it under his robes. Hesitating a moment he thought to himself, they're not there. They're not there. They're being real quiet for me. They're not there. He kicked off his shoes, then used his big toe on the opposite foot to kick his socks off. Taking a deep breath he then undid his belt and allowed his oversized pants to drop to the floor, before kicking them off. They were so large, he didn't even need to undo the button at the waist, let alone the zip. He then reached for his school pants and pulled them on, pulling up the zip and buttoning the top button. Then threaded the belt through the loops, before do that up, too. All the time, he was running through his mantra, they're not there. You're alone. There's no one else here. Once his belt was done up, He breathed a huge sigh of relief. Then bent over and picked up his discarded clothes, before dumping them in a pile on the bench seat next to him. He then sat down and proceeded to pull his school socks and shoes onto his feet. As he did so, he turned to look at the two girls. They were both smiling back at him. "I didn't take you for a boxer's man, Harry," said Hermione, her cheeks a little pink as she smiled at him. "I think it suits him," said Daphne, her cheeks also a little pink. Harry tried hard not to blush, and failed again, and focused on getting his shoes and socks on and done up. "Yeah, well," he muttered. He didn't look at either of them. Standing up, he then pulled his robe over the top and settled it about himself. "How do I look?" he asked them. "Like a Gryffindor," said Daphne, while Hermione said, "You look very nice, Harry. But I wish you'd make a greater effort in making sure your tie was straight and done up properly." Harry sighed and complied. At least, he hoped he'd done a better job of it. "We need to get this stuff," he said, gesturing at their piles of civilian clothes back and into our trunks. Daphne smiled and said, "Leave them with me. I'll put them into my trunk." Then she shrunk the 3 piles and stuffed the lot into one of her pockets. "I kinda forgot about that," he said with a sigh. "Just because we're not supposed to know the spells, doesn't mean we can't do them in private." "You need to let your inner Slytherin out," said Daphne. "Both of you. We need to be very good at pretending we don't know the material, from this point on, but it doesn't mean we can afford to forget any of it. Once in our apartment, I intend to put up sufficient wards to stop us being spied upon." "We can help with that," said Hermione. "Harry and I both got a lot of experience setting up wards while we were on the run." As the train was slowing down to pull into Hogsmeade Station, the 3 began to pull down the wards ready to disembark. "Malfoy didn't come and annoy us this trip," Harry said to Hermione. "Notice me not ward, Harry," she replied. "He did walk past a couple of times, though. I think he was probably looking for us." "Something you're going to need to work on, Potter," said Daphne. "Your temper. You cannot afford to lose your temper with Malfoy and his goon squad anymore." "Back to last names, are we?" asked Harry, more amused than offended. Daphne blushed and said, "Sorry. That's going to take some getting used to." "It's all right," said Harry. "Those owls should be waiting for us when we get to the Great Hall. After that, it no longer matters." Just before the train arrived, Daphne led the other 2 back to the compartment she shared with Tracy and a couple others. "Trace," she said, after opening the door. "We're having guests for the few moments left." "Oh?" asked her brunette-haired friend. Looking back, Daphne said, "I'll explain during the sorting and feast. For now, please, just go along with this." As Daphne walked across to pull her trunk and pet carrier from under the seats, Tracy could see past her to who these 2 short-term guests were. When her eyes lit on Harry and Hermione, they widened for a moment in apparent shock. However, she didn't say anything. Daphne pulled her trunk out, opened it, and dumped in the combined clothing of herself, Hermione and Harry. Hesitating a moment, she pulled out a small bag of owl treats and dropped them into her pocket, before she slammed the lid shut again and locked it. Then she pushed the trunk back under the seat. Watching her friend, in some amusement, Daphne said, "Yes, Harry Potter. Golden Boy Extraordinaire, and Hermione Granger." Amused himself, Harry smiled and twinkled his fingers at her as a wave hello. Clearly, Hermione saw him do it because, the next thing he knew, he was copping an elbow to the ribs. "Behave, Harry," she half growled at him. Neither entered as the train had already slowed down before coming to a stop. Daphne placed her white cat, Midnight, back in the pet carrier as she murmured gently to the feline. "Sorry, Midnight, I'll see you later tonight." Then, closing the cat inside, she slipped the pet carrier back under the seat. Managing to avoid the Weasleys, Harry and Hermione joined Daphne, Tracy and the other 2 who shared the compartment for the ride in the carriage to the castle. That wasn't easy to organize as they could see, through the crowds, both Ron and Ginny looking for them. Harry immediately cast a rain-repelling charm over the top of them all. "Repello Imber," he incanted. The other 3, Harry was sure he remembered 2 of them from his year in Slytherin, but couldn't remember their names. Daphne pulled Harry out of his befuddlement by introducing them. "Harry, Hermione, This is Tracy Davis, Blaise Zabini and Horace Urquhart. Horace is in the year above us. Davis was quite the attractive young witch, who now looked much better since she lost the glees she used to wear right through to the end of second year. Zabini was a tall, slender, dark-skinned boy, who just looked at the pair of them with interest. And Urquhart softly smiled back with a slight nod. None of the three seemed to be bothered about Harry and Hermione riding in their carriage with them. If anything, they seemed amused by it. "Not upset about riding with filthy SS, Potter?" asked Tracy, quite amused. "Nope," Harry replied with a shrug. "For a start, my name's not Weasley. Second, the only Slytherins I really don't like are Malfoy and his two buddies, and Parkinson. I don't have a problem with many others." Hesitating a moment, he said, "As long as they're not bigots, don't intend to don a white mask and or get a magical tattoo on the right forearm, I really don't care, to be honest." Zabini looked back as if he was trying to hide that he was clearly amused by what Harry said. "And yet you allow Weasley to hang around you?" "Yeah, well, not for much longer," Harry sighed. "You'll see what I mean, soon enough." With a small smile of her own, Daphne looked at Zabini and said, "Don't worry, Blaise. He's not joking. You'll see very soon what Harry's talking about." "Harry?" asked Tracy, snapping a surprised look at her friend. "Yes, Trace, Harry," replied Daphne. Tracy just gave a very penetrating look right back at friend that promised Daphne would be getting a grilling about that very soon. When the carriage finally stopped at the castle, Harry climbed down first, before offering his arm to ease Hermione, Daphne and Tracy down. Tracy looked surprised at the gesture. "Are we ready for this?" he asked both Daphne and Hermione. "Yes," both replied, with Daphne adding, "Definitely." Harry escorted both witches in through the front doors, turned and led them into the great hall before they split to their own tables. As Harry led Hermione to the Gryffindor table and around to the wall side, both deliberately ignored Ron trying to wave them over and chose to sit further down. They also made sure to sit between two others, so neither Weasley could try and shift seat to sit next to them. "Well, that avoids possible dosing attempts tonight," Hermione muttered to Harry. "After supposedly being dosed this morning?" asked Harry, with a slight frown. "True," replied Hermione, acknowledging Harry's point. "I suppose it is a little soon. I'm going to have to look up the potions and see just how often the dosings should occur. I can't see the potions queen telling Ron or Ginny to do it more often than that." "That we've avoided sitting with either of them might tell them different," Harry muttered back. With a shrug, Hermione said, "First thing in the morning, I hit the Leary." Just then a small flock of owls flew in through the owl windows near the peak of the ceiling. Harry's first clue they'd come in was seeing a couple of students nearby opposite looking up in surprise. Casting his own eyes towards the ceiling, he waited as six seemed to head right for him and Hermione, approaching in a stooping glide. The other two headed to the other side of the room. Prepared, he had a few owl treats in his pocket that Daphne had handed to him on the train, after she collected them from her trunk. The owls caused a bit of surprised comment from other students. Owls normally only arrived immediately after breakfast, each morning. So, these arriving at this time of night, surprised most. Harry and Hermione quickly divested the owls of their letters and allowed each to take an owl treat before they flew off again. As Daphne intimated earlier, there were 4 for Harry and 2 for Hermione. As the letters were removed, Hermione was making sure others would not be picking them up to see what they were. Opening one of the ministry letters, Harry was about to read it when he heard the voice of Dumbledore from opposite. "It is most unusual to receive correspondence at this time of day, young Harry." Clearly, the headmaster had come down to find out why Harry had received owl mail at such an odd time. Harry folded the letter back over and turned to see the headmaster standing behind those sitting opposite. He said, "I'm aware of that, sir. May I ask who it's from?" The old man asked. "As I haven't had opportunity yet to read it, sir, all I can tell you is that it's from the ministry," Harry replied. "Of course, dear boy," said Dumbledore. "By all means, go ahead and read it." "Thank you, sir," said Harry. He then unfolded the letter and read, ~~ Ministry of Magic, Office of Births, Deaths and Marriages. To Mr. Harry James Potter. Mr. Potter, we at the ministry offer you and Miss Daphne Anna Greenger our congratulations on the forming of your soul bond, late this morning, at 11:23 a.m. As you are both underage and still studying at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, please inform your heads of house for both yourself and Miss Granger of this wonderful news, so that alternate accommodation can be immediately arranged, as per ministerial law. Once again, you have our congratulations. Yours in magic, Francis Weatherby, tilde. Looking up at Dumbledore, who appeared to be patiently waiting for Harry to tell him what was in the letter, Harry folded the letter back up and said, "Sir, I'll need to talk with Professor McGonagall, in private, about this at her first available opportunity, tonight. For the time being, it is a confidential matter for her ears, sir." He then placed the other mail into an inside pocket of his robes. Dumbledore frowned a bit and said, "Very well. I shall arrange for her to meet us in my office directly after the feast." Harry shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, sir, I don't think you understood. I meant I need to speak with Professor McGonagall as a matter of urgency. Perhaps immediately after the sorting while you're giving your announcements would be best. We could simply duck out to the antechamber where the new first years are currently gathering. It shouldn't be more than a few minutes, sir." With a frown, Dumbledore said, "Very well. However, that is only one item of mail, Harry." "Yes, sir, it was," said Harry, not reaching to draw the other items out. Dumbledore hesitated a few moments. When he saw that Harry wasn't going to open the other mail, he frowned again before heading back to the head table. Once Harry was satisfied Dumbledore was gone, he reached in and drew forth the other ministry letter. Opening that under the table, he read it. tilde, Ministry of Magic, Office of Births, Deaths and Marriages. To Mr. Harry James Potter. Mr. Potter, we at the Ministry offer you and Miss Hermione Jean Granger our congratulations on the forming of your soul bond, late this morning, at 11:25 a.m. As you are both underage and still studying at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, please inform your heads of house for both yourself and Miss Granger of this wonderful news, so that alternate accommodation can be immediately arranged, as per ministerial law. Once again, you have our congratulations. Yours in magic, Francis Weatherby, tilde. He quickly refolded that letter and stuffed it into its envelope. Putting it back into his pocket, he drew forth one of the ones from Gringotts. tilde, Gringotts, Office of Inheritance and Marriage. Mr. Harry James Potter, Gringotts congratulates both you and Miss Hermione Jean Granger on the forming of your soul bond at 11:25 a.m. this morning. If you wish to have Miss Granger added to the access list for your vaults, you will need to see your account manager, Sharp Claw, at your earliest opportunity. Yours in business, Blockrig, tilde. Refolding the letter and putting it back into its envelope, Harry repocketed it. Turning to Hermione, he saw her pocketing her own letters. She turned and looked at him with a smile. Looking across the tables to Slytherin, he could not see the expression on Daphne's face through the crowds. "I've already caught her eye, Harry," Hermione said, sotto voce. She gave me a nod back. In the same voice, Harry said, "Anyone, besides the headmaster, on the top table notice we three all received mail?" "Everyone did, Harry," Hermione replied with a smile. "Professor Snape doesn't look too happy. I think he might know what's going on." "Maybe," said Harry, "that there are three of us that received mail, he might not." Professor McGonagall led the new first years in through the doors. As she did, many were looking around with the same looks of awe Harry remembered on his own face, and from the sorting last year when he watched last year's crop of ickle firsties being sorted. The sorting hat sang its little song, everyone clapped, and Professor McGonagall began to call up each of the little ones, one at a time, to be sorted. Once she was done, she was in the middle of rolling up the parchment from which she called the names when Harry rose to approach her. Before he got there, though, Dumbledore had already called him to her attention. Looking at Harry with a frown, the professor asked, "Mr. Potter, the headmaster has informed me you have a most urgent matter you need to discuss with me." "Yes, Professor, I do," he replied. "It's a confidential matter, Professor. Perhaps we can go into the entrance hall to discuss it." "Very well, Mr. Potter," she sighed, a little annoyed. While they'd been talking, Daphne had also approached Professor Snape. He, also, appeared annoyed. Professor McGonagall started to head to the main doors as Hermione joined Harry. He turned to see Daphne hurrying across, as Professor Snape came around the end of the head table to join them. Once out in the entrance hall, Professor McGonagall spun about and asked, "What is so urgent it interrupted the start of the feast, Mr. Potter?" Harry reached into his inside robe pocket and withdrew the 4 letters as first Hermione, and then Daphne, joined him. Professor Snape was only a few steps behind. "I take it this applies to the 3 of you?" asked the professor, looking at all 3 teens. With a firm nod, Harry replied, "It does, Professor." And he handed all 4 letters to her. Daphne offered hers to Professor Snape. As the professors read, Harry and the other 2 watched their expressions. Professor McGonagall first looked surprised, and then flat-out shocked. Professor Snape looked just plain angry. The first to respond, Professor Snape snarled, "What is the meaning of this, Potter? How did this come to page?" Before Harry could say anything, Daphne said right back in a cold voice, "I believe that is none of your concern, Professor. You have been dutifully informed, as I was required to do. It is not your place to question it, and it was rude of you to do so." "Professor Snape," exclaimed Professor McGonagall, "you know better than that." Snape didn't even bother to apologize. But, at least he didn't throw out any further taunts or insults. Looking back at Harry, Professor McGonagall asked, "So, you're going to be wanting an apartment with 3 bedrooms, then?" "Of course, Professor," Harry replied. "I'm led to believe that is the normal course of events." "It is," she said, with a firm nod. "I shall arrange it and have it ready for you for immediately after the headmaster's announcements at the end of the feast. I'll then escort the 3 of you to it, myself. Now, have you agreed as to whether it will be near the Slytherin or Gryffindor dorms?" Harry looked at the other 2 for answers. Daphne said, "If it must be one or the other, then it should be Gryffindor. But, is there not an apartment that could be somewhat central to the 2? With a firm nod, Professor McGonagall replied, "I shall find out. However, if there's not, I shall have one near the Gryffindor common room entrance organized for you. Based on this, all 3 of you can also ask for a resorting." Again, Harry looked to the others. Daphne firmly said, "No, I don't think that will be necessary at this time, Professor. At least, not yet." To which both Harry and Hermione shook their heads. "Very," she began, just as the sound of someone walking in through the main doors was heard. They all spun to the sound. From Harry's and the other 2's perspective, they'd already been anticipating this person's arrival. It was Barty Crouch Jr., polyjuiced as Alistair Moody. "Hello, Alistair," said Professor McGonagall. She then indicated the doors back into the Great Hall and said, "Go on in." The fake Moody looked at all 5 of them before giving a grunt and walking in through the doors to the Great Hall. After watching the man enter the Great Hall, Harry turned back to Professor McGonagall with a look indicating he was wondering what was going on. "That was your new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Alistair Moody," she said. Giving herself a little shake, she continued, "Now, I'll have the apartment organized for you, as you wished, ready for immediately after the headmaster's announcements at the end of the feast. However, I'm sure the headmaster is going to want to see you, immediately after the feast, to discuss this matter with you, anyway." "I'm sure he will, Professor," said Harry. "He does seem to have a, shall we say, beyond the norm interest in me." "Mr. Potter," said the professor, apparently scandalized. "What are you implying?" "I'm implying nothing, Professor," said Harry. "I'm stating a clear fact that cannot be dissented." The Transfiguration professor looked back at Harry for a few moments, clearly wondering what was going on, before she gave a firm nod and said, "Since I'll be needing to escort you to your apartment afterwards, if the headmaster does call you to his office after the feast, I shall be joining you." "As you should, as Harry's head of house at any time he's called to the headmaster's office, Professor," said Daphne, cutting in. The professor looked back with a frown before she said, "Now, I believe it's time for us to rejoin the body in the Great Hall." And she gestured for everyone to precede her back inside. Returning to their seats, the feast had already begun. Before he started eating, or allowed Hermione to do so, Harry asked the young elves sitting opposite, "Did anyone do anything to our food, cutlery, crockery or cups while we were away?" She simply looked back and shook her head. Harry said, "Thank you," then began to load his plate. As he did so, he looked to Hermione and said, in the same voice they'd been using earlier, something else to think about researching, detection spells for potions and poisons. Hermione nodded back. Harry looked up at the head table to see Professor McGonagall in earnest conversation with the headmaster, and grunted in annoyance before sighing. "What's wrong, Harry?" asked Hermione. "The headmaster," he replied. "He just can't keep his beak out of ours now, business." "He's the headmaster, Harry," she said, a little annoyed. At whom, Harry didn't know. "He needs to know." With a sigh, Harry said, "I guess you're right, on this matter. But I'm not going to put up with him, this time, interfering with my life. I've had enough." Hermione could only sadly nod in return. After the feast, with its expected announcement of Fake Moody as the new Dada professor, the hosting of the Tri-Wizard tournament and the cancellation of the school year's Quidditch competition, Harry didn't get the expected summons. However, he had to wait until he and Hermione were joined by both Daphne and Professor McGonagall for the escort to their new apartment. "Ready, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Miss Greenger?" she asked. "Yes, Professor," all three replied. She then led them from the hall. As they were walking up the steps of the grand staircase, Harry asked her, "Excuse me, Professor. But, how were you able to organize this while we were all in the Great Hall for the feast?" "The castle's house elves, Mr. Potter," she replied. "I merely informed them of the need, and they organized the rest. They reported back to me during the headmaster's announcements when they were ready, and where they could be found." "Ah," said Harry. "Thank you." She merely gave a slight nod in return as she kept walking. "The elves also informed me they could only allow the use of the apartments near the Gryffindor dorms, so that's where we're heading now." She led them all the way up to the 7th floor and headed across to the Gryffindor Tower. Turning aside from the portrait of the fat lady, she led them down a side corridor, before coming to a stop in front of a portrait of another lady. "Hello, Priscilla," McGonagall said to the portrait. "Professor," the portrait replied. The portrait looked to Harry, Hermione and Daphne and asked, "I take it these three, behind you, are my new charges?" "They are," said the professor. The portrait gave a nod and swung open. Professor McGonagall led the three of them inside. Stepping into the room and clear of the door, Harry took a look around. The professor said, "This is your combined common room. Through each one of those doors is each of your bedrooms. You also each have a private attached bathroom." She turned to face the three of them. "When I leave here, you'll need to give Priscilla, the lady in the portrait, a P-word for you to be able to get back in. While, by law, you're allowed your own apartment to settle the bond, I expect the three of you to be on your best behavior. I expect you to obey the rules regarding curfew, and all the rest. You're allowed guests, but they must be gone, with plenty of time to return to their own common rooms, before curfew. You're also not to hide yourselves away in here. You're still members of your own houses and are expected to be part of those houses. However, that does not mean you cannot study nor do homework in here. Am I clear?" "Yes, Professor," all three replied. With yet another firm nod, she said, "Good. I expect all three of you to be down at the Great Hall for breakfast, no later than 8 a.m., to receive your CL schedules." A final look at the three of them and she let herself out with one final word. "Good night," she said. As the door closed, Harry turned to the three and said, "Well, I guess we should find out whose room is whose." Hermione was about to say something back, when Daphne held her finger to her lips in the click-shushing gesture. Both Hermione and Harry waited, wondering what was going on, and watched as Daphne drew her wand and muttered a few incantations about the room. Hermione's eyes widened in recognition of what she was doing, and drew her own wand and wandered about the room muttering similar incantations. Harry just stood there and curiously watched the two of them. It took him a short while to recognize they were casting detection charms. As they appeared to be finished with the common room, he watched as they entered each bedroom, one at a time. After they were done, both girls met Harry back in their common room. "Well?" he asked. "Nothing," said Hermione. Daphne shook her head. "Nothing we can spot," she corrected. "However, it's early days, yet. Now, P-word, any ideas?" Harry snorted and said, "I was thinking something along the lines of, keep your nose out of it, Dumbledore. A bit too obvious, don't you think?" Daphne mock scowled. Then her face changed to one of thought. What about double HD? She suggested. Hermione said, I like it. And it's not something someone is likely to say by a lucky guess. Harry nodded and asked, so, who wants to go and set it? Both girls just looked back at him with almost matching smirks. With a sigh he said, I guess I'll go. Thank you, Harry, both girls said as he turned and walked back to the door. After surreptitiously casting a reveal charm in the corridor, and making sure no one was close enough to listen in, Harry said the P word with Priscilla, and re-entered the common room. He was just in time to watch both girls put up wards and the like. Is that safe? He asked them. What if Dumbledore comes poking around and sees all this? We'll just tell him we got a 7th year to put them up for us, replied Daphne. And, I promise not to tell who. Once both girls were happy with the wards and charms they put up, Harry asked, okay, which room is whose? Indicating to Harry's left, as he was looking from the door, Daphne said, those two, over there, are mine and Hermione's. She then indicated the one to Harry's right, and that one's yours. Hermione said, our trunks are already in our rooms, as is Crookshanks and Midnight. As they all looked at each other, wondering what to do next, Harry said, well, I've got a full tummy from the feast, and I'm tired. We'll think better tomorrow. For now, I'm going to bed. Just as he was about to head to his room, Daphne said, I should send my parents a letter to let them know about the soul bond. You can't do it tomorrow? Asked Hermione. Daphne thought for a few moments before she sighed and said, that'd be for the best, I think. Like Harry, I'm just too tired, tonight. I'll need to send a letter to my parents, too, said Hermione. I've no idea what I'm going to tell them about all this, you know. We'll figure it out, together, said Daphne. For now, good night. Harry said good night to both as he walked into his room and closed the door. When all three rose, the next morning, by unspoken agreement, they waited for each other in their common room. Harry had also renamed it their living room, due to the connotations of it being a dorm, of sorts. Well, asked Daphne, do we go down to the Great Hall and sit together, or apart? We can do that, asked a very surprised Hermione. Sit together, I mean. It also surprised Harry. Yes, actually, replied Daphne. Due to the nature of our bond, we can sit together. Actually, it's supposed to even be encouraged. Then let's use this as a way to get rid of a couple of Weasleys out of our lives, now, rather than later, said Harry. Are you up to sitting at the Gryffindor table, Daphne? You'll be facing some short-term abuse, if you do. With a firm nod, she replied, yes. We're 17, irrespective of our physical ages. We can do this. Books, said Harry. If I remember correctly, I've got herbology and comc before lunch, and double divination after it. Knowing what I know now, I'm dropping divination. I'll use the time. Hold it right there, Mr. Potter, Daphne interrupted. Why drop divination? I can use the time to self-study ancient runes, or, I was thinking of joining the 3rd year CL for that subject, which is on at that time, explained Harry. I'll have to run it past McGonagall first, though. I'm glad to see you're taking a more active role in your studies, Harry, said a pleased but worried Hermione. But, won't that interfere with the timeline? The timeline's already a bust with our soul bond, said Daphne. And, Harry's right, if he can better himself at ancient runes, it should pay off for us later. I can owl Mother and have her send my last year's ancient runes text for Harry to use. But, won't there be questions asked? Asked Hermione. Of course, replied Daphne. But, now that we know we're bonded to Harry, Harry can just say his future wives demanded it of him. And our occlumency? Asked Harry. I've been practicing occlumency since before I came to Hogwarts, replied Daphne. As for you, too. You say you know nothing about it. If anyone pushes, we hint it may have something to do with the bond. Let them make the illogical leaps to a conclusion we want. Besides, the only ones who could ask, really can't anyway. For anyone to know we have strong occlumency shields, they have to come at us with legilimency. And, that's illegal to perform on minors without parental consent, in advance. Therefore, if they ask about it, they've admitted to committing a crime. So, we say nothing. And don't let yourselves be drawn into a situation where you admit to it. Harry and Hermione both nodded. Harry said, "That's workable. Admit nothing. Don't volunteer anything, let them guess." "But, what if the headmaster asks?" asked Hermione, fretful. "You need to get over your near-hero worship of the man, Hermione." Daphne frowned at her. "You know what that man's foolishness cost our world. He is not a help, he's a hindrance." Hermione sadly nodded. "It's just," and she shrugged. "It's hard, I know," said Harry, cutting in. "I respected him almost as much as you did, Hermione. However, just as with you, my eyes have been opened to his machinations. He must not know we're from the future. If he finds out, he will do his absolute damnedest to pump us for information, and be unrelenting in that pursuit. We'll be watched, closer than ever before. He will firmly be in our way. Be resolute should be our new motto," said Daphne. When she saw the other two nod and set themselves clearly to their purpose, she said, "Now, let's go down to breakfast. Remember, we're 14-year-olds, again." Gathering the books they needed for their clees, the three made their way downstairs. Walking into the great hall, side by side, it seemed as if the rumor mill had already been running rampant. As soon as they stepped in through the doors, nearly all eyes turned their way. Harry escorted both ladies around to the other side of the Gryffindor table and up along the wall. They took seat near where Harry and Hermione had sat the previous evening. This time, Hermione sat on his right and Daphne sat on his left. After first looking at the curiosity of a Slytherin sitting at the Gryffindor table, talk around the other tables went back to whatever they were talking about before the three walked in. It was Neville who first approached them. Walking up from where he was about to sit when he walked in, Neville approached and asked, "Harry, why are you sitting next to a Slytherin at our table?" "Because she sat next to me, Neville," replied Harry with a slight smile. "Instead of talking about her as if she's not here, why don't you ask her, yourself?" Neville blushed. Harry didn't know if it was from emberment for his social gaffe, or that he'd have to talk directly with a very pretty girl. Sorry," he stammered. Harry watched as he internally CED'd himself and asked Daphne, "Miss Greenger, I hope I'm not being impolite, but, may I ask why you're sitting over here?" Glancing at Harry and Hermione and asking the silent question, she turned to Neville and replied, "I suppose it'll be public, soon enough. Harry, Hermione and I are bonded." That startled Neville to the core. "Are really?" he squeaked. "Yes, Mr. Longbottom," she coolly replied. "Do you doubt my word?" Again startled, Neville stuttered, "And no, not at all. It was just such a surprise, is all." "Nev," said Harry, cutting in. With a smile he indicated the bench opposite and said, "Take a seat before you pee out from shock." Hesitating a bare moment, Neville quickly sat opposite and asked, "When did this happen?" "How did this happen?" "When? Was late yesterday morning," replied Daphne. "How? Well, that's a private matter." "Sorry." Neville blushed again. "Of course it is. I beg your pardon." Daphne gave a slow nod in return with a small smile. To help out the boy who should have been his mate in the first place, if not for the carrot-topped arsehole who was fending everyone away behind the scenes, Harry changed the subject and asked, "Looking forward to your 4th year, Nev?" "Oh," said Neville. "Yeah, sure, Harry." Then he pulled a plate towards himself and started loading it. Harry was working on one of his tasks not directly given to him by his Grim Reaper, in making a closer friend of Neville, when Ron Weasley put in an appearance. The boy first headed to sit at the table where he sat the previous night when he saw Harry and Hermione sitting with Daphne. "Here he comes," Daphne muttered to Harry. "You let me deal with him, all right." Harry sighed and nodded. Ron almost practically stormed over to stand near Neville's shoulder, his face going red with an expression of anger. "Harry," he half snarled, "why is there a filthy ass sitting at our table?" With an expression of cold fury on her face, quite well matched by Harry and Hermione, Daphne slowly stood in place and practically hissed back, "Mr. Weasley, how dare you?" At that moment, Ginny walked in, saw something was going on, and came closer. Giving that a moment to sink into Ron's head, she clearly said, "Why? I'm sitting here as none of your business. However, since you so rudely demanded the information, Harry, Hermione and I are bonded." That made Ron blanch in shock. And Ginny, who had also heard, cried out, "No," before she turned tail and ran from the room in tears. Professor McGonagall, who had been sitting at the head table and heard the start of the verbal exchange, hurried down. "Mr. Weasley," she exclaimed, appalled. "How dare you? Go to my office, right now. We'll be having words about your conduct, here, this morning." Looking back at the professor, Ron spluttered, "But, Professor, I've not even had my breakfast yet." He then pointed at Daphne and said, "And she's sitting at our table." "Do you think I'm blind, Mr. Weasley?" asked the professor. "Of course I know Miss Granger is sitting there. Now, go to my office, this instant." Looking as if someone had stabbed him in the back, stolen his Chudley Cannon's bedspread and forced him to wear Slytherin colors all at the same time, Ron left the hall angry and fuming. "Thank you, Professor," Daphne calmly said to the professor. "That was rather confronting." Professor McGonagall nodded and said, "I apologize on behalf of Gryffindor House, Miss Granger. I shall be having heated words with Mr. Weasley about his actions this morning." She then pulled a note from a pocket in her robes and handed it to Harry. "The headmaster would like a word with you, in his office, immediately after breakfast, Mr. Potter. As my head of house, I request you join us, Professor," Harry firmly replied, not even opening the note. Surprised, the professor looked at Harry for a few moments before she said, "As you wish, Mr. Potter. Please wait here for my return. I still have CL schedules to hand out." Harry nodded back and Professor McGonagall left the hall, heading for her office. As Daphne sat back down, Harry asked both girls, "Would either or both of you ladies care to join me in seeing the headmaster?" "I think we must," said Daphne. "We already know what he's going to want to talk to you about." No sooner had she left when Malfoy, accompanied by his twin bookends, sauntered over from the Slytherin table. "Again, Harry," Daphne muttered to him, "let me deal with the ferret." Harry gave her a slight nod in agreement before he turned to tell Hermione the same. "Well, Scarhead," sneered the pompous idiot named Malfoy. "Word has it our Miss Granger has become bonded to you. It's such a pity her life's now ruined." Daphne laughed at him. It was such a cruel, vindictive laugh, too. "Oh, Malfoy," she sneered. "How is it you managed to get yourself sorted into Slytherin when you behave like such a Gryffindor? So shush, so charge on in. Maybe someone should show you what the words cunning and guile mean in a dictionary. At least that way, you'll know how so unlike a Slytherin you're behaving." She waved her hand at him, "with this nonsense." Malfoy stood there fuming and glaring right back, before he spat, "You'll pay for that, Granger," and stormed off, again. Daphne turned to Harry and asked, "Is that what he normally comes over here to do?" "Pretty much," Harry shrugged. "I'm surprised we didn't hear when my father hears of this nonsense." Once Professor McGonagall returned with a still angry Ron in tow, she quickly handed out the CL schedules to the now full table of Gryffindors. She skipped Harry and the girls and came back to them, last. Ron sat right down the other end of the table near the 7th years, and refused to even look in their direction. Professor Snape had been over, earlier, and handed Daphne her course schedule without a word. He did, however, manage to sneer at Harry while he did so. "Will you be staying with a course schedule for Slytherin, or joining Gryffindor's schedule, Miss Granger?" she asked Daphne. "Staying with Slytherin, thank you, Professor," Daphne replied. "I already have my schedule from Professor Snape." "Very well," the professor said. Turning to Harry she said, "I shall be by once the owl mail is delivered to take you to see the headmaster." "Thank you, Professor," said Harry. Other than a copy of the Daily Prophet, Harry had no other mail. He did, however, hold Hedwig back for Daphne to send her parents a letter she'd written to them earlier, letting them know about the bonding. Hedwig seemed happy enough to take it, and Harry made sure she was given an extra rasher of bacon. A minute later, Professor McGonagall returned. "If you've finished your breakfast, Mr. Potter, we'd best be on our way to see the headmaster." Looking to Daphne and Hermione, Harry asked, "Ladies?" With a nod from both, all three rose and made their way along the wall towards the head table. When all three cleared the end of the table, and Professor McGonagall joined them, she said, "I believe the headmaster only wanted to speak with you, Mr. Potter." "I'm sure it's an error on his part, Professor," said Harry. "After all, it's not difficult to know he wants to talk to us about the bonds." With a gesture towards the doors and a smile, he said, "Shall we The professor only frowned and didn't respond. Instead she turned and led the way towards that year's entrance to the headmaster's office. This year it was on the 3rd floor. As they approached the gargoyle guarding the entrance to the stairs to the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall firmly said to it, "Gummy bears." The gargoyle nimbly leapt aside and the stairs began to rotate upwards. Still following the professor, Harry gestured to the stairs for the girls to precede him upwards. Coming out on the landing in the tower, Professor McGonagall had already opened the door and led them in. "Ah," said Dumbledore, from behind his desk. "Thank you for escorting young Harry to see me, Minerva. You may go." Professor Snape was perched on his stool and lurking in the corner. Harry could see Dumbledore's familiar, Fawkes, the Phoenix, sitting on his perch next to a low bookcase. The Sorting Hat sat on a nearby shelf. "Thank you, Headmaster," replied Professor McGonagall. "However, Mr. Potter has requested my presence." At first a little surprised, Dumbledore said, "I'm sure that won't be necessary. You may go." Harry, having heard enough, stepped past and said, "Nevertheless, Headmaster, I asked for her presence, as is my right to any meeting with you." "Arrogant, Potter," snarled Professor Snape. "Just like your father." "I wouldn't know, Professor," Harry calmly responded. "After all, someone betrayed my parents and got them killed, when I was but a toddler. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" Snape surged to his feet, but, before he could retaliate, Dumbledore raised his hand and said, "Now, Severus. That was uncalled for. Please curb your outbursts towards young Harry." "It definitely was uncalled for," huffed Professor McGonagall, quite scandalized. "Professor Snape, another outburst of the likes of that from you and I'll be placing you on probation." "Now, Minerva," tried Dumbledore, before Professor McGonagall cut him off. "Don't, now, Minerva, me, Albus," she snapped back. "Professor Snape will rein in his behavior or find himself facing the school board on a staff disciplinary hearing." Dumbledore sighed, turned to Professor Snape and said, "Severus, you will cease your ire towards young Harry. He is not his father." Snape only sneered in response, but kept his mouth shut as he retook his seat. With barely a hesitation, Dumbledore turned back to Professor McGonagall and said, "Of course, as young Harry has specifically requested you for this meeting, you may remain." Harry just snorted and shook his head in exasperation. It didn't pee unnoticed by anyone. Even Dumbledore frowned. "Take a seat, please, Harry," said Dumbledore, indicating the single chair before his desk. "I'm sorry, Headmaster, but that would be quite rude of me to do so," Harry calmly replied. "After all, there are 3 ladies here, who should be seated before me." "Of course, my boy," said Dumbledore. With a quick gesture of his wand, 3 identical chairs appeared alongside the first. Harry guided both Hermione and Daphne into chairs, and waited for Professor McGonagall to sit, before he sat between the 2 girls. Daphne sat on his left, and Hermione sat on his right. He then looked at the headmaster with a mien of curiosity. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore adjusted his robes and his seat and said, "Now, Harry, I'd like to hear how this bond formed between you and these 2 lovely ladies." "No, Headmaster," said Daphne. "That's a private matter between the 3 of us. It is not your concern." Dumbledore's eyes lost that little twinkle of his for a bare few moments. He didn't even acknowledge what Daphne had said. "Harry," he asked. "Headmaster," asked Harry right back. "I'd like to hear about how the bond came to be," said Dumbledore. "I said no, Headmaster," Daphne snapped back. She then glanced at Harry and said, "You are not to tell him. It is a major breach of our privacy for him to even visit the topic." "I wasn't going to, Daphne," Harry replied with a smile. "I happen to firmly agree with you." Turning back to Dumbledore, Harry said, "Move on, please, Headmaster. As you've been firmly told, that particular topic is off the table." Harry felt the compulsion charm hit him and an immediate attempt at legilimency. What Dumbledore didn't know was that the 3 were immune to the effects of compulsion charms. And Harry was already prepared for the legilimency attack. As soon as Dumbledore tried it, Harry was there, in his mind, before it. He grabbed the probe and absolutely shredded it, sending a powerful backlash back at the old man down the link. Dumbledore snapped his head back and screamed as his hands came up from under his desk to grab either side of his head. His wand, which was in his right hand at the time, went flying. Using a bit of covert wandless casting, Harry summoned the wand to his hand as it sailed through the air, and surreptitiously pocketed it as he surged to his feet and drew his own wand forth. "You bastard!" Harry screamed at the headmaster, pointing his own wand right at Dumbledore. The outburst was wasted, however, as Dumbledore began to slip sideways out of his chair and slump to the floor behind his desk, clearly unconscious. Very quickly realizing the old man was out of it, Harry immediately swiveled to point his wand at Professor Snape, who had also surged to his feet and drawn his wand. With Harry beating Snape to the draw, so to speak, the professor froze in place, glaring back at Harry down the length of Harry's wand, with the softly glowing tip. "What is the meaning of this?" exclaimed Professor McGonagall, also having drawn her wand. "The headmaster just tried a legilimency attack on me," snarled Harry. "I felt it." Then he screamed and went down. "He what?" exclaimed the professor. The accusation didn't seem to surprise Professor Snape, though. He didn't even twitch at the word, legilimency. He just glared daggers back at Harry. "The headmaster tried a legilimency attack on me, Professor," said Harry, carefully lowering his wand as Professor Snape did the same. "I felt it. I don't know what happened." After that, Daphne said, "Legilimency on a minor without consent is illegal. I'm calling the Aurors." She rose and made her way to the fireplace. Harry saw the very small twitch at the corner of Professor Snape's eyes as Daphne said she was calling the Aurors. The man had nerves of steel. Harry heard the whoomph sound of the flow powder hitting the grate in the overly large office fireplace, followed by Daphne's bark, "Aurors." Hermione, who'd been quiet until that point, plaintively asked, "Is anyone going to call Madame Pomfrey to see to the headmaster? He might be really hurt." With wands well down between he and Professor Snape, Harry turned to watch Professor McGonagall cast a Patronus of a small tabby cat. She sent it off with a message for Madame Pomfrey to attend the headmaster's office for a medical emergency. When he turned back to look at Dumbledore after he'd turned to watch Professor McGonagall, Harry saw that Professor Snape was crouching down next to what was clearly the headmaster's slumped form. "He's alive," he said. "But deeply unconscious. I cannot revive him." "Nor should you," said Professor McGonagall, not a little affronted. "Albus didn't go down as a result of a stunner, Severus. He went down to what appears to be backlash from an attempted legilimency attack on Mr. Potter. Leave him be for Poppy. Aurors are on their way," said Daphne, coming back to join Harry and Hermione, as Professor Snape rose back to his feet. With a pained look, he looked at Daphne and asked, "Is that really necessary, Miss Greenger?" "Yes, Professor," she stiffly replied. "Even if the headmaster did not illegally perform a legilimency attempt on Harry, he's still been, clearly, severely injured." First to arrive was, of course, Madame Pomfrey. She immediately went to the downed form of the headmaster. "What happened?" she asked. "No one in particular. It appears he may have attempted legilimency on Mr. Potter," replied Professor McGonagall. "This is the result." With the sound of tutting and muttering under her breath, Madame Pomfrey continued her scans. When she'd finished, she looked to Professor McGonagall and said, "Who was the idiot who tried to revive him?" "That would be me," sneered Professor Snape. "Foolish man," she scolded him. Then, with a sigh, she said to Professor McGonagall, "He's suffered severe mental harm. I'm going to have to take him direct to the infirmary before I can even attempt to begin treatment." "Fox," snapped Professor McGonagall after only a moment's hesitation. From where it looked mournful looking down at the headmaster, Fox turned his head to look at the professor. The professor asked the bird, "Can you take Albus and Poppy direct to the infirmary, please?" With a light warble, Fox hopped forward off his perch, and dropped down onto the headmaster. A second or two later, there was a flash of flame, and the headmaster, Madame Pomfrey and Fox were all gone from the room. "I guess we should head downstairs," sighed Professor McGonagall. "We'll need to meet the Aurors beyond the gargoyle, anyway." "I'll be in the infirmary," muttered Professor Snape. "Poppy is likely to be in need of my services." And, with that, he swept from the room. The others followed him slower out the door. Walking down the corridor from the headmaster's office, they came across Madame Bones and two of her Aurors come striding from the other way. Harry immediately recognized them as John Dawlish and Kingsley Shacklebolt. "What is this I'm hearing of an illegal legilimency attempt by the headmaster, Minerva?" asked Madam Bones. "All business." Professor McGonagall sighed and said, "Albus has been taken to the infirmary, Amelia. We're heading there, now." With a nod, Madam Bones indicated to Dawlish and Shacklebolt to hurry right there. Both men trotted off while the rest walked. "I take it the headmaster was severely injured in the attempt?" she asked. "It appears so," replied the professor. "And, upon whom did he make the attempt?" she asked. "That would be me, Madam Bones," Harry cut in. The stern woman turned to look at Harry for a few long moments before she gave a small grunt and looked back ahead. "Any witnesses?" she asked. "All of us, plus Professor Snape," replied the professor. "He's headed directly to the infirmary to see if he can aid Poppy." "His wand?" she asked. "I have it," replied Harry. He then reached into his pocket, withdrew the Elder Wand and handed it to the lady. She took it in her left hand. With her right, she popped her own wand into her right hand and cast the Reveal Former Cast Charm, Prior Incantado, on the wand as she continued to walk. First up was the legilimency attempt, next was the compulsion charm, then another compulsion charm, then the conjuration for the 3 chairs, then a cast Harry didn't know but thought might be a desk tidy charm. With a sigh, Madam Bones popped her wand away, reached into her pocket and withdrew what Harry recognized to be an evidence bag for a wand. She dropped the Elder Wand into it, before sealing it and dropping the bagged wand into an inside robe pocket. "Now yours, Mr. Potter," she said, holding her hand back out to him. Harry sighed and said, "Please remember that my wand was used to cast the Dark Mark at the Quidditch World Cup. And that I was found blameless for it." He then handed the wand over. Using her own wand, Madam Bones scanned it by again casting the Reveal Former Cast charm on it. The first one to come up was the Reveal Person charm he'd used outside their apartment the night before, and the second was the Dark Mark. She stopped there. "You haven't cast anything with your wand except a revealing spell since before the World Cup?" she asked him. "No, ma'am," he replied. She handed his wand back to him. "Then, clearly, you didn't hit the headmaster with a curse of some fashion." "No, ma'am," he said again, as he repocketed the wand. On his first trip out of the school he planned on buying 3 wand holsters with anti-summoning charms on them. When they all walked into the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey seemed to be berating Shacklebolt while Dawlish and Professor Snape stood back out of the way and apart. Professor Snape appeared amused. "What seems to be the problem?" asked Madam Bones, striding in and immediately taking charge. Before Kingsley could even say anything, Madame Pomfrey replied, "Your Aurors are attempting to apply magical restraining shackles to my patient. I cannot allow that until my patient has been stabilized. I may need him to be able to use his own magic to aid in healing." With a frown, Madam Bones said, "Secure him to the bed, but use null magical restraining shackles to do it. I don't want Albus using wandless casting until I allow it." Turning to a scandalized Madame Pomfrey, she said, "Sorry, Poppy, but I cannot afford him deciding to depart from us before I've had a chance to question him. I assure you, he's not going anywhere, Madam Bones," the Mediwitch glowered back. "I doubt he'll be on his feet for quite some time." Both Aurors had already stepped forward and secured the headmaster's wrists to the frame of the bed on either side of where he lay. With a huff, Madame Pomfrey stepped back to the bedside of the headmaster and checked. Then she looked up at Professor McGonagall and said, "I'm going to need to call in a mind healer from St. Mungo's. This is beyond even me." "Do it," said Professor McGonagall looking back with a short sharp nod. While they were waiting for the mind healers to arrive and do what they needed to do, Madam Bones took Harry aside and began the questioning part of her investigation. Harry told her about the bond forming the previous morning, and refused to say how it formed as it was a private and personal matter. Told her how they asked for a private apartment from their heads of house the previous night, and how the headmaster summoned him to his office that morning, after breakfast. Harry then went on to say he suspected the headmaster would want to question him about the bond, though it was not his place to do so, and that he took Daphne and Hermione with him so they, too, could tell the headmaster it was none of his business. He told her how that, as soon as he refused the headmaster's not-so-subtle demand to tell him for a second time, he felt the compulsion charm attempt, immediately followed by the legilimency attempt. One of those compulsion charms was attempted on me, said a very miffed Daphne. What happened after that happened so fast I can barely understand it, said Harry. I felt the attempt and it shattered or was shredded, on something, I think, is the best way to describe it. Do you think it might have something to do with the bond? That's my best guess, Mr. Potter, replied a clearly annoyed Madam Bones. Harry then moved back to Professor McGonagall as, first Daphne, and then Hermione, were called over and interviewed. Finally, Professors McGonagall and Snape were interviewed. When Professor McGonagall moved to talk to Madam Bones, Harry asked, anyone tell them anything about the bond other than it existed? Both girls said, no. However, it clearly upset Hermione a little to do that. All that time, Harry watched the pair of mind healers that had arrived from St. Mungo's converse in low voices over the prone form of the headmaster. On no less than 3 times, one would hold the old man's eyelids back to reveal the eyeballs, while the other would cast spells. One of the mind healers had approached Harry and asked him a few questions about what he felt in the attempt, and if there was anything else about it that Harry could tell them. Not really knowing what happened, but still leaving out how he deliberately and almost unconsciously shredded the probe, Harry wouldn't, tell them anything that would help them. Eventually, it was decided to transport the headmaster to St. Mungo's, where they'd be working on him there. That told Harry the headmaster was in a worse way than he thought, and neither would he be back on his feet anytime soon. At least he'll be out of the way for a while, he thought with a mental sigh. When Professor McGonagall returned to them, Harry said, in all that's happened this morning, Professor, I forgot to tell you I'm withdrawing from divination. Looking at him sharply, the professor asked, oh. With a nod, Harry said, with the aid of these 2 lovely ladies I intend to do self-study to see if I can catch up with them in ancient runes. Surprised, the professor said, I'm happy to hear that, Mr. Potter. I'll inform Professor Trelawney you're a withdrawal. Harry smiled back. Thank you, Professor, he said. After Madam Bones interviewed Professor Snape, she allowed everyone to leave and to go about their business. Harry and Hermione headed for Care of Magical Creatures, as it was far too late for herbology. Daphne had a free period. Stay safe, Daphne, said a concerned Hermione to the girl. Daphne smiled and promised she would. She was off to find Tracy. In Care of Magical Creatures, Hagrid tried to get the CL interested in a creature of his own design, blast-ended Scroots. Once the other Gryffindors arrived, they learned from them they'd spent almost all of the CL squeezing bubo-tuber pus out of recently matured bubo-tuber plants. Of course, they already knew that. Neville also promised to give them a copy of the homework for the CL at lunch. Harry and Hermione had arrived a little early and it looked promising that Ron wasn't going to turn up. But that was never going to happen. As he'd managed to miss most of breakfast, Ron had used the opportunity of morning tea to stuff himself half silly. He then arrived late for the CL, wiping his face with the sleeve of his robes as he came jogging across the lawn from the castle. Harry and Hermione were standing on the other side of Hagrid from the castle, looking through one crate of 4 containing the creatures. Harry almost groaned, but it was Hermione's jab and very direct look that stopped him before he really began. Ron tried to run over and join Harry and Hermione, but Hagrid grabbed him by a fistful of collar and directed him to the other, Gryffindor, crate. The blast-ended Scroots looked like deformed, shell-less lobsters, horribly pale and slimy-looking, with legs sticking out in very odd places and no visible heads. There were about 100 of them in each crate, each about 6 inches long, crawling over one another, bumping blindly into the sides of the boxes. They were giving off a very powerful smell of rotting fish. Every now and then, sparks would fly out of the end of a Scroot, and with a small thud sound, it would be propelled forward several inches. Nothing but deep affection for Hagrid could have made Harry and Hermione pick up squelchy handfuls of frog liver and lower them into the crates to tempt the blast-ended Scroots. Harry couldn't suppress the suspicion that the whole thing was entirely pointless, because the Scroots didn't seem to have mouths. At the end of the CL an hour later, where they still didn't discover what the Scroots liked to eat, Harry and Hermione quickly washed their hands in the tubs provided and headed back up to the castle. Ron came hurrying after them. "Oi!" the boy called, hurrying up behind them. "Harry, mate." "Oh, Merlin," groaned Harry. "Well, at least the Scroots are small," said Ron as he finally caught up to the pair of them as they made their way back up to the castle for lunch. "They are now," said Hermione in an exasperated voice. "But, once Hagrid's found out what they eat, I expect they'll be 6 feet long." "Well, that won't matter if they turn out to cure seasickness or something, will it?" said Ron, grinning slyly at her. Hermione had said something to that effect to Malfoy when he complained about them. "You know perfectly well I only said that to shut Malfoy up," she replied. "As a matter of fact, I think he's right. The best thing to do would be to stamp on the lot of them before they start attacking us all." As they walked in through the doors of the castle, Harry said to Ron, "Daphne will likely be sitting with us, again, Ron. If you can't handle that, don't sit next to us." "What?" he spluttered. "But, mate, I reckon she's bewitched you, or something." "She's nothing but a—" Before Ron had a chance to finish, Harry grabbed the redhead by the front of his robes and yanked him in close. "Don't even think about finishing that sentence in my presence, Ron," Harry quietly snarled. "You cannot bewitch, as you put it, a bond. It's there and it's eternal. We are bonded. If you can't keep a civil tongue in your head around Daphne, then it would be best if you didn't even try to sit next to us at table." Giving a mouth-gaping Ron a bit of a shove away from himself, Harry glared at the boy before storming off into the Great Hall. Hermione had already entered the hall while Harry was berating Ron. And she was currently sitting with Daphne, with just enough room for Harry to sit between them. Harry entered still in a very annoyed temperament, and basically dropped his bum into the seat between the two girls. Hermione had parchment, ink and quill out and was copying from another sheet. The original was in Neville's handwriting, so it must be the homework from the Herbology CL. "How did Ron take it?" she asked, not looking at him and while still writing away. "He's still of the one-track mind Daphne's, bewitched me," grumped Harry. "Of course, that completely leaves you out of the equation." "Problems with Ron?" asked Neville, from opposite. With a grumbling mutter as he watched Ron go and sit down with Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, Harry nodded. "He clearly has no idea about bonds, how they form, or what they mean. You'd think, as a pure blood, he would." "Steady, Harry," said Neville, cautioning him. "It's not all that surprising. Soul bonds are extremely rare. The fact you've formed identical bonds with two witches at the same time is phenomenal. I cannot recall such a thing ever happening before." Harry sighed and said, "I guess you're right. It just Ron's bigotry is really getting to me. I already have to put up with his petty jealousy, laziness and poor manners. I'm just not willing to put up with any more of anything else. I thought Professor McGonagall was going to set him straight, this morning. That doesn't seem to be the case." When Ginny came and joined them a few minutes later, the three automatically became very careful around her. They knew she was going to try to hit them with potions if she wouldn't, or couldn't, accept the status of the bonds. Even then, she might not know enough about bonds to still try, if what Neville said was true. She spoke about inconsequential things, and didn't mention overhearing about the bond, at all. That worried Harry, at least. He suspected she was unwilling to believe the news about the bond and would try to potion them, soon enough. However, she didn't seem to make any sort of move, in that regard, as none of them saw her being furtive and none of them became suddenly sick. That did not mean, however, they weren't going to remain on their guard around her, especially when there was food or drink around. When it looked like the three of them were done, Daphne said, "Shall we head for the Leary before we need to head for our afternoon cleese?" "That sounds like a good idea," said Hermione. Harry nodded, looked to Neville and Ginny and said, "Excuse us. Daphne and Hermione are going to start teaching me something about ancient runes." The three then rose to leave. As they did so, Harry could see the look of longing that flitted across Ginny's face as Harry started to move away. As they walked down the corridor towards the Leary, Harry said to the two girls, "I'm sorry, but I got real tense when Ginny came and sat near us. I don't know how well I faked away from how much I currently dislike her." "You weren't the only one, Harry," said Hermione, giving his hand a squeeze. "She's right," said Daphne from his other side, his left. "When did they develop this order?" He thought. "Me, in the middle, makes sense. But Daphne always takes my left and Hermione takes my right." The two girls led Harry to a table in the back of the Leary. "And, After they dropped their school bags onto its surface, Hermione said, "I'll go look for information on potions, and potion detection charms." "I'll look for the introduction book to ancient runes we used last year," said Daphne. "It's too early for all the copies to have been checked out yet. And I haven't heard word back from my parents about my text from last year." Thinking a bit, Harry said, "And I'll see what the Leary has on soul bonds." After searching the shelves, Harry came back with 3 books on the subject of soul relationships, one of which covered soul bonds. Daphne and Hermione were already waiting for him with books of their own. Taking a quick look at them, Harry said, "We might want to just check all these out. Don't forget, you two have arithmancy this afternoon." "We know," said Daphne. A quick check through the books, and Daphne kept her 4, Hermione put aside 2 of her 8, and Harry discarded 1. He discarded it because it simply didn't match what they already knew. "All right," said Hermione. "I think it'll be these." Daphne nodded and said, "Agreed." Then she looked at Harry and said, "As you're off this afternoon, how about, once we get them checked out, you take these back to our apartment and see what you can find out about the potions and the bond. We'll join you as soon as CL finishes. Then we'll see what we can teach you about ancient runes." Harry nodded and said, "Sounds like a plan." The 3 quickly reshelved the books they weren't taking, checked out the books they were, and headed off. Harry even escorted them to the arithmancy CL room before he headed up to the 7th floor. When the girls finished for the day, the double period of arithmancy, they hurried up to the apartment. "Well?" asked Daphne as she walked in and saw Harry sitting on a couch with parchment, ink and quills scattered across the surface of the coffee table in front of him. "Afternoon, ladies," he said. "To start with, I'll go through the potions. If they're the ones I think they are, it's unsurprising we had moments of non-lucidity from them the last go around." Both sat opposite Harry as he sorted through his notes. "The big one, the love potion. I'm pretty sure it's a Mortentia. And, of course, it's not really love we're talking about. It should more rightly be called an obsession or lust potion. At least, I seem to remember that was Molly's potion of choice for Arthur." A glance at Hermione saw the girl nod back. "After the initial dosing, it needs to be renewed no more often than once every 2 days, lest those close to the victim notice sudden changes in behavior. It's also not to be given no less often than once every 3 days if it's to remain effective. The normal vector is either direct or, in concentrated form, in a drink. So, that means, for that particular one, we only need to watch what we drink. It also cannot be given with something alcoholic, as alcohol quickly breaks down the effect of it. And, given too strong the dose, the victim can quickly develop an allergy to it. So, it needs to be carefully administered to maintain long-term use. And, we know Molly has figured that out already. Next, is the loyalty potion. Fidelitas. It's actually very similar to a Mortentia, with only a few ingredients changed. For it, too, the effect is closer to obsession than loyalty. It, too, needs to be renewed no less often than once every 3 days, and no more often than once every 2 days. It, too, needs to be carefully dosed lest the recipient develop an allergy to it. What I've not been able to determine yet is, if the loyalty and love potions are so similar, how Molly's able to get around the allergy and or poisoning problems when you're dosing someone with both at the same time. The potion books don't answer that. Finally, we have the repulsion potion. Nvidia. This one is used to have the ingester focus on the worst faults and habits of the target. It's also a weakened version of the hate potion. Again, it's not so much hate, as it is an extreme version of detesting someone for their faults. The repulsion potion can be dried and administered in powdered form, or kept in liquid form. However, it can only be absorbed through the stomach or other soft tissue, not through the skin. So, as with the other two, its main vector is via food or drink. But, alcohol doesn't have any affect on it, and can even enhance its effects. So, you two need to watch what you drink, and I need to watch both food and drink, said Daphne. Actually, we don't know if Molly's been able to make any, shall we say, improvements, on any or all of the potions, said Hermione. That means we need to keep an eye on both food and drink for the love and loyalty potions, anyway. Plus, even if its effects are greatly diminished if in the food, they'll still make us violently ill. That's where the potion detection charms come into play, said Harry, moving parchment aside to pick up another couple of sheets. We're not worried as much with poisoning attempts, as we are with mind-altering potions, as all three clearly are. For that, there is one charm that would cover the three. It won't detect which mind-altering potion it is, but will detect that one's there. There are other detection charms that will identify which of them are present. And the charm Specialis Revelius will identify what ingredients are in something. So, you can tell what potion was used by what the ingredients are in whatever it was placed within, said Hermione, understanding. Only a true potions master can make a professional appraisal of which potion has been used, said Daphne. The general one is all we're going to need. Once it's detected, we can make a complaint and let the experts handle it from there. Those were my thoughts, too, nodded Harry. However, there's another vector that may be problematic. Oh, asked Daphne. Yeah, a Mortentia can be used in aerosol form, explained Harry. That is, it can be used in a perfume. I dare say, considering their similarities, so can Fidelitas. Odor-bearing molecules from a perfume diffuser can carry tiny drops of the potion in the air. The victim could then end up inhaling them through the lungs. Don't forget, the lungs are also soft tissue. Daphne shook her head in denial before she explained. Yes, a Mortentia, I know, is sometimes used in perfumes. However, it's never strong enough to have more than a very mild effect, or last more than an hour or two after the perfume is removed. It would be ineffective for what the Weasleys are trying to accomplish. We know it won't work on us, but will it still make us sick? Asked Hermione. Let's hope we never have to find out, muttered Harry. That aside, how does the charm work? Asked Hermione. Like any other charm, said Harry, intent, incantation, wand gesture and focusing your magic. Get them right and, if the target area has been dosed with a mind-altering potion, the specific object will glow bright blue for a few seconds. But, we'll have to do that in public, said Hermione. People will see. Harry snorted and said, Hermione, what is Alistair Moody's constant cry? Constant vigilance, she replied. Then realized what Harry was driving at. Of course, now that he's, supposedly, here, it makes sense some students would adopt that maxim. Why not us? Harry smiled and nodded in response. Sitting back, he said, now that we have a fair idea of when to expect the next dosing attempt, tomorrow morning at the earliest, and we have a way to detect if the attempt has been made, before we start on ancient runes and homework. Hermione, do your parents receive a copy of the Daily Prophet? No, she replied. I didn't want to risk them discovering just how dangerous Hogwarts really is, and then using that as an excuse to pull me out of school. Why? Because it's not going to be very long before the story of our bonding reaches the ears of at least one journalist for the Prophet. As soon as they have the story, they'll run with it, said Harry. And, if my parents received the Prophet, they'd be alerted at the same time, nodded Hermione. Yet another reason I'm glad they don't. Next, said Harry, starting the day after the story breaks, we can expect to start receiving hate mail. Remember what happened after that nonsense Skeeter wrote about Crumb, you and me? Hermione winced and unconsciously wiggled her fingers. Yeah, she said. Well, the same is very likely to happen, again, regarding our three-way bond, said Harry. The only difference is, this time it'll happen earlier in the timeline, and it'll be us two and Daphne, rather than us two and Crumb. He's right, said Daphne. So, starting immediately after the news of the bond is published, you no longer directly touch incoming owl mail. Where possible, Harry and I will deal with it until we can get it stopped. And howlers are getting torched with an incendiary charm as soon as they arrive and before they can howl. Then we should also learn a poison detection charm, while we're at it, anyway, sighed Hermione. The three then set to work learning the two specific detection charms before heading down to the Great Hall for dinner. Homework and ancient runes would wait until after the evening meal. The three, again, sat at the Gryffindor table for their dinner. Harry had even suggested they occasionally sit at the Slytherin table, just so it didn't look like they were trying to corrupt Daphne with their Gryffindorish ways. Daphne was about to reply when Ron, who had finally decided to sit somewhere near them, overheard and went off on a rant about how the Slytherins were evil and would drag Harry and Hermione over to the dark arts. It was so loud and offensive, Professor McGonagall had to again drag the boy out of the Great Hall. The three immediately cast potion detection charms over their goblets and the food before them. No sooner had Ron been dragged off when Malfoy, again, sauntered over with his two bookends. He didn't even get to open his mouth before Daphne shot him down with her cold stare and drew her wand to point it at him. She hissed, "Unless you want to experience what it feels like to be castrated without suitable pain-numbing charms or potions, I suggest you keep your mouth shut, turn around and go back to the Slytherin table." Malfoy took one look at her, seemed to think about it for a moment, sneered and left. "How come he never did that for me?" Harry asked, impressed. "Because he knows I'd actually do it," she calmly replied, pocketing her wand. "You, at this time, won't. Besides, he also knows he has his godfather ready to swoop in and protect his bum from you. As I'm not you, and as I'm a fellow Slytherin, it leaves Professor Snape conflicted." Neville, sitting opposite again, leaned forward and asked, "What was that with the wand waving over the food, before?" "Detection charms for poisons and potions," said Harry. "With the famous Alistair. Mad Eye. Moody as R. Professor, I wouldn't put it past him to try to potion us to prove a point about constant vigilance." Neville's eyes widened in surprise for a moment before he leaned forward again and asked, "Find anything?" "No," replied Daphne with a smirk. "We're safe." Neville looked like he breathed a sigh of relief before he returned to his meal. After dinner, as soon as they re-entered their living room, Harry practically ranted, "I cannot believe that bigoted idiot." "Which one?" asked Hermione. "Ron or Malfoy?" Harry snorted in annoyance and said, "Ron. Malfoy, I'm already well used to. Ron's a completely different matter." "Was he this bigoted?" "You know." "Yes, he was," replied Daphne. "You just either didn't notice it, or he did it outside of your immediate area, and where you wouldn't see him." She went and sat down on one of the couches and indicated for Harry to sit on the one opposite. He did so. Crookshanks watched them from his armchair for a moment, before he decided to ignore them and go back to sleep. Midnight was nowhere to be seen. "How much did your Grim Reaper tell you about what really went on that Weasley blocked from getting near you?" she asked him. John, only told me about the potions, really, and that he had been working to block people approaching me that might turn into friends," he replied. "What else happened?" She sighed and said, "Over the past year, or so, this timeline. I've tried to come and talk to you on a few occasions. Each time I did, Weasley was there to tell me how you wouldn't want to talk to some filthy s. He also said some other not very complimentary things. And, no, I won't go into them. However, he was doing his damnedest to make sure no one else could get close to you, either, especially towards the end of last year. I wasn't the only girl who was interested in getting to know Harry Potter, or the boy who lived." "Damn," Harry softly said. "And I was just being too stupid, too trusting, to see the signs." "No, Harry," said Hermione, coming to sit beside him and take his hand in hers. "You were up to the eyeballs in loyalty potions keyed to him. You were not being stupid." Harry grumbled for a few moments before he gave himself a bit of a shake. "No, I really wasn't, was I? John didn't say anything about it, but I can't help but wonder if those potions are what led to me having no drive to do well in my clees. John did say something about how it was a wonder all the ongoing potions hadn't turned mine into mush. And that one of the times I died was the night of the third task at the graveyard, because I wasn't able to think straight because of them. And it just got worse, Harry," said Hermione. "By 5th year, you were so befuddled you didn't tell anyone about Umbridge's torturing of you, except me and Ron. And I think Ron was secretly glad you were being tortured. As for me, I, too, was being befuddled by potions. Nor did either of us think about you using the mirrors to contact Sirius before we went charging off to the Department of Mysteries. Then, 6th year, you already knew the flame curse, the fire whip and even just incendio, and, yet, forgot the lot when you were in the cave fighting the Inferi. Then, after Dumbledore was killed, you chased the Death Eaters, including Snape, out of the castle and across the grounds towards the ward line. You flung curse after curse at them, and never hit them, not once. All this from someone who jeweled Riddle, practically to a standstill, in the graveyard after being hit twice with the Cruciatus curse from Riddle himself. She finished. No, Harry, those potions did more damage than just affect our love lives. Harry, to put it bluntly, was stunned. Even John hadn't gone into that much detail about the harm those potions caused. Maybe it was because he knew Hermione would quickly figure it out. Or maybe because John simply didn't want to speak of it. Bloody hell, he muttered. That talk led them to finally compare what they each knew, and what their Grim Reapers had told each of them. Homework was put off while they, with the combined knowledge they now had, laid out their combined tasks. 1. Initiate the bonds. Done. 1a. Alert the parents to the bonds. Done for Daphne, not for Hermione. 1b. Finalize the bonds. 2. Visit Gringotts. 2a. Key Daphne and Hermione into the Potter vaults. 2b. Tell goblins of Cup Horcrux. 2c. Set up emancipation. 2d. Claim emancipation after. Goblet. 3. Organize solicitor. 3a. For Sirius. 3b. For protection against libel. 3c. For misuse of intellectual property regarding Boy Who Lived books. 4. Magical oath. 4a. Harry to give magical oath immediately after his name comes out of the goblet before going into antechamber. 5. Deal with the other 2 Horcruxes. 5a. The diadem room of requirement. 5b. The lock at Grimmauld Place. 6. Basilisk Cark. 6a. Store some venom to destroy the Horcruxes. 6b. Find out how best to deal with the remainder of the Cark. 7. Daphne's father. 7a. His eye stance will help garner support to free Sirius. 7b. He can help later with future tasks not yet known. 8. Hermione's father. 8a. Help Harry with firearms training as an added weapon in dealing with Riddle possible only. I think that's it, said Hermione, sitting there, reading the document and nibbling on her bottom lip. It is, for now, said a strange female voice from behind Harry and Hermione. Both teens spun around and saw a woman standing there, as Daphne looked over their shoulders in shock. Harry was about to pull his wand when Hermione grabbed his arm. Don't, Harry, she said. This is Roma, my Grim Reaper. Harry looked back in shock as Daphne reacted with a shocked indraw of breath. It then clicked in Harry's mind that Roma was wearing a similar robe to what he and John had worn, up there. Her reddish-brown hair, parted in the middle with a short fringe, fell about her shoulders to about shoulder blade length. She was also barefoot. Roma, asked Hermione, why are you here? Daphne Anna worked a little quicker to get the bonds established than we, originally, anticipated, explained Roma. But we now see it was the right thing to do. Secondly, because Albus Wulfric went for the legilimency probe faster than we thought he would, he became temporarily incapacitated sooner than expected. That's now given us a window of opportunity we had not foreseen. A window where you 3 can accomplish things before Albus Wulfric can, meddle. I thought you knew what was going to happen, asked Daphne. We do not, replied Roma. The moment you were backstepped, the future, as you knew it, ceased to exist. It must be this way due to free agency. Free agency, asked Daphne. What's that? The mortal world, here, was created to give each soul the right to make their own choices, she explained. You truly choose your own future. We can only nudge you in the direction we'd like you to go, and destiny also plays a big part, but your choices are ultimately your own. Daphne Anna's choice to immediately establish the bonds has, a ripple effect going forward through time. It's those ripples that were initially unforeseen. If we knew what was going to play out, then Harry James would never have suffered his 6 previous deaths, and you girls would not have suffered your own. That makes sense, said Hermione. So, what did the changes make to alter our plans? With Albus Wulfric incapacitated, now is the time to get some things done, she replied. Very soon, you need to go down into the chamber to estimate the effect of magical rot on the cark of the basilisk, or have someone do it for you. Since what occurred during your 2nd year, Albus Wulfric has placed monitoring charms on the sinks in the girls' bathroom. He would know you were going down there, again, if he was here. And he would stop you. However, you have the skills to have those charms moved out of the way. If you do not do this soon, Ronald Bilius is going to beat you to it. Without the friendship in place, he feels no remorse in stealing from you, Harry James. He has not already done so, because he wasn't worried you would finally figure out the value of the Kark and do something about it. And he knows that he would be a prime suspect if the Kark goes missing. But it takes a Parselmouth using Parseltongue to get in, said Harry. How is he going to get in? Ron's a Parselmouth, Harry, said Hermione. During the Battle of Hogwarts, we had to go down there to get some venom to destroy the cup. He told me he faked the sound of Parseltongue to open the entrances to get us in there. He lied. Parseltongue cannot be faked. Only a true Parseltongue can open the 2 entrances, so he's a Parselmouth. What? Exclaimed Harry, completely shocked. Then he got angry. Why, that little. Enough, said Roma, holding up her hand in a stop gesture. You now know the truth. Do not go acting on it other than to claim the Kark. Do not let on that you know he's a Parselmouth, lest it raise questions as to how you know. I thought my Parselmouth ability was as a result of the Horcrux within me, grumbled Harry. It is not, replied Roma. Like many others with a long familial history of wizardry and witchcraft, you are a descendant of Salazar. So is Ronald Bilius. Both of you trace that history through the noble and most ancient house of Black. You, through your paternal grandmother Doria Melania, he, through his paternal grandmother Cedrella Lucretia. So, when I was speaking in Parseltongue, he understood every word I said, Harry sighed. Yes, said Roma, that's how he knew what words to say to quickly open the pageway from the bathroom, and then open the main door to the chamber. All right, said Harry firmly. That's now become a priority. Next. But, do this first, instructed Roma, tell Minerva Isabel, your Professor McGonagall, you need to talk to Hermione Jean's parents about the bond before they find out about it through other means. You'll also want to stop by a bookshop and buy a book for your parents to read about what the bond actually means, before you go. If you wait too long, Albus Wulfric will return and meddle again. It would lead to Hermione Jean's parents finding out through other means. And that is a situation we do not want. 2 priorities, then, said Harry. And, with that, it's almost time for me to go, said Roma. But, one final thing, when we come to visit you, we do so as guardian angels, not grim reapers. We only hold the latter title after your deaths. Nice to know, said Daphne. With a small smile, Roma seemed to fade away. She's nice, said Harry. John, however, wasn't all that nice to me. As a matter of fact, he seemed quite put out with me. He told me his job was on the line due to the number of times I kept dying. We know, said Hermione with a smile. After the 3 had approached Professor McGonagall, in her role as acting headmistress while the headmaster was at St. Mungo's, they explained why they needed to go and talk to Hermione's parents about the bond. It is hoped the headmaster will be back on his feet and well enough to resume his role as headmaster, soon enough, said the professor. I should be able to take you to visit your parents after that. Sorry, Professor, said Hermione, shaking her head. That may be too late. Though my parents do not receive a daily copy of the Daily Prophet, they can always find out about the bond through other means. If we don't go and talk to them about it before they find out, things could become difficult. With a sigh, the professor said, you are, of course, correct. Though I would much rather wait, we do not know how long it will be before the headmaster returns. She sat at her desk with the 3 children, sitting opposite and thought about it for a while. Clearly coming to a decision, she sat forward and said, I do not like to leave the school without a healer, even for a short time. However, it would probably be best if I send Madame Pomfrey with you to explain things to your parents. Madame Pomfrey will be able to inform your parents what the bond means to the 3 of you, and to them. That would be nice. Thank you, Professor, said Hermione, clearly relieved. What please do the 3 of you have tomorrow afternoon? The professor asked. A single CL with you in Transfiguration straight after lunch, said Harry. History of magic with the clause, for me, said Daphne. Sorry, Professor, said Hermione, cutting in. That won't suit. Both of my parents work. It'll have to be after 5 p.m., at the earliest, before we can visit. Then, immediately after an early dinner tomorrow, she asked, to which Hermione nodded. "I'll have Madame Pomfrey take the three of you to visit Miss Granger's parents, then," said the professor. "That works," said Hermione. "Thank you, Professor." After the three left, Harry turned to them and said, "Now we need, to get down into the chamber to at least get the venom. You'll need something to store it within, first," said Daphne. "True," mused Harry, "so, I have to find some large enough sealable containers to store it within." "The room of lost things, Harry," said Hermione. "There's bound to be something in there you can use." With a sigh, Harry said, "Of course." Then he leaned over and gave his bushy-haired bondmate on the cheek. Hermione was shocked, to say the least. Her emerald-eyed friend, her bondmate, had never initiated such a random display of affection before. It felt nice. The three returned to their apartment and, though it was starting to get a little late, started in on their homework. Of course, having gone through it all before, with her amazing memory, Hermione was very quick to get her own done. Harry found the occlumency even iced him with his own memory of the previous events, and allowed him to rapidly get through it, as did Daphne. However, she also appeared quite distracted. Once they'd finished, Harry packed his work away and was about to head for bed when Daphne stopped him. Puzzled, he sat back down again. "Daphne," he asked, worried for her. "What's wrong?" Blushing, she looked away for a few moments. Harry turned to look at Hermione, who he saw was just as puzzled. They waited for their new friend, their bondmate, to tell them what was wrong. Harry was about to ask again when she turned back and, with eyes downcast, quietly asked, "When do you want to finalize the bond?" Out of the corner of his eye he saw Hermione blush and look away. Shocked, Harry replied, Daphne, sorry, John didn't tell me how to do that. He kind of intimated you or Hermione would do that. And I didn't have a chance to do more than lightly skim through those books on bonds. I was more focused on detection charms for the potions." Both girls seemed to blush even further. And Daphne's eyes seemed to water. Harry," stammered Hermione, finding the courage to speak. "Finalizing the bond requires the act of, sual intimacy." Surprised and starting to blush a little himself, and wondering how things suddenly got so uncomfortable, in a quiet voice he said, "Oh. Why does it suddenly feel so hot in here?" He thought, steeling himself and thinking, Gryffindors forward, he rose from the side he was sitting on and went over to sit next to Daphne. "Daphne," he said, trying to get the other girl's attention. "Please, look at me." He reached over and took her closest hand in his own, and felt her flinch a little. "Daphne, please," he softly begged. Taking a breath and sniffling a little, she slowly turned to look at him. Hermione sat on the couch on the other side of the coffee table and quietly stayed out of it. Clearly sensing the anxiety in his familiar's mood, Crookshanks hopped off the seat of the armchair he preferred and hopped up into Hermione's lap. She almost absently petted him as he purred soothing sounds. When Daphne looked at Harry, he could see her eyes were full of unshed tears. "I had no idea," Harry softly said to her. "I had no idea that to finalize the bond requires us to do that." He saw her nod in acceptance. "I promise you this, Daphne Anna Greenger, I will not, in any way, shape or form, push you to do anything that you're uncomfortable doing with me," he said, with as much feeling as he could generate. "The protections we each needed from the bond are now already there. We need not go any further, if it makes you uncomfortable." And, with those words, the floodgates of tears suddenly released. Daphne burst into tears. Harry was at a loss as to what to do. Thankfully, Hermione was not. Shooing a disgruntled Crookshanks off her lap, she hurried over from the opposite couch and sat on the other side of the crying girl, before quickly wrapping her in her arms. Daphne buried her face in Hermione's shoulder, and cried her eyes out. Crookshanks decided to return to his seat on the armchair. Not knowing whether to stay where he was, or go back and sit on the other couch, Harry thought it might be best to stay until one of the two of them told him otherwise. He looked over Daphne's head at Hermione with such a look of confusion. Hermione smiled at him and gestured for him to stay. All the while, she was making calming noises for Daphne. Once the girl had calmed down a bit, Hermione softly said to Harry, "Could you go and wait a minute?" Utterly confused, Harry just looked back while Hermione got that look that told Harry she thought she'd been stupid about something. She turned her head a little to the side and called, "Dobby." Just as Harry's own eyes widened in surprise of his own stupidity, the little elf popped in and asked, "Does the great Harry Potter Sirs Grandee need Dobby?" "Yes, thank you, Dobby," Hermione said to the little fellow. "Can you get me a cool moist flannel and a calming draught?" "Certainly, Miss Grandee," replied Dobby. He popped away and was back a few moments later with a small clean white towel, damp with chilled water, and the required draught. Accepting them, Hermione said, "Thank you, Dobby. Now, I think Harry needs to ask you something." Then she gave Harry a very pointed look before she gave the potion to Daphne to drink, as she used the small towel to wipe the girl's face and the back of her neck. Dobby turned to Harry with a curious expression on his face. What does the great Harry Potter sir need to be asking Dobby? Giving himself a bit of mental smack in the head for not thinking of it earlier, Harry asked the loyal little elf, "Dobby, would you like to bond with me as my house elf?" It was as if all of the little creature's Christmases had come at once. The elf practically glowed with joy. Yes, he practically cried, before diving forward and hugging Harry around his knees. There was a glow as an elf bond formed between the two and Dobby backed off. With a bow and downcast face, the little elf asked, "How may Dobby be helping Master next?" "All right," said Harry. "First things first, I order you in perpetuity to call me Harry, in private or if I'm only with Hermione or Daphne. Second, I do not believe you should be wearing that disgusting old pillowcase. I'd like to see you in something far more utilitarian and befitting the position of house elf to Harry Potter." Harry thought about a couple of different ideas as Dobby stared back at him, eye to eye. Suddenly, with a grin, Dobby broke the connection and snapped his fingers. With a flash of magic he was wearing what, to Harry, appeared to be what the United States or Canadian military called urban battle dress fatigues, or something. He wore cargo-style pants with matching long-sleeved jacket and cap in a mottled pattern made of black, dark grays, lighter grays and minimal white, over soft black boots. Instead of a country's flag on his shoulder, he wore a family crest. When Harry looked closer at it, he realized it said, "Potter," on a small banner directly below it. "I have a house crest," he numbly thought. "And, I didn't even know." Gathering his thoughts, again, he asked the little elf, "Are you happy to wear this, Dobby?" "Oh, yes, Master Harry," Dobby replied. "All the other elves will be so jealous." Well, as long as you're happy with it," said Harry. "Because I like it too." Dobby then popped away, and was back a few moments later with 3 goblets of pumpkin juice. Before anyone could say anything, he was gone again. Turning back to the 2 girls he saw Hermione look back with amusement, and Daphne looking back at him with confused shock. "Harry," Daphne asked, "how is it you bonded with the little elf, and then had him wearing clothes, but didn't immediately sever the bond again?" "I didn't sever the bond because I didn't give Dobby clothes," said Harry. "I gave him my impressions of what sort of things I want him to wear, and then let him dress himself that way. I never actually offered him any clothing." With a bit of a snort that made a bit of a mess, Daphne quickly brought her ever-ready handkerchief out and blew her nose, wiped it and tucked the cloth away again. "Sorry," she murmured to Hermione. "Whatever for?" asked Hermione. "I made a mess on you," Daphne replied, gesturing with her hand at the front of Hermione's robes. Hermione looked down and gave her own amused snort before drawing her wand. A quick swish and muttered, "Evanesco," and the mess was gone. Hesitating a few moments, the other 2 knew Daphne still needed to say something, so, gave her the time to gather her thoughts. "We're bonded," sniffled Daphne. "Yes, we are," said Harry. "But, it's not complete," she said. "Daphne," Harry sighed, "you were vague enough to tell us what happened just before you died. I'm a bloke, but, even I know that's got to have been a pretty traumatic experience for you. A few days ago, relatively speaking, Hermione was 18 and we were both 17. However, now Hermione's almost 15 and we've just turned 14. It's going to take the 3 of us quite some time to come to terms with that. We don't need to go adding to the difficulties of that with worrying about us." "You really don't know, do you?" she asked. glancing at him for a moment before turning her eyes downcast once more and answering her own question. Of course, you don't. You haven't read the book yet. And, I keep forgetting both of you were Muggle-raised. Harry and Hermione looked at each other in confusion, but didn't interrupt, knowing she had more to say. We only initiated the bond, on the train, she went on. For the bond to become permanent, requires SUAL intimacy, the full UAL intimacy sort. You mean UAL intercourse, said Hermione. Coitus. Yeah, I got that, said Harry. But, we don't need to go there. We've got the protections we needed, now. You don't understand, she sobbed a little. Yes, we do. However, thankfully, we don't have to go there straight away. But, it's best if there's some sort of intimate contact for some time before the time is ready for the bond to become permanent. Still not looking up, she then asked, did you not wonder why bonded couples have the right to an apartment? With a slight shrug, Harry replied, I thought it was just so we could get to know each other better. It is, she said. Physically. She then slowly, but with greater conviction as she went on, told them what she meant. She even showed them what it said in the books. And gave certain timelines. She also told them that, to not do what was recommended, meant the bond would weaken to the point where it would simply cease to be. And that was completely unacceptable. Then, we'll trust to your knowledge and the pace you want to set, Daphne, said Hermione. What do you recommend? What do you want to do? Daphne clearly thought about it for a while before she asked, can we just sleep together in the same bed for tonight? In our night clothes, of course. It's best to maintain a skin-to-skin contact during the night to anchor the bond, but I'm not comfortable with that level yet. Blushed Harry, with a somewhat horrified expression. Frowning and looking a little hurt, Hermione asked, you don't want to do that, Harry? Blushing even further, he exclaimed, no. I mean, yes, dropping his own head and sighing, he said, I'm a guy. Things happen, while I sleep. I can't help it. Understanding and blushing herself, Hermione softly said, oh. Not understanding, Daphne looked up and saw their expressions and asked, what? Unable to form a coherent sentence without it coming out like a squeak, or sounding like he was a maniac, Harry kept his mouth shut and just blushed even deeper. Hermione rescued him from answering. He means he has naughty dreams, said Hermione. With a confused frown, Daphne said, well, that's understandable. We have those, too. Yes, said Hermione, but his make him become aroused. You know, erect. Oh, said Daphne, finally glancing up at Harry, embered but amused, all the same. Trying not to laugh, Hermione asked, hang on a moment. Harry, do you have air? I think they're called nocturnal emissions. Harry just blushed even further, slid to the end of the couch and softly mumbled, sometimes. Daphne clearly didn't understand and glanced from Harry to Hermione in confusion. Taking pity on her, or maybe on Harry, Hermione leaned down and whispered in her ear. Daphne's eyes widened in surprise before her mouth opened wide. Then she blushed very red, and snorted a little. Harry didn't know which of the two started it, but he soon found both girls giggling away while he was uncomfortably blushing in emberment at the other end of the couch. Harry, Hermione giggled, as you said, you can't help it. There's nothing to be embered about. Then, why are you laughing so much about it? He mumbled, almost whining. We shouldn't. I know, she said, still trying not to laugh. Even Daphne was still chuckling away. At least she wasn't crying anymore. Fine, he grumbled. I'm going to go and enlarge the bed, a lot. Then I'm going to bed. If you want to come and join me, I won't stop you. And he quickly got up, grabbed his book bag and almost ran into the bedroom. But, it's just to sleep. He yelled back. He couldn't focus enough to enlarge the bed right away, so went and got ready first. As soon as he exited the bathroom he enlarged the bed so it would more than comfortably sleep 3 people, or 5, and climbed in. He lay in the middle and tried to stop thinking what it would be like for either of the girls to join him. But his mind kept thinking about what they'd look like under their clothes. That was starting to cause him problems, so he started to think about what Dolores Umbridge would look like the same way. That helped. A lot. Almost too much, as he felt. Quite ill thinking about it. He had just extinguished the lights when the bedroom door opened and both girls walked in. From the light coming in through the window, he could see both were wearing pajamas of a sort. Hermione was wearing a tank top and silk shorts, while Daphne was wearing a sort of short, sleeveless heavy nightgown that fell to her knees. He stayed quiet as they each moved to a side of the bed. Again, Daphne moved to his left, while Hermione moved to his right. Not daring to say a word, he watches Hermione, first, lifted the bed covers and slipped in. A moment later, Daphne did the same from her side. Both then eased themselves down to lie flat on their backs, just as Harry was doing. This is ridiculous, Harry thought. None of us are going to get any sleep like this. He willed himself to try and relax and even tried to picture sheep jumping a gate. He'd heard somewhere, once, that this was the best way to try and count sheep. And, that it was great mind action to help you get to sleep. He had no idea both girls were doing similar exercises. Harry woke up having such a pleasant dream. He'd dreamed he'd managed to kill Voldemort quite spectacularly in the middle of Diagon Alley. And now a pair of twins was in bed with him, showing him their appreciation for his efforts. He could only tell them apart due to their hair. One had auburn, now only slightly wild, hair, while the other had blonde hair that fell in silk straight strands to her shoulders. At the moment, he was cuddled up to the auburn-haired one, whom he called one, ready for round 2 of their all-night session of, while the blonde-haired one, 2, he called her, was snuggled up to his back. He had a fistful of one of one's succulent S with his thumb lightly brushing back and forth over the nipple, while 2 had her arm around his lower middle and trapped between him and 1. He lay there hoping 2's hand would slide a bit lower for him and guide him down when, softly breathing in, he drew in 1's scent through his nose. He thought, she smells just like Hermione. Hermione, Hermione, startled properly awake, feeling his heart give a sudden lurch in his as it started hammering away, he tried to snatch his hand away from where he had groped his best friend. But his hand only made it about 2 inches before it felt material snap taut across the back of his hand. Then, before he could realize his hand was up and under her tank top, and that he had to pull it down her body to escape the material, he felt her hand grab the back of his, and push it back onto her. Almost in a panic, he froze, unsure of what to do now. "Leave it there, Harry," he heard Hermione softly say. "I don't mind, and I kind of like it." His mind whirling almost too fast to hold a proper thought, the only one he could hold in his mind and think to do was pull himself away from her bum, and the silken feel of her shorts, lest she feel it, and know he was a dirty young man. His main thought was, I'm squeezing Hermione's bear. He eased his hips away from her very warm behind, closer to the body spooning him from behind, thinking he might have got away with it. "You could have left that there, too, Harry," he heard Hermione softly say. "I didn't mind that, either." Harry sighed as he fought his heart rate down to a less palpitating speed, and said, "As much as I would love to, it's a school day, and we have CL at 10:30 a.m. You and I have Dada with the claws." With a stifled yawn from behind him, Daphne said, "He's right. We've got CL, charms with the puffs for me." Hermione sighed, hesitated a moment, pulled Harry's hand down from underneath her tank top and flipped over onto her left shoulder. Looking Harry in the eye, for a moment, she brought her hand up to his cheek, before she ed him, lips to lips. Though he enjoyed it, he hadn't expected her to just lean in on him so softly, so tenderly. After a few moments to think it through, he then leaned forward and ed her back the same way, which surprised her. It was only the second time Harry had ever initiated such a contact. Well, at least including the brotherly peck to her cheek after CL before. After Hermione rose and made her way back to her bedroom, Harry pulled away from Daphne and flipped himself over, just as Hermione had done less than a minute earlier. He looked back into the gorgeous aquamarine blue eyes of the haired girl that contained just a hint of nervousness. "And good morning to you, too, beautiful," he softly said with a smile. Almost instantly the hint of fear or nervousness left her eyes and she brightly smiled. This time he waited for her to make the first move. She did. Just as Hermione did, She leaned in and softly eyed him, he was happy to return. After Daphne laid there, just staring back at him for a few moments, Harry saw her face, ever so slightly, change expression to one he'd come to recognize as her having reached a decision. Then she leaned forward and more pianately eyed him than the one a few moments earlier. Then she suddenly pulled away, flipped back the covers and climbed out of bed. While we might not have CL first period this morning, Harry James, we should still get up, she smirked. So, get out of bed, shower, and get dressed. We should be in the Great Hall for breakfast. As she walked out, Harry laid in bed for a few moments and sighed while staring up at the ceiling. That second told him she was starting to recover from the horror she went through immediately before her death. Or maybe it was because those memories were behind a very strong occlumency barrier. He hoped that it was that, plus the talk they had the previous night, helping the girl to come to terms with what had happened to her, and what they had yet to do. By rights, she should see a mind healer to aid her in coming to terms with it and putting it behind her. However, they couldn't go that route and keep the fact she, at least, was a time traveler a secret. Therefore, it was up to he and Hermione to work together to help her. The three walked into the Great Hall in their usual formation, and half of their year mates were not there. As last night was supposed to have been an astronomy night, though they never had it the first week back, many of them were using the opportunity to sleep in. They'd just eat larger portions at morning tea and make up the difference at lunch. However, even if they had astronomy the previous night, that would not have stopped Ron Weasley from making his way down to breakfast. Walking in, the three saw the red-haired boy sitting where Neville had been sitting the past couple of days. Harry pulled the two girls up short before Ron saw them. Remember, he quietly said to them both. Ron's not doing all the potioning, at this point in time, it's mainly Ginny. Plus, it's also been 3 days, we don't know if he's not going to try, anyway. Things may have changed that much, already. Both girls nodded but, before the three continued to the table, Daphne said, I still won't sit near him with his atrocious table manners. Fair enough, said Harry, turning to her. We'll sit with you furthest away from him. Then he turned to Hermione. That means, Hermione, you need to be on more of a guard. You're going to be sitting closest to him, almost directly opposite. Hermione pressed her lips together in determination and nodded, once. I'll watch him like a hawk, she said. As will I, he replied. The three made their way along the table opposite where Ron was and stopped a little further along and closer to the head table before sitting down. After the three had sat, Ron finally noticed them when he reached for more food. He did not notice they had already cast quite a few detection charms over the drinks and food already there. Nothing showed up. Oh, he said. Mornin', Ari, Hermione. Ron, said Hermione. While you've not been properly introduced due to your previous shoddy behavior, that's no reason to continue to be rude to Daphne. Ron looked back at Hermione for a few moments in surprise. His expression almost immediately morphed until he looked like he was going to snap something back, but thought better of it. Then he flicked a quick glance at Daphne before he finally mumbled, Mornin'. And good morning to you, too, Mr. Weasley, Daphne smirked back. Again, Ron flicked his eyes to her for a moment with an angry retort on his lips, before looking away again. He then muttered something unintelligible under his breath and then promptly ignored her. For the moment, that was more than enough for Harry. As long as he wasn't being outright rude, he'd tolerate the other boy being near him. However, all three knew the friendship would be over for good soon enough. Ron wasn't their biggest problem. At the moment, he wasn't even third on the list. Their main problem was Ginny. As if the mere thought of her name was a magic all its own, in she walked. Carefully watching her, Hermione gave Harry a nudge. Once she saw he was paying attention to her, she then flicked her chin towards the redhead as she was walking towards them. Harry caught the flick and then did the same for Daphne. Harry did not miss the look of determination that seemed to peek, for only a moment, across the face of the youngest Weasley as he carefully watched her. Leaning in to whisper in Daphne's ear, he said, she's going to do it now, you know. And turned to Hermione and did the same. He didn't notice he was seen by Ron. Here, the boy said. What are you whispering about? If I wanted you to know, Ron, said Harry staring the boy down. I wouldn't have whispered it, now, would I? Ron grumbled a bit, but returned to bending over his plate and shoveling food into his mouth just as Ginny sat down beside him and closer to them. With a big smile on her face, she said directly to Harry, "Hi, Harry. I've not seen you in the common room for a couple of days. Where've you been staying?" "In a private apartment, Ginny," he replied, buttering a piece of toast and reaching for the marmalade. "Oh," she asked, "I didn't know you could get one of those." "As if we could afford it," muttered Ron, barely breaking the rhythm in which he kept eating. Watching him eat, Harry realized it had to be the original loyalty potions that kept him keeping that friendship with the boy. Ron was managing a very good impersonation of his cousin, Dudley. And it was not pleasant to watch. "They're for special situations, Ginny," he replied. "And, before you ask, it's to do with our bonds. We need it to help solidify our bonds." Out of the blue, a flash of annoyance flashed over Ginny's face before she suddenly looked toward the head table and said, "Oh. I see our headmaster hasn't returned from wherever he went, yet." Of course, all of them immediately turned to look at the head table for a moment. When he turned back, Harry noticed that the pumpkin juice in his goblet bubbling a little. He quickly glanced at Ginny and noticed she was looking a little pleased with herself, as did Ron. Both her hands were below the edge of the table. Before either of the girls could reach for their juices, Harry reached out and picked his up. But, just before he took a sip, he made a show of sniffing it. He then pulled it away from himself and frowned down at it, then reached for his wand and cast the detection for mind-altering potions over it. It immediately glowed bright blue. "Nobody touches anything," he said. He then cast the same detections over the table. Only his goblet glowed, so he'd managed to detect it before Ginny or Ron could dose the other two. "Excuse me," he muttered, rising. Still holding the goblet in his offhand, he climbed over the bench and made his way to the head table, directly to Professor McGonagall. "Excuse me, Professor," he said. "Mr. Potter," she asked. "I believe I just saw Ginny Weasley dump a potion of some kind in my pumpkin juice," he explained. "When I cast a detection charm over it, the result was positive for a mind-altering potion of some kind." The professor looked at him in shock, before she looked over at the Gryffindor table. Harry didn't see it as it was going on behind him, but the professor suddenly surged to her feet and barked out, "Stay right where you are, Mr. and Miss Weasley." Harry turned around to see Ginny and Ron freeze in place where they were trying to hurriedly leave the hall. "Come here, you two," commanded the professor. "Right now," as both slowly made their way towards the head table, looking like deer caught in the headlights of a truck, the professor turned to her right and said, "Professor Flitwick, would you be so kind as to check this goblet for potions?" Grimly, from where he had overheard and was in a bit of shock, the little professor stood on his seat and drew his wand as Harry placed the goblet on the table before him. With a few muttered incantations and wand gestures, Harry saw the goblet glow blue for a moment before shifting to pink and immediately to green. "Definitely potioned, Professor McGonagall," said the little professor. "I'd like to ask," but Professor McGonagall, looking quite irate, called down the table to her right. "Professor Snape, your expertise as potions master is needed here." With a frown and a mutter that, to Harry, sounded like, "What has the Potter tea done now?" Snape made his way along the table. "Yes?" he inquired with an overly affected look of curiosity. "Professor, please check that goblet," said Professor McGonagall, indicating the goblet for unauthorized potions. Both redheads came to stand near but just behind and to one side of Harry. Ginny looked absolutely terrified, but Ron looked angry. By now, the entire hall was looking on with interest. Snape made his own incantations and wand gestures, getting the same color results as Professor Flitwick. "Interesting," he said. "I detect a loyalty potion and a love potion." Professor McGonagall looked almost murderous. She glared at Ginny and said, "Come up here and empty your pockets, Miss Weasley." Ginny was starting to tear up as Harry moved off to the side. He, too, was glaring at Ginny with hate. He no longer had to mask his emotions. Ginny made a show of moving her shaking hands, appearing to skip pockets and empty others onto the table before her as her hands seemed to flutter about. When she stopped, there were no potion bottles or phials on the table. The professor drew her wand and exclaimed, "Accio potion phials," while pointing her wand at the girl. With a cry of dismay from Ginny, 6 small potion vials leapt out of her pockets and soared to the professor. She caught all of them in her off arm against her. From where he was standing, Harry could see 2 appeared empty. Placing her wand on the table before her, the professor reached up and grabbed all 6 vials, before placing them on the table next to her wand. Turning to Ron, she said, "Now, your turn, Mr. Weasley. Empty your pockets onto the table, all of your pockets." Furious and embered, Ron stepped forward and pulled things out of his pockets. He hesitated a moment and then pulled out 6 potion vials of his own, placing them on the table. He refused to look at anyone. "My office, you too," she near snarled. "Now." Ginny turned tail and bolted from the hall, sobbing, while Ron followed behind, storming along in her wake. Looking over at where he was sitting, Harry could see the 2 girls were sad but determined. Turning back to look at Professor McGonagall, he was both furious and sad. "Professor, it is a criminal offense to attempt to ply someone with a love potion at Hogwarts, to anyone under the age of consent, and to anyone who does not otherwise give their consent if they are of age. Miss Weasley is, allegedly, guilty on all 3 counts. As much as it pains me to do so, I want her charged. I also want the potions Ron had on him checked. If any of those are keyed to me or either of my bondmates, I want him charged, too." "Yes, Mr. Potter," said the professor. "I'm aware of the law in this matter." Turning to Professor Snape, she said, "Severus, I request your presence in my office as expert witness while I talk to both youngest Weasley children and summon the Aurors." Professor Snape nodded once and followed Professor McGonagall from the hall. For once, the perpetual sneer was completely absent from his face. They took the dozen potion vials with them. Harry returned to sit at the table and slumped as both girls put their arms around him. He felt he should get a BAFTA if he could pull this off. Harry didn't notice the twins coming up until they sat down opposite the 3 where Ron and Ginny had sat. "Harry, what's going on?" one twin asked. "We know it must be bad, though," said the other. "The matter is going to be investigated by the DMLE," said Harry. "But," Ginny distracted us by pointing out that Dumbledore hasn't returned, yet. Out of the corner of my eye I saw her tip something into my pumpkin juice. When I looked back, she'd withdrawn both hands under the table, and my juice bubbled a bit. "Because we've got the ever-paranoid Alistair Moody as a professor here, now, I've decided his catch cry of constant vigilance has, you know, something to it. So, the 3 of us have been learning detection charms, just like he uses when he checks his food before eating it. I used one of those general detection charms on my juice and my goblet glowed blue. I had cast it upon the same goblet only a minute or 2 earlier, and it did not glow blue then. That it glowed blue means it was positive for a mind-altering potion of some sort. So, I took it to Professor McGonagall with my suspicions. You saw what happened from there." The twins looked at one another and one asked the other, "Do you think either of them would try to use a love potion?" "She would, dear brother," said the other, sadly. "But, I don't know about Ronikins. She's always been smitten with the idea of," said the first. "Catching the boy who lived." They both said. According to Professors Flitwick and Snape, it was both a love potion and a loyalty potion, Harry grimly said. "Merlin," said one twin. "Ginny's in a lot of trouble." "So's Ron, if he was involved," said the other. "We need to send an ultimatum," said the first. "I wouldn't do that, if I were you," said Harry. "Why not?" asked one, clearly curious. Daphne pointedly asked, "Do you honestly believe either of those 2 is capable of brewing a love or loyalty potion?" The twins looked at each other in surprise before the expressions on both suddenly changed to resignation. "No," said one. "Mum's the potioneer," said the other. "As are you too," said Harry. "I know you have to be fudging your scores. In potions, you'd not be able to develop many of the pranks you carry out, if you weren't." Both twins looked a little sheepish, but one said, "We'd never do something like that." "To you, Harry," said the other. "The best thing you can do is contact your father," said Daphne, getting things back on track. "Just not your mother. If she really is brewing the potions, then you'll alert her to destroying the evidence in your home. That'll get you in trouble with the DMLE. "We'll owl Dad," said one. "We'll use Pig," said the other. Both twins then looked directly at them and said, "Sorry about this." They then rose and left the hall. Before anyone else could come and see them, Harry said to both girls, "If this works, we'll be able to secure ourselves from the risk of being potioned from either of them ever again, maybe." Ever vigilant for important news for our loyal readers, I've come across the most astounding piece of information. The hero of our wizarding world, Harry Potter, 14, known to many as the boy who lived after his astonishing defeat of he who must not be named 13 years ago this Halloween, is involved in a three-way soul bond with two witches, writes Rita Skeeter, special correspondent. We, at the Daily Prophet, would like to congratulate Mr. Potter and his two bondmates, Miss Daphne Greenger, 14, of House Greenger, and Miss Hermione Granger, 14, Muggleborn. While we do not know the exact situation which led to the bondings, the date and time leads us to believe both took place 1 minute apart while they were traveling to Hogwarts aboard the Hogwarts Express on the 1st of this month. This reporter will work hard for you to learn all the facts on this most unusual circumstance and report them in your newspaper for your information. Already, we know all three have just begun their 4th year at our most famous of schools of magic. And, we have also learned that Mr. Potter and Miss Granger are both of Gryffindor House, while Miss Greenger is of Slytherin House. Normally, this might prove to be a problem. However, due to the nature of soul bonds, the three teens would have been offered a private apartment within the castle. This offer is allowed and encouraged under ministerial law to allow the partners involved to become more comfortable with one another, and to strengthen the bond. For our younger witches out there, it now means Mr. Potter is taken. And, any marriage contracts that may have existed for any of the three are now void. Sorry ladies. Damn it, Harry sighed. The way this is written, I think we need to expect buggy little Skeeter to come crawling around. I'll get my jar ready, smirked Hermione. Sorry, asked Daphne, confused. Jar. Rita's an unregistered animagus, Hermione quietly replied, a little gleefully. Her form is that of a water beetle. Our first time through, explained Harry. Hermione, here, figured out what she was, after she reported that nonsense about the supposed three-way relationship between her, me and Crumb. Looking back in surprise, Daphne breathed, so that's how she does it. Dad's been wondering about that for a long time, as have many others. Skeeter's published stuff before that was privileged information. It's hurt Dad, dearly. Last time through, Hermione trapped Skeeter in an unbreakable GL jar for a couple of weeks, said Harry. By the time she let her out, Skeeter was willing to do anything we wanted, at least, for a while. This time, I'm getting a bloody magical oath off her, said Hermione. I didn't do that, last time. By the time Harry had read through most of the paper, with the girls continually stopping so they could read the fashion pages and the like and talk to each other about them, most of the rest of the school had already headed off to their first CL. They were still sitting in a now mostly empty great hall when Madame Bones approached them and sat opposite. Two oars stood at her back, looking around. Mr. Potter, she said. Ma'am, replied Harry, with a slightly quirked eyebrow and a small smile. Firstly, she said, congratulations to the three of you on your soul bond. I hope you realize how incredibly rare it is. After the three acknowledged both, she said, I want you to step me through what happened this morning. Harry had a naughty idea. Well, I was having this lovely dream that included. Stop, she barked and glared at him. Harry couldn't help but chuckle back. I'm well aware of what a 14-year-old boy is likely to have been dreaming of, Mr. Potter, she said. Start from when the three of you walked into the Great Hall, please. With a light gesture of acknowledgement, Harry described the whole matter from when she said until the twins left. When he'd finished, she turned to look at Daphne and asked, Is there anything you feel Mr. Potter left out, Miss Greenger? No, madam, replied Daphne. Then the older witch turned to Hermione and asked, And you, Miss Granger? No, ma'am, she replied. Thank you, Madame Bones said, starting to rise. And, thank you for waiting for us, here. I know no one asked you to do that. It made sense, ma'am, he quietly replied. It is my experience many witches and wizards tend to lack common sense, Mr. Potter, she said with a wry grimace. Please expect to receive communications from me if, as is likely, this matter goes to court. Yes, ma'am, Harry replied. You do realize, of course, that neither of them should have the education needed to brew such potions. Yes, Mr. Potter, she said. Then she and her two oars headed back out of the hall. "Well, ladies, what now?" Harry asked them. "We seem to have some time on our hands." "We need those containers for the basilisk venom," said Hermione. "I suggest we go to the room of lost things and see what's in there we can use." "All right," said Harry. "However, first, Hermione and I have a CL to get to. And Daphne's got charms." Hermione looked almost appalled that they'd almost missed a CL. "Oh, gods," she said, almost horrified. "I don't believe I forgot about a CL." Harry just laughed and said, "Again, relax, Hermione. It's no big deal for us, remember." Quickly, the three made their own way out of the Great Hall. After his last CL for the day, his first with the fake Moody was the morning CL, Harry returned to the apartment and pulled out his unfinished homework. He didn't want it still hanging over him when they visited the Grangers that evening. He knuckled down and got it done. Then he pulled out the book on ancient runes and started going through it. There were even exercises within it he could do. He was still going strong when Hermione and Daphne entered. Looking at them, confused, he asked, "Professor Babbling let you out early?" "No, Harry," smirked Daphne. Hermione said, "It was the full double. But, clearly, you found ancient runes interesting enough to lose track of time." Sheepishly, Harry said, "Oh, yeah, I guess I have." The two girls looked at each other and grinned before moving over to the opposite sofa. "So, homework?" asked Hermione. I've already done mine," said Harry. "You have?" asked a surprised Hermione. "I have," he replied. "Remember, I've currently got 2 less CLEs than Daphne, and 3 less CLEs than you. As well as that meaning less homework, it also means I've got more time to do it." Hermione frowned and said, "Well, it seems you have been holding back, haven't you?" Harry sighed and replied, "All to try and keep my friendship with Ron. That boy really has been nothing but an anchor around your neck, dragging you down," said Daphne. "Yeah," said Harry, "my eyes have been well and truly open to that." Knowing they'd have to leave the school to visit with the Granger parents, the three went early down to dinner. As with lunch, there was no sign of either of the 2 youngest Weasleys. "I'm wondering if Ginny and Ron have been suspended," said Harry to the other 2. "They should have been at least suspended," said Daphne. "The level of the crime should mean they're currently sitting in holding cells in the DMLE. Even though they're both minors?" asked Hermione. Daphne thought about that for a few moments before she said, "You're right. They'd not be in cells, but house arrest isn't out of the question." Neville, who had arrived and sat down opposite, greeted them and asked, "So, if you don't mind me asking, what happened this morning?" "Ginny tried to slip Harry love and loyalty potions," said Hermione. "And, it appears, Ron was carrying similar potions on him." Utterly shocked, Neville said, But, that's illegal." "We know," said Daphne. "That's why neither of them was here for lunch, and haven't put in an appearance, so far, for dinner." "Nor was Ron in Dada this morning," Harry slotted in. "We think the DMLE may have removed them both from the school," said Hermione. After a few moments, Neville emphatically said, "Good." Surprised, Harry asked, "You support their removal for the use of love and loyalty potions?" "Definitely," said Neville. "Gran calls those sorts of potions the imperious curse in a bottle." "I agree. They rob people of the right to make their own decisions." "That's actually quite a profound concept," mused Daphne. "One I happen to agree with. Any sort of mind-altering potion, especially one that's given against the wishes of the taker, sickens me. They could all be clad as a liquid imperious curse, when you look at them that way." The talk moved to CLEs and how effective Moody was as a professor. Though they couldn't say anything, none of the 3 were looking forward to the CL in a couple of weeks that dealt with the 3 unforgivables. The talk moved on to the 2 visiting schools that would arrive just before Halloween. Neville said he was actually looking forward to their arrival, as he wanted to know what the other 2 schools were like. Soon enough, Madame Pomfrey stopped by to ask if they were ready to depart. Because there were 3 of them, and Dumbledore wasn't available to make them portkeys, the 4 headed for the 3 Broomsticks, a wizarding pub in the town of Hogsmeade, just outside the main gates into the castle grounds. From there, they traveled by flow, a magical form of travel that linked fireplaces across the breadth of the Isles, and arrived in the leaky cauldron. Of the four, Harry was the only one not to exit properly and landed on his face. However, that seemed to be standard for Harry. He did the same the year before last when he traveled from the home of the Weasleys, the Burrow, to Diagon Alley in the original timeline. "Before we go further, Madame Pomfrey," said Harry, "I think we may need to go to the bookstore to pick up a book on soul relationships for Hermione's parents." Amused, Madame Pomfrey drew a small book from her robes and showed it to Harry. "Never fear, Mr. Potter. I already anticipated that need." Harry looked back a bit sheepishly and said, "Oh, sorry." "That's all right, Mr. Potter," she replied. "It was good that you thought of it in case I had not." Instead of going into the alley, Madame Pomfrey led them outside. There, they boarded the night bus for the reasonably quick journey to Crawley, where Hermione's parents lived. The Granger home was quite a substantial-sized house. Nothing on the size of the Malfoy mansion, but clearly larger than either the Burrow or Shell Cottage. Hermione led their small party to the front door, opened it, and announced their presence by calling out, "Mum! Dad, we're here." They then heard a male voice call back from the rear of the house, "Are you really, sweetheart? Are you sure you're not just an audible imagination? I could be hearing things, you know." By then, the four were inside. The last in, Madame Pomfrey, closed the door behind her. Harry snorted in amusement. Hermione practically ran down the hall that led away from the front door and through a door further back and off to the left. Harry, Daphne and Madame Pomfrey heard her squeal, "Daddy," and adult male laughter in response. Through the door Hermione went out. In walked what was clearly her mother. The familial similarities were too much for it not to be. The woman was smiling as she walked down the hallway towards them. "Hello," she said, by way of greeting, "you must be Madame Pomfrey and Hermione's friends." She then indicated a door immediately to their left and said, "This way, please. We'll go into the parlor." The three preceded Mrs. Granger into a large parlor before she stepped in and, indicating the couches and armchairs, said, "Please, be seated. I'll go see if." Just then, through another door, in walked a teary-eyed but grinning Hermione, and what was clearly her father. She said, "Harry, Daphne, Madame Pomfrey, this is my father, Dr. Anthony Granger, and my mother, Dr. Celeste Granger." Turning to her parents, she introduced the others, "Mum, Dad, this is Harry Potter, Daphne Granger and Madame Poppy Pomfrey, our school healer. Call me Aunt, and my wife's Cele. Healer," asked her father, as his in caught up and he was suddenly concerned. He took a closer look at Hermione with a father's eye, then shot a look at Harry before shooting another look at Hermione, particularly her tummy area. Hermione, seeing the look, blushed and said, "No, Daddy, that's not what this is about." Daphne practically snickered. "Certainly not," huffed Madame Pomfrey. Aunt looked a little abashed but weathered it. "Well, when my daughter suddenly comes home after only being away for a few weeks, and with a boy and the school nurse in tow." Understanding, Madame Pomfrey said, "Of course. But, no, that's not what this is about." "Please, sit," said Cele. "I've just put the kettle on." As everyone sat, Aunt said, "So, we finally meet the Harry Potter my daughter's been writing us about since November 3 years ago." "Daddy," squealed Hermione before she blushed near crimson. Harry nearly matched her color tone for tone as Daphne again snickered a little while Madame Pomfrey just smiled. "Tell me, young man," asked Aunt, "did you really jump on the back of what was it, a 12-foot-tall troll that had managed to get into the school?" Yes, sir," said Harry, quite embered. "It would have hurt Hermione, if I hadn't." "And late second year?" Aunt asked. "Something about a magical S." "Yes, sir," said Harry, squirming in his seat. "It attacked Hermione, see? A- and I wasn't going to have that." "How big was this S?" asked Aunt. Replied Harry. "I'm not really sure. It was about, I don't know, really, about 60 feet long." "Mr. Potter," gasped Madame Pomfrey, while Daphne looked at him in shock. "The basilisk was how long?" "About 60 feet long, ma'am," mumbled Harry. "About 3 feet wide between the eyes." The room sat stunned as Cele came back in carrying a tea serve on a tray. "What?" she asked, a little confused by the expressions on some faces. "What did I miss?" Put the tray down, love, and I'll tell you, said a clearly shocked aunt. When she placed the tray on the coffee table, he said, the magical S that placed our daughter into a magical coma, 2 years ago. It seems it was about 60 feet long and 3 feet wide between the eyes. Sally gasped and her hand flew to her upper in shock. Aunt looked at Harry with a piercing stare and asked, "And, pray tell, how did you deal with it?" "Very uncomfortable," Harry replied. "I killed it. With a sword." "With a sword," exclaimed Daphne, beating the others by a half-breath. "What sword?" "The, sword of Gryffindor," replied Harry, quietly. "You've got the sword of Gryffindor," exclaimed Daphne. "Well, no," Harry replied with a bit of a shrug. "The headmaster has it now. It's in a case in his office." "Let me get this straight," said Aunt, trying to get his head around the news. A 60-foot long, 3 feet wide, magical S caused our daughter to fall into this magical coma. You got upset about that. So, you decided to go after it with a sword. No, replied Harry. Hesitantly, he then went through the basic details of what happened that night, on the 29th of May 1993. "And Fox carried all of us back up the pipe into Myrtle's bathroom," he completed. "That's it, I guess." Aunt didn't say a word. He just rose, walked over to a cabinet, pulled a bottle of scotch and a GL out of it, and poured himself a healthy measure into the GL held in a shaky hand. Dr. Granger," stuttered Madame Pomfrey, not even acknowledging the Medi Witch, or correcting her for his name. Aunt reached in and pulled another 2 small glees out of the cabinet, before turning and walking back. He poured a healthy measure into all 3 glees and handed one each to Madame Pomfrey and Selle. Both ladies chugged them back. Aunt held his for a little while as he placed the bottle next to the tea serving and sat back down. "Harry," said Daphne, "I know it was big, but, when you said it was a big S, I didn't know it was that big." "What did I have to compare it to?" asked Harry a little defensively. "I had no idea how big a basilisk normally grows to." Daphne sighed and just shook her head. "Anyway," said Madame Pomfrey, clearing her throat, "that's not the reason we're here, and I need to get the children back to school." Everyone sat up a little straighter, especially Aunt and Selle. "What do you know about soulmates?" asked the Medi Witch of the 2 adult Grangers. Confused, Aunt replied, "Well, I believe Selle and I are soulmates. We've been together since grad school. We knew, even back then, that we would be together." "Good," said Madame Pomfrey. "This makes things easier. In the magical world, with witches and wizards, we have soul relationships, as we call that sort of thing, that can go even deeper than that. Yes, we have soul mates. However, we also have soul bonds and soul bounds. With those who are soul bound, as soon as the binding is established, no matter the age, magic recognizes the 2 involved as being married. That's because their souls become joined. To us, it's a wondrous thing for 2 people to be so closely matched. We consider it to be a match made in heaven that not even our highest laws can interfere with. And, actually, it's considered a criminal offense to attempt to keep those involved in a soul binding apart. That's because, to do so, could literally kill those involved." Taking a sip of her tea, she continued, "The level 1 want to discuss with you is the one between that and soulmates. The soul bonded. In a soul bond, magic has recognized that the parties involved are linked. Though we do not recognize them as married at that time, they are perfectly suited to one another for when they decide to marry, and make the relationship permanent. And, unless something bad happens, they will marry. Magic wants it to happen. Again, there are laws in place to stop people trying to separate the soul bonded. And ancient magic that protects them against someone trying to do just that. Once the bond has been initiated, no one is permitted to stand in the way of the bond. And the bond cannot be broken without the death of the other. Because of these conditions, the Ministry of Magic, our government, monitors for these bonds being initiated. They then send an urgent message to the parties involved informing them of the establishment of the bond, so that no one can separate them, unintentionally. Irrespective of the laws, the bond trumps them. And that brings us to why we're here, this evening. In something that has not been seen in recorded history, which means we're going back millennia. These 3 young people, she indicated the 3 teens, are involved in a 3-way soul bond. What? Aunt softly exclaimed, before looking at his daughter. Sele just looked stunned. Hermione, fretting a little while Madame Pomfrey explained, looked at her parents with worry in her eyes. Aunt's complexion became flushed and he started to look like he was going to blow his top. There was sudden flash and John, Roma and another appeared in the room. The third looked like a slightly overweight woman of African descent with frizzy hair pulled back into a bun. However, she had a large shock of white hair in front of her black hair. It looked almost a negative of Narcissa Malfoy's locks. Aunt and Sele snapped their heads around to see the three beings that had suddenly appeared, and both sat in shock. Anthony Michael, said the angel Harry hadn't seen before quite sternly. Don't you go losing your temper, now. Who are you? He asked. John said, I'm John, Harry's guardian angel. Indicating the other two, he said, this is Roma and Della. Roma is Hermione Jean's guardian angel, and Della is Daphne Anna's. Harry was looking at Madame Pomfrey and could see she appeared frozen. He said, what's wrong with Madame Pomfrey? She's frozen in time, said Della. She's not to be aware of this. But, she'll be instantly revived once we leave. Guardian angels, squeaked Sele. Yes, baby, said Della, a lot more calmly. And we're here to stop Anthony Michael, over there, from losing his temper. Oh, said Sele. John cut in and said, you two only need to understand that the soul bond between these three, indicating the three teens, is literally a match made in heaven, as Poppy Susan said it was. Losing your temper about it means you are losing your temper with heaven. And we can't have that. So, said Aunt, clearing his throat. I don't get a say in this. No, dear boy, you do not, Della firmly replied. However, said Roma, speaking for the first time, you do not need to fear for your daughter's happiness. She has loved Harry James since she was 12 years old. Even without the soul bond, she would have married him. What the soul bond does is protect her, Harry James and Daphne Anna from many forms of magical attack. It also protects her from anyone trying to use the law to keep them apart. The soul bond was decided upon to keep her and the other two safe. It is not for you to interfere. I'm her father, said Aunt a little morosely. It's my job to keep her safe. I swore it, and you are, said Roma. This bond is part of that. You're a good man, Anthony Michael, said Della with clear feeling. You're a loving husband and father. We are most pleased with you. However, said John, we needed to step in to stop you making a horrid mistake. A mistake that would have deeply wounded your daughter, Harry James and Daphne Anna. It would not have stopped what is to happen. Aunt, knowing the truth of the words, sadly nodded his head. Turning to Sele, Roma said, and you, Celeste Marie, we are also most pleased with you, too. You are a wonderful wife and mother. Keep up the good work and you shall soon be rewarded. Rewarded? Asked Sele. The three smiled and Della said, you will know when the time comes. John said, we must take our leave. When we go, time will recommence. At that time, Poppy Susan will be unfrozen. You are not to speak to her of meeting us. Understood. All five nodded. With another flash, they were gone. Poppy suddenly said, I know this is a great shock, Doctor and Dr. Granger, and difficult for you to accept due to you both being Muggle and having little understanding of our world. However, there's nothing anyone can do to undo this. Harry reached into his pocket and drew forth the 2 ministry letters he'd received the night of the bond being initiated, and handed them to Aunt. These are the notices we received on the evening of the 1st of September, sir, he said. Aunt quickly opened each and read. When he was done he sighed and handed them back to Harry. Young man, he said. My daughter is everything to me. If you hurt her, if you harm her. I understand, sir, said Harry. I cannot promise you I will not hurt her feelings. I can promise you, however, I place my life after hers. Before both of them, actually, are enemies, will have to get past me to get to either of them. And, at that point, I'll either be unconscious or dead. Daphne practically dived onto his lap and ed him. Damn, Potter, you're a noble git. Knowing her parents were right there, and that her father was on the verge of getting quite upset, Hermione only came around and ed him on the cheek. She's right, she said with a grin. You are a noble git. As Hermione returned to her seat, Madame Pomfrey said, actually, a lot of that is the bond. Mr. Potters, Alpha male mind view is heightened to the point where instinct will automatically move him to protect both girls. You've nothing to worry about there, Dr. Granger. How will he support them both, let alone a family, when that comes, many, many years from now, I hope? Asked Aunt of Poppy, though glancing rather pointedly at Harry. The Potter family is one of Wizarding Britain's oldest families, Dr. Granger, replied Madame Pomfrey. They're also one of the and, as Harry is the sole surviving heir, he inherits the lot on his majority. I'm rich, Harry squeaked in shock before he remembered being told precisely that by John before he was backstepped. Yes, Mr. Potter, said Madame Pomfrey, surprised. I would have thought you knew that. Heir, he said, I didn't think there was that much in my trust vault. That's just your trust vault, Harry, said Daphne. The Potter fortune is quite substantial. Your magical guardian should have told you all this. Dumbledore, sighed Harry, he kept it from me. Of course, Harry already knew this. But demonstrating the knowledge was not something he was allowed to do, just yet. What about your bank statements? Asked Aunt. Surely, they'd tell you how much you have. I don't receive any, Harry replied with a shrug. Mr. Potter, said Madame Pomfrey. What do you mean you don't receive any bank statements? I just don't, replied Harry. I've never received one. Well, she huffed. We'll have to see about getting you into Gringotts, at some time, to get that sorted out. As long as young Harry can support my little princess, I'm happy, said Aunt. Then have no fear on that, sir, Daphne firmly said. In Muggle terms, I believe you would say, Harry's loaded. Something else to talk to the goblins about, Harry muttered, annoyed yet again at Dumbledore keeping things from him. This was something he didn't learn about in the previous timeline, either, so, it's not as if Dumbledore was going to ever tell him. Once they'd finished their teas, as they were about to head back to school, Sele said, Harry, Daphne, as this looks like Harry, at least, is going to wed our daughter. We hope, at some time, you can look upon us as another set of parents. Surprised, Harry said, I'm honored. Yes, thank you. What would you prefer I call you? Whatever you're comfortable with, for now, Aunt replied, smiling. However, we hope, when you're comfortable with it, mind, you'll call us Mum and Dad. Thank you, said Harry, quite moved by the gesture. I, too, am honored, Daphne said, noticing the effect the gesture had on Harry. Thank you, and with that, we really must be going, said Madame Pomfrey, herding the three teens out the door. When they'd gone, Sele softly said, I can't believe we met 3 angels tonight. Which ones? Asked Aunt. The kids are the ones in white. Sele turned to him and smiled. You can't fool me, Anthony Michael Granger. I know when you're feeling really moved or shocked about something. How can you argue when it's 3 angels who tell you not to interfere? He sighed. With a smile, she replied, well, you did get to give your, or else, talk, even if it was quite curtailed. He smiled back and hugged his wife. I did, didn't I? Madame Pomfrey and the 3 teens caught the night bus back to the Leaky Cauldron and immediately flew back to the 3 broomsticks. On the walk back to the castle, Madame Pomfrey said to Harry, I'll let Professor McGonagall know you need to visit Gringotts as a matter of some urgency. However, I don't know when one of the staff will be able to escort you, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, replied Harry. That would be appreciated. Finally getting their chance to investigate the Room of Requirement the next night, specifically the Room of Lost Things, the 3 teens moved through the towering stacks towards where Harry remembered the diadem could be found. They also found a half-dozen empty and sealable large potion ingredient jars. Each looked to hold about half a liter, or an eighth of a British gallon. Using a levitation charm, Harry forced the diadem off the bust and out of the room. Once they were outside in the corridor with the diadem and the potion jars, Harry reconfigured the room into a place to destroy the Horcrux. However, when they went inside, they found a ritual room. And, there, on the floor next to a runic circle laid in gold on the floor, was a small booklet explaining how to destroy Horcruxes without destroying the vessel. Harry and Hermione looked at each other and laughed a bit. What's so funny? Asked Daphne. We should have, come here and just asked the room to provide us with answers, our last go around. Leaving the diadem sitting on the floor, Daphne and Hermione, after first casting the multiplication spell, Gemino, on the booklet twice, each studied a copy of the booklet while Harry had a look around. Bare stone walls and floor, magical torches in sconces on the walls, otherwise barren. When the girls were finished they looked up and at each other before they each lowered their instruction manuals. "That looks complicated," said Daphne. "Agreed," said Hermione. "But let's try it anyway," said Daphne. Both girls smiled at each other before they rose together from the floor. "Anything I can do to help?" asked Harry. "Yes, but not right now," said Daphne. "This is the ancient runes part of the ritual. The spell flinging, which you're going to be doing with us backing you up, will happen after we get ready and then start." Harry watched as his two bondmates walked around the runic circle with a five-sided star in the middle with its tips just touching the inner full ring of two, between which were the runes. Hermione led, and she was going around and tapping on a rune, here or there. As she worked all the way around, he could see Daphne nodding behind her and saying, "Yes, that one, yes, good." As they moved around, Harry saw the five-pointed pentagram change shape into a six-pointed agram, also called a hexagram. They then compared their notes to what they saw, then checked the whole thing with every rune, again. This time, Daphne levitated the diadem and placed it as close as possible to the intersecting hexagon of the agram. "All right," said Hermione, "I think we might be ready to power it up." She then handed the last copy of the booklet to Harry and showed him the spell he needed to use. It was called a banishing soul charm that was handy on malicious spirits. Moving to a spot around the other side of the circle a bit, Daphne called over, "All right, Harry. Learn that. Once you've done that, you're to come and sit at this point, but about 3 feet outside the outer circle, all right?" Harry saw where she indicated and nodded. With his wand in his hand he began to practice the wand movements. Then, without pumping magic, uttered the incantation a couple of times. Finally, believing himself ready, he sat cross-legged at the spot Daphne had indicated. The spell described what he was to do, and when. Once he was in place with his wand in hand and ready, he looked to see the girls sitting at their own points, equidistant from him. Both girls began the ritual and used their wands to pump magic into the rune circle at 2 specific runes. As the entire rune circle lit up and began to glow, Daphne said, "Invocant in animum warda, invoke the soul ward." An almost shimmering dome formed over the agram. Its edge was in perfect alignment with the 6 points of the star, with the edge running along the gold circle of the inner edge of the rune circle. Next, it was Hermione's turn. She incanted, "Libera animum ex obiecto, free the soul from the object." There was a sound of a tortured scream coming from the diadem. Both Hermione and Harry recognized the sound. However, the soul fragment did not come free so easily. Hermione incanted again, more forcefully this time. Again, the scream. Everyone could see the black M starting to pull free, upwards from the diadem. A third, even more forceful, incantation from Hermione and the fragment was pulled completely free. Once it was clear it was free, Harry raised his wand and cast, Relegant Anime, banish the soul. Once, twice, thrice. Each time the cast ped through the ward and struck the fragment. On the third and final time, it appeared to shred utterly the fragment into nothingness. With a sigh, all three sat back and relaxed. The ritual, though short, was draining on all three. "Good job," Hermione panted. "Good job, everyone." A little tired, himself, Harry said, "Did you notice how this ritual was just perfect for 3 to perform, and that were 3? 3 is a powerful magical number, Harry," said Daphne. "So, no, I'm not surprised, at all." Back in their apartment, Harry said, "Okay, that leaves the cup, which I'll talk to the goblins about. The locket, which Sirius will get for us. The ring, which Dumbledore must get. Nagini, which is Neville's responsibility or mine at the graveyard. And, finally, Voldemort. If it wasn't because John said I have to defeat old moldy shorts in battle, which makes me, yet again, the hero of the wizarding world, I'd be quite happy to sick Madame Bones and her oars onto Riddle Manor and let them take care of that problem for us. But, no, my destiny is to face Riddle in battle. Which will then lead to my demanding House Potter be elevated to noble status, and onto a revolution in magical Britain that will see no more dork lords for many, many years to come. I don't want to famous. I just want to be Harry. Oh, stop whining, Potter, snarked Daphne. If not for that destiny we'd have all perished on the 2nd of May 1998. No, I don't know, disagreed Hermione. If not for that destiny, there'd have been no prophecy. If not for the prophecy, Voldemort may well have not attacked the Potters, and Dumbledore would definitely not have interfered with Harry's life. They're interconnected. Riddle would still have been resurrected, argued Daphne. And he would have still attacked Hogwarts. The timing may have changed, but the attack would still have happened. No one could argue with that. So, what next? Asked Harry. Organize for a solicitor for Sirius now. Asked Hermione. Why wait until you see the goblins in November? Or, when Professor McGonagall can spare a staff member to escort us there? How? Asked Harry. My father, said Daphne firmly. Let me write to him with our suspicions about your godfather not getting a trial and see what we can do from there. With Dumbledore still in St. Mungo's, the old fool cannot get in the way. That makes sense, said Hermione, clearly thinking hard and nibbling her bottom lip. Harry thought about it and had to agree. All right, he said, I can write down how I've already met and spoken to Sirius, and you can include it with a letter to your father. Is that all right? Both girls nodded. Daphne said, get that written down as soon as you can. And, I'll write the letter to my father. Can I borrow Hedwig? Of course, said Harry. Hedwig's as much your owl now as mine. No, Harry, Daphne disagreed. Hedwig is yours. But, with your say-so, she'll carry a letter for me. Actually, now that we have our own apartment, let me set up a roost for her in here, said Hermione. She rose and went over to the single large window the living room had, and opened it. She then cast a weather protection ward over the entire window suitable for male owl windows, before turning and creating an owl perch next to it. She added owl treat and water dishes to the perch, in easy reach of any owl that alighted on it. Looking at it, she frowned for a moment before doubling its size. Just in case we have other owls find us here, instead of in the Great Hall at breakfast. The three had just sat down and prepared to work on homework, when Hedwig flew in the window and landed on the roost. She looked at the three of them for a moment, gave a bit of a bark, and settled down to nibble at an owl treat. How did she know? Asked Hermione, surprised to see the owl. No idea, replied Harry. She always knows, though, when I have a new place for her. Male owl magic, Daphne simply offered. Or, possibly, familiar magic. Does it matter? Harry and Hermione glanced at each other while Daphne was looking down at writing her letter to her father. They both thought the same thing about Daphne's remark. Those raised in the magical world, with the exception of a very few, seemed to just accept something was so, with no care of how it became so. No, Hermione replied, I guess not. With another glance at Hermione, Harry said, I think, tomorrow morning, we should all sit at the Slytherin table. Daphne froze at what she was doing in surprise before she turned to Harry. With a curious expression, she asked, why? Because, my dear Daphne, he replied. With the exception of Cleese, you've been ignoring your friends. Daphne blushed and looked back down at the parchment before her. I didn't want to make either of you uncomfortable with sitting with my friends. Harry sighed and went to sit next to the girl. He wrapped one arm around her and softly asked, do you honestly think that little of us? Startled by the question, Daphne almost jerked upright. No, she blurted. I mean, no, I just thought you might be uncomfortable sitting there. We might be, replied Hermione, coming to sit on the other side of the girl. But, isn't that for us to decide? You're our bond mate, Daphne, Harry gently chided. We're supposed to be there for each other. What sort of bondmates would that make us if we can't it up, as John said to me, for even one meal with the SS? You'd do that? She asked, still not looking at either of them. Yes, Harry simply replied. And, for tomorrow night, especially as it's a Friday night. I think you should ask them to visit with us for a while. Or your sister, or both, even. Professor McGonagall did say she expected us to have guests come visit. Hummed Hermione. We can also ask Dobby to prepare some light snacks for us, while we sit and talk. What'd you say? Asked Harry. Daphne finally looked at him with tears in her eyes. She sniffled and said, I'd like that. Thank you. And she turned and said to Hermione, "Thank you, too." "No need to thank us," smiled Hermione. "No," said Harry, "I'm just sorry we didn't pick up on how much you were missing your friends, earlier." With a comforting squeeze to her shoulder he moved back to his seat and returned to writing his part of Daphne's letter to her father. When it was finally done, he handed it off to Daphne. She went to Hedwig and, with gentle encouragement to the bird, sent the owl off to her father. Once Hedwig had flown off, she turned back and firmly said, "Right. Homework. We're still expecting your parents to visit us on Saturday." Hermione asked her. The first letter Daphne received from her parents, after sending to them her letter informing them of the bond, was a short note that said they'd be at the school on Saturday afternoon. They were given no other hints as to how the Greenger parents had accepted, or otherwise, the news of the bond. "Yes, Saturday afternoon," said Daphne. "They'll be prompt in the entrance hall at 1 p.m. We'll need to be there, awaiting them." As agreed, the next morning the three, instead of moving to their right upon entering the great hall and sitting at the Gryffindor table, moved to their left and made their way across to sit at the Slytherin table. Most Slytherins watched them come with no small measure of curiosity. Only a small few looked at them with some level of malice. Seeing her friend, Tracy, had already arrived, Daphne hurried over and gave her friend a hug with both girls making a bit of a squee sound. Once they broke apart, Daphne indicated a few vacant spots to sit opposite. And Harry and Hermione took seat. Most Slytherins were simply surprised when the three sat down, but held their tongues. It was only Malfoy who spouted off. "What do you think you're doing, Potter?" He half snarled. "I think I'm sitting down about to partake in breaking my fast, Malfoy," Harry calmly replied. "Why, what did you think I was doing? This isn't your table," the haired boy shot back. "Au contraire, Malfoy. Due to the bond, this table most certainly is my table, just as it is Miss Granger's and Miss Greenger's," Harry disagreed. Harry gave a quite pointed look at the other boy and said, "The law is quite clear on this." Before Malfoy could verbally retaliate, Daphne cut in and said, "Did you know Harry was supposed to be in Slytherin, Malfoy?" Surprised, the boy replied, "No." "So, why isn't he, then?" "Because of your attitude on that very first day, Malfoy," replied Harry. "If you hadn't behaved the way you did towards me, I would have been a Slytherin. I begged the hat not to put me in Slytherin, when it said it was going to, just because you were placed in it. That's why my sorting took so long." That earned the boy quite a few scathing looks from his housemates, especially those in the upper years who overheard. It was a pity he never noticed. "You, a Slytherin," he sneered. "Dumbledore's golden boy." "Yes, me," replied Harry, serving himself a breakfast. "If you'd had a surname that came after Potter, such as, I don't know, Spungen or something, then I'd not have argued with the hat, and we'd have ended up dorm mates." Harry had the attention of many of those at the table within hearing distance, by then. "But, I must say, I'm actually quite surprised you weren't sorted into Gryffindor, or, possibly, Hufflepuff." "And why is that?" the boy sneered. "Your flat-out, unwavering loyalty to your father, clearly demonstrated when you often say, 'When my father hears about this,' clearly demonstrates strong Hufflepuff traits of commitment to family. And the fact you can't help yourself, at times, in coming over to the Gryffindor table and spouting off without, apparently, thinking about what it is you're doing, screams Gryffindor courage and a penchant for leaping in with both feet before thinking things through. Really, Mr. Malfoy, even after 3 years you still haven't figured out you're being both shush and just a little foolhardy in doing so. How many times have you done that and found yourself losing points for your house and serving detention? How much worse would things have been if your godfather, Professor Snape, wasn't there to bail you out of trouble? It's clearly a failed strategy, yet, you keep doing it. That does not a Slytherin make. Nope. That's a Gryffindor." Harry could see quite a few of those who were sitting at the table, not saying a word, and looking between themselves. He was making them think about it. Even Crabbe and Goyle were looking at each other and thinking. Malfoy, though, was looking furious. Harry wondered when Mount Malfoy was going to erupt. "And what would you know of it, Potter?" the snarled. "I told you, I was supposed to have been sorted into Slytherin," Harry replied almost offhandedly. "I used my cunning to pay attention. I listened, and learned, before I acted. How else do you think I was able to find the Chamber of Secrets? The only time I don't do that is when you come over and attempt to goad a response out of me. And I'm smart enough to recognize that's a failure on my part, my temper. However, I know it's a weakness with my character. I accept it, but I plan on doing better regarding that this year. Part of that was unloading myself of the baggage that is Ron Weasley. Indicating Hermione and Daphne, he continued, these lovely ladies, I have no doubt, are more than willing to smack me about if I don't learn to deal with it. Daphne snorted, you've got that right, but I am smart enough to listen, Harry smiled back. Surprisingly, though he sat there fuming, Malfoy didn't retaliate. Take a look around you at your housemates, Malfoy. They're listening in and not saying a word, Harry continued. They're being cunning in gathering information without offering any of their own. They're learning at no cost to them. That's being Slytherin. And what do you get out of it? He sneered. Harry smiled. I get your whole house to start thinking differently about me. I've got them all wondering whether or not I really am Dumbledore's golden boy, as you put it. Or is it all an act? I've got them all wondering about whether or not you, on that first day, cost them having Harry Potter in their house. And, by the way I'm talking, I'm demonstrating just how cunning I can be, which, in turn, demonstrates how much of a Slytherin I actually am. I'm disproving previously held misconceptions about myself. And, finally, I'm using your Gryffindorish penchant to jump in and spout off as my personal foil to pee that information to them. Really, I thought it was quite a Slytherin thing to do. Don't you agree? Malfoy finally figured out that shutting up was the wisest course of action he could take, and refused to respond any further. And Harry returned to his breakfast. Once breakfast was finished, the owls started flying in. As expected, the owls heaped with their abusive letters also came. It started, muttered Harry. A little louder, he said, everyone, you might want to back away. I expect trouble. As the mail from the owls was released, Harry made sure the only ones opened were those from family and friends, and that morning's Daily Prophet. Those owls bearing howlers were released of their loads, and their, screaming, envelopes were immediately incinerated before they could reconfigure themselves to howl. Once everything else was sorted, the whole lot was levitated into the air and vanished. Potter, screamed Professor Snape, how dare you use such spells in the Great Hall? 50 points from Gryffindor for your careless disregard of safety. And a week's worth of detention with me starting tonight. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you take care of hate mail, said Harry, to the wider tables, ignoring the ranting potions master. He then rose and went to the head table before Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, he loudly said. Mr. Potter, she asked right back with what seemed to be a sense of anticipation just behind her eyes. Professor McGonagall, he loudly replied, as you are deputy headmistress, I come before you with complaint of unfair treatment and bias against me by Professor Severus Snape, potions master. He has unfairly awarded me punishment of which you, as witness, are aware. As he spoke, Harry watched the look of glee in the eyes of the professor. As you witnessed, I placed no one in danger and only dealt with what we already knew to be hate mail from small-minded idiots who cannot accept the simple fact we three are soul-bonded, Harry continued. Alas, I would not have put it past any of the miscreants to have sent mail containing most foul enchantments and poisons. Immediately destroying the mail was, in fact, beneficial to the safety of the student body. When he was done, she just as loudly replied, as deputy headmistress and in charge of all student punishment, I recognize your complaint against unfair punishment meted against you by Professor Snape. Through my own witness of the events, I hereby overturn the punishment against you, returning the 50 points and canceling the detention. Harry gave her a short nod and said, thank you, Professor, before he returned to the Slytherin table. He didn't even bother looking at the fuming potions master. With the school week finally over, the three made a quick trip to the Leary to exchange books before they returned to their private living room to make a start on homework. They wanted to get it out of the way so they'd be free that evening for Daphne's friends and little sister to visit. Plus, her parents were visiting the next afternoon immediately after lunch, and wanted to allow as much time as they could to spend time with them. Daphne had warned them her father was quite stern but fair. Matthias and Candace, her parents, were typical purebloods in that they didn't show a lot of love to their children in public after they turned about 8 and began their homeschooling. However, she urged them both parents were more forthcoming in showing affection when they were alone as a family. When Harry expressed his worry about how they'd treat Hermione, she urged them they weren't blood snobs, as she put it. But they still worried about the impact Muggleborns had on wizarding culture, and the risk they represented to the statute of secrecy. That set Harry to thinking. After a quick dinner, where they again sat at the Slytherin table, and were not bothered, the three escorted Tracy, Blaise and Horace, to whom Harry and Hermione had been introduced on the carriage between the station and the castle, up to their private apartment. Harry had surged ahead, a little, and muttered the P-word to Priscilla, before holding the portrait open to allow the others inside. Daphne showed them through the room, bedrooms and private bathrooms, before leading them back into the living room and encouraging them to sit. Crookshanks wasn't happy to get evicted from his armchair. "So, what do you think?" she asked, a little worriedly. "It's wonderful, Daph," said Tracy, clearly happy for her friend. "And how are you getting on with Bulstrode and Parkinson without me down there?" asked Daphne. "It's fine," replied Tracy, waving off the question. "They understand you're up here because of the bond. And they've not HLED me about it." Leaning forward a little, she said, "Actually, I think they're happy we've gone from 4 to 3. It means more room and time in the showers for the three of us." Daphne was clearly relieved. "I was just worried about you, you know." "I know," shrugged Tracy. "May I ask why you chose to be up here and not near the dungeons?" asked Horace. "After all, if Mr. Potter was supposed to have been a Slytherin, as he said this morning, I thought it would have been easier to be down there. We asked for an apartment that was more central to the two houses, such as something on the 3rd floor," Harry replied. "However, Professor McGonagall told us that wasn't possible, and we decided that, if we had to be nearer one or the other, it would be Gryffindor. Now that I've thought more about it," he continued, "I think the risk was too high for Hermione, due to her Muggleborn status, to be anywhere near the Slytherin common room. That was why I was happy to go along with having our apartment up here," said Daphne. "Safety for Hermione." Hermione looked at Daphne in surprise and gratitude. "Thank you," she softly muttered. Daphne just gave her a little shrug and a soft smile back. "Anyway," said Tracy, "tell us about the bond. You haven't been very forthcoming, you know." Tracy had managed to change the mood and Daphne chuckled. "There's not much to tell, Trace," Daphne replied. "It was amazing to watch, though." "Is it true there's a golden aura?" asked Tracy, almost bouncing in her seat. "Nope," Daphne smugly replied. "It was silver. I didn't see when it happened between me and Harry, but I sure saw it when it happened to Harry and Hermione. It was amazing." "But how did it happen?" asked Tracy. "Sorry, I know it's private, but I really want to know." Harry shook his head and gave them the story they'd worked out on the train. "Typical Gryffindor," snorted Blaise. "You just decided to her and see what she'd do." "Pretty much," Harry replied with a shrug. "I thought the worst she could do was slap me and hex me a few times." "Not very Slytherin," said Horace. "No, but I never said there wasn't a reason the hat chose Gryffindor as its second choice for me," he replied. "And then you ed Hermione?" asked Tracy. "It was more like I ed Harry," replied Hermione. "I saw the glow between him and Daphne and wanted to see if it would do the same for me. It did." Daphne told us what the glow meant. "But this is a private secret, guys," said Daphne. "It's not information to be shared." "All right, we shared it with you because you're friends." "And what about a certain pair of redheads?" asked Blaise. "What happened there?" All three of the original teens scowled a little. "Young Miss Weasley attempted to slip Harry a combined love and loyalty potion," said Daphne. "I guess she wanted Harry for herself." "Both are difficult to brew," said Blaise. "I didn't think she'd have the knowledge or skills to brew something like that." "She doesn't," said Hermione. "Harry and I stayed at the Weasleys' home, the Burrow, for the last week of school holidays. I spied Mrs. Weasley brewing them and alerted Harry and Daphne to what she was doing. So, we kept an eye on both of the youngest two to see which one was going to attempt to dose us," said Daphne. "It turns out they both had the potions on their persons when young Ginevra made her move." "Any idea what's going to happen to them?" asked Tracy. "Not yet," Daphne scowled. "I suspect Madam Bones is still investigating. I'm sure we'll hear more when those investigations are completed, though." Talk moved on to other matters as the 16 settled back to less serious subjects. It was about an hour later when Dobby popped in with drinks and small canapes for everyone. "Wasn't that the Malfoy house elf?" asked Horace, a little confused on seeing Dobby. "It was," replied Harry with a smirk. "I tricked Lucy into freeing him at the end of second year. After giving him just over a year of freedom, I asked Dobby if he wanted to bond with me when we returned to the castle at the beginning of the week. He accepted." "And the clothes?" asked Horace. "How did you manage to give him clothes and not break the bond?" "I didn't," Harry responded a little smugly. "I told him what I'd like to see him wearing. And he took it from there. He's now wearing his own clothes without me having given them to him." "Clever," said Blaise, a little surprised. "I think I might tell my mum how you managed that." Harry gave him a little gesture telling the other boy he didn't mind him telling his mother how to do it. "I'm actually surprised no one's thought of it before," said Hermione. "I'm not," Daphne disagreed. "What a house elf wears as sign of their bondage to the house. Many purebloods, and it's usually only purebloods that have house elves, want their house elves to appear as S. It makes them feel better about themselves, I suppose. Then, there are folks like us. We just didn't know we could do it differently. I guess, we never really thought about it. But, we should have." "Be that as it may," said Harry. "Up here, we're out of the information loop, so to speak," said Harry. "We only hear about the information people think we want to hear. What rumors are floating around about us?" "Not much," said Tracy. "There are quite a few witches not very happy Harry's no longer available. And, a few of the male purebloods are annoyed they can no longer push their heads of houses to arrange a betrothal between them and Daphne. I'm more worried about things like the love potions you spoke of young Weasley attempting." "They won't work," said Daphne. "Part of the magic of the bond is that love potions, and pretty much any form of mind-altering substance or charm, will no longer work on us. We're now immune." "Handy," mused Blaise. "I wish the rest of us were so protected." "Learn the detection charms," said Hermione. "And, if anyone asks, tell them you're copying the idea from Professor Moody. You notice he detects his food and drink every time he sits at the head table for his meals." "Is that what he's doing?" asked Horace. "I wondered." "He's paranoid," scowled Tracy. "He thinks everyone's out to kill him by poisoning him. It's not a bad frame of mind to be in if people are actually out to try and poison you," smirked Harry right back. "True," she sighed. "However, he makes the perfect excuse to start using the charms to detect for such potions," said Hermione. "That's how Harry detected the potions Ginny Weasley tried to slip him." By the time curfew approached, the six had spent the rest of the evening talking about far less serious subjects and getting to know one another better. After they'd gone, Harry said, "That was nice. I'm disappointed your sister didn't want to come, though." "She'll join us tomorrow when my parents are here," smiled Daphne. "I think she might have also have had a little bit of a crush on you, though, Harry. She wasn't happy to learn I'd snagged you first." "ERRPH. Harry grimaced. "I don't like the whole fangirl thing. They're smitten with the whole boy who lived thing rather than just Harry. I think, if they actually got to know me, they'd be disappointed." "No, they wouldn't," she smiled. "She's right," sighed Hermione. "Harry Potter's even better than the boy who lived." Blushing a little, Harry said, "And, with that embering little situation, I think I'm going to head for bed." The girls had only joined him once more since the other night. So, Harry wasn't expecting them when both walked in a short while later. Thankfully, he hadn't shrunk the bed back down, so he didn't have to rise to widen it again. Without a word they both just slipped into bed on either side of him, leaned in and ed him on the cheek. "Good night," they both said. "Good night," he replied. Finally starting to get used to each other's company in bed, the three quickly drifted off to sleep. Saturday meant slightly later breakfasts for the residents of Hogwarts. So, the three laid in bed for a little while. Almost physically programmed to be up very early, Harry was the first to waken. This time his hand was gripping the soft of Daphne. However, unlike their first morning sleeping together, his hand wasn't up a tank top grasping bare flesh. In a way, Harry was glad for the wizarding sleepwear of the magical world. It meant his hand was on the outside of Daphne's sleep robe. Gently, he pulled his hand away and rolled over onto his back. Turning his head to the right, he saw Hermione was asleep facing him. To him, she looked so peaceful when she was asleep. He laid there watching her for a while before he rolled back to his left, again, and propped himself up on his elbow. Looking over Daphne's shoulder, he could see her face in full repose except for the slightest of smiles on her face. She'd admitted to them both that she had the occasional nightmare. She had none of them when she slept with them, or was it just Harry? Something he was unsure she knew or not. Trying not to wake either of them, he climbed out of bed over the blankets and the foot of the bed, before heading to his bathroom. When he finished his morning ablutions, they were both awake but hadn't risen. He walked out of his bathroom wearing only his boxers. Both girls looked at him and grinned. "Come back to bed, Harry," said Daphne. Knowing they still had plenty of time before breakfast finished, Harry smiled and climbed back in between them. Both girls snuggled in, making it hard for him to slide further down into the bed so his head rested properly on the pillow. He managed, though, amidst lots of giggling and laughing. Once he was finally settled, he said, "I want you both to know, if you want to come in and sleep in here, whether together or alone, I won't stop you. We may wake in embering positions, and I'm sorry about that, but I won't intentionally do anything you don't approve of in advance." After letting that sink in for a moment, as Hermione leaned in and gave Harry another to the cheek, Daphne propped herself up on her right elbow and looked down at him. He asked her. "Harry," she began, "when you woke up this morning." He asked again, already knowing where she was heading but letting her get there on her own. "Were you holding my—" "Yes, I'm sorry," he simply answered. "In my defense, as soon as I woke up and noticed, I pulled my hand away. I didn't want it to frighten you." "Really?" asked an amused Hermione. "He was doing that to me the other morning." Daphne seemed to think about it for a moment with her eyes downcast. Softly, she said to Harry, "It's okay. Thank you for being considerate." She then thought a moment more and, looking him in the eyes, said, "It was a surprise to me that it didn't worry or scare me. I liked it. It made me feel safe, you know." "I understand," Harry replied. "But I meant what I said. Other than unintentional touching in our sleep, I won't make a move until you're ready, until you tell me you're ready. Both of you." She blushed, nodded and leaned in and ed him. "You're a good man, Harry Potter," and laid her head on his with a sigh as Hermione did the same from the other side. After breakfast, study and then lunch, the three, plus a hesitant Astoria, stood in the entrance hall awaiting the arrival of Daphne's parents. Of the four, Daphne was the most worried. When a couple in fine robes walked in, Harry immediately knew these two were Daphne's parents. The man looked at Harry with an intensity Harry did not often feel. He knew the man was taking his measure. "Mr. Potter," the man finally said, "I'm Matthias Greenger, Daphne's father," as the woman said Daphne and murmured a few words to her before moving on to Astoria. Harry stepped forward to the man and offered his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir," he quietly but firmly replied. "And, please, call me Harry." Mr. Greenger hesitated a moment before taking Harry's hand. With the same look, but a little softened, he said, "Call me Matthias. Please." Matthias turned and indicated the lady who'd walked in with him. "Harry, this is my wife and Daphne's mother, Candace." Harry stepped forward and took the lady's hand, bending to the back of her knuckles with the barest of touches before standing back up. "Ma'am, it's a pleasure to meet you, too. And, as with Matthias, please call me Harry." The lady stared at Harry for a few moments, clearly measuring him up, before she said, "Thank you, Harry. And you may call me Dees." "Thank you, both," he said, stepping back and indicating Hermione. "Matthias, Dees, I introduce to you Miss Hermione Granger, our third partner." Matthias stepped forward and ed the back of Hermione's knuckles, making the girl blush. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Granger. And, please, call me Matthias." "The pleasure is also mine, Matthias," she softly replied. "And it's Hermione." Dees stepped forward and, instead of shaking Hermione's hand, enveloped the girl in a hug. "No doubt you both have many questions," said Harry. "May we retire to our apartment for privacy?" "That would be wise," Harry, said Matthias. Please, lead the way. On the way up to the apartment, Harry took them through the trophy room and showed them the displayed award given to one Tom Marvolo Riddle, and showed his name in gold leaf on the board of the previous 100 head boys and girls. When Matthias had asked why Harry was showing them this, he replied, all will be explained in private. But, once you hear it, you won't want to believe it. Once in the apartment, with Crookshanks getting another bum steer off the armchair, Matthias and Dees seemed to relax, as did Daphne and Astoria. Mr. Harry, said Matthias, starting the conversation. Perhaps you'd best start with how all this came about. A soul bond being initiated between two is extremely rare. For it to be a three-way soul bond is completely unheard of. I worry for my daughter to be in a position where she'll be sharing her bonded with another, he explained. I'm concerned the bond, and her, will be harmed by this situation. Harry nodded and turned to Daphne. Daphne, do you feel as if I do not give you enough attention? Do you feel the bond between us could be harmed by this? After a moment she replied, no. But, we also have no experience of this situation on which to fall back upon. How would we know, other than, and she shrugged. Turning to Hermione, he asked the same. I know even less, Harry, she shrugged. Then he turned to Matthias and asked, is there a reason you're concerned? Or, is it just a concept of which you don't know, and it concerns you as such? Matthias sighed and said, that's just it. No one knows. We know a pair bond is fine. But a three-way, then, perhaps, we can ease your mind on that. As fast as Harry could move, even he was surprised by the speed at which Matthias rose from his seat, spun about and raised his wand. So did Dees, only their wands were no longer in either of their hands. What in Merlin's? Exclaimed Matthias, as Astoria let out a little shriek of surprise. The three Grim Reapers, or Guardian Angels, as they preferred to be called in this form, stood near the corner of the room, a little apart from the couches. Be at peace, Matthias Dean, said Della. We mean you and yours no harm. Who are you? He asked. We three are the Guardian Angels for your Daphne Anna, Hermione Jean and Harry James, she replied. What? He exclaimed. John chuckled and said, you heard right, Matthias Dean. You and Candace Marigold have nothing to fear, here. Nor does young Astoria May. Daphne approached her father and said, it's all right, father. They are who they claim to be. Matthias looked at his daughter for a moment before turning back to the three beings. How do I know you're who you say you are? Roma replied, because you know it to be true. Your soul tells you it's true. Matthias started to shake a little, but it was clear he knew and understood. You're worried about the soul bond between these three, said Della. You need not worry about what it is you're worrying about. We would not have allowed the bond to be if it was going to be a problem for them. So it's true then? Asked Dees. A soul bond is magic made in heaven. Yes, John simply replied. Harry James has a favor to ask of you, Matthias Dean, said Della. Please, help him. And, with that parting comment, the three beings winked out. At the same time, Matthias and Dees found their wands back in their hands. Mother, father, please, sit down again, said Daphne. Both adults returned to their seats, clearly stunned by what they'd just seen and learned. This is incredible, sighed Matthias, trying hard to comprehend what he just saw. He then looked up at Daphne and asked, which one was yours? The dark-skinned lady, she softly replied with a smile. Her name is Della. When Matthias turned to Harry, Harry answered, the young man. His name is John, and, of course, the auburn-haired lady, Roma, is mine, said Hermione. The three let Daphne's parents and her sister process what they'd learned by keeping quiet for a few moments. All right, said Matthias. All right, then, I don't need to worry about the three-way nature of the bond. It seems not, sighed Dees before she turned to Daphne, clearly concerned. And you, daughter, are you happy with this? I am, Daphne replied with a smile of contentment. She indicated Harry and said, small, dark and broody over there is the one that needs convincing. But, he's very good to me, Mum. As the bond finalized, Matthias suddenly asked, Matthias Dean Greenger, exclaimed a scandalized Dees. That is not for you to ask. Though he winced at the rebuke, Matthias quickly brushed it aside. I'm her father. Her happiness means as much to me as life itself. You know what happens if the bond is not finalized. On top of that, our daughter is a beautiful young woman. And, Mr. Potter is clearly a fit young man. I don't want to see our daughter hurt. The answer is no, sir, Harry firmly stated. Harry, rebuked Daphne. You don't need to tell him. Maybe not. Harry turned to the girl and replied. But he clearly cares about your welfare. I respect that. Turning back he said, we do not need to rush this. And I believe I'm just as concerned for your daughter's welfare as you are. We know it needs to happen. We also know it does not need to be rushed. And it most certainly won't happen until both girls want it to happen. As I've already told them both, I will not force the issue with either of them. Merlin, I don't even know if I'm ready yet. Matthias stared at Harry for a few long moments before he blinked and stated, You're a most unusual young man, Mr. Potter. Hermione snickered. Sorry, she giggled, but that wraps Harry up in a nutshell. He jumped on the back of a 12-foot-tall mountain troll to save my life at age 11. And killed a basilisk with a sword, the sword of Gryffindor, no less, when he was 12. And drove off about 100 Dementors with a single Patronus charm, last year, when he was 13. So, yes, Harry is most definitely a most unusual young man. The stories are true, asked Dees, clearly shocked. Well, what Hermione said is true, Harry shrugged, looking to the older witch. However, those silly books where I'm supposed to have spanked a naughty Noondu and the like, they're lies. You know the ones, Harry Potter and the, whatever. I know the ones, smirked Dees. Daphne has the whole set, back home. Mother. Daphne whined and blushed, before dropping her face into her hands, clearly mortified. Ooh, I like those books, Story happily said, cutting in. Harry chuckled and said, It's all right, Daphne. I heard they were big sellers. I'm no longer surprised when a fellow student admits they had one, more or all of them in their possession at home. Is that what those people alluded to, Ms. Harry? Asked Matthias. What favor you were going to ask of me? Partly, Matthias, Harry replied. He sat a little forward, stared straight at Matthias and said, What I'm about to tell you is going to come as quite the shock. And, if you want my oath on it, I'll give it to you. I don't think we need to go that far, Harry, the older man frowned. Just ask it and I'll see. Harry nodded and said, Sirius Black is my godfather. My sworn godfather. He would sooner give his own life than harm me. But, that's not possible, exclaimed Dees. The man attacked your parents. He led he who must not be named to your parents' cottage. Harry turned his eyes to Dees and said, No, ma'am, he did not. You, like pretty much everyone else in the wizarding world, believe a lie. It was Peter Pettigrew who was my parents' secret keeper. It was Peter Pettigrew who led Riddle, the wizard you call he who must not be named, to my parents' cottage. My godfather, in a moment of grief-stricken rage over the death of his best friends, my parents, made a Merlin-bedamned foolish mistake of going after Pettigrew on his own. He finally caught the rat in a Muggle street near his Muggle home. It was Pettigrew who cast a blasting hex at the street, blowing a gas main in the process, before cutting his own finger off, and escaping in his unregistered animagus form of a common brown rat down the now open sewer system. The blast from the explosion knocked my godfather out. He woke up in his prison cell in Azkaban. He never had a trial. And no one even interviewed him to simply ask if he was actually guilty. Bartemius Crouch, with Millicent Bagnold's support, just dumped him in Azkaban. Merlin. Even all the marked Death Eaters got a trial. But, not my godfather. Both adult Greengras looked back in shock. With a small smile, Harry asked, Want me, now, to give that oath as to what I just told you was the truth? Matthias replied, No, I do not. He sighed, then ran his fingers through his hair and looked back at Harry. How do you know this? I've met him, as has Hermione, said Harry. A couple of times, actually. Both of us have also met Peter Pettigrew. He was hiding out at the Weasleys, and here in the castle, in his animagus form. Matthias seemed to muse things over for a bit and asked, Harry, do you know what a pensieve is? Harry frowned and said, No. Sorry, I don't. That was information he couldn't share from the future. Matthias nodded and called a house elf, Jelly. The little elf appeared and Matthias gave it instructions to get his pensieve from the Greenger home. The elf was back in a few moments with the pensieve appearing on the coffee table. "All right, Harry," Matthias said, bringing his wand out again. "This is a magical artifact that allows people to see the memories of others. If you can think about the memory of how you know Black is innocent, I can draw that memory out of you and place it in the pensieve. Then we can see it for ourselves. And, don't worry, once we've seen it, I can return the memory to you. So, will you allow me to do this?" Harry frowned a bit and looked at Daphne. She nodded back. With a firm nod back at Matthias, he asked, "All right, Matthias. What do you need me to do?" "Concentrate hard on the memory of where you learned of Black's, your godfather's, innocence. Think hard on the entire event. I'll draw the memory once you give me the okay to do so," Matthias instructed. Harry gave another nod and thought hard about the night in the Shrieking Shack. Once he thought he had the whole thing in his mind, he gave a firm nod and said, "Now." Matthias reached out to Harry's temple with the tip of his wand and began to gently twirl it. To Harry, it felt a little cold and he began to feel as if the memory became quite fuzzy, almost like an afterthought. While he'd viewed quite a few memories in the old timeline, he'd never given one. When Matthias was done, he drew his wand away. Once the wand tip head in front of his face, Harry saw what looked like fine silvery cotton wool surrounded the tip, his memory. Its extraction felt quite weird, and he realized the memory he had of the event was now almost fleeting. He couldn't quite focus on it. Matthias moved the tip over the center of the pensieve and, tilting the wand down, allowed the silvery M to slip off the end and into the stone bowl. "Roughly, how long does this memory take, Harry?" he asked. Thinking about it, Harry now only had a general idea. With a shrug he murmured, "About 20 to 30 minutes, I guess." With a slow nod, while looking at the bowl, Matthias said, "Then I shall be back in about 20 to 30 minutes. And then dropped his face into the liquid within the bowl. Pretending to be surprised by the motion, Harry was about to reach out and draw the man back out. However, Dees was quicker and said, "It's okay, Harry. This is normal." Looking at the now immobile man, Harry thought for a few moments and called Dobby. When the little elf appeared, he said, "Dobby, could you please organize a serving of tea for everyone?" "Yes, Master Harry," replied the elf with a little bob of his head before he disappeared with a light crack. He was back moments later with the tea serving before disappearing again. The other four sat and waited for Matthias to return. When he suddenly pulled his head out of the liquid, Harry almost dropped his saucer. Matthias blinked a couple of times, before turning to look at Hermione and Harry. "Well, that's a surprise." Harry nodded as Matthias sat back, deep in thought. "How is it that we are unaware of all this happening?" Matthias asked. "You'd caught Pettigrew, and I know it was Pettigrew because I knew him when he was a student here. Why have we not heard anything yet?" "Then that takes us to what happened after that," said Harry, sitting forward again. Harry then stepped all four Greenbras. Daphne had not heard the full story before, through what happened after the confrontation in the Shrieking Shack. All three older Greenbras interrupted, at times, to clarify a few points. Harry was happy that Hermione was able to answer many of their questions. In concluding, he said, "So, no one will believe three school kids. Remus is a werewolf and considered a dark creature. Snape won't say anything because he despises Sirius Padfoot, and wants to see him Ed. When we spoke to the minister about what we knew, he brushed us off and still demanded the Dementors be brought in to see my godfather Ed rather than admit the truth. Even Headmaster Dumbledore couldn't get the minister to see reason and at least get my godfather a trial, because it would make him look like a fool to the wizarding public." With a sigh of his own, Matthias said, "And I'm guessing the favor you want to ask of me is to see to it that Black gets his trial." "In part," replied Harry. "The favor I want to ask of you is to organize for me a solicitor to represent both my godfather and me in all legal matters. There are other issues as well that we simply cannot discuss with you as yet." Matthias was nodding along as Harry spoke. Then he said, "I can do that. You'll need a solicitor who has political clout, is experienced in criminal trials, can liaise directly with the DMLE, and won't take being browbeat by Minister Fudge. Plus," Harry continued, "I need him, or her, to be able to go after the publisher of those books about me for using my name and image without permission. has experience in matters relating to libel, especially with the publishers of those books and the media, and is, above all else, scrupulously honest, and known for being so. As soon as it becomes public that Sirius is being represented by a legal firm or individual, Fudge is going to directly attack through slander myself, Hermione and Ron, at least, probably even Professor Dumbledore. I want him slapped down if he tries to go that route. Matthias sat and thought before he frowned and muttered, he would. After they sat for a few moments to let that bit of news sink in, Matthias shook himself a little and said, now, you said you were going to tell us why you showed us those names on the school honor roll, and the award for that young Mr. Riddle. Harry smiled and said, I was just going to tell you about it. However, that was before you showed me what a pensieve was and what it could do. How about I give you the memory of Ron Weasley, me and Professor Lockhart heading down into the Chamber of Secrets to rescue Ron's little sister. Ginevra Weasley, it's related. How long? Asked Matthias. Already having thought about it, Harry immediately replied, about an hour. But, it's a very intense hour. Fine, said Matthias, after a few moments. However, I think we'll display this memory above the bowl, so we can all watch. First, Matthias scooped the memory out of the bowl and showed Harry how to return it to his mind. Once Harry was satisfied it was back, Matthias then took a much larger memory out. This time the M gathered on his wand tip almost like silver cotton candy. Once Harry was satisfied it was all out, Matthias withdrew his wand and allowed the M to drop into the bowl. This time, instead of dropping his face into the liquid, he used his wand tip to activate a couple of runes. And the image played out in an almost ghostly fashion above the surface of the bowl. The memory started with Harry and Ron cornering Professor Lockhart in his office, forcing him to accompany the two at one point to the girls' bathroom on the second floor. It went through the opening of the entrance leading to the chamber, Lockhart's attempted mind wipe of both boys, the collapse of the tunnel roof, and Harry going on alone and opening the inner door to the chamber proper. Then the talk with Riddles, Shade, the battle with the basilisk, where both girls immediately went to Harry and nearly cut off the circulation to his fingers holding his arms so tightly from either side, Harry being wounded, Fox's tears, the destruction of the diary and Riddle's shade, Ginny waking up, and Fox carrying them all back up to the bathroom. When it finished with Harry, Ron, Ginny and Lockhart meeting Professor McGonagall in the bathroom, the others sat there in stupefied silence for a few moments. Matthias shakily called one of his house elves and practically demanded a GL of fire whiskey for himself and Dees. Both adults downed the fiery concoction without a further word. With steam coming out of his ears, and a light burp of flame, Matthias sat forward and almost dead. Daphne walked over to Dees and, sitting alongside the woman, they cuddled each other. Why, you were 12, Matthias softly said. Yes, replied Harry. He then pulled his wand and, with almost a mutter, cast, Expecto Patronum. His Patronus, Prongs, surged forth from the tip of his wand into the fully corporeal animal shape of an adult stag. Prongs moved around the room a little bit before returning to face Harry. The almost solid white and glowing shape effused a feeling of love to all in the room. Thank you, Prongs, Harry smiled before banishing the charm. Looking to the others he asked, feeling better. Merlin, that was a powerful Patronus, said Dees. Thank you, Harry. Harry just smiled in response with a tiny shrug. And that sword, said Matthias, finally gathering himself, the sword of Gryffindor. Yes, Harry replied, I believe the headmaster currently has it in his office in a display case. Amazing, breathed Matthias, shaking his head, still somewhat disbelieving what he'd just witnessed in the memory. And, how much did you make from the potion ingredients and hide of the basilisk? Sorry, Harry quizzically asked. I don't know what you mean. When you harvested the basilisk, explained Matthias. Surely, you've done that. Harry slowly shook his head. I didn't know I could. Quite surprised, Matthias asked, do you mean to tell me the cark of the basilisk is still lying down in the chamber? Well, yes, shrugged Harry. Matthias looked quite pained and explained, that'll be something else I organize for you, then. A basilisk of that size will be worth millions of galleons, Harry. I never thought about it, really. I was just happy to get out of there alive. Changing the subject he looked resolute and asked, after listening to Tommy Boy's story, do you understand, now, why I took you to the trophy room, first. Nodding, his mind elsewhere, Matthias replied. He who must be named is really named Tom Marvolo Riddle. Yes, said Harry. Tom Marvolo Riddle, born the 31st of December 1926. As you saw in the memory, his made-up name is an anagram of his real name. His mother was Merope Gaunt, a near squib witch who lived in Little Hangleton in a shack in a small copse of wood. His father, Tom Riddle, was a Muggle squire of the same village, living just up the hill in Riddle Manor. So, Tom Jr. is a half-blood. So much for his pureblood supremacy nonsense. Yes. His mother, apparently, dosed his father with Amortentia to get him to pay attention to her. When she stopped using the Amortentia before Tom Jr. was born, Tom Sr. dumped her in London. Tom Jr. was born and, an hour later, his mother died due to complications with her health in the birth. The Muggle medical staff was unable to help her. Tom Jr. was then raised in a Muggle orphanage in South London. An orphanage where the other children knew he was different and treated him as an outcast. That treatment may have tipped him over the edge into what he became in later years. Though, even before Professor Dumbledore took him his acceptance letter to Hogwarts on his 11th birthday, he was already doing nasty things to his fellow orphans, and was somewhat of a sneak thief and vicious. He used to kill the pets of the other children, just to spite them. And see it blamed on others. Once he became a student, here, he hid his origins, but knew little of it, anyway. However, he spent a lot of the school breaks researching. It was during first year he discovered he was actually an heir of Salazar Slytherin himself. He told very few people about that, at the time. Those he did were all purebloods. It led him to tracking down his maternal uncle, Morfin Gaunt, in that same shack in Little Hangleton. During that meeting he discovered his birth father was a Muggle. He then killed his birth father and family, implanted false memories of the murder in the mind of his maternal uncle Morfin, and bespelled his uncle into confessing to the DMLE he'd done it. It saw the man sentenced to Azkaban, where he later died. In 1943, he also discovered the Chamber of Secrets and released, at that time, the Basilisk. That's how Myrtle, you know her as Ing Myrtle, the ghost, died in the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. Tom, he was a prefect by then, and as with his uncle and kids at the orphanage, blamed the whole thing on another, a fellow student in Gryffindor, Rubeus Hagrid. That's where his award came from. Tom Jr. figured out pretty quickly that the money in the wizarding world is mainly with the old pureblood families. To get hold of that money, he knew he had to pee himself off as a pureblood. So, soon after he finished Hogwarts, he ventured over to the mainland and learned what he could. When he returned, he came back and out with the name of Lord Voldemort. And told all and sundry he was a pureblood. Using his false background of a pureblood he demonstrated how he was the heir of Slytherin. He then used that to gather pureblood supporters to himself. And they brought him the money he needed and wanted to prosecute a war against the wizarding world. He told them that their perceived difficulties and fear in life stemmed from Muggleborns and Muggles. He then turned their fear of those people into hate, and sent them after the Muggleborn. That's a tactic that's been used by megalomaniacs for many centuries. Adolf Hitler was one such recent expert at doing that. Later, he sent them against his real targets, other purebloods, by referring to them, just as Grindelwald did, as blood traitors. Tom was, not really a blood bigot. Or, not in the way people think. He's a blood bigot, all right. His bigotry, though, goes counter to what people think. He despises purebloods and their bigotry. He despises that the purebloods control the wizarding world. It must give him great joy to use the very people he despises to attack and kill other purebloods. Look back at how many pureblood lines have been wiped out by Riddle and his people. Meadows, Pruitt, McKinnon, and Fenwick are examples. Take a look at how many lines are close to extinction. Potter, Bones, Longbottom, Rosier, Lestrange, Greenger, to name a few. Riddle was either directly or indirectly responsible for them all. So, everything you thought you knew about Voldemort and his origins, unless it gels with what I've just shown and told you, is a lie. Sorry. Both Greenger ladies were in tears. Matthias, nearly so. It was all a lie, sniffled Dees. Yes, ma'am, replied Harry. How in Merlin's name do you know all this? Asked Matthias, before he provided his own answer. Wait, those three. Harry couldn't correct the man's belief. due to the confidential contract, but it didn't matter so long as he was believed. Besides, he simply couldn't tell them he knew the knowledge from their future. That was still forbidden. "Will you help us, Matthias?" he asked instead. "Will you organize such a solicitor for me?" "Yes, Ms. Yes, Harry, I will," replied the shaken older man. "Thank you," said a relieved Harry. "I thought I might have had to go to the goblins to organize one for me." "Oh, they'd organize one for you, all right," Matthias nervously chuckled. "But only one who was willing to pay them sufficient kickbacks. But that's not the sort of one, or more, you need or want." "That's how I figured it," sighed Harry. Nodding, Matthias continued, "I'll owl you with the details, and ask whatever solicitor I find to do the same. But, given the nature of the issues, it might be more than one." "Understood." Harry frowned and nodded. "I hadn't thought of that before. But, of course, you're right." For the rest of their visit, the Greengrass and the future Potters spoke of inconsequential matters. It ended with an invitation. "This Christmas is out, if what I'm hearing is correct," said Dees. "But I'd like for you to," she said, indicating Harry and Hermione, "to think about coming to stay with us at Greengrass Farm for at least part of both the Easter and summer breaks." Harry glanced at Hermione and, between them, they each knew the other would want that. "We accept," replied Harry. "And, thank you." Dees smiled and said, "There's no need to thank us. You're bonded to our eldest daughter. You're now family." After the Greengrass parents left, and Astoria headed back to her own house, the three sat down to talk about what was discussed. "Why didn't I know of all this, Harry?" asked an upset Daphne. "I was here. Why does none of the rest of us know this? Not how big the basilisk was, not about Riddle, not the true story about your godfather, nothing." "Because Dumbledore's been hiding it all," replied Hermione. "Think about what would have happened if the wider wizarding community knew of all this." "Dumbledore would have been sacked on the spot," said Harry. "If not lynched." Thinking a bit, he asked Daphne, "What do you know about what happened to Professor Quirrell in first year?" With a quizzical frown, Daphne said, "He was injured in the last month of the year and retired." "Understandable, really, as a defense professor rarely makes it to the end of the year." "Daphne, Professor Quirrell is dead. He was being possessed by Riddle and I killed him in self-defense," Harry flatly said. Daphne stared back in dawning horror as she went white. "No, yes," said Hermione, "I didn't see Harry actually kill him, but I know when and where it happened." "Clearly, that's something else Dumbledore's covered up." "But how?" asked Harry, clearly confused. "We've got, what, 350 students here. How could news of all this not have gotten out?" "Area-wide charms?" Daphne asked while looking at Hermione. Hermione frowned back and said, "It's possible. Something tied into the wards, perhaps." "It would have to be something very subtle," mused Daphne. "It'd be detected by parents or guardians each time the students returned home on breaks, otherwise." "It would only need to be subtle," Harry cut in. "All it would have to do is make the student think it was unimportant to discuss with others. It wouldn't be an obliviation, so much as a consideration that the information the person had wasn't important enough to tell anyone else." "A mild compulsion, then," said Daphne. "It could be tied into the wards, or it could be in potion or charm form. The first makes more sense than the second or third, because there are some students who deliberately carry around potion and poison detectors, especially in Slytherin, and a compulsion potion, no matter how weak, risks being detected. And a charm would have to be quite powerful to last the entire time of the student's break. That's the sort of thing that's also aimed at an individual, rather than an area effect as this seems to be. No, it's a ward based on a charm, it has to be." "Then, it's Dumbledore," sighed Harry. "No one else has control of the wards. Dumbledore's supposed to hand the wards off to McGonagall if and when he leaves the school grounds. However, I'm very sure he never does that. The fact there is compulsion charms tied into the wards should be spotted by McGonagall pretty quickly if she gets the wards handed to her. If it's hidden under or behind other wards, or forms part of another or more wards, she wouldn't," argued Daphne. "She'd have to go looking for them, and she has no reason to do that." After the conversation petered off, the three decided to shelve everything else and head down to the Great Hall for the evening meal. The rest of the weekend passed without any event of note. On the evening of the Granger visit, the two girls, once again, joined Harry in bed. And, again, he made no comment or move, other than to allow them to slide in on either side of him. They did the same thing the next night. Once they were all settled on the Sunday night, he asked them, "Though I certainly don't mind, you know there are 2 bedrooms with their own en-suites that aren't being used now." "Don't be silly, Harry," chuckled Hermione. "We still use our own bedrooms and bathrooms. Where would we get cleaned and dressed if we didn't have them?" Harry had to bite his tongue not to answer that one. However, Daphne had clearly come to the same answer on her own. "Not yet, Harry, all right. You know I don't mind," he responded. "Whatever you're comfortable with is fine by me. If you want, we can discuss each step, each stage, before we take that step. What do you think?" After having already turned out the lights, Harry was unable to see the expressions on the faces of the other two. So, he just waited to hear what they'd say. Hermione answered first. "That makes a great deal of sense." Murmured Daphne. "Yes, I think I'd like that." Within a few minutes, with all three thinking about that plan, they drifted off to sleep. Monday morning began when the 3 bondmates walked into the great hall for breakfast. It was to see the headmaster once more sitting at the table. Though looking quite unwell, the 3 looked at the elderly man strangely before heading to the Gryffindor table to break their fasts. When they arrived, but before sitting, it was to see the 2 youngest Weasleys also sitting there. That stopped the 3 of them cold. Furious, Harry stormed up to the head table. From a distance of about 2 feet from the leading edge of the dais he shouted at the aged headmaster while pointing back at the Gryffindor table. "What the hell are those 2 doing here? Why aren't they in either a ministry holding cell, or, better yet, Azkaban?" "Potter," Snape loudly snarled. "You arrogant little snot, how dare!" Which was as far as he got before Harry pulled his wand from his pocket and, with a loud bellow of "Stupefy," launched a knockout curse right at the tall black-dressed man. Snape had to dive sideways out of his chair as the back of it nearly shattered from the impact of the curse. "Harry!" exclaimed the headmaster, quite shocked. "Sorry, Professor," Harry smartly replied. "I was under the Imperious curse. Either that, or it seems to be a compulsion of some sort that makes me attempt to defend myself from verbal assault each time some person abuses me." "Now, Harry," stuttered Dumbledore, "I don't think that's possible." Meanwhile, Professor Snape repaired and retook his seat, clearly looking to hex Harry right back, but, after a sneer from fake Moody where the man was still filling his role as the real Moody and appeared ready to defend the 3 teens, withheld himself. "Ah," Harry happily exclaimed to Dumbledore. "So, you agree that all those claims of being under the Imperious curse by the alleged Death Eaters in 1981 weren't possible? Well, seeing as you know that, and as you're the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, I'm sure we can soon look forward to all those perjurers facing justice and being sent to Azkaban for their crimes. How soon will we be seeing them on trial, Chief Warlock Dumbledore?" With a look crossed between one of sorrow and anger, Dumbledore replied, "I think we'll take this to my office, right now, Mr. Potter," and moved to stand. "And miss breakfast, the most important meal of the day, sir." Harry shot right back, hesitating a few moments with a steely look at Harry. Dumbledore replied, "After breakfast, then," and settled back down again. "In the meantime, sir," Harry smoothly asked, "perhaps you can tell me why Ronald and Ginevra Weasley are currently sitting at the Gryffindor table. After all, they tried to poison me with love potions only a few days ago. And it appeared they were planning on doing the same to my bondmates. We'll discuss that in my office after breakfast, Mr. Potter," the headmaster firmly stated with a hard look back. "In that case, sir," Harry firmly said, "we 3 will enjoy our breakfast at the Slytherin table. I don't want to heighten the risk of any of us being poisoned again." Without awaiting a response, he turned to Professor McGonagall and clearly said, "Professor, as we have been summoned to the headmaster's office after breakfast, a man who, when we last visited his office, illegally attacked both me and Miss Granger, as mine and Miss Granger's head of house, I ask for your attendance, as well. I have no need to ask for Professor Snape's attendance on behalf of Miss Granger as I have no doubt he'll be there, whether his attendance is requested or not." Without awaiting a response from Professor McGonagall either, Harry turned and led the 2 girls over to the Slytherin table. During breakfast, Harry broached the subject of the three of them being resorted. I think we should, just to get away from the Weasley potion princesses, Harry quietly said to the other two. Plus, I can see how uncomfortable it is for Daphne to sit there or here. Then what house would we go into? Asked Hermione. Harry's right, and Ravenclaw, replied Daphne, equally quietly. The three of us are clearly going to be considered smart enough to be in that house. We'll just need to convince the Hat. The Hat wanted to put me in Ravenclaw during my initial sort, Hermione admitted. But, I begged it to put me into Gryffindor, because that's the house Headmaster Dumbledore was in when he was a student here. You already know I was supposed to go into Slytherin, Harry added. And it considered sorting me into Ravenclaw, as well, said Daphne. So, we're agreed, Ravenclaw. Harry and Hermione both nodded their heads. Harry quietly said, now for the next problem. I think it's time I lost my temper with the headmaster in his presence. What do you mean, Harry? Asked Hermione, a little worriedly. I believe. No, the headmaster is going to try to blow me off, he replied. I intend to lose my temper with him to get what we want. And that is? Asked a wary Daphne. We all know there is no way in hell Dumbledore wants to see me leave Hogwarts, replied Harry. If I was to leave, he'd lose control of me. And, he's never going to allow that to happen. So, I'm going to give him a very strong ultimatum. If he doesn't meet it, I threaten him with withdrawing and going back to the Muggle world. That's something he'll never allow to happen. So, we can force some changes out of him. Clever, said Daphne. In that case, let's go through what we want to see happen to make things better both around here and for us. And the three made plans. Once they'd finished breakfast, where Harry could tell Daphne was still unhappy about sitting at a table anywhere near Theonot, he led both girls back to the head table. Dumbledore had already left, but Professor McGonagall was clearly waiting for them. Ready, Mr. Potter? She asked. Yes, ma'am, Harry replied. The walk to the gargoyle at the base of the stairs leading up to the headmaster's office was done in silence. Professor McGonagall led the way with Harry almost directly behind by a couple of paces. As per usual, Daphne was on his left and Hermione on his right. After the professor gave the P word, the only word spoken, the four ascended the stairs. Usually, the professor would chat with Harry on his way to see the headmaster. However, this time she did not. Harry could see his soon-to-be ex-head of house was quite tense. Walking into the office, Harry could see around the professor and see the headmaster seated behind his desk, and, of course, Professor Snape sitting on his stool in the corner, glaring back with a sneer firmly affixed to his face. Thank you for bringing Mr. Potter, Minerva, said the headmaster. You may go. With a short bow, the professor turned around and began to leave before Harry, looking straight at her, asked, Where are you going, Professor? When the professor turned back to Harry he said, It is I who asked for your attendance here as my head of house, and as is my right to have you in attendance when I'm being interviewed by the headmaster. Why are you leaving? Now Harry, stuttered the headmaster. Harry ignored him and continued to stare at Professor McGonagall. Professor, he prompted her. Surprisingly, Professor Snape kept his mouth shut. With a frown the professor turned fully back and replied, My apologies, Mr. Potter. You are, of course, correct. Then, looking at the headmaster, she said, I'll be staying, Albus. That was it for the potions master. Potter, you're as arrogant as your father. Showing great restraint, Harry merely cocked an eyebrow at the black-dressed professor as the headmaster held up his hand and said, Severus, that is enough. Turning once more to his head of house, Harry said, Professor. For the past 3+ years I have been subjected to ongoing systematic abuse from Professor Snape. In almost all that time I have bided my time waiting for the senior staff of this school to curb his behavior. I have bided in vain. So, I put to you, that if you do not curb Albus's dog, forthwith, I will kill the he said with the last 5 words given with a pronounced snarl while staring at the shocked woman. Have I made myself perfectly clear, Professor? Harry, exclaimed the headmaster as Hermione did the same, but continued with, language. Professor McGonagall's eyes near bugged out as her jaw dropped open. As such, she didn't respond. Harry, quite furious, turned back to the headmaster and coldly but vehemently said, Everyone has a breaking point, headmaster. I have reached mine. If you're worried about whether or not I'll go dark, this is how it'll happen. I have had a gutful. I will tolerate no more. He then turned to the man himself and said, this will be your first and last direct warning. Abuse me ever again. I will do my absolute damnedest to kill you. And I won't necessarily come at you from the front or with wand in hand. You have now exceeded my patience. After coldly staring at the man for a few moments longer, Harry turned back to the gobsmacked headmaster and said, now, we are here to discuss why the two youngest Weasley children are back in the school after their criminal attack upon my and my bondmates, persons. I'd like to know why. The headmaster, clearly and utterly stunned by Harry's remarks, sat staring back at Harry for a long few moments with a look of complete shock on his face. No one said a word. Everyone else was too shocked to utter a sound. Eventually, the headmaster blinked away his surprise and said, why you've given me a lot to think about, Harry. I'll be up late considering your words. Don't blow me off, headmaster. Harry interrupted with a snarled yell. I came here to get answers as to why the two youngest Weasley children are back where they can, once more, attempt to poison myself and my bondmates. I will not put myself or my bondmates at risk another minute more. I'll need a damned good reason, right now, why I shouldn't take my own action to rid myself and my bondmates of that threat. That was it for the headmaster. Losing his own temper and beginning to radiate power, the headmaster shot to his feet, glared right back and snarled, you do not get to dictate to me, young man. I am the headmaster here. And, what I say goes. You will calm down, right this second, or you will find your wand snapped, your magic bound and being expelled. As anticipated by the three and not backing down one jot, Harry snatched his wand out of his pocket and threw it into Dumbledore's, where it bounced off before landing on the desk. Then, there's my wand, snap it. After what's happened to me this past 3+ years, the amount of times my life has been at risk under you as headmaster, I'm going to be a lot safer back in the Muggle world. While the boy and the man stood facing off one another, Professor McGonagall gasped in horror at what Harry said. Even Professor Snape went a little white and lost his sneer. Hermione dropped her face in her hands, quietly sobbing, while Daphne appeared flat out stunned. When it dawned on the headmaster what it was Harry said, he too went a little white and near collapsed back into his chair before properly retaking his seat. He simply did not know what to say. A little quieter, Harry snarled, I've had it, headmaster. I am not kidding when I tell you I've had enough. I have finally reached the end of my tether with the lot of you, and, unless things immediately become a lot safer for me around here, I'm gone. You can snap my wand, you can bind my magic, you can expel me from the school. The bond between Hermione, Daphne and I has not been finalized, so, doing all that will not unnecessarily harm them. After a short hesitation he said, I'll even make it easier for you. Tell me, right now, what the hell is going on with the two youngest Weasleys being back here, or I head to the DMLE and demand my immediate expulsion from the magical world. I'll be gone from this world before the sun sets. The headmaster knew right then things had escalated to the point where all was lost unless he immediately acted. He sighed and sat forward with his elbows on the desk, his hands clasped and resting his forehead on them. As he looked down, he could see Harry's wand sitting on the desk between his elbows, waiting to be snapped. Harry waited for a few long moments. When the headmaster still didn't say anything he huffed and said, right. He spun around to look at Hermione and Daphne. Sorry, ladies, he said to them both. But, it looks like this is where we part ways. He then stepped forward to give Hermione, still sobbing, a hug. He needed to say goodbye. Take care of yourself, Hermione. If Malfoy calls you a mudblood again, give him a good swift kick in the gulas for me, yeah. And pulled back. While holding her in the crook of his left arm, he used the ball of his right thumb to brush away the tears on her cheeks as she looked back and nodded. Hey, he said, you know I can't stay. Sooner or later one of these death-defying risks to me in this school will no longer be defied, and, I'll be dead. It's better I go now, before the bond finalizes and risks your health along with mine. I know, she sobbed. You need to take care of yourself, Harry. I'm going to miss you. Then she eyed him on the cheek before backing away. Me too, he replied, before turning to Daphne. Daphne immediately came forward and enveloped him in a hug of her own, which he returned. "Goodbye, Harry," she said. "I'm sorry things didn't work out for you, for us." Pulling back, she then broke down in tears. "Hey," he softly said. "Please don't cry on my behalf. You know I need to do this." "Mr. Potter," the headmaster called. Harry ignored him, for the moment, as he tried to calm Daphne down. "Mr. Potter," the headmaster called a little more loudly. Giving it another couple of moments while he held Daphne, Harry then turned to Dumbledore, who had quite the unusual expression on his face, and replied, "I'm not ignoring you, headmaster. I'm saying goodbye to these two lovely ladies." "Mr. Potter," the headmaster said once more, "I cannot expel the two Weasley children because they have not yet been found guilty of a crime." Harry snorted back and said, "No, maybe not. However, you most certainly can suspend them until the results of that trial are determined. However, we've gone beyond that, now. The two Weasleys are only the latest of my issues with you, the rest of the staff in this school. Now that we've reached that point, it's easy for me to recognize the truth. If things stay the way they are, here, I'm going to die before I can graduate. So no thank you, headmaster," Harry sighed. "I've had enough. And I can't see you, with your, 'you must learn to forgive' bullshit, doing what needs to be done to make the rest of my time in this place non-life-threatening, even if securing the safety of your students is your primary responsibility as headmaster." "What do you want me to do, Mr. Potter?" the headmaster quietly asked. "Headmaster, you can't be," exclaimed Professor Snape. "Silence, Severus," the headmaster half bellowed in a snap right back at the man. "Things have clearly reached the point where Mr. Potter feels quite comfortable, and that it's his best option, to give up his magic rather than stay here another moment, as the way things are. And I find that horrifying. Clearly, I have been incredibly remiss in my responsibilities as headmaster, and I intend to rectify that immediately." He then turned back to Harry and, in a softer voice, again asked, "What do I and the staff need to do to change your mind, Mr. Potter?" Harry stared back at the old man with Daphne still in his arms, and thought about it for a few moments. Finally, with a huff, he replied, "Fine." With a nod of his head towards Professor Snape, he said, "Professor Snape needs to immediately and forevermore cease his attacks on myself, other students and the memory of my father. I will not tolerate a single instance of abuse from the man, ever again. The fact that he abuses a student, any student, should see him immediately placed on probation, and, any further instances, summarily dismissed. He may be one of Magical Britain's premier potions masters, but he is a teacher. Instead, he's a bully. He takes points for things like, blinking too loudly, or, asking a question. That is, of course, if you're not a Slytherin. If you're a Slytherin, you get points for things like, looking attentive, or, wearing green. It makes a complete mockery of the points system. And the points system is a fundamental core of your discipline system. Many students now ignore the system because Professor Snape has tainted it to the point it's not but a joke. As such, many, if not most, students now can no longer be bothered with earning points or losing them." The man in question seethed in his place, but kept his opinions to himself. "Next," Harry continued, "the ongoing abuse of students by other students, for whatever reason, must end immediately. Use of the term, mudblood, or similar sneers, must see swift punishment of the offender. And, the punishment must be sufficient enough to have those who offend think twice before doing it again. Make terms like, mudblood, and, half-breed, taboo words anywhere on Hogwarts grounds, on the express and on both train stations. It's flat-out bullying and needs to be dealt with. This year, you've told us we're to have delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Do you really want them to experience Hogwarts with none of that fixed? What sort of image does that promote? I've looked it up. Beauxbatons have a number of students who are Vila. Do you want to see someone like Draco Malfoy sneer at one such Beauxbatons student and call her a half-breed? Even a blind man can see he will do it. That's yet another example of bullying, and will be one aimed by a Hogwarts student at a visiting student. What sort of international incident will that create? And, speaking of bullying, any form of it, whether it's by word or deed, needs the perpetrators to feel like the wrath of the gods have descended upon them when they're caught bullying another. For instance, I guarantee none of the staff are aware that young Luna Lovegood is being horrendously bullied by just about every member of her own house, plus quite a few other individuals. So much for that. Your house is your family. Nonsense. Professor McGonagall here spouts off to the unsorted first years each year, yeah. And the reason the staff are unaware of this is because the students have no faith in the staff meting out reasonable punishment, let alone actually listening to a student when they come to them with a complaint. The staff has taught the students well. Don't bring your complaints to us. That whole heir of Slytherin thing is a prime example of bullying going on right under the noses of the staff, and nothing being done to stop it. You could have, should have, and failed to do so. You also speak of forgiveness, Headmaster. Well, before you can have forgiveness there must first be recognition by the perpetrator they did something wrong, and be sorry for doing it. That's remorse. Next is repentance. They must, more or less, vow not to do it again. Thirdly, they must face atonement. In part, that's punishment. Then, once they feel genuine remorse, have accepted they've done wrong, repented and made a promise to fix their ways, and been properly punished for it, then, and only then, can forgiveness be considered. Not before. Even the Holy Bible recognizes that. You seem to just want to skip the important steps and get right to the forgiveness part. That does not work. The three of us also want to be resorted. It's creating problems for us being a mix of Gryffindors and Slytherin. Hermione and I no longer feel safe at the Gryffindor table with two of the Weasleys already attempting to poison us with love and compulsion potions. We don't want to give them any further, or easy, opportunity by sitting table with them ever again. And it makes everyone uncomfortable if Hermione and I take seat at the Slytherin table. Having us resorted into one house, either Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, will make the three of us less uncomfortable and reduces the risk of harm to the three of us. You also have this whole Tri-Wizard tournament thing, this year. I'm telling you, right now, I have absolutely no intention of participating in it other than as a spectator. However, as usually happens, I'll somehow be dragged into it, risking my own life yet again. Well, I won't have it. I will not participate, Headmaster. I don't give a flying rat's ass about the thing. I will not compete, and, if someone attempts to force me to do so, there will be ever-loving hell to pay. I will make it an unbreakable vow if push comes to shove. So, you need to make damn sure I'm kept the hell out of it. Finally, I'm beginning to suspect you're holding off on getting my godfather a trial in an attempt to force me to return to Privet Drive each summer. I want a proper home, Headmaster. And Privet Drive is not my home, it's my prison. Harry heard the little trinket on one of the cabinets give a little chirp before it died, and saw the headmaster give a tiny wince in response. You are the chief warlock. It is within your purview and mandate to get it done. So, please, get it done. Right now, I am in the process of organizing a solicitor for him through Matthias Greenger. Contrary to the ludicrous views of Professor Snape, I am being systematically abused at Privet Drive, physically, psychologically and emotionally. And, with the bond forming between Daphne, Hermione and I, we need to stay together over the breaks lest we risk harm to the forming bond. I will not subject them to the Dursleys for even a moment. Those are my bare minimum conditions for me to stay. They are not negotiable. I have to protect myself and my ladies, here. If you cannot meet those conditions in full as they have been explained to you, you need to tell me now. Dumbledore almost impotently sat there for a few moments longer before glancing at both professors. He then looked back at Harry and asked, "Could you please give us a little time to discuss this? You've spoken about matters of which, I swear to you, I'm completely unaware. I promise the three of you I will have a decision by lunchtime, today." Harry stared back at the headmaster for a few more moments before turning to the two girls. "Ladies," he asked, "should I?" "Giving up your magic is a huge step to take, Harry," said Hermione. "I know you can easily live life in the Muggle world, but it means returning to live with those horrid relatives of yours. Though they end up giving me only rags to wear, feed me only table scraps, and make me do all the chores and handyman jobs around the house and yard, while the rest of them sit on their bums and just abuse me, that's still preferable to staying here with the way things are," Harry softly replied. He didn't see the look of shock and subsequent sudden glare at the headmaster by Professor McGonagall, who'd been listening in. Besides, Though I occasionally cop a beating, especially from my whale of a cousin, at least they're not trying to kill me, he reasoned. I'd much prefer you to stay, Harry, Daphne sniffled. But I also understand your need to get away from here. I say give the headmaster until lunchtime today, as he requested. If even one of your conditions is not met, I support your need to leave our world. Thank you, Daphne, he replied. I do, too, Harry, Hermione softly added. Thank you, he replied with a small smile. He then turned back to the headmaster and said, We've agreed to give you until lunchtime today to decide whether or not you'll meet my conditions, headmaster. If, however, I have not heard from you by then, or you disagree with even a tiny part of those conditions, I'm gone. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore firmly said. I shall be meeting with the senior teaching staff between now and then. You've provided information even I want answered. Harry gave a short nod before turning to escort the two ladies from the headmaster's office, and off towards their clees, before Dumbledore called him back. When Harry turned to look back, the headmaster was holding his wand out and said, Please take your wand with you, Mr. Potter. For now, at least, you'll need it for CL. Harry thought about it for a moment before walking back to the desk and accepting the wand. Thank you, headmaster, then turned back and rejoined the girls in leaving the office. As they walked, in the usual formation once they'd descended the stairs to the corridor, Daphne asked, Would you have really gone ahead with it, Harry? Left the magical world, he replied. Dumbledore would never have allowed it to happen. The prophecy makes sure of that. I just needed him to believe I was resolute in my desire to leave. That way, I've forced his hand to get things fixed around here. Hermione cut in and said, Dumbledore will bend over backwards, wear a pink tutu and sing, I'm a little teapot, in the middle of Diagon Alley during the height of Christmas shopping, if he felt he had to do that to keep Harry here. She then looked at Harry and asked, What would you have done if he'd let you walk out that door? Gone directly to Gringotts, pulled out all of my trust fund and named you my heir, so the likes of Malfoy wouldn't be able to get his hands on the Potter fortune, he replied. Then, gone to the offices of the Daily Prophet and given Rita Skeeter a tell-all exclusive interview of my life, together with why I was choosing to leave the magical world. Then gone to the DMLE where, I've no doubt, Dumbledore would have been waiting for me to stop me. If not, I'd have requested it. I also have little doubt Madame Bones would have bent over backwards to stop me, as well. She'd want to know why I was choosing that path, and that would have put her on the warpath against Dumbledore. No, I doubt very much I'll ever get an actual opportunity to walk away from the magical world. No one will ever accept the boy who lived would want to not live in the magical world. There'd be rioting in the streets. Well, except for the period between Voldemort's resurrection and the battle at the Ministry, or whatever is going to happen here. And what's going to happen? What are you going to do when your name comes out of the goblet? Asked Daphne. Create one hell of an almighty stink, he replied with a shrug. I don't know if there actually is a loophole in the so-called magical contract that can be used to get me out it or not. But that's beside the point. What I've set up, back there, is how I'm going to deal with the student body before things like those Potter stinks badges come out. I'm okay with competing, now. I know what I'm going to face, and I'll be prepared. I just don't want to have to tolerate the scorn and derision from the other students as I did the first time through. I've made it so the staff will have to come down on them, hard. I'll remind Dumbledore how, by not competing, I'll be squibbed. And how that'll be a free pee for me to escape into the Muggle world. There's nothing he could do to stop it, if that's the case. He'll make damn sure I choose to compete by forcing the student body to leave me alone. In other words, you've got him over a barrel, smirked Hermione. Ew. Harry shuddered in response. You know he's gay, right? That's a vision I didn't want. He might actually like the idea of being over a barrel. Both girls laughed in response. At 11 a.m., the senior staff of the school attended a mandatory staff meeting in the headmaster's office. They were told to cancel any clees they may have had for that period in the next 2 hours and attend. Lunch would be provided. As they all congregated in the office, Dumbledore conjured a conference table with surrounding chairs. Please, be seated, he requested. Once the senior staff, the headmaster, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape and Sprout, and Madame Pomfrey, were all seated, the headmaster said, "Professors McGonagall, Snape and I recently had a most worrying and troubling meeting with Mr. Potter and his two bondmates. The meeting was originally supposed to only cover Mr. Potter and his bondmates' concerns about the return of the two youngest Weasley children to this school." "I'm not surprised," huffed Professor Sprout. After a moment to glare at the professor, who didn't look abashed at all, Dumbledore continued, "In the meeting, Mr. Potter raised a number of other concerns, as well as his concern about the two Weasley children. He raised issues of which I'm only partly aware or not aware of at all. We are going to discuss those points, right now. I cannot believe you're going to kowtow to that little." Professor Snape began to snarl. With a firm slap of his palm against the surface of the table, Dumbledore interrupted him and barked back, "Severus! Enough!" The potions master visibly flinched back but did hold his tongue. Looking back at the rest of the staff, the headmaster began to raise the points Harry had raised with him. "It appears, and I have no reason to doubt him after what I heard, Mr. Potter believes things have gotten so bad for him at Hogwarts, he is willing, I dare say even eager, to see his wand snapped, his magic bound and his eviction from the magical community as more desirable than remaining a student here." Of those staff who weren't at the earlier meeting, Professor Sprout gasped in horror, as did Madame Pomfrey, while Professor Flitwick looked completely stunned. "That's horrible," stuttered Madame Pomfrey. "Why would he want such a thing?" "That's what we're going to discuss," the headmaster firmly replied. During the subsequent meeting, he also let them know just how angry he was with them for him not being aware of many of the points raised. Finally acting as the executive unit they were supposed to be, the staff, with the headmaster leading the discussion, made decisions. Once again sitting table at the Slytherin table, the three had just finished lunch when Professor McGonagall approached and said, "A decision has been reached. I'll escort you to the headmaster's office once you've completed your lunch." A quick glance at both girls to make sure they'd finished, and Harry looked back up at the professor and said, "Thank you, Professor. We're done. If you've not, though, we can hold off." "No, I've completed my meal, thank you," she replied with a smile. "If you're ready, we can go." The three teens then rose and followed the professor back to the headmaster's office. Inside were Dumbledore, the four heads of houses and Madame Pomfrey. They were sitting in a circle around a small table that Harry suspected was very recently a much larger one for their meeting. There were 3 chairs left vacant together, with another next to the headmaster. To that last was where Professor McGonagall headed. As Harry escorted the 2 girls to the other 3 chairs, before sitting in the middle one, as surreptitiously as possible he tried to gauge the mood of the senior teaching staff. They all looked quite happy, except for Dumbledore. He looked like he'd ate on too many of those drops he favored, with a somewhat pinched countenance. As Harry sat down, the headmaster said, "Thank you for coming again, Harry. And, thank you for giving us the time to go over your conditions." Harry gave a slight head nod in response. "As I mentioned earlier, you raised a couple of points of which I was unaware were going on in this school," the headmaster continued. "Firstly, we were all completely unaware of the bullying of Miss Lovegood that was going on. That will be dealt with this afternoon and during the evening meal. Professor Flitwick, as head of house, will be immediately addressing that problem. As for the general and, oft-times, public bullying that's occurring, the entire staff has been instructed to come down on the perpetrators of it with the full weight of the headmaster's office. You are correct in positing that displays of one or more students bullying another or others is not something we want our soon-to-be arriving guests from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to witness. No, it's something that should never occur. So, the staff has been told to be extra vigilant in both looking for it and dealing with it. And that includes use of slurs such as mudblood or half-breed. You also indicated great disappointment in how the house points system is being tainted. That, too, is being addressed. New guidelines for both awarding and deducting points are being drawn up. And the teaching staff will be required to adhere to it. Further, if you have a complaint about what you believe to be unfair points deducted or awarded, you can raise the issue with your head of house or, if they're the one you believe is being unfair, you, indeed, any student, can raise it with me. What you are probably unaware of, is that there is a ledger kept within this office that records the awarding and deducting of points, and why, and it will now be constantly reviewed. Now we get to the more serious issues you raised. Though, I do recognize bullying as a serious issue. First, Professor Snape is now on probation. I have spoken with our head boy and girl, and other senior CL students, and have confirmed everything you told me. I was completely unaware of just how bad it had become. For that, I am deeply sorry, and hope you can find it in your heart to eventually forgive me for being lax in that regard in the past. Professor Snape has now been instructed he is to use the points awarding and deducting guidelines when awarding and deducting points. He is to also refrain from using or intimating any denigrating language when communicating with students. He will be monitored for compliance. If he breaches these instructions in future, he will be summarily dismissed. He will also provide proper instruction for the making of each and every potion. He will no longer be allowed to just say, "Instructions are on the board. You have 1 hour," or similar. I, or Professor McGonagall, will conduct random reviews to ensure these conditions are met. With a surprisingly genuine sigh, he said, "As for the 2 Weasley children, I had already spoken with Arthur and Molly, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, about the 2 children before that unpleasantness this morning. At that time, I gave them both my assurances the children could return to school and please until the trial. As such, I cannot go back on that promise." Harry was about to interrupt when the headmaster, recognizing Harry's ire, held up his hand and continued, "However, I also understand your view on how it makes you both uncomfortable and feel there is further risk to being attacked via potion with them in the school, though I do not agree. To address that, all Weasley children, including Percy, were subjected to a snap inspection of their belongings, late this morning, and their incoming mail will be monitored. Other than prank items in the possession of the twins, there were no other suspicious packages. What the younger Weasleys had in their possession from before, were already seized by orders from within the DMLE when they were first taken away. I can assure you that they will be closely watched and monitored to ensure they do not attempt such a heinous act again. Further, it has been decided you will be allowed to be resorted and change houses. It is clearly uncomfortable for the 3 of you to remain in the houses you are currently within. If you want to be resorted, it will occur immediately before the evening meal, this evening. The student body will only be told it is an option made available to you due to the bond, so that you can all be in the same house." Harry simply nodded in response. "As to the matter of your godfather, Sirius Black, I, once again, apologize. I have been somewhat lax in that area. It is good that you're organizing a solicitor for him, and I commend you for that. Once you have the solicitor organized, and he or she is ready for trial, I will use my office as Chief Warlock to push for the trial. I can only hope that he is exonerated. The ministry, including the Wizengamot, is rife with corruption. As such, nothing is a given. The final matter you raised was the Tri-Wizard Tournament, and how you feared you'd be entered into the event against your wishes or desire. With what you have gone through over the past 3 years you've been here, it's quite understandable you fear the worst. So, I'm going to tell you how the choosing of the champions will take place. I trust the 3 of you not to share this information with anyone else." Harry and the 2 girls nodded. With a responding nod, Dumbledore then went on to describe the Goblet of Fire, and how it would be used. He also gave the information that the minimum age of a contestant was 17. Harry was then ready with his questions. "What is to stop someone of age deciding to submit my name against my wishes?" he asked. His first question, and Dumbledore clearly didn't expect it. He was surprised by it. "I must say, that did not occur to me. I shall take steps to ensure that cannot happen. And, if it still does, if my name comes out of this goblet, after all," Harry asked, "it sounds like an incredibly dangerous artifact, sir. It could be used by one wizard to see the magic stripped from another. There are safeguards to the second part of your question. But, in the highly unlikely event of the first, you would have to compete." And, before Harry could interrupt again, Dumbledore said, "I see your concern, Harry. And, I will take steps to combat against it. But, it's now too late to stop this from happening. Contracts have been signed and arrangements have been made. You can still skip using the cup, goblet, and just have a standard magically binding contract," Harry muttered back. "Sorry, no," said Dumbledore. "Tradition holds that the goblet be used. It's not much of a tradition if the Tri-Wizard Tournament hasn't been held for centuries," Harry shot back, to which the headmaster only acknowledged with a slight nod. With a sigh, he said, Please tell me this is not going to occur on Halloween. You know what that day means to me. Sorry, the headmaster sheepishly replied. The draw will take place at the conclusion of the Halloween feast. With an admirable acting performance, Harry looked at the headmaster with much disappointment. First year, he said, beginning to tick them off his fingers. Troll in the dungeon. Thought you'd want to know. I, dragging a very reluctant Ron Weasley along, managed to rescue Hermione here from said troll with only moments to spare. Second year. It's nearly Headless Nick's 500th death day party. Mrs. Norris gets petrified, and it's the start of almost exactly 6 months and 1 week of being held to ridicule, fear, contempt and similar by the entire student body, while the entire teaching staff appeared to sit back and did absolutely nothing about it. Third year. Sirius Black, the so-called escaped murderer and right-hand man of Voldemort, is in the castle. He attacks the portrait of Imogen, the fat lady, and we all have to sleep in sleeping bags in the Great Hall. Of course, I was in no danger, but we didn't know that at the time, did we? And now, fourth year. It's that exact, same, day you're holding the draw for the champions for the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Harry sighed in exasperation. You know there's no way in hell my name's not going to come out of that goblet now, don't you? Dumbledore stared back with a look that was a cross between consternation and constipation before he finally cleared his throat and shook himself out of it. Yes, well, he muttered, I do see your point, young Harry. Muttering sulphurously for a few moments, Harry then sat up straighter and said, it's now clear to me that my name will be coming out of that goblet on Halloween. It seems I'm Lady Fate's personal punching bag and that date is the date she's set aside to personally torment me. I can already see what's going to happen. The event is designed for witches and wizards over the age of 17. Therefore, the events are designed for those witches and wizards who have that level of education. It'll even challenge their knowledge and skills. I'm 14 with only 3 years of magical education. In other words, I'm toast. On top of that, as I'm only 14 and the event is only open to those who are 17 and above, when my name comes out of the goblet, everyone's going to say I somehow cheated my way in. So, yet again, I'm going to be slandered and ridiculed. The question I have is the staff going to actively work at preventing it, this time around? If not, I'm out of here. Of course, if I do get held up for slander and ridicule again by the sheep of the wizarding world, I will have absolutely no problem with flipping the lot of you the finger and refusing to compete. In other words, I can use it as the perfect opportunity to have my magic stripped, rather than bound. That way, no one can stop me from going back to the Muggle world to live, and I can wipe my hands of the lot of you. With a Muggle population in Britain approaching 60 million, it won't be hard for me to disappear into the crowds. Harry could see his words were having a profound effect on the staff. Professor McGonagall was trying to sit stoically as she stared off into the distance, but her eyes were leaking tears. Professor Snape sat scowling with his head down and appeared quite tense. However, he remained quiet, thankfully. Professor Flitwick was still in shock and looked ready to vomit. Professor Sprout was quietly sobbing while shaking her head in apparent dismay and an attempted refusal to believe what she was hearing, as was Madame Pomfrey. Staring straight at the headmaster, Harry asked, So, headmaster, what is the plan for when my name comes out of the goblet? Because, I really don't think anything you do is going to stop it from happening. After clearing his throat again, Dumbledore firmly said, you, Harry, I'll be doing my best to ensure that does not happen. However, if you're correct, I don't know what I can do once it happens. Harry shook his head in annoyance and said, Then, I'll start. He drew his wand and held it up in his hand. I, Harry James Potter, swear on my magic and my very life I will not submit my name to the Goblet of Fire. Nor will I ask, or in any other way actively encourage another, to submit my name to the Goblet of Fire. I do not want to compete in the Tri-Wizard Tournament. I do not want to be involved in the Tri-Wizard Tournament other than as a spectator. As I say, so I swear. There was a quick and almost blinding flash of light as the oath was accepted. And he immediately cast a stream of sparklers. Harry turned to the senior staff and said, I trust that is enough for everyone here to know and understand me being in the Tri-Wizard Tournament is not something I will work towards achieving. Most of the staff looked horrified at what Harry had just done. It was Dumbledore who replied, Harry, a magical oath is not something that should ever be taken lightly. Interrupting, Harry replied, and what part of this entire conversation could be considered light, headmaster? I understand what will happen if I decide to take the option of having my magic either stripped or bound, and my then being ostracized to the mundane world. Compared to that, a magical oath is merely a dawdle. Nevertheless, the headmaster sighed, it is still a serious act to undertake. But, what is done is done. I believe I speak for all the staff when I say we do not doubt you have no wish to participate as a champion in the Tri-Wizard tournament. However, what would you have us do if, or, as you believe, when, your name comes out of the goblet? Harry frowned and appeared deep in thought. A few moments later, he looked back at the headmaster and replied, as soon as my name comes out, I'm going to make a very public magical oath similar to the one I just made, here, stating it wasn't me. I also demand you make damn sure none of the sheep you call students has a go at me about it. It would be collective bullying at its worst. Because, I'm telling you now, if the student body even thinks about denigrating, slandering, defaming, vilifying, ostracizing, scorning or similar me or either of my bondmates, I will retaliate with physical force. I will not stand for it. Not for even one jot of a moment. I will not tolerate another second year. I believe, once we begin to enforce the rules regarding bullying at tonight's meal, that will not happen, said Dumbledore. Well, sir, Harry retorted, a famous theoretical physicist, Albert Einstein, once said, two things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity, and I'm not too sure about the first one. No matter how much you impress upon the student population that such actions will be harshly treated, there will still be those who will choose the stupid option and ignore you. I, however, will not ignore them. With a sigh, the headmaster sat back and said, all right, Harry, I think we've covered all the points you've raised. Are you satisfied with what you've heard here? Instead of answering immediately, Harry turned to the two girls and non-verbally asked for their views. Hermione, who was still clearly upset, nodded back, as did Daphne when he turned to her. Turning back to the headmaster he replied, so long as there is an immediate major shift towards what we've spoken about, and then that major shift continues, I currently withdraw my wish to be evicted from the magical world. The headmaster visibly sighed in relief. However, I reserve the right to make such a determination in future, Harry continued. I will wait to see what happens, especially surrounding the tournament, and will be constantly internally reviewing my decision. There must be radical changes to have occurred before I will remove my desire off the table completely. Further, if I do end up deciding to leave the magical world, I expect my wishes to be honored. It is my choice, and I really don't give a flying toss if the magical world gets all up in arms about how the boy who lived would make such a decision. My decision will be my own, not theirs, and I really could care less about the so-called boy who lived because he is not me. You can blame the idiots who have, without my authorization, used my name to sell products for that. I'm also supposed to be this great bloody hero who got rid of Voldemort for the magical people. However, not one of them even wrote to me to say thank you. The first letter I ever received from anyone, let alone the magical world, was my Hogwarts acceptance letter. And I had no way to reply to that, anyway. Harry watched as the headmaster almost imperceptibly winced. If I'm supposed to be their hero, then why was I ignored by them? Harry asked. No, they clearly couldn't care less about me. All mouth and no action. Therefore, I can't see them really being upset if I decide to leave. Mr. Potter, said Professor McGonagall, getting Harry's attention. Plenty of people wrote to you. No one ever heard back. Glaring back, Harry replied, you, Professor, I never received. Harry, the headmaster interrupted. Turning to look at the headmaster with a frown, Harry asked, Headmaster. Clearly uncomfortable and even squirming slightly in his seat, the headmaster said, the reason you didn't receive any mail is because I was concerned that some of it would contain harmful potions, charms, portkeys or the like. They represented a great risk to you and your safety. Furthermore, I knew your aunt and uncle would not appreciate being bothered by the magical community. As your magical guardian, I made the decision to intercept your mail and have it stored elsewhere until. Harry listened first, with dawning comprehension, then mutating to anger. Eventually, he'd heard enough and surged to his feet in rage. Jesus bloody Christ, Dumbledore. He roared as Dumbledore was immediately cut off and the staff visibly flinched back. Do you have any bloody idea as to the consequences of your actions? It's no wonder the student body out there denigrate me one moment and worship me the next. Holy bloody hell, there'll be kids out there, not to mention their parents and guardians, who wrote to me and never heard a bloody peep out of me back. God damn it, some may have even sent me gifts and they now think I'm a right prick for not even acknowledging them. Including over the past 3 years. It's no bloody surprise, now, why I'm getting treated the way I do. They hate me. Harry grabbed hold of his spiking emotions, not even noticing that documents and trinkets had been sent flying during his rage at the headmaster by his almost uncontrolled magic. Once he'd managed to get his emotions back into check, he collapsed back into his seat. You imbecilic prick, he said. What have you done? No one even dared to reply. Only Hermione first, then Daphne, moved closer to him and hugged him. Oh my God, he sobbed into his hands. The first to recover of the staff, Professor McGonagall glared at the headmaster and quietly but firmly demanded, Albus. Where is Mr. Potter's mail? Calming himself down, the headmaster quietly replied, it's being stored in an unused storeroom here, in the castle. I have not taken the time to go and have a look at it, so I have no idea how much is there. I'm also concerned that some of it may still have those illicit charms, potions, portkeys or the like I mentioned attached to them. Therefore, I ask that you not go looking for it, at this time, Mr. Potter. You, old man, Harry snarled back, I don't know what the laws are in the magical world surrounding intercepting the mail of another, but, in the Muggle world, it's an automatic stay in one of Her Majesty's jails. I now take full responsibility and possession of my mail. Any and all mail redirection charms or whatever you have in place concerning me, you will immediately strip away, never to return them, or organize for another to place such upon me and mine. I'll have our 2 house elves go through it all and separate out anything that's dodgy, and set them aside for the DMLE to deal with. As for the rest, I'm going to need time to go through it all and send out letters of apology to each and every person who sent me something, and explain what happened. While your motives for intercepting my mail were just, the method by which you went about it is abhorrent. Once you began to intercept my mail, it fell to you to treat it with respect according to how you believed I'd want it dealt with. And, I consider ignoring it a loathsome and despicable act. It's no wonder there are those like Professor Snape who consider me arrogant. At the conclusion of this meeting, you will immediately take me to where you've stored my mail. At that time I will use our 2 house elves to begin the process of sorting it and separating out the letters and packages that are suspect. Then, I'm going to begin the process of going through each and every item and responding to it. I don't care if it's been up to almost 13 years since the sender sent the letter or package. They deserve a reply, and they're going to get one, no matter how long it takes me to do so. When he finally finished his rant and collapsed back in on himself in his seat, Harry let the girls cuddle back into him from either side. Dumbledore appeared to be getting his own emotions back into check. Once he was calmer, he said, Harry, I'm truly sorry this has happened. It was my intent to do just as you suggested, but I managed to put it off until it was too late, and the amount became too large. It was then my intent to use the house elves to sort out the, as you put it, suspect packages and letters and see the lot handed over to you when you first arrived here in the beginning of your first year. But, again, it had slipped my mind. After a short hesitation he said, Very well, Harry. At the conclusion of this meeting I will take you to where your mail is stored. I only ask you ensure it is all checked, and bring anything suspect to me, before you handle any of it. Harry didn't even bother to reply. He took a deep breath of air and said to no one in particular, I need to get out of here. I need to get some fresh air. He then stood and said, I'll come back later. I'm finding the conditions in here quite stifling at the moment. Not even bothering to see if the headmaster or the rest of the staff acknowledged him, the 2 girls stood either side and walked out with him. They were headed directly for the main doors of the castle to walk down to sit near the edge of the lake. Once they were gone, Professor McGonagall staring at the headmaster, fuming. Once she growled, How could you, Albus? What other harm have you done to that poor boy? What I've done is, the headmaster tried. Professor McGonagall just barked straight over the top of him. Don't even think of saying, "It's for the greater good, Albus." If it's for your so-called greater good to cause harm to that boy, I want no part of it. A lot of what is driving that boy out of our world is directly attributed to what you have caused to happen to him. You have meddled in his life long enough. It is high time you made sure his godfather gets his trial and Harry gets to develop a family with him. Because, it's only family that will keep that boy from leaving our world. And, if he does end up taking that option, it will become very clear very quickly exactly why he left. I doubt very much you will manage to hold on to any of your positions of power once the dust finally settles. After they spent time just talking at the edge of the lake, the three reviewed what they'd managed to so far accomplish. "All right," began Hermione. "The Horcruxes. The diadem Horcrux has been cleaned and is ready to hand back to the school, once this is done. We either need to get Sirius to get us the locket Horcrux so we can put it to the same ritual, then get him to see if he can get the cup Horcrux from the goblins from Lestrange's vault, or I go to the goblins and get it direct. Dumbledore still gets the ring. And Nagini is for later. I'll see if I can deal with Nagini at the graveyard in June," said Harry. "She's already the final Horcrux, so I can deal with her now, rather than later when she'll be much harder to get. I also need to practice wandless summoning to summon my wand back to my hand. I don't want to be without my wand in the graveyard again." "We'll organize a second wand for you during the Christmas break," Daphne cut in. "One that you can keep hidden in the sleeve of your right arm and you can pop into your hand if you're bound." "That's a good idea," said Harry. "Thank you, Daphne." She merely nodded back. After a nod of acceptance as well, Hermione continued, "The Hallows. Harry is now the rightful owner of the Elder Wand, even if Dumbledore has it back in his possession. We'll get the stone from the ring later, once Dumbledore has it. And Harry already has the cloak. Sirius. Daphne's father is organizing a solicitor for us, and Harry now has Dumbledore actually starting to work at getting Sirius a trial. We can't do anything further on that until we speak with the solicitor. The press. Harry has already put the hard word to the staff about how he gets treated, without actually saying so, once his name comes out of the goblet. A solicitor with defamation experience is also being organized by Daphne's father. As we've got almost 2 months until Halloween, we've got plenty of time to deal with that issue. The basilisk. Daphne's father is also organizing for that to be rendered down. From that we'll save enough hide to ensure the three of us, at least, have full bodysuits of armor. Good, Harry firmly said. I'll be one hell of a lot happier if I know both of you are protected from most curses and hexes. The latest issue is a new one, Harry's mail. Hermione turned to look at Harry directly and said, "Did Dumbledore ever tell you he had your mail in the castle?" "No," Harry growled. "Clearly, he didn't think it important enough to tell me." Daphne snorted in an unladylike fashion and said, "It's more likely he was worried that, if you knew about it and had read some of it, you wouldn't have gone ahead with your little suicide at the wand of the Voldemort." Harry smiled back and gently placed his hand on the girl's leg. He gave it a gentle squeeze of urine, and was pleased when she didn't flinch away. She was clearly beginning to trust him, and that he wouldn't take things too far. It was progress. "What are we going to do about the prophecy orb?" Hermione asked. "We really don't want to leave it in the DOM." Harry thought for a moment and replied, "I want to go and get it this Christmas, but I don't know if we'll have time. If possible, I also want to replace it with a fake containing a false prophecy. As long as we keep the first 2 lines intact, we can fiddle with the rest and make it seem like, if I can get hold of him, Riddle's toast, and there's nothing he can do about it." Hermione giggled and said, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal, but he shall have power the Dark Lord knows not, and the one with the power will kick the Dark Tosser's ass into the next millennium, where he shall forevermore burn in the fires of hell. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord shall be born as the 7th month dies." Harry roared with laughter while Daphne grinned back at Hermione. "Descriptive," she smiled. "But not exactly prophecy material, is it?" "I'll work on it," Hermione laughed. "If we're successful, it'll make Riddle panic." "Yes, but we have no idea what he'll do as a result," said Daphne. "He may flee Britain completely. Or, He may decide he no longer wants to be the one who takes Harry out, and puts a bounty on his head. Calming down, Harry said, it's still better than him getting the full prophecy. It shall end where it all began, as the chosen one defeats his foe, Harry murmured after almost a minute of silence. It's descriptive without giving anything away. It'll drive Riddle nuts trying to figure out where it all began, means, so he can stay the hell away from the place. And, once the prophet starts calling me, the chosen one, it'll demonstrate to him the prophecy is real. Hermione hesitated a moment before she said, as I said, I'll work on it. But, I like the way you're thinking. After sitting staring at the lake for a few minutes more, Harry said, ladies, I'm sorry that you missed your CL on ancient runes. And, herbology this afternoon, when it comes to that. Don't be silly, Harry, Hermione gently scolded him. It's not as if we've not gone through this before. We've all already completed our 6th year of education. Daphne almost completed her 7th year. For us, it's all just revision. Hermione's right, said Daphne, supporting her bond sister. Anyway, we should think about heading back to the headmaster's office. We'll be joining you when you go to look at your undelivered mail. Harry nodded and the three stood before walking back to the castle. As they approached the headmaster's gargoyle, they arrived just in time to see the other professors come down. Ah, Mr. Potter, Miss Greenger and Miss Granger, you're just in time, said Professor Flitwick, the first to spot them. If you don't have CL now, Professor, said Harry. Would you care to join us? I think I speak for the three of us when I say we believe we'll be in your house by the time we sit for dinner. Surprised but clearly pleased, the diminutive professor said, I'd be delighted. Too, and, I must say, I'd be quite pleased to welcome you into the House of the Eagles, if that's where you end up being sorted. We've decided to have a chat with the hat, Professor, said Hermione. Your house is the one into which we'll be requesting it sort us. Well, that pleases me, immensely, the professor beamed, before his face dropped into one of sadness. I have also investigated what you told the headmaster about how Miss Lovegood is being treated by her housemates. I assure you, it is currently being dealt with. You shall hear more of that at the evening meal. I also apologize I was not aware of it before now. Luna is such a gentle soul, Professor, she could not find it in her heart to complain about her treatment, replied Harry. I take it she told you it was something like Nargles or Raxpert's responsible. That she did, Mr. Potter, said the professor. I have also come to understand she uses those mythical creatures to mask her pain. Yes, sir, said Harry. Those creatures are her way of bonding with her father since the ping of her mother. It's something she and her father can share, as if it's all some big secret. However, if she was properly tested, I believe you'll discover she naturally sees magical auras. That's why she often seems so spaced out. She's looking at things very few other people can see. And, even then, they can only see when they activate their mage sight. What she sees and calls Nargles, Raxperts and the like, I believe is something to do with her natural mage sight. Just saying, sir. The little professor stared up at Harry with a slight frown on his face before he gave a small nod and said, Thank you, Mr. Potter. I believe that's also something I'll investigate further. The three teens and the little professor finally headed back to the headmaster's office. When they entered, the headmaster said, Welcome back. I was just about to send for you, Mr. Potter. I take it we are all heading for the storeroom. You take it correctly, sir, replied Harry. Harry was surprised the old man didn't try and dismiss anyone again. It was a pleasant surprise. The headmaster led their little party up to the 7th floor and into a tower that Harry thought was currently unused. Just inside, the headmaster stepped to the left, drew an old key from his robes, and unlocked a heavy wooden door. The hinges squeaked as he swung the door inwards. After the old man stepped within, Harry followed. He was just in time to hear the headmaster mutter in surprise, "Oh, dear." Harry stepped right in to clear the doorway for the rest of their party to follow. Inside, the room was filled with shelving. Opposite the door was a window with a surmounting owl window. The shelves were literally covered in mail. There were large and small envelopes, large and small packages. Bloody hell, muttered Harry, looking around. That's a lot of mail. The headmaster moved over to the shelf on the far left and said, If the charms I placed on the room worked properly, Ah, yes. Turning back to Harry, he said, the mail arrives via owl on that center table with the owl perch on it. He pointed at the table. From there, the owl is automatically relieved of its burden and allowed, even encouraged, to depart immediately afterwards. Professor Flitwick moved to the table and began to make intricate gestures with his wand, frowning and grinning at odd times. Once the mail is released, the headmaster continued. The magic in the room, driven by runes, then sorts the mail according to quite simple commands. It is all sorted in chronological order, starting with this shelf over here. And indicated the first shelf he'd approached. Letters, cards and the like go on the upper shelves, while packages go on the lower shelves. He pointed out each. Turning back to Harry, he said, when I first set up this room, I expected it to be about 10 times more than I would ever need. However, now looking around, it appears I almost didn't plan for enough. There is, almost literally I'm afraid, about 10 times more mail than I originally anticipated. I had expected that the fame of the so-called boy who lived would wane within a few years. However, that does not seem to be the case. He moved to the opposite side of the room and began to look at various items of mail. If anything, it appears your fame has increased with time, especially over the course of the last 3+ years. It's a lot of mail, said Hermione, quite awed by what she was seeing. Indeed, said Professor Flitwick. Where do we even start? Asked Daphne, also awed by what she was seeing. One letter at a time, right from the beginning, said Harry. The walk of 1,000 miles begins with a simple, small step, and is merely repeated over and over again. Yes, said Professor Flitwick, pleased with what Harry said. But I believe magic can help a lot with this task. And house elves, said Daphne. We need a plan to deal with this, said Hermione, clearly thinking furiously. We need a system. Harry grinned back at her, knowing this sort of thing was what she enjoyed doing. He prompted, we'll need to create form letters. Then use dicta quills to copy them over and over, for as many as needed. Different form letters based on the intended audience, the original, and on what it is they sent. Hermione nodded and said, lots of parchment, and ink. She began to nibble on her bottom lip and continued, we'll have to hire a lot of owls, too. The school owls are for all the students. And, it'll be unfair to deprive the rest of the students of them. Owl Post would also be swamped and unable to handle the load, depending on how fast we worked through it all. As she talked, Harry looked at Daphne and grinned. She smirked back. We'll need a bigger room, Hermione continued. We'll need to move all this to something like a large unused CL room, shelves and all. Then, set aside part of the room as the work area. It'll also need to have a large owl window for outgoing flights and returning owls. Plenty of roost spaces, too, near the window. It can be a project for our house elves to handle in their spare time, said Daphne. Hermione glared at her for a moment before her expression softened. So long as they promise not to work too hard at it, I can live with that. Seeing the odd expression on the headmaster's face at what Hermione said, Harry told him, Hermione is very concerned about the way house elves are treated, their health and welfare. An admirable quality, the headmaster replied, giving a small bow to Hermione. He then handed the key to Harry and said, I shall have the redirection ward removed within the next couple of days. And, don't worry, your aunt and uncle will never know I was there. Harry accepted the key and nodded back, thank you, headmaster. With that, the headmaster said, I shall see you at the evening meal, and swept out of the room. Professor Flitwick said, I look forward to seeing you at the sorting. And followed him out. Once both adults were gone, Harry turned to the two girls and sighed. Contrary to what I said earlier, how on earth am I going to handle all this? Harry, Hermione said, almost offhandedly. She's right, said Daphne. We're in this together, remember. This, said Harry, waving his hand at all the shelves, I doubt very much was under consideration when you agreed to the return. No, Daphne replied with a shrug, moving closer to hold his left arm at the elbow. She tilted her head to rest it on his left shoulder. But, I think it could be a fun project. Students, Harry suddenly said, coming up with an idea. We hire students looking to make some pocket money. I've got plenty in my trust vault, at the moment. It won't run me short. Trustworthy students, said Daphne, understanding. Hufflepuffs. Checking to make sure the adults had truly left, Harry turned back to her and said, Cedric Diggory, remember? He becomes the true champion. I remember, said Daphne, as if he'd insulted her. However, the headmaster has urged you, us, he will make sure everyone understands you're in the tournament unwillingly. Some of the claws might be willing to do the work, too, Hermione pointed out. We're going to need seniors to check each item for potions, enchantments and the like, anyway. Such people are usually found in Ravenclaw. I'd offer the chance to the twins, but I don't want to find out they use the opportunity to pull pranks, Harry sighed. Then, I'd have to fire them. We're having enough Weasley trouble, as it is. After they stood there for a few moments longer, Hermione huffed and said, all right. If we wait to move everything until after the headmaster removes the mail redirection wards, that gives us time to organize a large CL room with a lockable door, and get it warded. The CL room needs to then be stripped of most of the furniture to allow room for the shelving in here, letters, packages and all, to be moved to the new room. The CL room also needs to have a large window with an existing, or, with the option to have fitted, a decent-sized owl window. Depending on where we get sorted, the CL room should be near our new common room, said Harry. That means we really can't go looking for a new home for all this until after we've been sorted, and learn of where we can find our common room. We get Dobby and Winky to move all this to there, Hermione continued as if she hadn't heard what Harry had said. Then we can organize the rest of the space as a work area, she mused. One area for checking the mail, one for opening it and setting it out for others to read and judge which of the form letters best suits a response, one for drafting the responses, one for finalizing everything and, where necessary, for Harry to sign the response, and one for then sending out the response and dealing with the owls. You're thinking of a production line, Harry muttered, amused. Hermione turned to him with a big grin and said, I am, aren't I? You also need a section of your line that works out how to deal with the now responded to mail. There are going to be a great many gifts of all sorts in there. We need to figure out what we're going to do with them. Noted, said Hermione, again thinking about it. A job for another day, then, said Daphne. Come on, let's go back to our current apartment and relax for a while. Current? Asked Harry. I dare say we'll need to be rehoused in an apartment closer to the Ravenclaw Tower, or down near the Hufflepuff Burrow, if we're sorted into there. Harry snorted and said, I didn't even think of that. You're right, of course. Of course I am, she smirked. I am a Slytherin, after all. Well, for next couple of hours, at any rate. Harry turned more fully towards her and hugged her. You'll always be a Slytherin, Daphne. You'll just be wearing Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff colors, is all. Do you think we can ask for an apartment with more than 3 private rooms? Asked Hermione, coming over to join them. With a shrug, Harry replied, we can always ask. We'll need a good enough reason to have more than 3, though. As they made their way out of the room, and Harry locked the door. Before dropping the key into his pocket, Daphne said, for visitors, guests. We can explain how we want our various families to come and stay for short durations so they, too, become comfortable with our 3-way bond. I don't know if my parents can come, Hermione quietly said, as the 3 headed back to their apartment in their usual formation. What with the muggle-repelling wards? There's ways around that, explained Daphne. All it takes is a charm in the short term, or an enchanted object in the longer term. We'll sort something out for your parents, I promise. A much happier Hermione brightened up and said, that would be marvelous. I've wanted my parents to see Hogwarts for the longest time. After returning to their apartment, Hermione ducked across to the Gryffindor common room to collect homework IGN ments for the Clees they missed that day. For Harry it was just COMC. For the other 2 it was COMC and arithmancy for Hermione, and just arithmancy for Daphne. In the time between when they returned, and before going down for the evening meal, the 3 worked on their IGN ments. Harry even paid attention to the arithmancy IGN ment the girls worked through, as he was trying to work through the ancient runes exercises. While working, Harry casually mentioned to Hermione, you know how you suggested we can get Winky to help us move my mail to a CL room? Hermione almost absently replied. None of us have bonded her yet, he explained. She's probably currently down in the kitchens getting drunk on butterbeers. Hermione's head snapped up with a look of horrified comprehension. We forgot about her. With a nod, Harry replied, we did. Pardon? Asked Daphne looking up. Who's Winky? Crouch's ex-house elf, replied Hermione. He gave her clothes at the World Cup because she was unable to keep Crouch Jr. from running off. It wasn't her fault, though. It was Crouch's fault and he blamed her. Dobby, she called. With a pop Dobby appeared. Yes, Miss Grandji. Ignoring his name for her, she asked him, can you bring Winky here, please? I know you've been looking after her. With a little look of fear, Dobby popped away. And, a few moments later, he was back. With him he brought Winky, looking disheveled, drunk, sad and weepy. Winky is a bad elf, the little female elf sobbed. Why does Dobby's Miss Grandji want to talk to a bad elf? Because you are not a bad elf, Winky, explained Hermione. Your old master Crouch gave you orders you could not meet, even with your elf magic. He was the one at fault, and he blamed you for it. He was being very unfair. Even the other wizards there told him so. Master still gave Winky clothes. The elf sniffled. Winky is not wanted by a family now. Rubbish. Hermione shot back. I have a family and I want you. With a look for a hope, the little elf looked back at Hermione and plaintively asked, why you do? Dobby was looking very excited. He said to her, Miss Grandji is family with the great Harry Potter sir and Miss Daffy. Winky looked at Dobby with awe before looking at Harry, who smiled and nodded, and at Daphne, who also smiled back, before she once more turned her eyes to Hermione. You want Winky? She asked again. With a bit of frustrated sigh, Hermione said, yes. However, you have to accept the same pay as Dobby, accept the same conditions of employment, and no more drinking butterbeer. Winky can do that, replied the little elf, slowly nodding her head in wonder. Good, Hermione firmly stated. Now, come and show me how you can bond with me. A quick house elf bonding ceremony later, and Hermione owned her very own house elf. Harry started giggling behind his hand, trying not to laugh. As Dobby took Winky away, again, to explain the conditions of employment, and help her choose a uniform, Hermione scowled at Harry. What? She snapped. There goes Spew. He laughed. Hermione glared at him for a little while before she took on an aloof air and harumphed at him. Well, I know better now, don't I? Harry laughed while Daphne smiled. After a few seconds, Hermione decided he'd laughed enough and threw a wadded ball of parchment at him. Hush, you, she mock growled. He eventually calmed down and the three returned to their homework. With plenty of time before the commencement of dinner, the three checked their rooms to make sure they had everything sufficiently packed for a quick move to a different apartment. Of course, the house elves would have taken care of everything, but Harry and Daphne were making that little bit of an effort for Hermione's peace of mind. Then headed down to the Great Hall. As Ron and Ginny Weasley were still in the school and sitting at the Gryffindor table, the three bondmates went and sat at the Slytherin table as everyone began to settle down. Of course, the school gossip vine had been in full swing all day. It was even more noticeable as the entire Ravenclaw table sat in sad silence, not even looking around. As they were sitting down together, Tracy was sitting opposite with Horace and Blaise. She leaned forward towards Daphne and asked, "Rumor has it something big is going to happen tonight. It has something to do with you three, doesn't it?" "Yes," Daphne replied. "There are a couple of big things, actually. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to give you a heads up about it before now." Frowning and clearly a little worried, Tracy asked, "What's going on?" "The Claws look like all their Christmases have been cancelled. For a start, we're being resorted," Daphne replied, a little worried about her friend's reaction. "These two," indicating Harry and Hermione, "need to get out of the lion's den because of what happened with the two youngest Weasleys. And, because they're being resorted, so am I." Tracy appeared to think about that for a little while as Blaise asked, "Any idea into which house you'll go? Or, is that what's got the Claws so down?" "Ravenclaw, Mr. Smarty Pants," Harry spoke up, grinning at Blaise. "We've decided to ask the Hat to place the three of us into Ravenclaw. And what has the Claws down, as you put it, has nothing to do with that. That's something else. We'll miss you in the S-Pit," said Tracy, a little sadly to Daphne. "And, I'll miss our late-night talks. You'll still be able to have them, occasionally," Harry said, trying to soothe her. "Hermione and I don't mind if you spend the occasional night in our apartment with us. I'm sure we can sort something out." Tracy smirked at Harry and asked, "Trying to get me in bed with you, Mr. Potter?" Harry just gently laughed back and said, "Definitely not, Miss Davis. We'll be speaking with Professor Flitwick about a larger apartment. We're asking for one with 4 bedrooms, explained Daphne. "We're using the excuse that, because a three-way soul bond is such a big and unusual thing, we'd like our families to stay with us for the occasional night, here and there, so they can also become comfortable with our new relationship." "Clever," said Horace. They were interrupted from chatting further when the headmaster stood up and moved to his lectern. Though he had almost total silence descend on the hall during the time he stood and moved to the lectern, he still said, "Quiet down, please." Once the last of the chatter died off, he said, "We have a couple of items of business to attend to before we start tonight's meal. We'll get them out of the way now, so you won't have to hold back after you've filled your young tummies and have become sleepy. For the first announcement, I call on Professor Flitwick to address you." The headmaster stepped aside from the lectern and conjured a small set of steps where he'd stood as Professor Flitwick came around the head table and took his place at the lectern. Allowing a moment for the light chatter that had arisen as he walked to the lectern to die back down, Professor Flitwick said, "It has been brought to the attention of the senior staff we have been quite lax, or simply blind, to what's been going on in a few areas. One of those areas is that a member of Ravenclaw House has been the victim of long-term ongoing and systematic bullying. This afternoon, I held a full house meeting in the Ravenclaw Tower common room to investigate just how bad it had become. I was both shocked and appalled to discover it was even worse than even I could imagine. As a result, I made a number of sweeping changes, and handed out quite a number of punishments. 1. All Ravenclaw prefect positions have been stripped from those who held them. It is an important responsibility of the prefects to both protect house members from just this sort of thing, as well as act as a conduit between the head of house and the students under their care. That not one of them even informed me of what was going on, that some of them were even involved, and that it took a member of another house to inform me, speaks to how badly all Ravenclaw prefects were remiss in their duties. I will endeavor to select new prefects for Ravenclaw House over the coming week who better understand their responsibilities. 2. Because of the great number of members of the house who were involved in the bullying of one of their own, let alone anyone else, I hereby deduct 1,000 points from the Ravenclaw tally for the House Cup. Though the House Cup is not running this year, having the loss of points displayed for everyone to see, including the delegations from our soon-to-be visiting schools of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, I hope will stand as a stark reminder of their shame, and my disgust with them. 3. Again, though the Quidditch Cup is not being held this year, all members of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team have been stripped from their positions. I shall select a new team captain, and task that captain with developing a new team, later in the school year. With the exception of 2 existing members of the team, the rest of the existing team is now forbidden from playing until further notice. 4. In my shame in not being aware of this bullying within my own house, I offered my resignation as head of house for Ravenclaw to the headmaster. However, he has chosen not to accept it. So, instead, I offer my most sincere apologies to you all, to the staff, but, most especially, to the victim herself. Miss Lovegood is a wonderful person and a true Ravenclaw. She has Ravenclaw's gift. If there is anyone who deserves to be a claw across the entire school population, it is Miss Lovegood. And, as a mark of my own shame, I have offered myself to her as her personal champion." That made quite a few of the students, who knew what he meant, to gasp in surprise. Even amongst those Harry and his bondmates were sitting with, there was shock. A personal champion was effectively both bodyguard, as shield, and meter of justice, as wand. It was the responsibility of the personal champion to act as defender and warrior for those to whom they were champion. If Luna was to be challenged, Professor Flitwick would stand in her stead. "Did you know about this?" Tracy demanded in a whisper. "About the bullying?" "Yes," Daphne whispered back. "But not the champion thing." Further discussion was cut off as the headmaster, once more, took the lectern. "The bullying, however, has not been limited to just one person within one house. It has been most clearly impressed upon me that we, the staff, have been entirely too lax in dealing with this abysmal behavior across the entire school. That ends now. As of now, all bullying will be punished most harshly. Personal slurs, such as loony, scarhead, and the like, are now forbidden. Likewise, are generic slurs such as mudblood, half-breed, filthy s, and dunderhead. As he said each, the headmaster looked at the main perpetrators of those slurs, including Professor Snape, before he turned back to face the hall at large. How punishments and awards are issued has also been addressed. The staff and I are in the process of reviewing how such are handed out. We're setting down a system that will see fairness return to the point system, as well as to detentions. We're aware that many of you have become disillusioned with the point system, and have, as a result, developed the behavior of just ignoring the point system entirely. You feel it is a waste of time, and, having now reviewed the ledger that lists down each and every point deduction and award, it does not surprise me. It is my hope the new methodology will see you, once again, respecting the point system for its fairness. To aid us, and you, we're also implementing a review process. If you feel you have received unjust point deductions, or another has received unjust points awarded, you can take the matter to your head of house. The matter will then be reviewed. However, be warned, abuse of this system could see you punished, as well. As you're aware, we'll be hosting delegations from both Beauxbatons and Durmstrang starting from a few days before Halloween. And they will remain here until late June. In many cases your behavior has been appalling. This new point system should go a long way towards rectifying that. However, for those who feel they can ignore this directive, I point out that the castle is going to need a good spring cleaning between now and when the delegations arrive, and for the time they are here. I'm sure Mr. Filch would love to have your eye stance in getting the castle cleaned and ready for our guests. The headmaster then paused for a few moments to let the chatter die down again before moving on to the next item. With a nod towards Professor McGonagall, who rose from her place and ducked out for a moment through the staff entrance, the headmaster said, as you'd also be aware by now, 3 of your fellow students have found themselves in a unique situation. They are involved in a 3-way soul bond. On the very rare occasions of when a soul bond or binding occurs between current students, when both, or, in this case, the 3, reside in different houses. They are offered the opportunity to be resorted. After wisely having considered it for some time, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger and Miss Greenger have decided to accept this offer. This is not to be considered a slight on their current houses. These 3 students wanted to make sure you're aware of that. This is just something that all 3, after much consideration of the implications, felt needed to happen. I believe the current relationship between the houses of Gryffindor and Slytherin went a long way towards this decision. I have also been made aware that, when sitting at Gryffindor table, Miss Greenger was the victim of abuse of at least one member of that house. And, when they sat together at the Slytherin table, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger were the victims of similar abuse. This is appalling behavior from those who should know better. If it had come from those who are Muggle-raised, and therefore have a lesser understanding of wizarding life, it may have been somewhat understandable, though, still not acceptable. That it came from those who have been raised in the magical world, and therefore have a greater understanding of the issues involved, is shocking in the least. I am quite disappointed with you. While he'd been talking, Professor McGonagall had brought around the sorting hat and its stool, and placed them where it usually went for the beginning of year sort of first years. She enlarged the surface of the stool, then stood back and waited. Seeing that Professor McGonagall was ready, the headmaster looked at Harry and his 2 bondmates and called, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger and Miss Greenger, please come forward to be resorted. Harry and the 2 girls rose from where they were sitting at the Slytherin table and he led the 2 girls over to the stool. The professor quietly picked the hat up and said directly to Harry, sit on the front of the stool, Mr. Potter. Then I want both ladies to sit either side of you. Once they were organized, with both girls sitting almost back to back and Harry sitting back to shoulder with them, Professor McGonagall lowered the hat. As she did so, the brim stretched right out and encompassed all 3 of their heads. Watching it happen, the students were surprised and talked excitedly amongst themselves about what they were watching. Even the Ravenclaws were talking somewhat animatedly about it. Knowing what to expect, Harry waited as the hat was placed on his head, and listened intently for the hat's voice to enter his thoughts. Ah, the 3-way soul bond resort the headmaster warned me about, said the hat. Harry heard Hermione politely think, put us together in Ravenclaw, please. Hermione, Harry thought, shocked. Daphne's mental voice mused with a chuckle, well, this is a surprise. Harry, thought just as surprised Hermione. Daphne, stop that, you three, the hat scolded. However, Harry could also sense that their surprise amused the hat, no end. Sorry, all three thought back. It's still incredible, thought Hermione. I'd love the opportunity to investigate this further. As would I, thought Daphne. I can even sense your emotions. Harry was happy for the two of them and amused at the hat's grumblings in the background of teens with too much curiosity. Harry was mentally chuckling at the hat's annoyance. Well, this is a school. We're supposed to be curious. There's no need to be miffed about it. You'd be miffed, too, Mr. Potter, if you had to put up with what I have to put up with, grouched the hat. Harry, thought Daphne, you really do care for me, for us, don't you? I can feel it, of course, thought Harry. Why wouldn't I? Enough. The hat mentally raised its voice. Let's get this out of the way. You can talk about it between yourselves later. Angsty teenagers annoy me. Suddenly, a fourth presence appeared within the collective mental landscape of their minds. Almost instantly, the three teens felt the presence of pure love wash over their very beings. Hello, Griff, said the presence. The three felt the hint of amusement wash through them from the presence. Am I milady? Stuttered the hat, seemingly shocked. You know who I am, do you not? Asked the presence. Yes, of course, replied the hat. I know that Albus Wulfric wants you to sort these three into Gryffindor, said the presence. Harry had come to understand was an angel. However, you will be sorting them into Ravenclaw. Am I clear? Why yes, milady, of course, said the hat. Harry thought he'd figured out who it was who had intruded into the sorting. Della, he asked. Yes, baby, replied the presence. Della, quite amused. I would have thought it would have been one of your bondmates. Ah, I see both had already also figured out who I was, but were hesitant to ask. Never fear, my babies. You need not fear asking a question of me. However, I may not be able to answer, but will tell you, if that's the case. Thank you, thought Daphne. Hermione immediately followed with her own as Della softly withdrew. That was, stuttered Griff. An angel? Yes, said Hermione, almost chuckling with amusement. Still amused himself, Harry thought back, now that Della's gone again, just shout out, Ravenclaw. And we'll be done. Yes, Ravenclaw, please, Griff, thought Daphne as Harry felt Hermione mentally nod. With a sigh, the hat thought, fine. I've got one job to do, and you blasted kids enjoy denying me the privilege. And now I also have to put up with one of the heavenly host putting their two nuts in. I already know Albus is going to be giving me a serve of his anger, ranting at me after the meal. I'd best figure out what to tell him. As little as possible, thought Harry. He's not in the know. I know, replied Griff. Ravenclaw. With that, Professor McGonagall whipped the hat off their heads as the Ravenclaw table half-heartedly applauded. A quick look around and Harry could see the Hufflepuff table seemed quite disappointed but were curious and still pleased for them. The Slytherins were a mix between pleased and disappointed. Some were visibly angry, and, Gryffindor table were all very disappointed. Oliver Wood, however, looked like he was sobbing into his hands while Angelina Johnson was trying to soothe and comfort him. Oh, yes, thought Harry. I won't be able to be the seeker for the Lions anymore. Sorry, Oliver. There was a significant space opposite Luna Lovegood at the Ravenclaw table, so the three made their way to sit there. Once seated in their usual order, Hermione leaned in and whispered, "Did you see the looks on the faces of Ginny and Ron?" "No," Harry replied. "I was watching Oliver Wood being consoled by Angelina Johnson. Ollie's figured out I won't be the Gryffindor seeker anymore." "Well," she began to say when the headmaster spoke again. "Now that the announcements and the re-sorting are completed, I believe it's time for dinner." He gave a swish of his wand and food immediately appeared on all the tables. As she was loading her plate, Hermione tried again as the background hubbub of dinner conversation rose. "Well," she said, Ginny looked both really sad and annoyed. But Ron looked almost murderous. Thinking for a few moments, Harry said, "Tomorrow. We'll need to test our ward-breaking skills and go down into the chamber tomorrow." If we leave it any longer, Ron's going to make his move. It's a pity we didn't know how quickly the headmaster was going to return to the castle, mused Hermione. I thought we'd have had more time. So did I, said Harry. Hello Harry, said Luna, interrupting. Miss Lovegood, Harry replied with a smile back. Did you know you three are giving off a slight silvery glow? She asked. No, he replied with a smile. I think that's part of the soul bond you're seeing. I do, too, she said. You know you still need to finalize it, don't you? Daphne, who'd been talking to another of the claws but was listening in, suddenly snorted and broke into a small coughing fit. Harry moved his hand to her back and gave it a slight massage as she calmed down again, a little red in the face. She stared at Luna as she gulped down some pumpkin juice from her goblet. I told you, Harry softly whispered to her so only she could hear. Turning back to Luna as Daphne settled down again, he said, Yes, Miss Lovegood, we're aware of that. However, you must also be aware it's a private matter. Yes, she replied with a small shrug. Will Hermione and Daphne also be initiating the bond between them? All three teens now had their attention focused on Luna. Pardon, Miss Lovegood, asked Harry, somewhat confused. What do you mean? You've initiated the bond between you and Daphne, Luna calmly replied. And initiated the bond between you and Hermione. But, you've done nothing about initiating the bond between Daphne and Hermione. The three teens stared back in shock at a clearly unperturbed Luna, who was happily looking at her plate and building a dinner for herself. First to find her voice, Hermione said, Well, I think that's something the three of us are going to have to talk about between ourselves. Yeah, said Harry, quite stunned. Good, Luna happily replied. You need to. I don't think you're going to be able to reach a full bonding until you do. It's a shame your guardian angels never told you that. Harry raised his hands to rest his elbows on the table and rested his forehead on his clasped hands. It was an almost identical gesture to what the headmaster did that morning. Luna, he half whined. That's a very big and private secret. Oh, do not fret so, Harry, she softly said. No one else pays attention to what I say. Looking back up with an almost shy smile, she said, You're different, though. Thank you for paying attention. It seems the Raxperts do not bother you. No, I dare say they don't, said Harry. The rest of the meal was on lighter subjects, and some of the other nearby claws came over and welcomed them to the house. One of the fourth-year claws, Michael Corner, asked Harry, Will you be moving into the dorm with us tonight? Harry shook his head and replied, No. We have a private apartment for the three of us because of the bond. We need it to help the bond strengthen and be maintained, for now. Almost on cue, Professor Flitwick approached them and said, If you've a moment, you three, we need to discuss your sleeping arrangements. Harry nodded back and said, Of course, Professor. And the three rose and followed the little professor off to the side and away from the listening ears. Once apart, the professor asked, I believe you three currently have an apartment with 3 bedrooms just down from the Gryffindor common room, yes? Yes, Professor, Harry answered for the three of them. Though you may not want to, I feel you should be moved closer to the Ravenclaw common room, the professor said. Is this agreeable with you? Yes, sir, replied Harry. However, we'd like to know if we could have a 4-bedroom apartment, if that's possible. We feel, due to the highly unusual nature of our bond, we need to have family members stay over as our guests on occasional nights, so that they, too, can start to get comfortable with our unique relationship. Professor Flitwick thought hard about that for a few moments before he looked up and said, Your concern is quite sound and understandable, so, if such an apartment is available, I don't see why not. However, it is a privilege not to be abused. All three teens shook their heads. And Daphne said, It won't be, Professor. This is too important to us to put it at risk. The professor gave a firm nod, accepting the explanation before he said, Then I shall speak with the house elves and get them to see if something can be organized for you before it's time to head off to bed. In the meantime, he said, reaching into his robes and drawing out 3 small pieces of parchment and handing one each to the three of them. I had a strong feeling you'd end up in my house. So, I've already prepared your CL schedule so you can join the other claws in CL starting tomorrow morning. Accepting them, each teen said, Thank you, Professor. All right, then, he said. You May return to your meal and I'll collect you when your apartment is ready. Thank you, Professor, each said again as they headed back to the Ravenclaw table. Sitting down, Harry said, "Well, that went well. I'm ever so pleased," said Hermione, a little excited. "Don't get your hopes up, just yet," said Harry. "It's not to say we can actually have a 4-bedroom apartment. He only said he'd try to see if one was available." "Still," said Daphne, "it's nice he's even willing to go that far. I think he might be trying to apologize over, you know," said Harry. "True," said Daphne, "but, as Hermione said, it's nice all the same." After dessert, where Luna was obviously very happy to find pudding as one of the dishes served, Professor Flitwick approached the three again and asked, "Ready?" "Definitely, sir," replied Harry with an almost sigh. The three rose and followed the professor from the hall. Walking in silence, the professor led them all the way up to the 7th floor and over to the west side of the castle, before leading them to the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower. Walking to an alcove where stood an eagle with its wings widespread as if launched in flight on a tall pedestal, the professor explained, "The entrance to the Ravenclaw common room is through here. The eagle will ask you a riddle, which you have to solve, before you'll be allowed in. I suggest you come back and explore when you have chance, as, for example, the Ravenclaw Leary is quite unique." Harry could see Hermione about to ask a battery of questions, and quickly placed his hand on her shoulder. When she glanced up at him a little curious and annoyed, he gently shook his head and mouthed, "Later." She sighed with a look of slight regret before she sadly nodded her head in agreement. The little professor led them down the same pageway before he came to another alcove along the same wall. This time it was almost completely filled against the back of the wall with a life-sized statue of a scholarly-looking man. Looking up at the face of it, Professor Flitwick said, "Good evening, Professor Whitaker." The statue suddenly tilted its head down to look back at the professor and said, "Good evening, Professor Flitwick. To what do I owe the pleasure?" "These three are for the apartment behind," replied the charms master. The statue then looked up and from one to the next of the three. He hesitated a moment and said, "Very well." And the statue stepped to the side to reveal a door, behind. Professor Flitwick gave the statue a slight nod before stepping through and opening the door. The three teens followed him in with Harry bringing up the rear. Once the three were inside, Harry closed the door behind him as the professor began to describe the features of the apartment. They were standing in a living room similar to the one over near the Gryffindor Tower. However, this one was trimmed in blues and bronzes. On the far outside wall there was a large fireplace with 2 large windows either side. Harry immediately noticed Hedwig's portable roost was sitting next to the one on the right, similarly placed to how it was in the Gryffindor apartment. And Crookshanks was curled up on one of the armchairs, apparently asleep. The big difference, besides the twinned windows, was there was also 4 study carrels or stations, with 2 either side of the entrance door and along the front wall. "As you requested, this apartment has 4 bedrooms," instructed the professor, and drawing their attention back to him, and to the indicated 2 doors on each side. "Each has its own bathroom beyond that," indicating the large fireplace in the center of the outside wall. He said, "There is a flow connection in here. However, for the time being, it is only connected with a protective P-word. You may not use it to leave the castle without prior permission, and you may not use it to bring family or friends into the castle. They must enter the castle, as per usual, through the main gates, unless they've made arrangements to arrive or leave through the private office of one of the professors. All other rules, as per your time within one of the Gryffindor apartments, applies. One of you will need to set a P-word with Professor Whitaker, outside," the professor said, turning to face the 3 of them. "My office is in the same place, further along the corridor at the base of the West Tower. If you need anything that needs my attention, please don't hesitate to come and knock on my door." As the 3 teens responded in the affirmative, the professor said, "And, with that, I shall bid you good night and see you at breakfast." Before he departed, turning back to face the 2 girls, Harry saw they were moving about the room doing their detection charms again. So, instead of waiting, he ducked out through the door and, after checking for anyone listening in with a wand swish and a mutter of hominem revealo, set the same P-word as they had on their previous apartment. When he walked back in, the girls had moved into the bedrooms and were casting their detection charms. So, Harry just waited them out. Curious, he moved over to the room which would have been his in the Gryffindor suite, and stuck his head in to have a look. Sure enough, from what he could see, this was his room. He moved over to the bed and immediately enlarged it ready for sleeping. He rejoined the girls in the living room and asked, "Well, there was a very old listening charm in here affixed to the center coffee table," Daphne replied. "I don't think it had anything to do with us or the current staff. So, I removed it. Other than that, we're good," said Hermione. "Just as Daphne did with the other apartment, I've set up an alert ward on the door that'll alert us if anyone comes into the apartment when we're not here." With a nod of acknowledgement, Harry said, "Well, I've found my room. I take it your stuff has been moved into the corresponding rooms here, as they were back there." "Yes," both girls replied. "Excellent," said Harry. "Now, before we go to bed, and you're both, of course, welcome to join me in mine and it's already enlarged. I think we may need to talk about what Luna said when we first sat down at the Ravenclaw table. We need to clear the air about that." Both girls blushed but also nodded, and the three of them moved to take seat at the couches in front of the fireplace. When they were sitting down, Harry started things off. "You both know what Luna meant, right?" Hermione blushed again and looked away. But Daphne asked, "How likely is it she's pulling a prank on us?" "Highly unlikely," Harry sighed. "When Luna pranks, she always mentions a fantastical creature as part of it. And she's too much of a sweet and gentle soul to prank us about this. One thing she most definitely is not, is cruel or heartless. And pranking us about this would be cruel. It makes sense, you know," Hermione softly said. "For it to be a true three-way bond, rather than two separate two-way bonds with one person being one end of both, this is the sort of thing that would need to happen." "But, how do you finalize such a bond?" Daphne asked, curious, yet still embered. "I mean, you know, we don't have the right equipment." "I've been thinking about that, and I don't think it's a matter of having the right equipment," Harry offered aloud. "I think it has more to do with the intimacy of the moment. If you think about it, it's a physical act where two people, basically, emotionally open themselves right up to one another. It's that intimacy that finalizes the bond, rather than the physical act. When we sleep together and just cuddle, that's a symbol, an act, of intimacy. That's why it helps our bond to strengthen." "You're thinking it has to do with levels of intimacy rather than levels of the physical acts," opined Hermione. Surprised, she said, "That's actually quite logical, and profound thinking." "You don't need to sound quite so surprised when you say that, love," Harry half snarked. "I am capable of logical thought and positing a workable hypothesis or two." With another embered blush, Hermione quickly said, "Sorry. I wasn't meaning to imply you aren't. I was meaning to imply I was surprised I hadn't already thought of it. After all, I'm the one who seems to be somewhat famous for making those leaps of logic." Before things could get out of hand, Daphne said, "So, you think it's more to do with the various levels of intimacy? Just how far would we have to go to test that?" Glad that Daphne had got them back on track, Harry smiled at her and said, "I think we need to see if we can judge for ourselves the various levels. Because, I think it's a direct reflection on how we feel at each level that decides intimacy. For example, and I'm sorry to raise this so clinically, Daphne, but you cannot consider to be an intimate moment. I don't think could ever finalize a bond. It's a violation, an act of total dominance of one over another. So, I don't think it's the physical act that finalizes it." "Again, that makes a lot of sense," said Hermione, still thinking about it to herself. "If Luna can see auras, especially the aura of our bond, I wonder if she'd be willing to help us by telling us when she sees the bond getting stronger. That way, we can see how well we're doing." "I don't want to be the subject of an experiment, Hermione," Daphne said with a frown, clearly getting upset. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," Harry quickly said, waving his hand in a warding-off gesture. "I don't think that's what Hermione means, and it's certainly not what I mean, either. I think, with Luna's help, she can visually monitor our bond and let us know if we're in trouble or improving. Plus, I think she may even be able to tell us if and when the bond is finalized, and that may be able to occur without coitus. I mean, it has to be the case, if Luna is correct that there is a latent bond between you two. Of course, If she makes a determination like that, we could then approach Madame Pomfrey for a medical determination, so, we're not just relying on Luna's opinion. And, I also think the way to approach this is, if we can set aside our emberment, we calmly discuss what we consider intimate and see if we can progress matters in a way that is comfortable for the three of us. With a sad but resigned sigh, Daphne said, "You're right. I'm being silly." "No, you're not," Hermione disagreed. She moved to sit down next to the other girl and wrapped her arms around her in a hug. "This is all both quite confronting and exciting for the three of us. We're all handling it to the best of our abilities given our history. We may, together, make mistakes, but we'll do them together and learn from them. If Luna really can see the aura of our bond, and Harry, at least, seems to think she can, then we have someone who can watch out for us and let us know if our bond is in trouble. It means we don't have to worry about losing it and end up rushing things. We may be able to slow things down, if any of us feels they need to." "Exactly," Harry confirmed. "Do you think this has any reason to do with why Della was firm with the hat? Griff, first to be sorted into Ravenclaw?" asked Hermione. "I think it's pretty much a given," he replied with a shrug. Starting to get up, he said, "Anyway, if everyone is comfortable with where we are, at the moment, I'm heading to bed. After the talk we've just had, tonight I'm asking you to join me. I think the three of us just need to cuddle a bit before going to sleep. Or, at least, just be in each other's company." Both girls looked up at him and nodded. And Harry headed for bed while the girls head for their own rooms to get changed. While the three were discussing the latest news about their bond in their new apartment, Dumbledore walked into his office. As he walked in, he allowed his anger to show. Walking to his desk, he sat down behind it and turned to glare the hat. "Tell me why you failed to obey my instruction, and sort Harry and the other two into Gryffindor," he demanded. "It is my role to sort the students, Headmaster," replied Griff, with a verbal smirk. "I sort them based on matters of which you are to remain unaware. However, you should know that there are players who have vested interests in this little chess game of yours of which you cannot even fathom. And their powers are far greater than your own. I strongly advise you to withdraw from the board, lest they decide your meddling is so much of a nuisance it would be best to remove you entirely." Dumbledore almost physically reeled back in shock. The hat's words shocked him to the core. What do you mean?" he stuttered. "I mean," returned Griff, "there are powers involved in the lives of those three you have no hope in standing against. And, if you do not withdraw from meddling with their lives, are likely to take a direct hand in stopping you." "Who?" asked Dumbledore. "I cannot tell you," the hat smugly replied. "It's not that I don't want to, even though that is the case. I simply cannot tell you." That, more than anything else, sent a chill of fear down Dumbledore's spine. The next morning, Harry awoke on his left side to find himself with his right arm around the waist of Daphne and cuddled in behind her, spooning, while his left arm was up under her pillow with her head resting where his bicep would be. Other than a natural reaction in his groin, he didn't think he was in a taking liberties position, so remained where he was for a while. Unbeknownst to him, Daphne had awoken a little earlier and was also lying, just enjoying the feeling of Harry's arm around her. Her own right arm was over the top of his, and her hand was resting holding his where it was, more or less, across her upper tummy and cupping her body near her left hip. She'd had one of the most restful night's sleep she'd had since they'd backstepped into the past. And she knew it had to do with how her Harry was cuddling her. She felt safe. He made her feel safe. She realized she truly did trust him. Unknown to either of them, at that moment, their bond ever so slightly strengthened. As Harry tried to gently pull away, she gripped his right arm tighter with her own arm and hand. "Don't," she softly said. "Just cuddle me, for a while." Surprised that she was awake, he gently asked with concern, "It's not making you feel uncomfortable?" "No," she replied. "Actually, I've now realized it makes me feel safe. I'm not having as many nightmares when I sleep in here with you. I know you're keeping me safe." "Good," he said, happy for her. "I'm pleased to hear you say that." Thank you," she asked in return. "For realizing you can trust me," he said. He carefully leaned forward and placed a gentle on the base of her neck under her ear. The immediate reaction of her body to that gentle touch made her in a gasp of air. "Ooh," she softly exclaimed. "That felt really nice." "I'm glad you liked it," he returned. "However, we've got Cleese and we need to get up." "I know," she sighed, finally letting his arm go. Pulling his other arm out from under her pillow, he rolled over to see Hermione smiling back at him. Before he could say anything to her, she held her finger vertical to her lips in the sign of, "Be quiet." Then she leaned forward and gently planted it on his lips, before she then silently sent him off to have a shower. With a sigh of contentment, Harry climbed out of bed, over his blankets and over the foot of the bed, and made his way to his ensuite. As soon as he left, Hermione slid over into his warm spot and wrapped her arm around Daphne, similar to how Harry had his a little earlier. The girl stiffened for a moment until she realized it was Hermione, and she was just looking to cuddle. Once the other girl had settled down again, Hermione hesitated for a moment before she said, "You're falling in love with him." Daphne stiffened slightly again for a few seconds before she, once more, relaxed and admitted, "Yes." "You're not angry with me about it, are you?" "Heavens, no," Hermione softly exclaimed. "I'm happy for you." With a soft sigh, Daphne said, "It's just that. You were worried it would make me angry. That, you thought I'd think you were stealing my man." "Yes," Daphne replied after a couple of moments. "Silly girl," Hermione giggled. "I know Harry loves me. And, I know he won't love me any less because he finds himself also loving you. His love isn't finite, it's one of the things about him that makes me love him right back. But, you already knew that from last night with the hat, right? Besides, I don't think our 3 guardian angels would have set us up for heartbreak, like that, do you?" "No," Daphne chuckled, seeing the logic of it. She then shifted around until she was on her back looking back at her chocolate brown-haired Bond sister. "This is going to be all right, isn't it? We know this is going to work, because our angels specifically set it up for us." "Exactly," Hermione smiled. "I'm glad to see you're now understanding that." She then quickly changed the subject. "Now, we need to get up and go and get ready, ourselves. Otherwise, Harry's about to come out of the shower and we're going to get a show of him getting dressed. D-man Tushy." Daphne blushed and giggled. "You say that like it's a bad thing." Hermione laughed back and said, "Of course it's not. But, we'll miss breakfast if we don't hurry." And, with that, she climbed out of bed. Daphne followed her out a moment later. But, not before first looking wistfully at the door to Harry's ensuite, and wondering. When Harry returned to his room and went to pull out his under-uniform and robes, he noticed the red and gold had been replaced with the blue and bronze of Ravenclaw. Smiling, he quickly dressed and walked out into the apartment living room to await the girls. As he waited for them he pulled out his new CL schedule and began to note what clees were held where. He then collected the books he needed for that day's clees, and wondered if the CL material was going to be any different. When he stopped to think about it for a while he realized it wouldn't be. After all 4 houses sat their owls, together. When Daphne came out first, Harry looked up and said, "Wow, Daphne. Ravenclaw blue really suits you." She blushed a little and grinned back. "This is going to take some getting used to," she said, indicating her school robes. When Hermione joined them they spent a bit of time admiring and acknowledging the difference the change in house colors made them look. "Well, that's enough of that," smiled Daphne. "Let's go eat." As they walked down the corridors and descended the stairs they earned a few looks from other students. At this time of the morning, it was only the other Ravenclaws and Gryffindors, as the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs did not venture up past the ground floor until after breakfast. They were just making their way down the last few parts of the moving stairs when the 3 of them heard from behind, "Oi! Harry, mate, wait up." Ron Weasley had found them. Harry drew his wand and spun about to see the red-headed nitwit hurrying down the stairs towards them. Aiming his wand at Ron he snarled, "Stay the hell away from me, Weasley. I'm not in the mood for you." However, the youngest Weasley male ignored the warning and only slowed down to a walk. "But, Harry," he said, as if surprised, "I thought Dumbledore would have told you it was just a prank. We meant no harm by it." Not wanting the redhead any closer, Harry cast a stunner at the boy, who, with a look of surprise on his face, hesitated. before he dropped like a boneless heap on the stairs, unconscious, when the charm hit him in the middle of the. Daphne followed it up with the rope-binding charm, Incarcerus, and a localized silencing charm, as Hermione cast a wizard notice me not ward around them based on the ones they used while on the run looking for Horcruxes. Stepping forward, Harry then enervated the boy and, kneeling over the Pratt so his face was a lot closer, growled out, "Listen up, Weasley. Our friendship irrevocably ended the moment we found out what you've been up to. We know about the love potions, we know about the loyalty potions, we know about the repulsion potions, and we know all about how you've been blocking other students from getting to know me, getting close to me. We know that it's all about you, your sister and your mother getting your hands on the Potter fortune. We know it all. If I thought I could get away with it, I'd kill you, your sister and your mother, right now. You only live, at the moment, because I would be the prime suspect if you suddenly disappeared. However, first chance I get where I think I can get away with it, you will disappear. It won't take much for me to kill you, hide your body under my invisibility cloak and levitate it out to the Forbidden Forest to feed it to the Acromantulas. Hell, I might even use the exact same charms we've got you under right now. I'm sure Aragog's little family would prefer their prey alive rather than dead." While Harry was quietly growling at the boy what he really wanted to do to him, Weasley was growing more and more horrified and terrified by each ping moment. When Harry mentioned how he might even deliver the boy to the Acromantulas alive for their dining pleasure, he fainted. As Harry stepped away with a smirk on his face, Hermione recast the Notice Me Not field and removed the ropes of the Incarcerus charm. Then together, feeling a lot happier with themselves, the three continued their trip to the Great Hall for breakfast. "Don't forget to clear your wands, ladies," Harry reminded them. As they walked, the three started casting quick and short-term charms such as the Light Charm, its counter, the Levitation Charm, a couple of minor shield charms and the like. By the time they walked into the Great Hall, each had cast about a dozen spells through their wands. Again, they sat opposite Luna at breakfast. Though gaining her friendship wasn't one of their missions, from their guardian angels, both Harry and Hermione knew just how much of a trusted friend she would become within the next couple of years, anyways. Establishing that friendship now was even better. As he sat down, Harry smiled at the younger Claw, while she was busily building things with her food, and said, "Good morning, Luna." His two bondmates followed suit. Luna looked up a little suspiciously, at first, before her face brightened with a big smile and she replied, "Good morning, Harry, Hermione, Daphne." Harry began building his own breakfast with toast topped with a poached egg and a couple of pieces of bacon on the side. Glancing across at what Luna was doing, he asked, "You enjoy art, don't you?" Again, a look of suspicion flitted across Luna's face as she looked back at Harry, before it faded away into a smile. "Yes, I love art. At home, I paint. I like to make things, too," said Harry as he dashed a bit of salt and pepper on his egg. "I've seen your radish earrings and butterbeer cork necklace. You do good work." "Oh, that's not art," she replied. "Raxperts are allergic to radishes, so they don't want to come near my ears. That way I don't become infected with them." "And there's something that's allergic to cork?" asked Harry, quite curious. "Nargles," she replied. "Still," he said, "you could have made a perfume essence of the radishes for the Raxperts, and sewn cork into the lining of your clothing. Instead, you made quite delicate jewelry out them. I dare say you have a hidden talent in making fine jewelry with ordinary precious stones and the like." Again, Luna looked across at Harry. Only this time it was with genuine gratitude. She then put down what she was doing with her food and sat back. "You're a most unusual boy, no, man. Harry Potter." Harry grinned back and said, "Thank you, Luna. It's nice of you to notice." She said, "I can also see you've been touched by an angel. As have Hermione and Daphne." Harry froze. "Oh, and your bond with Daphne has strengthened a little since last night, too," she continued, as if she'd not seen the look of almost panic flit across his face. She then seemed to look a little spaced out looking at the space between Harry and Hermione and said, "The bond between you and Hermione hasn't changed, though. You need to work on that. It's not in danger of failing, is it?" asked Hermione, a little concerned. "No," she replied, "it's just holding steady. But, The bond you have with Harry is now being almost matched by the bond Daphne has with Harry. That's how I know the bond she has with Harry has strengthened. The subtle difference that was there last night has almost gone. She suddenly sat forward and reached over, placing her hand on Daphne's where it rested on the tabletop. I'm pleased for you, she said. Harry grinned at Daphne and asked, what changed? Daphne, who was clearly stunned by what Luna had said to her, blushed a little and quietly replied, I've come to realize I'm falling in love with you. After a moment, Harry leaned sideways to lightly her on the cheek and whispered, thank you. I'm doing the same with you. Luna smiled across at the pair of them. And it just strengthened a little more. Hermione looked across in surprise at Luna and asked, you really can see the bonds, can't you? Pulling her hand back from Daphne's, Luna looked just a little hurt by what Hermione asked and said, yes. Realizing she'd upset the girl, Hermione reached her own hand across to Luna and said, I'm sorry, Luna. I didn't mean to offend you. It's just an incredible, almost unbelievable, gift you have. It's taking me a little while to come to terms with the knowing of it. The younger Ravenclaw thought about that for a while before she relaxed and smiled back. Thank you. Harry cleared his throat lightly and asked the girl, so, Luna, what do you have on, CL-wise, today? Double arithmancy, this morning, she said. Care of magical creatures and history of magic is after lunch, and astronomy, tonight. A big day, then, Harry said. We've got a double transfiguration, this morning. Then a single potions, this afternoon. And, I think our astronomy lesson is immediately after yours, tonight. As they ate their breakfasts, Daphne became more and more friendly towards Luna. And, she, back with them. Of course, Harry and Hermione had been friends with the younger girl through their original 5th and 6th years, so, were very happy to make sure that was a friendship that would be renewed. More than halfway through breakfast, Ron Weasley came running in through the door. As he headed over to the Gryffindor table, he spotted the three sitting with Luna at the Ravenclaw table. He, again, blanched a little before hurrying away from them, clearly in fear. Luna, who had seen the exchange, said, "You've scared Ronald." "Yes, Luna, we have," said Harry. "Even after the attempts by both him and his sister in dosing us with illegal potions, this morning he tried to lie to us and tell us it was just a prank, and implied that we should just forget about it. We impressed upon him that we believe it was most certainly not a prank, and that he and his sister should stay away from us, in future. We were quite forceful with that impression, and may have even made a significant threat or two. Not that we're admitting to doing such a heinous thing, mind." Luna grinned back. "I'm glad," she said. "He's a horrid, horrid boy. And I'm glad to see you've come to realize that. But, I'm very disappointed with Ginny. We used to be friends." After morning cleese they, again, sat with Luna for lunch. Though it now appeared the rest of the Claws were leaving the younger girl alone due to Professor Flitwick finally stepping in, they still didn't choose to involve her in what they were doing outside of CL. Harry wanted to make sure her time, from this point on, was not as lonely or hurtful for the girl. Of course, having been friends before, they knew some of the girl's history, from what she'd told them in that timeline. That included how she had lost her mother when she was 9, when her mother died in her arms due to an explosion relating to a spell experiment. It was at lunch that Luna revisited the topic of the bonds. "I see you still haven't initiated the bond between Hermione and Daphne yet," she said. Both girls immediately blushed and looked around to see if anyone had overheard the younger girl. Then Hermione leaned forward and quietly said, "We don't know if we want or should." Frowning back in confusion, Luna asked, "Why ever not?" Blushing even more, Hermione replied in almost a whisper, "Because we don't know how we'd be able to finalize it." Luna looked back and seemed to be thinking for a while. She finally said, "A suitably intimate event would do it. And you won't find out how in any book, either." Seeing that his two bondmates were getting horribly embered by the turn of conversation, Harry decided to take pity on them. He got the younger girl's attention and asked, "Luna, as you know, this is a very important matter for us. However, it's not something we should be discussing in a public place like the Great Hall, because it's also a private matter for us. Would you mind joining us in our apartment, after your last afternoon CL, and discussing it with us there? I promise, if the talk goes on for too long, we'll use our house elf, Dobby, to provide us with an evening meal in the apartment. And, we'll also make sure you get back to your dorm so you can get a kip in before your astronomy CL, later tonight. Your apartment isn't infested with blibbering humdingers, is it? She asked. We wouldn't know, Luna, he replied. None of us have your ability to see them. I think your ability to see them might have something to do with your ability to see auras. With a little moe of disappointment, Luna said, I'll talk to Professor Sprout, at some time. Or, maybe Neville Longbottom, and see if they have any dirigible plum bushes here. You might want to keep a potted dirigible plum bush in your apartment. They'll help you see and understand. Plus, blibbering humdingers don't like them. That's why we have them growing in the garden around our home. And they smell nice, Harry added with a smile. Thank you, Luna, that would be very nice of you. And I'd love to join you in your apartment after CL this afternoon, she said. You're behind Professor Whitaker, aren't you? Yes, we are, Harry replied, surprised she knew that. I like Professor Whitaker, she said. He tells great stories. You've talked to him before? Asked Daphne, a little confused. Oh, yes, Luna replied. When the eagle that guards the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room used to get confused and wouldn't let me in, Professor Whitaker would let me into the apartment there, so I had somewhere to sleep at night. Knowing why the eagle got confused, as did Harry, Hermione asked, has the eagle gotten confused since Professor Flitwick had a chat with the whole house yesterday? It took her taking full control of her occlumency to allow her to ask that without getting angry. From the feelings he was getting from the two girls, Harry also knew that they knew what the confused eagle actually meant. No, not yet, the younger girl replied. Well, if it does, you come and have a short chat with Professor Whitaker again, Hermione firmly said. You say to him, double HD, and he'll let you in. Then, you can come in and talk to us, and even stay for the night. All right, with a big beaming smile, Luna replied, all right. That would be nice. Thank you. Plus, as we have a pair of house elves, said Harry. One of them can get past the eagle and get your bath things and a change of clothes for you for the next morning. That would be nice, too, she smiled. Would they also be able to find my things that the pixies steal from me and hide? I'm sure they can, Harry replied, forcing his own anger down again. Do you have anything missing now? A few things, she said. But, they've been missing for a while. Then, I'll talk to Dobby this evening, said Harry. I know he, Winky or both would love to go on a treasure hunt to find your things for you. It would also be helpful if you wrote down a list of what you know the pixies have taken and hidden. Just to help them out, mind. Thank you, she said, getting a little teary. I'll write it up during History of Magic CL, this afternoon. History of Magic CL? Asked Harry, looking mock confused. We have a CL on that. Yes, Harry, Hermione smirked. You call it afternoon nap time, even though we now have it Friday mornings. Oh, the one with the ghost, exclaimed Harry, pretending to be surprised, before he frowned in apparent confusion. If it's not afternoon nap time, why does he read us bedtime stories, then? His words had the desired effect, as it made Luna giggle as she wiped her eyes with the sleeve cuff of her robes. As the three left the great hall after lunch heading for the dungeons and potions, Harry asked, what say we stop by the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets on our way back to our apartment? I want to see if we can determine just what charms and wards Old Twinkles has put on the sinks. Old Twinkles? Hermione asked, a little annoyed with Harry's disrespect while Daphne snickered. Well, I thought you'd be quite upset with other names have come up for him, Harry shrugged. Like what? She demanded. Let's see, he replied, raising his right hand and starting to tick them off using his fingers. There's White-Whiskered Wanker, Manipulative Old Fool, Leader of the Laughable, the Grater Up, the Pizza Supreme Muck Flinger of the Language, Harry James. An annoyed Hermione snapped back, interrupting. And, though we know he's made, and will otherwise make, mistakes, he's still the headmaster and we should show respect. Hermione, he sighed. You were there when he tried to hit both Daphne and me with a compulsion charm, and then more directly attacked me with legilimency. That's highly illegal. One of the other names I have for him is the chief criminal of the whatchamacallit. Stopping their small party in the corridor, Harry turned Hermione to face him. Do you know why he uses that silly cantrip to make his eyes twinkle like that? With a frown of annoyance, whether it was at Harry's disrespect, or that there was something she didn't know, she shook her head. Making his eyes twinkle like that, draws your eyes to his, he explained. Once he has you looking him in the eye, he can use piv, or wandless, legilimency against you. Piv or not, without prior permission, it's still illegal. Using the eye twinkle means he's doing it deliberately. You need to understand that Dumbledore is not the nice man he has just about everyone thinking he is. He will not hesitate to break the law, or violate your rights, if he, and he alone, decides he should. Whenever he says, it's for the greater good, it means someone has just been, is in the process of being, or is about to be, well and truly shafted by him. Often, that person is me. It's led to me developing a near knee-jerk reaction of clenching my bum cheeks when he says it. Hermione sighed and looked away. I know, she said. But, it's hard to think like that of a person who has so much authority. You're supposed to be able to trust them to do the right thing. That there is so much corruption in the wizarding world appalls me. Yeah, well, Harry sighed, running his fingers through his hair. Once Riddle is done and dealt with, that's what John said we'll be tackling next. That's why he doesn't want me to destroy Riddle before the events in the graveyard. We've got to let him get a body back so I can then kill him. That way, I'll become known as the man who vanquished, supplanting the boy who lived as my hyphenated appellation. We then use that respect, and near idolization from the sheeple, to enter into the political arena, and come down hard on everyone we need to ensure we improve our society. That's one of the reasons why we have to let Dumbledore die. He'd just get in the way if he doesn't. This was their first potions CL since Harry's ultimatum to the headmaster. And everyone was completely shocked at the radical change in behavior of their esteemed potions master. Gone was the perpetual sneer, even if the scowl, though muted, was still there. The lesson started with an overview of the potion they'd be making, its uses, and what to watch for when it was being brewed. Only then were they permitted to collect the ingredients and set their cauldrons to bubbling away on the wizarding flame. And the instructions appeared on the board. There were no accidents, no exploding cauldrons, and no denigrating remarks from the professor. And, after the potions were bottled, realistic marks with similar points awarded. When it was finished, some of the claws and puffs congregated just down the corridor in shock. They discussed what they'd just gone through. It was Susan Bones who summed up how they were feeling when she asked, "Did what I think just happened actually happen?" Ernie Macmillan, another puff, put it in perspective when he said, "I think I learned more about potions in that 1 centiliter than I've learned in the past 3 years. I can't believe he actually awarded me points," exclaimed Stephen Cornfoot. "He's never done that before." Smiling to themselves, the three listened in for only a short while before they headed directly to the second floor in Myrtle's bathroom. Once at the door of the bathroom, the three looked around to make sure they weren't being watched. Harry then stood guard as lookout as Daphne and Hermione began the process of detecting for any charms or wards. Once it was shown the door to the bathroom was clear of such, the two girls entered to make sure the bathroom was unoccupied. Hermione then stuck her head out and beckoned Harry in. Thankfully, Myrtle wasn't there at the time. As soon as he stepped in, he closed the door and put up a door-sealing charm on it, just in case. Turning around, he then saw both girls casting detection charms over the sinks. Where the sink was that contained the tap that spun glowed a dark green. For a moment, the two girls hesitated. "That may have been detecting the spell that allows the entrance to open," Harry pointed out. Daphne glanced at him for a moment before she gave him a small nod, and moved on. Then there were a couple of other colors flashing up and fading away before both girls finished and stepped away. "The verdict?" he asked. "The headmaster clearly doesn't think much of your skills, Harry," said Daphne. "There's a simple alert charm based on motion over the whole lot. Under that is a second one, that's far older. They were put up by different people. There's also a wizard repelling charm based on the Confundus charm that's triggered when the recent alert charm is triggered. It looks like, as soon as you are on, but he doesn't know that, Riddle, if he enters the school, opens the entrance, Dumbledore is immediately notified and the repelling charm activates, making you want to just leave again." Hermione then said, It looks like he's waiting for you to open the entrance and, instead of going down, just leaving again. Does he even know about the door to the actual chamber itself? Harry frowned in thought for a few moments before he replied, "No, I don't think so. I seem to remember just telling him where the entrance was, and that we went down into the chamber to rescue Ginny. But, I think I also told him about the ceiling collapse in the page, which is when I was separated from Ron in a recently self-obliviated flowfart. I think I only told you and Ron about the inner door. And, of course, Ginny saw it coming back out." Nodding, Daphne said, "This all looks like he's aware of just how valuable the Kark is likely to be, and wants to claim it for either himself or the school." With a sigh, Harry leaned back against the recently sealed door. "As if I don't already have enough to worry about. Dumbledore wants to steal from me, too." "Yes," replied Daphne. "However, if he'd succeeded, you'd have never known. As far as he would know, no one would have. A somewhat perfect crime." Banging his head back on the door as he looked up towards the ceiling, he said, "Yet another crime against me from the great manipulator." Standing back up straight again, he looked at both girls and asked, "Can you get both of Dumbledore's charms off without alerting him?" The two girls looked at each other for a moment before Daphne replied, "We can. But, it's going to take some work. We'll need to transfer the alert charm to something else without setting it off. Then we can simply strip away the Confundus charm," said Hermione. "I then recommend we put the exact same alert charm back, but have it keyed to one of us instead of Dumbledore. That way, if Dumbledore comes to check, he'll see the alert charm and think all is well. If it's Ron who comes down, we'll know straight away as soon as he sets it off, and Dumbledore won't. We can then confront him with his actions. And possibly force him to admit he's a Parselmouth," mused Harry. "I like it. That just leaves actually getting it done. So, what do you need?" "We'll need to research the arithmetic equations for both charms," replied Daphne. "That'll give us the key to removing them. Transferring the first one, however, is going to take a bit of research on ward breaking." "Fair enough," said Harry. "And I'm not trying to push. But, I do have one suggestion." "What's that?" asked Hermione. "Can you put your own alert charm over the top of Dumbledore's?" Harry asked. "Would Dumbledore see it if you do?" Hermione just grinned, turned and cast. A moment later there was a soft shimmer effect surrounding the grating at the back of the sinks before it faded away. "There. Done," she said. "I've cast it onto the grate because Dumbledore will not come all the way around the sinks to check for new enchantments. And, as the grate moves when the entrance opens, it'll activate the charm. We'll now know if Ron comes down and opens the entrance before we get a chance to harvest the Kark ourselves." "Perfect," grinned Harry. They stayed in the toilet for a little while longer as Daphne and Hermione wrote down the formulae for both spells that needed to be either moved or removed. And, once done, they made their way up to their apartment. They'd been gone for almost the extra hour after their last CL, so the other Clees were expected to be released within the next few minutes. Indeed, that is exactly what happened as they climbed the last flight of stairs to the 7th floor. Homework had been pulled out and placed on the coffee table, rather than the study carrels. As they were all in the same Clees, it was easier, that way, to share materials. They had thought about transfiguring one of the Carl pairs into a large desk they could all sit around, but did not want to risk someone coming in who wasn't in the know, especially the headmaster. They would have no explanation for it, as it would be beyond their current year ability, and they couldn't use the excuse they asked a 7th year Claw to do it, as they weren't friends with anyone in their new house yet. They'd only just pulled out their books, parchment, ink and quills when there was a somewhat slow and heavy triple knock on the door. Harry rose to answer it, and found Luna standing there beaming back at him. Pulling the door wider open and stepping out of the way, Harry said, "Come on in, Luna." Luna looked up at the statue and said, "Thank you, Professor." And the statue replied, "You are most welcome, young Miss Lovegood." And Luna entered. Just as she walked in, Hermione called her over. "Come on in and have a seat, Luna. We were just about to start our homework, but it can wait." The young girl happily crossed the room before then plunking her bum on the couch next to Hermione. Harry closed the door and followed her across, taking seat next to Daphne on the other couch. "All right," he sighed. Now that we're no longer talking in the Great Hall, and, therefore, right out in public. I was hoping, for a start, you could explain a few things for me, Luna. But, first, he said, holding up a finger. He then looked to the side, a little and called, Dobby. His own personal house elf popped in and said, "Oh, yes, Master Harry." Indicating Luna, Harry introduced them to each other. "Dobby, this is Miss Luna Lovegood. Luna, this is one of our house elves, Dobby." "Hello, Miss Luna," said Dobby, looking at her. Dobby is happy to meet more of Master Harry's friends. Luna smiled back and said, "Hello, Dobby. I like your outfit." Dobby beamed most proudly and said, "I is wearing Master Harry's house elf uniform. All the other house elves are very jealous. It looks very nice," she complimented him. Dobby stood a little taller with pride and said, "Thank you, Miss Luna." "While I enjoy listening to my house elf being praised for his dress," Harry chuckled. "I have a mission for you and Winky, Dobby." "Yes, sir," said Dobby. "Miss Luna has had some of her personal effects go missing since she's been a student here for the past 2+ years, Harry explained. "Your mission is to track down as much of it as you can and return it to her with the rest of her effects. This is a mission that I very much suspect is going to take you quite some time. So, it's something for you to do when you've got nothing better to do. And, I don't want to find out either of you have allowed yourselves to get too tired or too exhausted when you're doing this, either. If you can get the other house elves in the castle to help, that's also allowed. Do you understand your mission?" "Yes, sir." Dobby almost barked back. "Very good," said Harry. "You may carry on with what you were doing, Dobby. And, thank you, again." And the little elf disappeared. "I think you're turning Dobby into a soldier," Hermione giggled while Daphne snickered. "I think he wants to be," he laughed. With a sigh he looked over at the still smiling Luna and said, "If there's anyone I trust to find your things for you, Luna, it's Dobby. He's quite tenacious when he feels he needs to do something." "I think you're right, Harry," she said, her smile slipping a little. "I don't know why I didn't think of asking the castle elves to help me find my things." Harry smiled and said, "Sometimes, the most obvious thing to do is the last thing we think of." "That's quite profound," she said, a little surprised. "Yes, well," he replied, a little uncomfortable before changing the subject. "Now, we've been appreciative of how you've let us know about the state of our bonds, and that a latent bond between Hermione and Daphne is also there. As you probably know, a three-way soul bond like ours is pretty much completely unheard of. Because of that, we're worried we might do the wrong thing, or the right thing too late, and cause harm to either existing one, or the latent one. That you can see the bonds, and are able to gauge their health, for want of a better term, has gone a long way to alleviate our fears over them. So, for that, you have our thanks. That's what friends are for, Harry," she softly said. "We are friends, aren't we? I sense that we already are, and have been for quite some time. But, I also know that this is a new friendship. It is most confusing." "Yes, Luna," said Hermione. "We are friends. We know you will be a good and trustworthy friend to us. We just can't tell you how or why we know that. It was the angels, wasn't it?" she asked. Harry snorted and said to Daphne, "I told you she's very perceptive." "That's quite a remarkable gift," Daphne said to the younger girl, a little awed. "But, sorry, we still can't tell you if you're correct or not." Luna happily said, "That's all right. I understand." "Thank you for your understanding," said Harry. "Now, we returned to our apartment here last night to discuss how you let us know about the latent bond between Daphne and Hermione. At first, we had some confusion over how such a bond could be finalized, or sealed, or whatever it is. After all, between two ladies, there's no coitus." Blushing a little he soldiered on past it. "So, I came up with the idea that it isn't the physical act of UAL intercourse that finalizes the bond, it's the emotional act. Then, from there, we developed a hypothesis about the whole bond from when it is initiated to when it is finalized. Now, I believe, and I think I have both ladies at least somewhat agreeing with me," he said, glancing at his bondmates, "that it's the emotional component we need to concentrate upon. As an example, this morning you said the bond between Daphne and I strengthened a little. However, there was no physical change to our relationship. But there was an emotional one. Turning to Daphne, Harry asked, "Would you mind sharing what happened, emotionally, love?" Daphne sat thinking about it for a while, and everyone else just let her figure it out for herself. After all, it was quite a personal matter. "I figured out two things," she eventually but softly said. "The first is that I'm falling in love with Harry. The second is that I realized I actually do trust him, at least, more than I thought I did." The surge of happiness Harry heard on hearing that made him feel he could power a Miv Patronus from that one feeling and memory alone. He wanted to get up and hug her, so he did. When he backed off again, Luna giggled and said, "It looks like your hypothesis is sound." "Oh?" Harry asked. The strength of the bond between you surged a little when Daphne admitted that, she shyly replied. "It's settled down again now, but it's definitely stronger than it was a few minutes ago. It's pretty much on a par with the bond between Harry and Hermione, now." Harry grinned and couldn't help but feel a little smug to have his belief confirmed. "Thank you, Luna," he said with a wide grin. "I think this is going to make it a lot easier for us to work towards finalizing the bond, sometime down the road." The conversation then moved on to other topics and the four chatted freely until they realized they had to get down to the Great Hall for dinner. The talk also showed that, though she had this light and almost flighty side, Luna was also quite brilliant in her own right with serious matters. Together, as friends, they headed down to the Great Hall for dinner. After dinner, Luna returned to her own common room to get started on her own homework, while the three bondmates headed back to their apartment and their own homework. And, though he didn't say he was doing it to the two girls, he also did his best to make a start on a logical list of different levels of emotional responses to physical acts they could explore. However, it wasn't as easy as he thought it might be. In reality, it was bloody hard. He didn't know if it was because he was a guy, and therefore supposedly incapable of putting his feelings into words, or if it had something to do with being raised by the Dursleys, or something else. He did, though, figure out that by writing it down, it reduced the emotional impact of the act. It was too clinical. With a sigh of self-disgust and disappointment, he dropped his quill back into his ink pot and slid the parchment away. "Something wrong?" asked Hermione, always in tune with his emotions. "I've been trying to put down some ideas as to how we can progress our bonds and do so in a way we all remain comfortable," he grouched. "However, I've figured out it won't work." "How so?" she asked. "Because by making it an almost step-by-step guide, it strips the emotional impact of it away. And that's the last thing we want to happen." "Good," she said. "Sorry?" he asked, confused. "Harry, Daphne and I figured that out as soon as you came up with the idea," she said, sounding a little amused. "Must be a girl thing," he muttered. "No, it's a logical thing," she retorted. When she saw Harry didn't seem to get it, she sighed in her own slight frustration and said, "Look." She then stood up and started disrobing. As they'd all already doffed their over-robes and she wasn't wearing a jumper, she pulled her tie off and started to untuck her white school blouse out of her gray skirt. As soon as she had it untucked, she came over to Harry, pushed him back in his seat, and plonked herself down on his lap. Out of his sight, she reached behind herself and undid her, loosening it under her blouse. Harry had kept his hands well away, lest he get in trouble. He was a little fearful of doing anything wrong. "Let's say the next step you list down for us to progress our bond is this," she said, reaching down and grabbing Harry's offhand. Using her other hand, she pulled the bottom of her blouse away from her body and shoved his hand up under both her blouse and, firmly placing his hand on her bare. Harry was completely stunned at what she had done and froze, unable to engage his in enough to figure out what to do. Holding his hand to her, she said, "There. The next step was for you, while we're both awake and alert, to fondle my s." Daphne was sitting across the table from them, showing signs of emberment, shock, and amusement. Once Hermione had forced his hand onto her, he hadn't moved it. He just held it, right where it was, too afraid to move. "Now, how much emotion are you feeling?" she asked. "Other than, probably, a little lust, not much, right? I don't think this has done anything to progress our bond." Finally pulling his hand down and away, Harry looked down at her lap and sighed. He quietly said, "No. I understand." "Right," she said, reaching around and reconnecting her strap, before settling it back into place. There was some emotion, but it wasn't even the right emotion. That won't happen if you try to plan it out. You have to let it develop naturally, organically. Emotion will drive the physical, which, in turn, will lift the emotional. Trying to map it out will actually work against us. Moving back to her seat next to Daphne, she said, "Yes, Luna will be a great help for us to ensure the health and well-being of our bond. And to see how it develops. I, for one, am ever so grateful she's willing to help us with this. But we can't force it. Since the evidence now shows that you were right about the bond being one driven by emotion, that means we can't just decide to finalize the bond by ducking into one of the bedrooms and shagging like horny rabbits to get it done." Straightening himself up and sitting forward, with a smirk, he said, "Damn. And here I was thinking it would make it quicker for me to be able to get into your knickers." Both Hermione and Daphne looked at him quite shocked for a moment before Hermione burst out laughing. "Liar," she retorted. "You know very well that wasn't going to happen. You said it, yourself, earlier. With Luna acting as a monitor, we don't have to rush things. And, now that we know emotion is most important, we also know we can't rush things. You led both those ideas." As she was talking, Daphne relaxed back into a comfortable state, recognizing the truth of Hermione's words. "Hey," Harry protested, "I'll have you keep that to yourself, thank you very much. If word gets out that I slowed things down for us, my membership of the Bro Club will be immediately revoked. They may even try to force me to join the Girly Boy Club instead." Hermione giggled and said, "Don't worry, Harry. We'll keep it between us and, possibly, Luna, and Neville, and Lavender, and Rita Skeeter." As she slowly continued, Harry began to look more and more horrified. "Ye gads," he said, "I'll even lose my local fangirl contingent. I'll be ruined." That caused both girls to laugh in response. After they'd finished homework for the evening, Harry headed for bed. He didn't bother to invite the girls as he knew they now knew the invitation was always open. Stripping off and dumping his worn clothes into the hamper for the house elves to clean, he turned to head for his bathroom for his last of the night ablutions. Once he was finished, he came out and found the two girls waiting for him, already in the room, but not yet in bed. "You didn't have to wait for me, you know," he smirked at them. "I think I'm starting to get pretty adept in getting into and out of bed over the foot of it." While talking, he crossed the short space to the bed and climbed on in. The girls hadn't moved. They actually both appeared nervous, but Harry didn't notice until he was finally in bed. Hermione was also doing the nibbling of the bottom lip thing, which indicated she was either thinking hard about something, or was worried about something. "Ladies," he asked, now concerned. "Whatever is the matter?" Hermione took a deep breath and said, "Nothing." As he was about to say he could see something was bothering them, Daphne waved her wand and turned out the lights. With his eyes ill-adjusted to the limited light coming in through the close-curtained window, and not wearing his glees, he only saw their indistinct shapes come up on their sides of the bed. Mentally shrugging his shoulders, he laid back and waited for them to hop in. There was a quick rustling of material and both girls climbed in, almost at the same time. Once they were settled, he softly said, "Good night, ladies," and closed his eyes. "Harry," Hermione softly asked. He muttered back, "Can you cuddle into my back, tonight, while Daphne cuddles into yours?" He muttered, rolling to his right as he felt the bed move from both sides. He was about to slide closer to Hermione when he felt her shift back towards him first. When they bumped up against each other, he threw his left arm over her upper tummy area and felt bare skin. And Hermione felt a little tense under his arm and hand. He was distracted slightly by Daphne cuddling up from behind. Confused a little as to what he was feeling, he moved his hand about. It took him a moment, but he suddenly realized she wasn't wearing her tank top. He froze before he then quickly shifted his hand down to land on her hip and felt she wasn't wearing her shorts. Then it also dawned on him that he wasn't feeling the material of Daphne's sleep robe on his back either. He could feel bare skin. Moving his hand from Hermione's hip and across his own, he moved it to rest on Daphne's hip. Her bare hip. Ladies," he asked, "is there something going on that you've forgotten to tell me?" For a few moments there was no response, as the three laid there all a little tense. Hermione then said, "We know that skin-on-skin contact is important for the bond. Until this morning, Daphne wasn't completely ready to trust you with us doing this. Now she is, so now we've decided to sleep in the all together. For this night, at least. I hope you don't mind, Harry," said Daphne. "But I only just decided I wanted to do this, and I didn't want to do it if Hermione wasn't going to do it as well. We talked about it out in the living room after you left. I think I would have lost my nerve if I asked first or if I had to wait." Harry sighed and said, "No, I guess I don't mind all that much. Just please don't hex me if I get wandering hands during the night, or other things, you know." "I haven't yet," she replied with a hint of amusement in her voice. "And, I know, and, you know I won't," said Hermione. "So, we've reached, at least for tonight, the skin-on-skin contact part of our relationship," he mused. "I hope you don't mind if I continue to wear a pair of boxers to bed, though. He can't be trusted, yet." Both girls giggled at that, and the three of them relaxed. Harry returned his arm to wrap around Hermione's upper tummy while Daphne's left arm came over to do the same with Harry. Happy that he was being trusted this far, he dropped off to sleep. The girls weren't far behind. Friday morning found Harry, again, holding Hermione's left. Only, this time, he didn't try and snatch his hand away. This time, Hermione's left hand was gently holding his own to her. This was the third night in succession they'd joined him in bed sans clothing. Needing to yawn, and not wanting to blow his morning breath all over the back of Hermione's neck, he leaned forward and ed her on her neck just under her ear, as he'd done before with Daphne. And pulled his hand out from under hers as he rolled away. If he'd left his hand a moment or two longer, he would have felt her nipple suddenly harden, and seen goosebumps spring up on her shoulder and arm. Rolling away, he was able to flip himself over and onto his left side. And there lay Daphne. She was lying face down with her right arm tucked up and under the pillow and her left arm down by her side under the bedding. Her face was turned towards him. To Harry, she looked asleep with a light smile on her face. He watched her for a few moments before he slid his hand across her bare back, gently rubbing it up and down. But, never going into a private zone. After a long few seconds he noticed her mouth twitch and then her eyes flutter open. "Harry," she whined, "you woke me up." With a smile, he slid his head across and lightly ed her on the lips. "Good morning," he softly said, as he pulled away again. She just huffed at him and flipped her head to face away. As he moved back and flipped back towards Hermione, he felt her flip to face him. And they were suddenly lying face to face. He had only a moment of seeing her mischievous smile before she was pushing his left shoulder back until he was lying flat on his back. "Arms up, mister," she commanded. Dutifully, Harry raised his arms up and over his head. Once she had him lying flat, she wriggled down the bed a bit and laid her head on his upper on the right. "Daphne," she called, "there's a much more comfortable pillow over here." Harry lowered his right arm again, to cuddle the chocolate-haired witch into his side. "MMPH. Daphne huffed before she flipped her head back the other way to look. When she saw what the other girl was getting at as Harry looked back at, to him, her rather adorable sleepy face, she smiled and did the same from her side. And Harry lowered his left arm to cuddle her in. "I'm the luckiest wizard in the world," he sighed. As he laid back with his eyes closed, and he couldn't see the face of either witch, anyway, he didn't see them silently communicate with each other as Hermione raised her right hand and gripped the edge of the bedding. She grinned at Daphne with her eyes full of mirth. And Daphne silently gave her a look that said she agreed. A few seconds later, Harry suddenly felt the bedding ripped off him and flung at the foot of the bed. In instinctive shock, he snapped his eyes open and made to reach back for the blankets. However, with his arms around both witches, and they laying their heads on his, he was pinned down. "Wah," he blurted out. "Ooh," exclaimed Daphne, "that's cold," and both witches snuggled in closer. Looking down, Harry could only see the deforms of both witches. But, even if his eyesight was perfect, he wouldn't have been able to see their bits. All he could see was D's shoulder, hips and legs, and a side shot of derriere. "Why'd you do that?" he asked, confused at this forward behavior. Ignoring his question, Hermione said, "Well, I don't think this is very fair." What? He asked, still confused. We're D and you're not, replied Daphne, as if that was all the answer he needed. Well, yeah, he said. That's because I didn't know you were going to climb into bed, D, with me. And I don't want, you know, him poking you in the night and me getting in trouble for it. Well, you're awake now, said Hermione. It's not as if you're going to accidentally or unknowingly poke one of us now. We're bonded, Harry, said Daphne, lifting her head slightly to look back up at him. I now know I can trust you enough and know you'll behave yourself if we see each other nude. So, said Hermione, as Daphne put her head back down on his again. Can we take these off for you, Harry? She asked as her finger traced the waistband of his boxers. With a sigh, he replied, if you feel you want to. But, only if, which was as far as he got. Suddenly, he felt Hermione grab the waistband of his boxers and tug them down a little on his right. They held there until he felt Daphne pull them from his left hip. And, together, he felt the girls pull them down. As they got lower and exposed his privates, thankfully, not emberingly in an excited state due to the shock of losing the blankets, he heard both girls give little gasps. As they pulled them lower, he pulled his knees up to help them pull them down and off. He didn't see them get tossed to the floor. After they laid there, for a short while, with Harry feeling quite self-conscious knowing they were staring at his wizard hood, he stuttered, you know this is just a little unfair, don't you? Hermione asked, clearly distracted. You can see me but, without my glees and with the way you're both lying, I can't see you. Both girls giggled a little until Hermione suddenly pulled away and flipped herself right over and away from him. He heard and blurrily saw her raise her hand up to the bedside table. A couple of tapping sounds later and he felt her flip all the way back over again. Through his poor vision he watched her fiddle with what he knew had to be his glees before she reached up and slipped them onto his face. He kept his eyes closed as she adjusted them to what she remembered how they sat on his nose, and felt her pull her hands away. Blinking his eyes back open he looked down and saw her smiling back at him as she half lay propped up on her left elbow to look down at him. Looking down a little further he could see her right completely bare to his gaze while the upper part of her body was pulled away from him a little. He quickly snapped his eyes back to hers as he felt a most embering reaction begin. And blushing was only part of that. Like what you see, Mr. Potter? She coyly asked. He could only nod his head a little in response, not trusting his voice. Daphne was doing the same, but she had her left arm up and across her S, and was also blushing a little. He could also see just the hint of fear in her eyes. Laying back again and relaxing, he sighed, again, I must be the luckiest wizard in the world. I have the two most beautiful and lovely witches in the world snuggled into me. Hermione first, and then Daphne, leaned in and ed him on the cheek from each side before they again laid their heads on his upper. When Hermione, or it may have been Daphne, began tracing her fingers through the hair on his upper abdomen, he could help but keep flinching and reflexively snorting. It was incredibly distracting. That tickles, he exclaimed. Both girls giggled back, but at least, whoever it was, stopped tickling him. With another sigh he said, as much as I'm really enjoying this, we need to get up for breakfast and please. Ah, mock whined Hermione. Pulling his hands and arms back up over his head, he said, come on. And tried to sit up by pulling his shoulders in and trying to perform an unsupported sit-up. The movement failed but was enough for both witches to pull away and lie on their tummies as, on his second sit-up, he was successful. With a light single smack on both their bare upturned bums, to which they both chirped, ow. In reflex and he forced himself not to purr, he was able to quickly slide off the foot of the bed before turning around to look at them both. That was for teasing me and surprising me, he told them both before heading for his shower. The image of a pair of bare bums in his mind. As he walked in and closed the door behind him both girls glanced at each other before they rolled over onto their backs. Cute bum, Daphne said, before she suddenly blushed and giggled as Hermione did the same. I don't believe I just said that, she sheepishly said before giggling again. Why not? It's true, Hermione giggled back. When Harry walked out of the bathroom both girls were already gone. He wasn't sure if he was thankful or sad to discover that. But, He did quickly dress in his full school uniform before going out into the living room to wait for them. He'd just collected his books for CL organized into his bag with his restocked supplies of parchment, ink and quills when, first Hermione and then Daphne, came out to join him from their own rooms. Both girls then set to organizing their own bags while he waited for them on the couch. He watched them for a short while before he suddenly said to them both, "Thank you." Both girls turned to look at him and Hermione asked, "Whatever for?" "Your trust," he shrugged. "And for demonstrating it. You both did that when you elected to sleep in bed with me, nude." "And with that, this morning," he stammered. Both girls blushed a little and Daphne said, "No. It's us who should be thanking you. You promised you wouldn't rush us, and you're being a real gentleman and being quite patient about it all." He just gave a sheepish shrug and smile in response. "We ready?" Hermione suddenly asked. When the other two nodded back, the three of them headed down for breakfast. Thankfully, this time as well as the past few days, there was no Ron Weasley trying to track them down and pretend to be their friend. Actually, when he thought about it, except for in CL and copping a glimpse of him at meal times, Harry hadn't seen the red-headed toe rag at all. And it was only once when entering the hall for a meal did he spot Potion Princess Ginevra. As they were walking, Harry asked Hermione, "It's your birthday next week, love. As part of my gift to you, I'm asking you if there's anything you want to do on that day." Daphne happily squealed a little but didn't say anything else. She just looked at Hermione, expectantly. Hermione didn't answer straight away. When she did, she said, "It's Friday. I want to spend the evening, just the three of us, from straight after CL, just talking to one another. We can even have dinner in the apartment while we talk. I want us to talk about ourselves. I know it'll be hard for you, Harry, but I want us to be open with one another and talk about our lives growing up." "I'd like that," said Daphne. However, it was a long few seconds before Harry asked, "I'm willing to do that, love. But, you know it's quite a painful subject for me. Do you really want me to talk about all that sort of stuff on your birthday? It's supposed to be a day for you to be happy." Harry's response seemed to confuse Daphne, but Hermione understood. "Yes," she replied, "it'll help us all if we all do that. I know it'll be a difficult subject for you, Harry, as it will, to a lesser degree, be for me. However, I think this is something that will help the three of us. I believe it will help to bring the three of us closer together, emotionally." Harry sighed and said, "Then, if it's what you want, we can do that." Turning to Daphne, he explained, "My life away from Hogwarts is not the stuff of fiction you think is fact. It's not very nice. Hermione knows some of it already." Daphne moved in closer and hugged his arm. "I think Hermione's right, though. This would help the three of us. I think we should do it." "Fine," he sighed. "However, I'm going to buy nice gifts for you both, on top of Hermione's birthday present. I think there should be at least something nice coming out of the evening at the end of it." When they finally reached the Great Hall, the sad pall that had hung over them from what Hermione wanted them to do for her birthday had paid. Together, as usual, they entered the hall and went directly to the Ravenclaw table, again, sitting opposite Luna. As they were sitting down, Harry noticed that the younger Ravenclaw had made a bacon, poached egg, tomato piece and parsley face on her breakfast plate, and was about to eat it. He couldn't help but laugh. "I knew you were an artist, Luna," he told her. When she looked up in greeting, she took one look at the three of them and practically squealed in happiness, dropping her knife and fork. She leaned over, practically bouncing in her seat and whispered, "Both bonds are much stronger now." "Congratulations." All three bondmates grinned back with Hermione saying, "Thank you, Luna." "I must warn you, though," Luna said with a firm look at the three of them. "You must initiate the third bond soon. It needs to start to develop or will be cancelled out by the existing ones." Glancing at both girls, Harry could see both were quite concerned. And Daphne was even a little fearful. "It's all right," he said to them both, reaching out with both hands to quickly grip the nearside ones of each, and give them a gentle squeeze. "We can get through this." All three were just starting to build breakfasts for themselves when they were approached by Madame Pomfrey. She handed all three a small note before heading back to the head table. A little confused, as the headmaster usually used Professor McGonagall to give them his summons to his office, Harry opened the folded-in-half note to read it. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger and Miss Greenger. In order to ensure your bond is developing as it should, and it is not weakening in any way, I need you to come and visit me in the infirmary immediately after breakfast. As your first CL is History of Magic, I'm sure Professor Binns will not be upset that you will be in non-attendance for your first period. Madame Pomfrey. Refolding and pocketing the note, Harry looked at Luna and said, Madame Pomfrey has summoned us for a check-up of our bonds. He glanced at both girls as they were pocketing their own summons and asked them, do you two ladies mind if I ask Luna to join us? Both shook their heads in response. That is, of course, said Hermione. If Luna wants to share with Madame Pomfrey her unique ability. Turning back to the other girl, Harry asked, Luna, do you want to come with us while we get our checkup for our bonds? We don't have to mention about your gift, if you don't want to. Luna quickly shook her head and said, you don't need to worry about that. Madame Pomfrey is one of the few people who knows. She's bound by her healer oath not to say anything to anyone else about it. Then, would you like to join us? He asked. With a big happy smile, Luna replied, I'd love to. Then, looking serious again, she said, maybe you can ask for Madame Pomfrey's help in establishing the third bond. She will, at least, need to know about it. And, she can really help. Harry, again, looked to his bondmates before he turned back to Luna and said, we'll see when we go there. Together, the four walked into the infirmary about 10 minutes after Madame Pomfrey left the Great Hall. She was already waiting for them. Ah, she exclaimed on noticing them. Thank you for joining me. When she noticed Luna, she frowned a little and asked, Miss Lovegood. Is there a problem? Harry cut in and replied, she's here at our request, Madame Pomfrey. And, there's a reason for that. Madame Pomfrey looked back obviously quite curious. And, what would that be, Mr. Potter? I can see their bonds, Madame Pomfrey, Luna replied. I can see it develop. Quite surprised, the Mediwitch hesitated for a few moments before she asked the girl, another part of your gift, Miss Lovegood. Yes, ma'am, she replied. Then I've no doubt you'll be a great help, said the Mediwitch. She then turned to the three and said, now, I need all three of you to hop up on to 3 of the side-by-side beds so I can get started. Mr. Potter in the middle, please. While the 3 bondmates moved to comply, Madame Pomfrey turned to Luna and asked, and how do you see the bonds? There's a silver, almost pearly, aura within and surrounding their natural auras, Luna happily described. When they're close together I can also see the link between them. It's strengthening. The Mediwitch asked. Definitely, ma'am, Luna said with confidence. Turning to the 3 bondmates, Madame Pomfrey moved to the bed between Hermione and Harry and waved her wand over Hermione first before turning to Harry and doing the same. She made a couple of noises of satisfaction and watched things appear over the both of them. Good, good, she said. Then she moved between the beds of Harry and Daphne and did the same. Also good, she said. However, there's a very slight weakness compared to the bond between Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. She looked down at the pair of them and saw that they knew that. I take it Miss Lovegood has already told you that. Yes, ma'am, they both replied. However, said Harry, after a quick glance at both Hermione and Daphne. There's an added complication. Well, yes, Madame Pomfrey replied with a slight frown. It's a 3-way bond, I expect. No, ma'am, Harry interrupted. There's something else. He glanced at both of his bondmates to see if they'd stop him. But both were blushing and looking away. It embered them both, but they weren't going to stop him from saying anything. Luna has informed us there is a latent soul bond between Hermione and Daphne, he explained. She's told us it needs to be initiated and established for our relationship to be a true 3-way soul bond, and that it could be harmed if it isn't initiated soon. At first surprised by what Harry said, Madame Pomfrey then frowned and waved her wand over Daphne, before then moving to do the same over Hermione. She stepped back with a look of surprised shock before turning back to look for a few moments at a happily smiling Luna. When she turned back to Harry she said, "Give me a minute." She then walked over to the doors, closed and locked them. Coming back to stand at the foot of Harry's bed, she looked at the 3 of them and firmly asked, "All right. You know the bond needs to be initiated. What's the problem?" Grinning back, Harry said, "Probably the same reason why you felt you had to go and lock the doors." Giving Harry a look of exasperation, she said, "I understand the implications of what it means, Mr. Potter. And the effect of society's mores on the three of you about what this would mean." Looking to all three of them, she continued, "However, the magic of this, together with the very unusual nature of your triad relationship, outweighs those views. The magical community, for the most part, knows and understands this is considered a match made in heaven, and that a person's individual viewpoint is irrelevant when faced with those facts. The three of you need to get over whatever beliefs you have that are negative to such a relationship and, at least, initiate the bond. I have the strong feeling that the bond will develop alongside your existing two bonds without you having to do much to, shall we say, encourage this particular individual one." Harry looked between his two bondmates and could see both were still conflicted about the third bond. He sighed and rose from the bed. Once he was standing near Madame Pomfrey, in his best and emphatic and commanding voice as he could, he said, "Ladies, please come here." After a few moments, and a surprise to Harry, Daphne rose and hopped off the bed. As soon as she began to move, it was the trigger for Hermione to do the same. Both girls then, albeit a bit reluctantly, walked over to stand in front of him. Both were still looking a little embered and wouldn't look at him, anyone else or each other in the eye. Harry turned to face Daphne and raised his hands to cup her cheeks, raising her face to look at him. "Where's that vey witch from off the train, he softly asked her. "Be resolute." Then he leaned forward and softly ed her on the lips. He was glad both Madame Pomfrey and Luna chose to remain silent and quiet. Looking her in the eyes again, he could see Daphne gather herself and firmly nod in return. He then turned to Hermione and said, "The Hermione I know is never afraid of learning something new, or taking risks when needed. Show me her." As she looked up, as with Daphne, he cupped both her cheeks in his hand, leaned forward and softly ed her. Releasing he pulled back and said, "Be resolute." And she, too, firmed herself and nodded. Stepping slightly out of the way, he reached out and pulled Daphne in close. "We are bondmates," he firmly said. "We will spend the rest of our lives together. I love you both. And, I know you both are developing feelings for your bond sister. We can do this, together." He then stepped back a touch to give them room. And waited, praying to God and their angels they could get past this. "For us," he softly said. The next few seconds felt like 1,000 years as neither girl moved. Then, almost as if they were of one mind, both leaned forward at the same time. Slowly, very slowly, their lips moved closer together. Then, almost surprising everyone, their lips lightly touched. Both then pulled back, just a little, as they were both a little surprised by the contact. There was a slight pause, then, suddenly, they both quickly moved forward. Their lips touched, and then melded. Their arms came up to hold one another. Harry, quickly but as quietly as he could, backed away as they both started to glow. Neither Luna or Madame Pomfrey, nor Harry, had ever seen a bonding occurring before, even though Harry had been a part of one, twice. Luna giggled and was quietly and rapidly softly clapping her hands in joy as Madame Pomfrey quietly whispered, "Oh, my." The bond between the girls got brighter and developed a silvery hue, almost pearlescent. For Harry, though, he also felt as if he was looking through a silver fog as he watched them. Raising his hands so he could see them, he noticed he, too, was glowing silver. Not knowing why, but feeling he must, he stepped back forward and wrapped both girls, together, in a firm hug. Then watched as the glow became brighter for a few moments. As the two girls pulled away from each other, the glow started to fade. They looked in wonder at the other before suddenly blushing and giggling. Harry started chuckling a little in happiness for them both before he said, "That was just, wow." "Yeah, wow." Hermione giggled before Daphne nodded her head in bashful agreement. Unknown to the three, Madame Pomfrey had moved forward and was slowly walking around their little group hug and waving her wand over them. It wasn't until she moved around into Harry's field of vision that he'd even noticed she was there. "Well," he asked. "Just a minute, Mr. Potter," the Mediwitch almost absently replied. She was very focused on what only she could see, or possibly also Luna. The young Ravenclaw was following just behind the Mediwitch but stopped following when she was opposite Harry in the hug. When she saw that Madame Pomfrey had completed her scan, Luna jumped forward and hugged both girls as Harry was doing from the other side. "Ooh," she giddily exclaimed. "That was amazing. I'm so happy for you both. And you, Harry," and started giggling again, which then set Hermione and Daphne off again. "And," she suddenly said, "your original two bonds are also stronger now." With a clearing of her throat, Madame Pomfrey called to them, "All right, you three." When she knew she had most of their attention, she ordered, "I need the three of you back on the beds. This time, I need you on the end, Mr. Potter. Switch with Miss Granger, please." The three bondmates, albeit reluctantly, separated and returned to the beds. As he was told, Harry moved to the one Hermione laid upon as she moved to the one he was on. When all three were back on beds, the Mediwitch once more stepped forward and began her scans. This time, she focused mainly on Hermione and Daphne. However, she did also scan Harry. Stepping back to stand at the foot of Hermione's bed, she said to them, "Well, Miss Lovegood is, again, correct. Your original two bonds are now stronger. And, you've definitely initiated the third bond. Further, the new bond looks like it is linked to the original two bonds, which are helping it establish. It is really quite extraordinary. Can the girls expect urgent ministerial and Gringotts owls to suddenly show up?" Harry asked. "I think both girls would much rather this be kept quiet from the rest of the school population." "Yes," Hermione fervently said. "Definitely." And Daphne nodded in agreement. "I have no idea," Madame Pomfrey replied. "Therefore, I suggest the three of you remain in here for a little while. Besides, I'll be able to rescan the three of you before you leave, to see if there's been a change in the strength of the three bonds." "You expect it too?" asked Hermione. "I have no idea," the Mediwitch replied. "However, the healing community would take back my mastery if I didn't take the opportunity to find out." Daphne shot her a sudden look of concern as Harry was glancing across at her. Knowing why Daphne reacted the way she did, Harry said to the Mediwitch, "Madame Pomfrey." "Yes, Mr. Potter," she asked. "We'd rather you not make things public about our bond," he said. "We appreciate our privacy, and don't want to become the subjects or topic of medical debate. Please respect our privacy with this." Madame Pomfrey nodded and said, "I cannot discuss your health issues with others without your permission, Mr. Potter." "Thank you," all three said. Turning to Luna, Madame Pomfrey said, "Miss Lovegood, as you were working to ease me with this, the same applies to you." "I know, ma'am," she replied. "They're my friends. I won't breach their confidence." About 45 minutes later, just as before the scheduled time for changing clees, the Mediwitch ran another scan over the three of them. No owls had arrived with notices. "Well, the new bond has stabilized a little stronger than I would have expected," she said to them. "You're free to go to your next CL. However, if you or Miss Lovegood notices any ill effects, or you notice any feelings of unease or other illness, the three of you are to make your way to see me immediately. Do you understand?" "Yes, ma'am," they all replied. "And, Miss Lovegood," she said, looking at the young Ravenclaw, "you're to send them if you notice anything, as well. If they can't come to me, you're to come and get me. Understand?" "Yes, ma'am," she replied. And all four left the infirmary. As soon as they were gone, the Mediwitch moved to her files and began to update them with the latest information. She then put their three personal medical files together and bound them using a strong privacy charm and alert charm. "And that should stop Albus from nosing around," she muttered as she moved to file them in her office filing cabinet. Once they'd left the infirmary, Luna wished them a safe day as she headed off to her COMCCL, as the three bondmates headed for their single charms CL. After Luna left, and before they arrived in the more popular corridors of the castle, Harry turned to them each and aid them, first, Daphne, and then Hermione. Hugging them both, together, he softly said, "I'm proud of you both," before they separated and continued on their way, hand in hand. At lunch, the three went and sat at their usual part of the Ravenclaw table. They'd beaten Luna to their seats, as the younger girl would likely have needed to clean up after handling stuff in COMC. The three were happily eating their lunches when Luna arrived and sat opposite. How are you three holding up? She asked. Good, said Harry. Thank you for asking, Luna. I feel satisfied, complete, like a missing part has been found, said Hermione, clearly thinking about it. Daphne paused for a few moments in deep thought before she said, Hermione's right. And, definitely a lot calmer. She seemed to think about it for a while longer before she went on to say, at least, since the 1st of September. I feel amazing, she continued. And, loved. I think this is what Della was hinting at, when she spoke with me. Before Luna could ask any sticky questions, Harry asked, what do you have on this afternoon, Luna? A double in Transfiguration, she replied, starting to build a sandwich for lunch. What about you? Potions, right, potions, he confirmed with a nod. A double. Professor Snape has been a lot nicer these past couple of days, hasn't he? She asked. Do you know why? I know the headmaster has had a very stern talking to him, Harry replied. As has Professor McGonagall as deputy headmistress. She said, that may have done it. Before they finished lunch, another fourth year, Claw, Su Li, handed Daphne a copy of the IGN Ment given to them by Professor Binns for History of Magic, to which Daphne thanked her very much. The afternoon was another surprisingly enjoyable potions lesson, after which the three made their way back to their apartment. After they entered and shucked their over-robes, they were not needed to be worn for anything but CL in the important feasts. The three sat down to make a start on their homework. And, working together, they knocked off 2 of the IGN Ments in quick succession before making their way down for dinner. Just before they entered the Great Hall, Harry said to both girls, don't forget, you can invite your friends to come and pay a visit in the evenings. You should invite Neville, said Hermione. Building a friendship is one of your tasks, isn't it? With a sigh, Harry replied, you're right. I've forgotten him since we were resorted. How about we make it a standard invitation for Neville, Luna, Tracy, Blaise and Horace for Fridays, Hermione suggested. But not for next Friday. I want that just for the 3 of us so we can talk. Are you still sure you want to have that talk on your birthday, love? Harry asked. How about we make that for Saturday? Or tonight, and not ask our friends to visit until next Friday, and they can share your birthday. Thank you, Harry, for being considerate, she smiled at him. However, I too need time to think about how I'm going to share my life experiences with the 2 of you. Not next Saturday, then? He asked. She just shook her head with a smile on her face in reply. Walking in, Harry spotted Neville sitting on the inside side of the Gryffindor table talking to Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. Ron was sitting opposite with his back to the wall, just listening in but clearly eager to start eating. When Harry approached, Ron spotted him first and backed off a bit, obviously remembering the last words Harry had said to him on the stairs. Tapping Neville on the shoulder, Harry asked him to step away from the table for a bit. Which Neville did. Out of listening in range, Harry asked the other boy, how would you like to come and check out our new digs, tonight? We're having a couple of select friends over for a couple of butterbeers and snacks. Surprised he was asked, Neville replied, yeah, sure, Harry. That sounds nice. Thank you. With an answering smile, Harry said, great. Now, we're behind the statue of Professor Whittaker just down from the Ravenclaw Tower entrance in the West Wing. Know where it is? Neville appeared to think about it for a bit, rustling through his memories before he said, sorry, Harry, I don't. That's all right, Harry soothed him. You can walk back with us, then, after the meal. That way we can be sure you know where it is in future. With a smile masking his look of relief, the other boy said, that'd be great, thanks. Just as he was about to head to the Ravenclaw table, Harry said to him, oh, and if any Weasley asks where you're going, or where you've been afterwards, just tell them Hermione, Daphne and I don't want them to know in case Ron or Ginevra uses the information to try and poison us with their potions again. I'll do that, Harry, Neville replied with a small grimace. I'm still finding it hard to accept either one of them would actually try to do something like that. It's disgusting. The rest of the house is disgusted with them, too. With a nod, Harry gave him a pat of manly encouragement on the shoulder before heading to the Ravenclaw table. Daphne, who'd been off talking to her friends at the Slytherin table, joined them a few minutes later. After the meal, the girls headed off back to their apartment, after first volunteering Harry to wait back and escort Neville and the others up. Luna went up with the girls. Only about 10 minutes later, Neville came over and sat down next to Harry. "I'm ready when you are," he said. With a nod of recognition, Harry replied, "We're just waiting on a couple of Slytherins to join us. Daphne's friends." When Tracy, Blaise and Horace joined them a few minutes later, Harry stood up, greeted them and said, "The girls have already headed back. I'm your escort for the evening." "In that case, Mr. Potter," Tracy said as stepped forward and linked her right arm through to hang on his left elbow, "please lead the way." After seeing the other 3 boys grin, Harry said, "Of course, my lady," and led them out of the hall. When they reached the statue, Harry said, "Professor Whittaker, here, guards the entrance to our private chambers." "And diligently, Mr. Potter," the statue said. "And the P word is, double HD," explained Harry. The professor gave a short bow in recognition and stepped aside, allowing Harry, with Tracy still on his arm, to precede the other 3 inside. Hermione and Daphne were sitting together on one of the couches, and they had obviously been chatting about something important between them. As Harry led the others inside, both girls said, "Good evening." And Daphne added, "Thank you all for coming at such short notice." "Thank you for inviting us," said Blaise. Tracy then gave a little bit of a squeal and rushed over to hug her friend. Once she'd backed off, she looked around and said, "This looks nice. It's even bigger than your old one. Give us the tour." Harry said to the guys, "Join them, if you want. Or, take a load off and have a seat." Neville went off to tag along with Daphne and Tracy, but Blaise and Horace remained. Harry went to sit next to Hermione while the other 2 boys sat opposite. "So," Harry started, "how goes life in the S-Pit?" Blaise grinned back and replied, "That arrogant little tosser, Malfoy, is still fuming over how Daphne is now bonded to you, and forevermore out of his reach with a betrothal contract." Harry snorted and said, "From what I've learned, that was never going to happen. First, I believe Matthias hates Malfoy Sr.'s guts. Second, even if he thought of considering such a thing, I think Daphne would likely take her ire out on him before turning her wand to Malfoy Jr." "That's exactly what would have happened," Blaise said with a smirk. "His problem is, Parkinson overheard him and is giving him hell for it." "I thought he already had a contract with Parkinson, anyway," Harry said, a little confused. "No, Parkinson wants everyone to think that because it's what she wants," replied Horace. "However, Malfoy is not interested in her, that way." "Ah," said Harry, understanding. "And what's the common consensus about the changes with Snape?" "They think he's being blackmailed by someone, possibly you," replied Blaise. "Is it you who's blackmailing him?" Harry chuckled and replied, "In a way. I just told Dumbledore he needed to muzzle his dog after one too many of his abuses towards me, or I was going to talk to the headmistress of Beauxbatons when they get here late next month, and apply for a transfer to there. I hate using my fame for anything, but my fame is one of the things Snape keeps targeting me about. So, I may have hinted something along the lines of how I'd make sure the Daily Prophet was given an exclusive interview from me about how the so-called boy who lived was verbally abused right out of the castle by Snape, plus some other things, and that Dumbledore did nothing to stop it, even after numerous complaints. And that I've decided to make my home in France as a result." Horace laughed and said, "And that would lead to the witches and wizards of magical Britain wanting to string both Snape and Dumbledore up and then begging you to come back. Of course, the minister won't hesitate to do so, so long as someone else would take the fall." "Precisely," smirked Harry. "Of course, all Dumbledore really cares about is his reputation. It would be in tatters after something like that. So, he has no problem, as Muggles would say, of tossing Snape under a bus, if that's what would be needed to get me to stay." While they'd been talking, the girls, followed by Neville, walked out of Daphne's bedroom and into Hermione's. "What I'm sorry to you guys about is that it means he can no longer be biased in his awarding of points," he continued. "It isn't a big thing this year, due to the visiting delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, but it will have a significant impact on next year." Horace waved it off and said, "Most of us don't care about the points, anyway." "I'm surprised you do." "I don't," he replied. "However, I care that others do, and they'll blame me for it." Only the Slytherins, Horace shot back. The other houses will probably laud you. Just then the girls and Neville came back, crossed the floor, and entered Harry's room. When they entered, he called for Dobby. The little elf popped in and asked, "Yes, sir. The girls and Neville have just about finished their inspection of our living quarters and'll be back in a moment. Can you organize some butterbeers, juice and small nibblies, for us? Oh, and get us a couch for along the end here for 2 people to sit upon." "Yes, sir. Right away, sir," Dobby shot back before disappearing again. A few moments later, the required drinks and foodstuffs appeared on the coffee table, just as the other 3 re-entered the room from Harry's bedroom. Then the couch appeared directly facing the fireplace and between but back from the ends of the existing long couches. Daphne joined him and Hermione on the couch they were on, while Neville and Tracy took seat on the new couch. Indicating the food and drink, Harry said, "Help yourself, folks." He leaned forward snagging a butterbeer. That night, after their guests had left shortly before curfew, Harry was heading for bed when Daphne called his attention back. "Harry," she called. Turning to look back, he asked, "Yes, love." Blushing, she said, "It's okay if you don't wear any boxers tonight." Harry stood looking at her for a moment, and she feared he'd say, "No." However, he softly said, "If you don't want me to, then I won't." Then, with a small smile, he walked into his bedroom, leaving the door open. After going through his usual ablutions, he walked back into the bedroom and moved to climb into bed when the girls walked in. In they walked, hand in hand, and both weren't wearing any clothes. But both were also blushing a little with small smiles. Trying not to ember them, he said, "You both look lovely," and made his way to the bed. As he climbed in, the girls climbed in either side of him, as usual. Not wanting to, but offering it anyway, he asked, "As the bond between you two has only just been initiated and needs to be built up, does one of you want to switch with me?" Neither said anything for a moment until Hermione said, "That's all right, Harry. I'm sure the bond will develop on its own, soon enough. Now, roll over onto your left side, tonight." As he rolled over, he felt Daphne slide back as Hermione slid forward. He slid his left arm up under his pillow and the right over Daphne's hip to rest his hand on her upper abdomen. He also felt Hermione's right arm come all the way across both of them to rest on Daphne's hip. Irrespective of their state of dress, it didn't take any of them long to drift off to sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night he woke to a most unusual sensation. He was lying flat on his back with Daphne using his upper left as a pillow. And he felt her arm laying across his upper abdomen with her hand holding him under his arm near his false ribs on his right. She was cuddling him as if he was a teddy bear, or something. However, Hermione was also laying with her head on his upper on the right side. But her hand was down holding him. Her hand wasn't moving, nor was it gripping. And, with the way both witches were pinning his arms out behind them, he couldn't use one of his hands to free himself of her unconscious grip. Plus, he was now starting to take an interest. He quickly thought of horrid and nasty things, and continued to think of them until, without his realizing it, he drifted off to sleep again. As the next morning was a Saturday, which would usually mean a late lie-in, he expected to wake up with both his bondmates sleeping either side of him. However, only Daphne was lying there, this morning. Worried for Hermione, he carefully eased himself away from Daphne and gently slipped out of bed. He then grabbed his glees before pulling out a fresh pair of boxers and donning them. Then, with wand in hand, he left the bedroom to search for her. He found her wearing just a robe sitting on one of the couches with her head in her hands. "Hermione," he softly called to her. She was quite startled and sat up with a fright. When she realized who it was, she visibly relaxed again and started to blush before looking away. He walked over to the couch and sat down close beside her. "Love, what's wrong?" She was still looking away from him as he reached down to take her nearest hand in both of his. He could feel she was a little tense. "Hermione," he softly called again. "Have I done something wrong?" "What?" she softly exclaimed, whipping her head around to look at him, before she blushed again and, once more, turned away. "No, Harry, I have. A problem shared is a problem halved, love," he said. "What's wrong?" "It's embering," she said. "All right," he said, For whom? There was another hesitation before she replied, for us. I thought we were trying to get over being embered between us, he said, a little hurt. She stuttered. Oh, Harry, come on, he said. You can do it. I woke up a little while ago, she sighed. Actually, about an hour ago. And I was playing with you. With your, you know. Oh, he said with a bit of a quiet chuckle. She whipped her head back around to stare at him. You're not upset? No, he smirked. We talked about this, remember? Accidental touching in your sleep is both expected and sanctioned. Yes, I know we agreed that. But, we meant for you, she tried to explain. Well, just so you know, I didn't, he replied. I expect both you ladies, at some time, to touch me in that way in your sleep. I'd be a hypocrite if I wanted a free license and not grant, or understand the need for, one for both of you. But, Harry, she half-whined. I didn't just touch, I was playing. And what was I doing with your left nipple on that first morning of you sleeping in my bed from the previous night? He shot back. She thought about that for a moment, biting her bottom lip, before she replied, oh. Yes, oh, he lightly chuckled. He stood up and offered her his hand. Come back to bed, love. You've done nothing wrong and I'm definitely not mad at you for it. With a very relieved sigh, she said, all right, Harry. She then stood up and followed him back to bed. When both stripped off, he carefully slid in first and Hermione followed him in. He felt the best part of it was that, just before she climbed in after him, he again got to see what she had to offer. And he liked what he saw. As they settled down with a pair of sighs, Daphne suddenly asked, where have you two been? Startled, Harry quickly turned his head to look at her while Hermione giggled. You cheeky minx, he accused. You led us to think you were still asleep. No, you just humed, she shot right back, still not opening her eyes. So, what was going on? With a sigh, Hermione said, well, best to clear the air, I suppose. When I woke up early this morning, I found myself, I was, she had hold of, little me, Harry cut in. Harry, Hermione exclaimed a little shocked at his bluntness. She didn't mean to, he continued, ignoring Hermione's protest. Obviously, she had one of those dreams and the boundary between dream and reality became blurred. She was holding little me in her hand and woke up that way, and thought she'd done something wrong. That had Daphne giggling. Obviously, you didn't think she'd done something wrong, though. Of course not, he replied. Sleeping touches are accidental touches. We agreed they would happen and they'd be forgiven. Hermione simply forgot that. No, disagreed Hermione. I just didn't think I'd be the one doing the, as you put it, sleeping touches, that needed to be forgiven. Well, now you know, he shot back. You're forgiven. Now, can we please cuddle before we have to get up for breakfast? That's a good idea, Daphne firmly stated before sliding over to rest her head on his. I like this. After a few moments, Hermione did the same. They were just lying there for a long few moments, just enjoying the loving feeling they each had in each other's arms, when Daphne quietly asked Hermione, what's it feel like? Daphne, Hermione squealed, pulling away again apparently scandalized. Harry just cracked up laughing. Once they finally did rise, run through their morning ablutions and walk down to the great hall for a late breakfast, the three bondmates were some of the last ones to break their fasts. Harry, called a voice from behind. Recognizing it instantly, Harry froze as he tried to get his instant flare of hatred back down and under control. Weasley, he muttered with an almost snarl. Slowly turning around, he looked up into the face of Ron Weasley. What do you want? Seeming to take a deep breath and see himself up, Ron imperiously stated, I've decided to forgive you your actions against me. We can be friends again. My mother demands it. Utterly stunned by his ex-friend's words and actions, Harry first turned to look at an equally stunned Hermione, before he turned back. Are you completely out of your dull little mind? He scoffed. I want you the hell away from me. I want you in Azkaban. And, if I can't have that, I want you dead. In what freaking reality would you ever believe I want anything to do with you, ever again? With his eyes widening in shock and hurt at the rebuff, Ron tried, but, Harry. I'm willing to forgive you, you should be willing to forgive me and Ginny. You tried to poison me and Hermione with potions, Weasley, snarled Harry, standing up and glaring back. A better friend that you pointed out to me afterwards that Amortentia and their like could easily be called the Imperious Curse in a bottle. That includes any other mind-altering potion, or potion that takes away a person's free will. If there was ever a project I wanted to put the Potter fortune towards, it's to see those sorts of potions be the first ever to be clad as unforgivables. As he was speaking, Harry's voice became louder and louder, and Ron cowered back further and further. And that's exactly what we consider what your sister did, and what you were doing, Weasley, he barked. Unforgivable. Mr. Potter, calm yourself. Professor McGonagall called, stalking down the hall towards them. Turning to Ron as she approached, she barked, and you, Mr. Weasley, my office, at the completion of the meal. Now, return to the Gryffindor table. Ron skulked back to the table as the usual noise level returned to the hall. He did, however, cast one last hate-filled glare back at Harry. Neither saw the headmaster look down at the two of them and sigh in both sadness and frustration. Once done with breakfast, the three trudged back up to their apartment. Harry then told them, I need to duck into Diagon Alley and was thinking of the Whomping Willow's secret tunnel to the Shrieking Shack to duck out for a couple hours. Do either of you want to come with? Harry, you'll get caught, Hermione said a little worried for him. No, love, he replied. We learned how to do glamours when we were on the hunt for Horcruxes, remember? Oh, she blushed. Of course, we did. He chuckled and gave her a, you thought we were 14, again, and forgot we've learned post. Newt's charms. I did, she admitted with a little sigh. But, why do you want to go into Diagon Alley now? Well, Miss Nosy Parker, he replied. I wanted to pick up a nice birthday present for you. Plus, a couple other things. She sighed. Just don't forget you need to back here at 1 p.m., she instructed him. That solicitor Matthias sent us is due then. I won't, he replied. In Wednesday morning's owl mail drop Harry finally received a letter from a solicitor Matthias had organized for them. He quickly wrote back and agreed to a meeting with the man the next Saturday, today, at 1 p.m. The three had already let their head of house, Professor Flitwick, know of the meeting, and asked him not to discuss it with anyone. They didn't need to mention that anyone also included the headmaster. He'd promised not to, so, hopefully, they wouldn't be bothered by the headmaster during the meeting. Neither girl wanted to accompany him for this trip. Changing his appearance into a nondescript adult wizard, Harry asked for his bondmates' opinions. After a couple of minor tweaks, they deemed him suitable. A quick memorization of his appearance and he allowed it to fade away. Knowing he'd be using his invisibility cloak, Harry pulled it out and scanned it for charms and the like. Harry, asked Hermione, why are you scanning your invisibility cloak? Think about this, Hermione, he started to explain. This is the true cloak of invisibility, right? Yes, she replied, and it was supposed to be so good that it hid him. Peverell, even from death, right? He asked. Yes, she replied, frowning. Then, how is it that Dumbledore and Moody are able to see through it? Within, of understanding, she replied, that shouldn't be possible. Right, he firmly agreed. So, the only other explanation is that old Twinkles did something to it before he returned it to me that allows him to see through it. Sighing in sadness for yet another piece of evidence that Dumbledore was not the great man she originally thought him to be, Hermione stood and approached Harry to help him scan the cloak. Found one, said Harry, pausing in his scanning. A tracking charm. Not caring that Dumbledore would know it had been removed, he moved it to the back of the couch he was standing next to. As they held the cloak out between them, Hermione was next to find something. Here's another, she sighed. A beacon charm at the corner of the hood. As she stripped it away, Harry supposed, that was probably how he could see us in Hagrid's hut during second year. When me and Ron were hiding under it in the corner. Here's another, she suddenly said. I don't know what it is, though. Strip it, anyway, he said. When they finished there were no further charms they could find on the cloak. Harry allowed it to dee over the back of the couch and turned to his friend. All right, he asked, can you do a quick scan of me for tracking and beacon charms? While he stood there with his feet a shoulder width apart, and his arms a little out from his sides, Hermione began to scan. Daphne, quite curious, came over to help. Almost immediately, as she was starting at the top and from his front and working her way down, she came across one. Got one, Daphne exclaimed. A tracking charm affixed to your glees. I'll transfer it to a quill in your school bag. That way, it'll seem to work while you're in school, but won't as soon as you're out of here. Harry quickly picked up a quill and watched as Daphne transferred the tracking charm to it. And another, exclaimed Hermione from down near his feet. One on your left shoe. It's more recent than those on your cloak, too. Just as Daphne did, she transferred that over to the quill, too. As Daphne went to set the quill aside so she could continue scanning, Hermione again suddenly said, "Here's another. It's on your belt." So, Daphne again held the quill for her as she transferred the charm. "This is ridiculous," Harry grouched. "Just how many does old Twinkles think he needs on me to keep track of me?" "At least one more, Harry," said Daphne from where she was looking at his left wrist. "There's another on the timepiece on your wrist." A pause and then, "Nope. There's also one on your wand." As she worked to move those two to the quill, Hermione stood back frowning. After a few moments, as Daphne finished moving the last tracking charm, Hermione snapped her fingers and exclaimed, "Of course." "Of course, what, love?" asked Harry, still looking around himself. "The tracking charms that were on you," she replied. "They were all on items the headmaster thought you'd always be wearing or carrying." "Huh?" he asked, confused. "She right," Daphne firmly nodded. "You change your clothes at least every day, and magical washing strips them off. And, any charms that may have been on your direct person, we know would have fallen away due to the bond. Therefore, the only ones that make sense are the ones that are on items you would have on you all the time and wouldn't be washed. Such as your glees, your belt, your wand, your watch and your shoes," continued Hermione. Frowning, Daphne asked, "You only have one pair of shoes?" "Well, no," said Harry. "Two pairs. My school shoes and the trainers I wear at the Dursleys." With a roll of her eyes, Daphne said, "First chance we get, we're taking you clothes shopping." Wanting to change the subject, Harry said, "While I'm out, would you two please scan everything I own for more such charms? Including my trunk and Hedwig's cage." "And Hedwig herself." "Yeah, and we'll scan everything I own while we're at it," Hermione acknowledged. "That old fool really wants to keep an eye on you, doesn't he?" asked Daphne. "Yep," he replied. "He needs to know where his little pet weapon is at any time." With a sigh, he said, "Well, I'd best be off if I want to get back here before lunch." He gave each girl a quick and said, "I'll be back as soon as I can." He donned his invisibility cloak and made his way outside into the Whomping Willow. A quick knockback jinx on the knot on the trunk, stilling the tree for the necessary few moments, and he was through to the Shrieking Shack. Once in the shack he donned his glamour and made his way to the Three Broomsticks, where he used the fireplace to flow to the leaky cauldron. A nod of greeting to the barman, Tom, and he was through the back door and into the alley, then through the magical archway into the alley proper, and soon was walking into Gringotts. Entering the bank, Harry made his way to a vacant teller and waited to be acknowledged. When the goblin finally looked up it said, "What do you want, wizard?" "Good morning, teller," Harry respectfully replied. "I need to withdraw some gold from my vault and am currently not in possession of my key." The goblin glared back at him and half snarled, "You are responsible for the safety of your key, at all times, wizard. You will be charged for a replacement." "Understood, teller," Harry replied. After another long glare, the goblin withdrew some parchment from under his desk and placed it, and a small ritual knife, on the desk before him. "Prick your finger with the knife and allow 3 drops of your blood to land on the circle at the top right of the sheet," the goblin instructed. Harry stepped closer to the teller window and softly but firmly said, "When I do this, I need you to continue to address me as nothing more than wizard, teller goblin. I do not want other bank customers to learn of my identity. Do you understand?" The goblin stared back with a look of curiosity before he said, "It will be done." With a nod of acceptance, Harry raised the tip of the knife to the pad of the middle finger on his left hand, and gave it a sharp jab over the parchment. Pulling the knife away and placing it, hilt first, towards the goblin back on the desktop, he held his left finger directly over the spot marked on the parchment, allowing the blood to drip free. Once the required 3 drops fell, he pulled his hand away and pinched off the flow by directly squeezing it with his thumb pressed on the small nick. The goblin dipped the knife into what Harry knew to be a combined antiseptic and bodily fluid destroyer before he dropped it into a small tray set to the side. All the while, both he and Harry stared at the sheet of parchment between them. It took a few moments before the magic of the small ritual led to words suddenly appearing on the parchment, a lot like how they appeared on the Marauders' map. Harry was watching it from an upside-down perspective. As it finished, the goblin flicked his head up to look back at Harry in shock. There was just a slight hesitation before he said, "Come with me, wizard." Harry stepped back as the goblin rolled up the parchment sheet and placed a closed notice in his window. Then he gestured for Harry to go to the end of the long bench of teller windows. Harry complied. At the end, the goblin came through a small batwing hip-height door and, with another gesture, had Harry follow him through a full-height door. As he did so, Harry felt the effect of Fool's Downfall wash over him, stripping away his glamour. 2 guards and the teller goblin stood just out of his reach but well within reach of the 2 long halberds the goblin guards were bearing as they stared back, impavely. "Well, Mr. Potter," said the goblin. "You are who the blood-identifying ritual said you are. Follow me." And the goblin spun about and continued to walk down the long corridor. Hurrying to catch up, Harry said, "Now that you know who I am, may I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" There was another slight hesitation as the goblin seemed to consider whether or not Harry had an ulterior motive for asking. Then he almost grudgingly replied, "It's Ripclaw, Mr. Potter." "Then I am pleased to make your acquaintance." "Well met, Teller Ripclaw," Harry politely said. It was for this sort of moment that Harry was grateful for the long hours of chatting he had with Griphook at Shell Cottage in the old timeline. If it wasn't that Griphook was also curious, he doubted the tricky old goblin would have told him anything about goblin society and modes of greeting. He was using that knowledge now. The goblin stopped and turned to him with a look of combined suspicion and respect. Eventually, he said, "Well met, Mr. Potter," before he continued on his way. Almost suddenly they stopped at a normal door, similar to ones he'd already ped. Affixed at about height was a small gold plaque. On it in engraved black lettering was a single family name, Potter. "Sweet Merlin," thought Harry, as Ripclaw rapped his knuckles smartly on the door. To have your own account manager demonstrated beyond any other symbol just how rich and important the House of Potter was to both the wizarding world and the goblins. That simple plaque represented so much. There was an almost growling bark sound from beyond the door and Ripclaw opened it, leading Harry inside. Stopping about 5 feet short of the single desk within, with an older goblin sitting behind it, Ripclaw gave a short bow and said, "The Heir Potter." The older goblin looked up at him as Ripclaw left and barked, "And just where in Grownukes name have you been, Mr. Potter? Time and again we have sent you requests for you to come and visit us, and you have ignored each and every one of them." Calmly, Harry said, "Before you start ripping strips off me and rendering them down for potions ingredients, perhaps you should first start by telling me who you are." Pausing for another furious glare, the old goblin used a slightly lower volume to growl, "I am Senior Account Keeper Sharpclaw. Now, perhaps you can explain to me your actions." Spying the single chair sitting before the desk, Harry indicated it and asked, "May I? I have somewhat distressing news to impart to you." Sharpclaw gave a short sharp nod but continued to glare at Harry as he calmly made his way to the chair and sat down. "It will distress you to know, Senior Sharpclaw, that my owl mail, contrary to my prior knowledge until a couple of days ago, has been redirected away from me," Harry calmly replied. "A couple of days ago, and immediately after I forced him to do so, I had Albus Dumbledore show me to where my mail has been redirected by him. It is all, currently, stored in one of the abandoned parts of the Hogwarts castle. In a storeroom there are literally thousands of items of my illegally undelivered mail sitting on shelves waiting for me to go through. That includes all mail sent to me from Gringotts." Staring back with an almost murderous look at Harry, Sharpclaw asked, "Do you mean to tell me that Wizard Dumbledore has been intercepting your mail and redirecting it to a different location against your wishes?" "I do," Harry calmly replied. "However, he had himself recognized as my magical guardian by the Wizengamot. And he told me he feared those with ill intent towards me may have attempted to use owl mail as a way to do me harm. However, While his stated intentions are good, his execution of those intentions, shall we say, leave a lot to be desired. It is both illegal under wizarding law, and a breach of treaty, to intercept Gringotts' mail. Sharp Claw barked back, furious all over again. And barking at me like a mangy dog might make you feel better, but accomplishes nothing. Harry shot right back. Sharp Claw stared back at him with a look of shock for a moment, as Harry matched him stare for stare, before he burst out laughing. Well reasoned, Herr Potter, he finally, and lot more calmly, stated. I take it you have remonstrated with the old fool, and we can now expect you to receive your mail. You may. However, I'm going to ask, until I'm sure the mail redirection has been removed, you send all correspondence to me care of a Miss Hermione Granger, Harry calmly replied. And, now that you've vented your spleen at me, perhaps we can get on with both why you've sought my attendance, and why I came in. Time is money, after all. That it is, Sharp Claw said, looking back at Harry with something akin to awakening respect. Over the next hour Sharp Claw provided Harry with a folio of recent account statements for his 3 vaults, spoke to the quite substantial Potter investment portfolio, and his plans for it, and a listing of Potter property. Of course, Harry couldn't access the 2 main Potter vaults until he was emancipated. And he couldn't tell Senior Sharp Claw his emancipation would occur in only a matter of about 6 weeks. So, that had to wait. He did inform the Goblin that he suspected he would be emancipated, on or about the 1st of November. And that particular information was in the highest confidence. It is my intention at this time, he told the Goblin, that I will be visiting you again on the 1st of November, or very soon afterwards. At that time I expect to have been emancipated. And I further intend, at that time, we fully activate the Potter holdings, vaults and all. You know something, the old Goblin accused. Names for the champions for the upcoming Tri-Wizard tournament will be drawn on the evening of the 31st of October, explained Harry. The Ministry have made the determination that only, of age, witches and wizards may take part in the tournament. I believe my name will be selected as a champion. If the Ministry demands I compete, I believe they will have effectively emancipated me. I intend to make use of that. Sharp Claw looked back at him with shrewd respect. So, you will come in here, fill out the emancipation acknowledgement documentation, which I will, of course, have prepared for such an eventuality, and have me immediately submit them to the Ministry through our normal channel of communication. Precisely, Harry replied, glad the old Goblin understood. Plus, I am in the process of securing the services of a law firm. I have a meeting with one such individual this afternoon. That man, or woman or another, will be providing legal counsel that can be used to east. For his part, Harry had both Daphne and Hermione keyed into accessing his accounts, and asked for a recommendation for a jeweler who was discreet. He told the Goblin he had every intention of placing betrothal rings on the fingers of both his bondmates the next Friday. And, finally, he donned the head of house ring for House Potter, and immediately disillusioned it. This doesn't make me a lord or anything, does it? Asked Harry, a little worried. With a very human-like snort, Sharp Claw replied, of course not. From wherever would you get such an idea? With a shrug and wry smile, Harry replied, just a suspicion. No, Mr. Potter, the Goblin said. Lordships and the like are something the Muggles do, not witches and wizards. Harry nodded back in acknowledgement before he continued, now, there is one final matter I wish to raise with you concerning what I suspect is a dark magic item of the highest caliber being stored in one of Gringotts' vaults. It is not in one of mine, and I had neither control over its creation, or over it ever being placed within your vaults, nor any control over it even now. However, I'm aware that Gringotts, in general, will be most distressed to learn of its existence, even more so that it is within Goblin holdings. With a wary look back at Harry, Sharp Claw asked, and what and where would this dark magic item be? The item is the personal potion chalice of Helga Hufflepuff. It is known as Hufflepuff's Cup, Harry further explained. However, a wizard by the name of Tom Riddle, and also known by the pseudonym of Lord Voldemort, used it to convert it into a Horcrux, or soul container. As for where it is, I'm led to believe it's currently in the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange, here, at Gringotts. It's what? Roared the old Goblin. Harry just cocked an eyebrow back, unflinching. Sharp Claw jabbed a finger down on what appeared to be a rune on his desk and barked at it in the tongue of the goblins. Momentarily, there rapidly entered a couple of minor-level younger goblins. Sharp Claw rapid-fire barked at them in the tongue for a few moments before they both looked quite angry and shot back out the door. The old goblin then swiveled his head to stare hard back at Harry. Harry sat with his eyebrows still cocked and the barest hint of a smirk on his face, calm as can be. With a wary glare back, Sharp Claw asked, "And how did you come to learn of this abomination, Mr. Potter? Or, that it resides in one of our vaults, contrary to treaty?" "Alas, I will not, cannot say, Senior Sharp Claw," Harry calmly replied. "I am bound not to. Nevertheless, I know my information is accurate, as we both shall soon learn." A few minutes later, one of the two younger goblins from earlier burst in through the doors. He ignored Harry and, with a growl in his voice, said something to Sharp Claw. Clearly, it was information confirming Harry's bombshell. The two spoke for a few moments before the younger goblin again departed and Sharp Claw, once more, turned his attention to Harry. "Your information has been confirmed, Mr. Potter," stated Sharp Claw with disgust. "As punishment for the witch who did this, the entirety of the vaults will be confiscated. You will be awarded a 10% cut of the value of the contents as finder's fee for the information. Once the cup has been cleansed of the foul taint upon it, I want possession of it," Harry quickly stated. "As it belonged to one of the founders of Hogwarts, I want to be able to return it to the school, so it may be placed on display at a later time." Sharp Claw nodded back and said, "That can be done. The value of it will, however, be deducted from the finder's fee." 90% of its value, you mean, mused Harry. "After all, 10% of its value is rightfully mine as part of the finder's fee." Sharp Claw stared back shrewdly for a moment before he gave a firm nod of recognition of Harry's reasoning. "As you state," he replied. "However, you will also be charged the cost of removing the Horcrux from the object, in return." Harry smiled and replied, "As you state, Senior Sharp Claw." Harry then rose and said, "Time is money, Senior, and I've taken enough of yours." Not even moving from his desk, Sharp Claw replied, "That it is, Mr. Potter. I shall have the parchment work ready for you by the 1st of November. I also expect the cup to be cleansed and ready for you to pick up, by then." With a slight bow, Harry said, "Well met, Senior Sharp Claw." With the return acknowledgement in his ears, Harry turned and left the office, heading back to the main lobby. Leaving the bank, Harry reddened his glamour in the lobby and made his way directly to the address of the jeweler Sharp Claw recommended. Entering, he approached the storekeeper and informed her of his needs. 3 matching betrothal, the witch asked before her eyes widened in understanding. "You're Harry Potter. This purchase is on behalf of Mr. Potter," Harry firmly stated. While he didn't lie, he knew the storekeeper would jump to the wrong conclusion. "Oh," the storekeeper said, "and I may call you Mr. Evans," Harry muttered. Again, not another lie, as she never asked for his name, just a name to call him. Harry now felt like he was channeling Dumbledore. "Of course, Mr. Evans," she half gushed. "This way, please." She led him over to one of her secured GL-fronted displays and pulled out a long tray of rings similar to how they were presented in the Muggle way. She then carried that, plus a second tray, to a countertop. With the use of twin bright overhead gaslights, she held the trays angled up slightly to display them for him. "These are our usual ancient house-style betrothal rings," she explained. "Of course, we can also do custom requests, if that is more Mr. Potter's preference." Harry gave a light grunt in acknowledgement, and the sale which continued. "Of course, I know little about Miss Granger, wasn't it? But," without waiting for confirmation, she continued, "but we know the Granger family quite well. If I recall, Miss Daphne has light blue eyes, a light complexion, and light hair. And I've heard Miss Hermione has brown eyes, I think, light complexion and mid to chocolate brown hair. I do not know if we have any rings that could easily match both ladies." "That's okay," Harry replied, still looking down at the trays. "I'm fully aware of what Mr. Potter wants, and he describes Miss Granger's eyes as chocolate brown, the same as her hair." Indicating one of the rings, he described, he wants something like that one for both ladies. Except he wants a setting of 3 small stones of equal cut and size in a closed shape. Each stone is to be an identical heart cut, or love heart-shaped cut, with the points pointing into the center of the symbol so it appears like a 6-petaled flower. And a similar ring in a man's style. If you have a spare small sheet of parchment, ink and a quill I can draw it for you. Certainly, she said, moving to a small desk and drawing the 3 items out of a drawer. She brought them back and placed them for Harry's use on the counter next to the trays. Harry then carefully drew the shape of 3 heart-cut shapes with the bottom tip of each pointing into the middle. It made a somewhat hexagonal shape of the 3 stones. Once he was completed he said, "Now for the stones themselves. For each ring, 1 each of aquamarine, sunstone and emerald. For Miss Granger's ring, the aquamarine stone is to be center top, for Miss Granger, the sunstone is to be center top, and for Mr. Potter, the emerald." Harry quickly drew 2 matching stone patterns and named each stone according to what he'd just said. Spinning it about so the witch could see what he meant, he asked, "Is that clear enough for you?" Bending over to look closer at the 3 designs, the witch was frowning and replied, "Yes, yes, I believe it is. You understand, of course, the stones will be a little on the tiny side and it will still be expensive." "I do," Harry replied with a gentle nod. "These rings are to represent the uniqueness of their 3-way soul bond, and to show one and all that they are genuinely committed to one another." "Yes, so it would," the witch said, now clearly understanding what she was looking upon. Looking back at Harry, she explained, "This will be quite the unusual, if not unique, project I have ever undertaken. Now, what metal do you want for the rings themselves?" "White gold," he said. "I've been told their bonds glowed silver with a slight pearl hue when they were initiated, so that sounds like the perfect metal for the ring." "That it does," she smiled. After getting a promise of discretion for the work and who ordered it, a promise of a rush on the order, once Harry offered a 15% bonus if the work could be done and delivered within a week, and an advanced payment of the total amount of just over 1,000 galleons, Harry left the store with a bit of a skip in his step. His next stop took him down Knockturn Alley. Just as he entered he raised the hood of his cloak and placed a second glamour over his face that would give it a type of blur and make his voice sound a little deeper and menacing. With an air of supreme confidence he made his way down the alley. Other witches and wizards, recognizing the stride of someone powerful, stepped out of his way as he ped. Finding the store he wanted, he entered. At the counter, he pushed the little bell to summon the store owner to the front of the store. "Yes, sir?" asked the store owner, a wizened old man, coming from behind a set of shelves behind the short counter. There were no other customers. "I need 6 or capable minimum quick-draw wand holsters," Harry firmly stated. "Such are somewhat illegal," said the proprietor. "Old Jimmy can be in lots of troubles with the DMLE, if he sells such a thing to you." Leaning forward and speaking a little quieter but just as firm, Harry said, "The Dark Lord will soon return. He will reward those who have been of service." The old man's eyes widened a little before he stuttered, "Oh, of course, sir." "Oh, one moment, please." He quickly ducked back between the shelves and returned with a plain unmarked small crate. He placed it on the bench, quickly looked around, and removed the lid. Inside, Harry could see at least a dozen such holsters rested within. He then reached inside and removed 6 at random. "They are all in good working order?" he demanded. "Of course, sir," the storekeeper replied. "Hit wizard level and quality." With a grunt, Harry asked, "How much?" "Oh, 100 galleons each, sir," the man said. Harry could see the man clearly did not believe his own pricing. He snapped his hand out with his fast Quidditch reflexes and grabbed the man by a fistful of his robe lapels before dragging him hard against and slightly over the counter. "When I asked how much I did not expect to be so insulted." "Try again," he snarled. And shoved the man back away again. "Why yes, sir, sorry sir," the man stammered clearly frightened. "Just a test, sir. I'm sure you understand." Harry just stood there silent and trying to look menacing. The old man nervously wet his lips and said, "40 galleons each, sir." 30, Harry snarled. "For your insult." Looking a little pained, the old man begged, 35, please, sir." Harry stood glaring at the man to make him sweat a little more before he grunted in the affirmative. He pulled 210 galleons from his pouch and dropped the coins on the countertop. He hesitated a moment before dropping another 10 galleons on the counter and said, "For a jar of holster polish and your trouble." Quickly, the little old man reached under the counter and pulled the required jar out, placing it on the counter next to the 6 holsters. Gathering the holsters and jar up, Harry dropped them into one of his large inside pockets. Then, just before he swept out of the store, he snarled, "I was never here." After he'd gone, the old man relaxed and muttered, "Who was never here?" Back out in the alley, Harry wended his way back to Diagon Alley, stripped the second glamour away and dropped his hood. He ducked into Flourish and Blots to set up an account for both of his ladies. Then did the same next door at Madame Malkin's and next door, again, at Madame Pimpernel's. At each he also sought to be placed on mailing lists. Thinking about it a bit, he also added Twilfit and Tattings, the Owl Emporium and a couple of other stores. Finally, he headed back to the Leaky Cauldron, and flew back to the 3 Broomsticks. Once in Hogsmeade he headed to Gladrags and created an account for himself and both girls to use, then ducked next door to Scrivenshafts and did the same. In both, he also sought to be added to their mailing lists, too. Once he was satisfied he'd accomplished what he wanted to accomplish, he headed to the Shrieking Shack, entered through the same rear window he used to exit earlier, and took the hidden page back to the Whomping Willow. A quick whack on the knot and he donned his invisibility cloak to walk back to the castle. Once inside, he found an empty alcove where he removed the cloak and the glamour and made his way back to the apartment. Stepping inside, both witches grapple-hugged him with soft cries of, "Oh Merlin, we were so worried." "You're okay, aren't you?" "I'm fine," he calmly replied. As they backed off him, and he made his way to collapse onto one of the couches, he asked, "Now, what did I miss?" "Nothing that we know of," replied Daphne. "We were getting worried because it's almost lunchtime and you weren't back." "So, what happened?" Hermione asked. "Where did you go? Did you get everything done you needed to?" "I went into Gringotts where I got yelled at by the Potter senior account keeper for ignoring his mail to me. I explained to him about the mail redirections and asked him, just in case, to send everything to me care of you, Hermione. And started the prep work for my emancipation that's going to occur when my name comes out of the goblet. Oh, and as per one of my tasks, alerted them to the cup Horcrux in the Lestrange vault. For doing so, they awarded me 10% of the contents as, what the goblin called, finder's fee. As part of that, I get the cup once they remove the Horcrux from it. I should be able to pick it up on the 1st of November. You didn't tell him how you know that's going to happen, did you?" asked Hermione, a little worried. "No, of course not," he replied. "I just implied I knew my name would be selected. I did not tell him why I knew. I then did a bit of shopping for things that'll be delivered during the week. And set a few accounts up at some stores. Then, I simply came back here, making sure I wasn't recognized or spotted for the whole time." Both girls then looked relieved. "What store accounts did you set up, Harry?" asked Daphne. With a smirk, he replied, "Well, first I set up my Gringotts accounts to give both you ladies access." "You'll need, you what?" both girls practically shouted. With a wince at the shout but still smirking, he explained, "I set up my accounts with Gringotts to give both you ladies access. We're bonded and we're going to be married. This was the right thing to do." "But, Harry," whined Hermione, "we can empty you out, spend all your money, send you broke." "For starters," he explained, "no, you can't. At least, not right away. You only have access to the same vault I currently have access to. And that's my trust vault. When my emancipation is recognized by the goblins, I'll have full access to the other 2 vaults. At that time, I'll create individual family member vaults for the pair of you. When we're married, I'll grant you access to the rest, except for the specific head of house stuff. As Daphne can attest, this is normal." Looking over at the other girl, Daphne nodded. "And I'm going to set up the family member vaults with a substantial monthly stipend, so, you'll never want for anything. It's my responsibility to make sure you are both financially cared for, and I intend to be very good at doing that." With an initial frown leading to a sigh and nod of acceptance, Hermione asked, "And what other accounts did you set up?" "Well, since you're being so pushy to get the information, it's something I was going to tell you as part of your birthday present from me," he offered. "I wanted to tell you that I'm going to treat each of your birthdays as if it's also a birthday of the other. That is, you'll both have birthday presents for Hermione's birthday next Friday, and, actually, when is your birthday, Daphne?" "The 12th of May, she replied. "Then from me you'll both receive birthday presents for Daphne's birthday on the 12th of May. With a chuckle he explained, "It makes it easier for me and I'm not spoiling one of you over the other, even if it is your birthday." "Well, I won't say no to an extra birthday," Daphne smirked. "Or more birthday presents," Hermione added. "Good," he firmly said. "Now, using the time I had, in Diagon Alley I set up accounts for the three of us with Flourish and Blots, Madame Malkin's, Twilfit and Tattings, and, for you too, Madame Pimpernel's. On my way back, I ped through Hogsmeade and set up accounts for the three of us at Gladrags and Scrivenshafts." "Wow," exclaimed Hermione, a little shocked. "Just, wow." Daphne came over and plonked herself on Harry's lap where she proceeded to give him a most intense but short snog. Pulling back, she said, "What such a clever and loving bondmate you are." Not wanting to be left out, Hermione came over and tapped Daphne on the shoulder. Daphne hopped off Harry's lap and moved to sit beside him as Hermione took her own spot on his lap. She, too, also gave him an intense but short snog. "Yes, you are," she softly agreed. "All right, what else did you do?" asked Daphne, as Hermione moved off his lap to sit on his other side. "I bought birthday presents," he smugly replied. "And, no, I'm not telling you what they are. Besides, since some of it involved custom work, I'm not sure what's going to arrive before your birthday, or not. You'll just have to wait until next Friday to find out." Both witches were clearly excited at this news. "Any hints?" asked Daphne, while Hermione asked, "If you got multiple, couldn't you at least tell us about one?" "No and no," he said. "Besides, one of the gifts was the access to my trust vault, and another was all the accounts at the various stores both in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. Do you really think I'd make use of Madame Pimpernel's? Even though she does." "No, ladies," he firmly explained. "You've already been informed of, and given, 2 of them." "But, Harry," Daphne mock-whined, "we can't use any of those until the first Hogsmeade weekend, at least." "Ah," Harry suddenly exclaimed, "I knew I was forgetting something." He reached into his robes and withdrew a stack of folded parchment. "Ta-da," he gleefully exclaimed. "Mail order brochures." No sooner had the words been uttered when they were snatched out of his hand by Daphne, who quickly took them back over to the other couch, lest Harry suddenly snatched them back. Just as she was sitting down, staring at her prize, Daphne beckoned Hermione over to join her. Surprising Harry, she did. And both of his bondmates happily shared the brochures and talked about what they could order. Using the opportunity of their distraction, Harry quickly ducked into his bedroom, pulled out the bottom drawer of his of drawers, and dropped the wand holsters within the now available hollow, before sliding the drawer back. He'd try to talk to Dobby later, in private, about getting them wrapped for him. Walking back into the living room where the girls were still going through the brochures, he returned to his seat. "Harry," complained Daphne, "you didn't pick up the latest catalogs." "There were catalogs?" he asked. "Well, I'm sure Hedwig would love the work. Why not send her asking for them?" The two witches glanced at each other for a moment before Hermione suddenly said, "I'll get the stationery," and quickly made her way to her room. Hermione liked to keep her bag on her dresser comb of drawers, while Daphne and Harry both kept theirs on their personal bookcases in the living room. After both witches had gone through writing letters to the various stores and ordering the mail order catalogs for each, Harry finally managed to get some answers out of them about the scan of his personal effects. "Well," started Daphne, "there were tracking charms on Hedwig and her cage, on your trunk, on your book bag, on that small backpack you've got in the bottom of your trunk, on your second pair of shoes, on your photo album of your parents and their friends, on your photo frame of the picture of your parents holding onto each other, on your comb, and on that funny build cap you've got." "I think that was it." "Yes, I think it was," agreed Hermione. "And I had tracking charms on my trunk, my watch, Crookshanks's basket, carrier and collar, my necklace, a couple of my hair combs and my copy of Hogwarts, a history. They've now all been stripped away and stuck on various fixtures and furnishings about the apartment." Between us, offered Daphne. We're going to be working on finding a charm that can be affixed to everything that'll send us an alarm and issue a glow that only we can see, if any other charm is affixed to anything. That would be brilliant, Harry exclaimed. Now we just have to find a way to deactivate Twinkle's little trinkets that are using blood-based magic to track me. After a moment of shock, Daphne loudly exclaimed, "He's what?" Making both Harry and Hermione wince. "I don't have any proof of it," he replied. "But I'm pretty sure he's using blood-based tracking on me. I'm pretty sure some of those wheezing and whizzing little gadgets in his office are monitors of me." "Dobby," Daphne near snarled. With a quick pop, Dobby appeared in the living room almost frightened. "Yes, Miss Daffy." Seeing the state of the little elf, both other teens watched as Daphne visibly forced her anger down. Once she seemed to have managed to get control of herself, she looked back at the elf and said, "Dobby, I apologize. I'm not angry with you. I'm angry about something else." Miss Daffy apologizes to Dobby. The little elf asked, almost awed and in tears. "The great Master Harry Potter sirs, Miss Daffy is almost as great a witch as Master Harry as a wizard." Then he seemed to break down and cry. Harry rolled his eyes. "Dobby, please stop," she begged. "I need you to tell me something important." With the last few sniffles, Dobby wiped his eyes on his sleeve and asked, "Yes, Miss Daffy. You can track the blood of your master, right?" "Yes, Miss Daffy." The little elf beamed. Harry started to suspect the little fellow had a chronic and severe case of manic depression. "Excellent," she firmly stated. "The next time the headmaster is out of his office and private quarters, can you sneak in and see if there's any of Master Harry's blood in there? And report back to us if there is, and where it is." "Dobby can do that," the little elf excitedly said, pleased to be able to help, as it dawned on Harry just how simple that was. "Good, very good," Daphne sighed. "Thank you, Dobby." "You's welcome, Miss Daffy," Dobby replied, before popping away again. "That's brilliant," said Harry, a little in awe of how smart his pureblood bondmate was. "Lunch?" he suddenly asked. "Good idea," replied Hermione, starting to rise. The three headed back down to the Great Hall. As they did the previous weekend, the three were waiting in the entrance hall for the arrival of the solicitor for their interview. And, almost on the dot except for being a couple minutes early, a somewhat middle-aged wizard walked in the door with a younger woman. Both were carrying business satchels. As soon as his eyes lit on Harry, he stepped forward and offered his hand. "Mr. Potter, I'm Stuart Ackerman, solicitor at law." Harry shook the man's hand, who then turned to the woman and said, "And this lady is Miss Margaret Pentridge." Harry surprised her by offering his hand for a handshake. Then, he turned back to the man indicating his bondmates and said, "And these two ladies are my bondmates. Miss Hermione Granger and Miss Daphne Greenger. Miss Greenger and I have met before," Mr. Ackerman explained. "However, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Miss Granger." "Now," said Harry, "I'm afraid we're all going to have to trudge all the way up to the 7th floor, sir and ma'am. That's where our apartment is." "No need to go that far, Mr. Potter," replied Mr. Ackerman. "There's a conference room on the 2nd floor we can use." "There is?" asked Harry, quite surprised. Then, I guess you'd best lead." With a nod of his head, Ackerman led the way up the stairs to the 2nd floor and towards the North Tower. They'd not gone far when Ackerman spied a door and said, "Here it is," and pushed it open. Inside was, indeed, set up as a conference room. He and Miss Pentridge moved to one side of the long table and set their business satchels on the surface. When Harry and the girls moved to the other side, Ackerman drew his wand and began to cast, first, detection spells around the room, before then casting privacy wards. He also both locked and placed a silencing bubble around the room's only portrait, even though it was currently uninhabited. When it looked like the two were finished, Daphne muttered, "Just a minute," and went to the only door. She first cast a strong door sealing charm with a P-word protection on it, before also placing a silencing bubble around it. When she turned around, she noticed the looks on the faces of their two visitors. She calmly said, "The headmaster has been known to invite himself to any and all meetings within the castle." With a nod of recognition, the two visitors waited until the three teens took their seats opposite before they took theirs. "Now, Mr. Potter, Miss Greenger and Miss Granger," said Ackerman, nodding to each of them. Mr. Greenger has informed me you have need of our services regarding a number of legal issues. He informed us we would need to provide criminal case expertise, that's me, and defamation expertise, that's Miss Pentridge, here. However, he said we would need to talk to you, direct, in order to understand the full scope of your legal needs. Perhaps it would be best if you were to outline for us what those needs entail. Yes, sir, nodded Harry. First, I'd like your confirmation that what we're about to tell you is held in confidence. It is, Ackerman firmly replied. Good. To the criminal matter first, then. We need you to, as quietly as you can, organize a trial for my godfather, Sirius Orion Black, said Harry. The escaped murder? Ackerman asked in surprise. No, sir, Harry firmly replied. The escaped innocent man, who was unlawfully tossed into Azkaban without even a trial or proper questioning. With a look of complete initial shock, the solicitor stared back at Harry for a few moments before he suddenly started to look quite angry. You mean to tell me that Sirius Black, the man who has a on-site order against him, never even had a trial? That's exactly what I'm saying, sir, replied Harry. Furthermore, the actual criminal is Peter Pettigrew, the one to whom they supposedly issued a posthumous Order of Merlin. He is both alive and is a marked Death Eater. I've met them both. Sirius Black is my sworn godfather. If he had even attempted to harm me, or cause harm to befall me, he would be dead. That he isn't is proof, right there, that he did not betray my parents and me to Riddle. Riddle? Asked Ackerman, a little confused. Sorry, grinned Harry. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Voldemort's real name. Again, both solicitors stared back at him in shock. Daphne chuckled and said, Harry, I think you broke them. Ackerman snapped out of his stupefaction first and, with a somewhat accusatory look, asked, How do you know this? As to the first, as I said, I've met both my godfather, Sirius Black, and Pettigrew, explained Harry. Pettigrew is an unregistered animagus, and his form is that of a common brown rat. Until only a few months ago, he's been hiding out as the pet of Ron Weasley, a boy in the same year as us. Until recently Weasley was both a friend and dorm mate of mine. Sirius escaped from Azkaban because he saw a picture on the front page of the Daily Prophet that showed the Weasleys, who had recently won the Prophet's grand prize draw. Fudge threw a copy of that issue of the Prophet at my godfather in his cell, while he was doing his so-called annual inspection, to taunt him with how the world was getting on without him. Instead, my godfather saw Pettigrew in his animagus form being held in the hand of Ron Weasley, who was standing with his family in the front page photograph. Sirius put two and two together and figured out that I was, at the time, sharing a dorm in Gryffindor Tower with the boy, and, therefore, the rat, Pettigrew. Sirius, as my sworn godfather, saw it as his duty to immediately escape and come to my aid. Which he did. So, Sirius Black did not escape Azkaban with the intention of coming to harm me. He escaped with the intention of coming to protect me, as he was sworn to do. When both solicitors nodded back, understanding, he continued, as to the second, how I know Riddle and Voldemort is one and the same person. Hold it, interrupted Ackerman, holding up his hand. We'll get to he who. Merlin, v. Voldemort in a moment. He then opened his satchel and drew forth parchment, ink and a quill, and set to writing. I need to get down the details about Black, first, he muttered. As he wrote he asked more and more specific questions. And, once he was finished, he slid the parchment aside and leaned back. So, he began. Crouch, on the orders of Bagnold, just threw Black into Azkaban. As far as you know, there will be no record of questioning, archive of evidence, or even a record of trial. Black is, in fact, innocent, and, even if he wasn't, he should still be free because he was never tried and found guilty. You've met the man, most recently last June in the Shrieking Shack, here, in Hogsmeade. Plus, you also spoke with Pettigrew when he was forced out of his animagus form and admitted to being guilty of the attack on your parents' cottage, and the murder of the 13 Muggles, and that he'd taken the Dark Mark. Further, you've explained all of this to the minister, yet he still tried to get Black, Ed. On top of that, Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape and Remus Lupin also know this to be true. That's right, replied Harry. As does Hermione. Here, he continued, indicating Hermione, who nodded back in confirmation. And Ron Weasley, Hermione added. The man doesn't need a trial, he needs to be exonerated. Ackerman exclaimed. No, Harry replied, shaking his head. He must have a trial, or the best approximation of one. No one will believe his innocence unless he gets one and is publicly exonerated. Fudge, as I've explained, will bury it unless you do. He does not want the ministry, or, rather, himself, embered by it coming out that Sirius was incarcerated in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. He'd rather see the man Ed so he can hide it. Well, sighed Ackerman, you've got me on board. Leaning forward, he said, I'll need memories of all that you've witnessed on this. I doubt even Amelia Bones will aid us without them. Already prepared, Harry drew a clean file out of his robes and drew his wand. Holding the wand to his temple, he drew forth a copy of the memory of the meeting in the Shrieking Shack before letting it drop into the file, and corked it. Handing it across to Ackerman, he explained, that's the entirety of the meeting in the Shrieking Shack. I believe it's probably all you're going to need, memory-wise. Nodding, Ackerman pulled a wooden box out of his satchel and placed the file with the memory strand within it into it. You're right, that should be enough to get Bones on side with this. But, remember, Harry cautioned, you need to be careful with this. If Fudge, or any of his lackeys, get wind of this, he will do all that he can to make sure it never comes to trial. Understood, Mr. Potter, replied Ackerman. Now, he moved on. Perhaps you can tell me how you know whose name is really this Tom whatever. May I have a small sheet of parchment, your ink and quill, please, asked Harry. Once the solicitor handed them over, Harry quickly wrote out I am Lord Voldemort on one line. Then, about 3 inches lower, wrote out Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then he drew lines between both, matching the letters up, before he finally spun the parchment about and slid it back across to Ackerman. Ackerman took a long look at what Harry had done before he looked back up at Harry in surprise. An anagram, he softly exclaimed. Yes, sir, replied Harry. Riddle was a student, here, in the late 30s and early 40s, in Slytherin. He was given an award for services to the school in 1943 for fingering Rubeus Hagrid for the crime of releasing Slytherin's monster, a basilisk, upon the school. A Ravenclaw student named Myrtle Cummings was killed. She's now the ghost known as Ing Myrtle. He then went on to become the head boy in 1945 off the back of that. However, it was Riddle who had found the chamber and released the basilisk, not Hagrid. Riddle's trademark when he killed people was to set it up so that another was fingered for the crime. He did the same thing when he killed his father, paternal grandfather and paternal grandmother, and memory charmed his maternal uncle to force the man to admit to the crime. He went on, after leaving school and while working for Borgin and Burkes, to murder Hepzibah Smith, pointing the evidence to Smith's house elf, Hokey. After killing Smith, he almost immediately took off for the continent, where he remained for about 10 years. When he came back as Lord Voldemort. That was 1957. Sweet Merlin, said Opinionate Ackerman. That's quite the tale. Ministry records will contain most of the information you can check if you want to check my facts, shrugged Harry. However, that's not one of my tasks I have for you and your firm. Yes, said Ackerman, recognizing the point to get back on track. You also wanted I stance with matters relating to defamation. Yes, said Harry, for what has occurred in the past and what is likely to come. And just how have you been defamed, Mr. Potter? He asked. You know all those books. Harry Potter and for a start, not one of them is true. Plus, no one has ever approached me for my permission to use my name, image or anything similar. I want them stopped and sued, explained Harry. I also want your firm to go after all those who have used my name to promote their products, no matter how small or considered inconsequential. Again, none of them have had my permission to do so. That's to start with. While he was talking, Miss Pentridge was writing down the instructions on her own parchment. I also want to retain your services to protect my reputation in future, Harry continued. During my second year here, I was continually slandered and sneered at because people believed I was the heir of Slytherin, and was responsible for the Chamber of Secrets being reopened. I do not want to see that happen ever again. Further, after the prophet announced, without our permission, mind, that us three were part of a three-way soul bond, We were inundated with abusive mail and packages designed with the intent of causing one or more of us harm. I will not stand for that. I want the management of the Prophet well and truly smacked down for it, with a warning never to do it again, else face my legal wrath. You, nodding, as she was writing, Miss Pentridge replied, we can do all that. I take it you want recompense for the use of your name and image. Yes, but I only want to keep enough to pay for your services, replied Harry. The rest I want to eventually set aside for a foundation in my mother's name to aid Muggleborn in getting their start in the wizarding world. My direct instruction for this is, bleed the mongrels dry. I also want an article to appear in the Daily Prophet, Teen Witch Weekly and Witch Weekly that decries the nonsense written in those books as the sheer fantasy they are. My life is nothing like that. It's led to people believing things about me that are patently untrue. With a sigh, he said, my bondmates and I will soon be spending time, in part, talking about my life to date. I actually have no interest in telling people about my life. However, I've now been convinced that clearing the air about it can go a long way towards healing the psychological and emotional damage I've sustained since that dreadful Halloween night. Do you want Daphne and I to write it all down for you, Harry? Hermione softly asked. Yeah, he sighed, looking to both bondmates. But, let me get it all off my first, on Friday. Then, we can go back and you two can write it all down, all right? All right, love, she replied with a similar verbal nod from Daphne. I also want another notice, on another day, that apologizes to the wizarding world for my not responding to all the letters, gifts and the like that have been sent to me these past 13 years, Harry requested. Albus Dumbledore, it seems, felt the need to intercept my mail and redirect it to a storeroom, here, in the castle. I only found out about that a few days ago, and it's going to take me a very long time to go through it all and start answering folks back. He intercepted your mail? Asked Pentridge, with an angry little moan. He did, nodded Harry. And he didn't tell me he was doing it, either. It wasn't until I screamed at him enough about how I was supposed to be everyone's hero, and yet hadn't heard a word from any of them, that he finally relented enough to show me where it's all being stored. There are literally shelves upon shelves of it all. We could go after him for that, she frowned. We could, replied Harry. However, I think it was Dumbledore more doing it, as he said, to protect me from those who would attempt me harm using the mail system, rather than him just wanting to deny me my mail. Sure, there might have been that involved, too. However, I have no proof that was his leading reason. What I have impressed upon him already, however, is that I am not too happy with him for doing it, and then not letting me know the mail was there during my first year, or since. He's had ample time to hand it all to me, and didn't. If he continues to do it, or does it again, you have my permission to go after him with, as the Muggles say, both barrels. The mail redirection should have been removed by now, Harry, said Daphne. We should begin our plans for moving it and begin going through it all after this meeting. Harry nodded back and said, you're right. Thank you, Daphne. All right, said Ackerman. Is that all you have for us, Mr. Potter? Checking with his bondmates, who both nodded back, Harry said, yes, sir. Good, said Ackerman, as he and Miss Pentridge began to put all their notes and writing implements away. I'll have a retainer contract sent to you for signing sometime after Monday. I'll mark where you need to sign. Once it's signed, so long as you don't make any changes, and I recommend you don't, the contract will automatically be filed with the relevant authorities. It will be replaced by your own copy before you. Once the two solicitors were packed, the five stood and walked to the door. Ackerman and Daphne removed the various charms and locks before Ackerman opened the door as if to step out. As soon as the door opened, they saw Dumbledore standing on the other side frowning. He took one look at Harry and said, Mr. Potter, you meant I would be invited to any meeting you would have with others, other than family, within my school. Stepping out, Ackerman asked him, and why would you make such an umption, Mr. Dumbledore? Switching to sternly look at Ackerman, Dumbledore said, I prefer Headmaster Dumbledore. Really? Ackerman asked with an almost predatory smile. If you are making such inquiries as headmaster, then you are abusing your position and authority of that title. Are you sure you want to be referred to as headmaster, rather than Mr. Dumbledore scowled back but, instead of answering, began, loco parentis, before Ackerman smoothly cut in. Quote, would be the responsibility of Professor Phileas Flitwick, as his ignorant head of house, Mr. Dumbledore. Dumbledore scowled deeper before he chose to ignore the man and turn back to Harry. Mr. Potter, I should have been made aware you were entertaining visitors before they were allowed onto school grounds. I sought permission from, and was granted such permission, from Professor Flitwick, sir, Harry smoothly replied. I believe that was the correct course of action, in this instance. Was it not? Without a word and a small scowl, after a long moment Dumbledore spun about and stalked off down the corridor. Controlling, manipulative old, muttered Harry before Hermione cut him off. Harry, she lowly scolded. As they all filed out into the corridor, Ackerman asked, is he always like this? When it comes to me. Yes, replied Harry. Keep me appraised, then, said Ackerman. The three teens escorted the two solicitors back to the main doors of the castle before bidding them goodbye. As the two walked back up the main driveway, Harry asked his two bondmates, what next? Let's go find a CL room somewhere near the 7th floor we can use to sort your mail, replied Hermione. Good idea, said Daphne. And the three headed upstairs. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.